Jack Ryan returns with a vengeance in this high-stakes political thriller. After the catastrophic finale of Debt of Honor, a ruthless terrorist attack wipes out nearly the entire government, leaving only Ryan, freshly sworn in as vice president, to step into the presidency. The nation reels from shock, its leadership decimated, and the weight of rebuilding falls squarely on his shoulders. But the challenges don't end there. Enemies lurk in the shadows, both within Washington's corridors of power and beyond its borders, all eager to exploit America's vulnerability. Ryan must navigate treacherous political waters while proving himself as an untested commander-in-chief. The stakes couldn't be higher. One wrong move could cripple a country already on the brink. Amid the chaos, Ryan finds an unexpected ally in a seasoned diplomat who challenges his instincts, forcing him to rethink his approach. The tension escalates as covert operatives uncover a chilling conspiracy that threatens to ignite global conflict. With time running out, Ryan must rally a fractured nation, outmaneuver his adversaries, and cement his legacy, or watch everything collapse. This isn't just a crisis of leadership, it's a battle for survival. And Jack Ryan is the only one standing in the way. To ensure you're supporting the author's creative work, always buy official digital editions and avoid sharing unauthorized copies. Your respect for intellectual property helps writers continue their craft. The Berkeley Publishing Group, part of Penguin Random House, handles distribution from their New York offices at 375 Hudson Street. This edition carries the ISBN 978-100101102353. The book is dedicated to Ronald Reagan, the 40th President, honoring his leadership during a pivotal global conflict. The table of contents outlines a gripping narrative, moving from tense preludes like Pre-Dawn and Scrutiny to high-stakes sections such as Blood in the Water and the Iraqi transfer, culminating in the decisive Ryan Doctrine. A poignant tribute appears in the hardcover edition, where an initially anonymous poem resonated deeply with the author after the loss of his young friend, Kyle Haydock, to cancer. Later identified as Colleen Hitchcock's Ascension, the verses offer comfort with their imagery of enduring connection beyond life's veil. The lines urging loved ones to live fully while sensing the departed, in whispered memories, originally accompanied Hitchcock's contact details in Minnesota. The closing benediction, echoing John Adams, wishes wisdom and integrity upon future leaders. The blend of personal remembrance, historical homage, and lyrical tribute creates layers of emotional depth throughout the text. John Adams, the second President of the United States, once wrote a heartfelt letter to his wife Abigail on November 2, 1800, reflecting on their move into the White House. His words carried the weight of history, much like the moment Jack Ryan now faced. Ryan stood frozen in the CNN lunchroom, staring through the window at the smoldering ruins of the Capitol. Flames flickered like grotesque flowers against the night sky, each one marking a life lost just an hour before. Part of him felt nothing, just a hollow numbness. The other part screamed for action, even though logic offered no clear path forward. Death had brushed too close again, and though his children were safe with their mother, blissfully unaware of how close they'd come to tragedy, Ryan couldn't shake the dread settling in his chest. Mr. President. The voice of Special Agent Andrea Price cut through his thoughts. He didn't turn, watching instead the reflections of armed agents in the glass, keeping the curious CN staff at bay. They were journalists, drawn to the spectacle, but none of them truly understood disaster didn't discriminate. The human mind wasn't built to process such chaos without stumbling. "Sir, we need to move you to where?" Ryan interrupted, bitterness creeping into his tone before he caught himself. He had no right to lash out. 20 of their own were among the dead. My family. Safe at the Marine barracks, 8th and I, as you ordered. At least he'd done that much right. But was it enough to build on? Andrea hesitated. If this was part of an organized attack, it wasn't. Ryan sighed, exhaustion weighing down his voice. They never are. She wasn't convinced. They can be. He exhaled, rubbing his temples. Maybe she had a point. But right now, all he had were questions and a city burning outside the window. Jack studied the distant glow on the horizon, his jaw tightening. What's our move here? He asked, though part of him already knew the answer. Andrea Price, his lead Secret Service agent, didn't hesitate. MECAP, sir. She meant the airborne command post, a modified 747 stationed at Andrews, ready to whisk him to safety. The idea of fleeing sat like a stone in his gut. No, he said after a beat, shaking his head. Running isn't an option. I need to go back. His gaze locked onto the fiery glow in the distance. That was where he belonged, whether he liked it or not. Price's expression darkened. Sir, that's not just risky, it's suicide. But Jack had already made up his mind. That's where I'm needed, Andrea. He caught the flicker of disapproval in her eyes and knew what she was thinking. He was slipping into politician mode. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Him, a politician. A few hours ago, he'd been just another guy with a title he hadn't fully earned yet. Now here he was, quoting leadership principles from his Quantico days, like some seasoned commander. The troops need to see you in the fight, he said, more to convince himself than her. They need to know you're not hiding. But the truth gnawed at him. Was he even really the president? The oath, the ceremony, it had all happened in a blur. He half expected to wake up any second, drenched in sweat, relieved it was just another nightmare. But the flames outside the window were real. The weight of the office was real. And the crushing silence where the rest of the government should have been. That was terrifyingly real. Price's radio crackled, snapping him back. We've located the Secretaries of Commerce and Interior, she reported. One's in San Francisco, the other in New Mexico. Air Force is scrambling to retrieve them. The rest. She didn't finish. The Cabinet, the Joint Chiefs, the Supreme Court gone. Master Degliocolib Prav. A grim unknown. Then came the gut punch. Mrs. Durling didn't make it, sir. The kids are at the White House. Jack's chest tightened. He met them bright-eyed, oblivious to the weight of the world. Now they were orphans, their lives shattered in an instant. He could already picture their faces, twisted in disbelief, the way his own had been when life had sucker-punched him years ago. Do they know? He asked quietly. Price nodded. They saw it on TV. We've got family coming for them. He swallowed hard. Thousands of kids were in the same boat tonight. But right now, the government was a ghost town, and he was the only one left to turn on the lights. So what you're telling me, he said, forcing steel into his voice, is that I'm the entire damn government at the moment. Seems that way, mister. President. That's why I don't get to hide, Jack finished. Before anyone could stop him, he was striding toward the door, the agents scrambling to keep up. No more hesitation. No more second-guessing. Time to move. The hallway was lined with security cameras, but Ryan barely noticed them as he strode forward, flanked by a pair of agents who pushed through the stunned crowd of reporters. Not a single journalist shouted a question, an eerie silence that Jack found almost amusing. His own expression didn't cross his mind as he stepped into the waiting elevator. Moments later, he entered the vast lobby, now eerily empty except for a swarm of armed agents, many gripping submachine guns, pointed skyward. There were more of them than before. Reinforcements must have arrived. Outside, Marines stood in hastily thrown together uniforms, some shivering in red tees over their camo pants. Price gave a quick explanation. We called in extra security, requested backup from the barracks. Ryan nodded. No one would question Marines guarding the president, not tonight. Most of them were just kids, their faces blank but alert, fingers tight around their rifles as they scanned the parking lot like sentinels. A young captain snapped to attention and saluted as Ryan passed. So, he believes it too. Jack returned the gesture with a grim nod before, motioning toward the nearest armored vehicle. Take me to the hill, he ordered sharply. The drive was faster than expected. Police had blocked off every major street, and fire trucks were already on scene, sirens wailing. The lead Suburban tore through the empty roads, lights flashing, while the Secret Service detail muttered under their breath about their new boss and his reckless urgency. The wreckage was surreal. The tail section of the 747 jutted from the ruins like a grotesque arrow lodged in flesh. Flames still licked at the debris unexpected, given the Capitol's stone structure. But inside had been wood, paper, and who knew what else, all feeding the inferno. Helicopters circled overhead, rotors catching the glow of the fire, while fire trucks sprayed water in frantic arcs. Hoses crisscrossed the ground, some leaking thin streams that froze instantly in the bitter cold. The southern wing was obliterated, only the steps remained, the rest reduced to rubble. The house chamber was a smoldering pit, its edges blackened. To the north, the iconic dome lay in twisted sections, some still recognizable as wrought iron from the Civil War era. Firefighters swarmed the wreckage, directing torrents of water from ladders and cherry pickers, though from where Ryan stood, it was impossible to tell if they were winning the battle against the flames. The air reeked of smoke and scorched metal, a grim reminder of the night's devastation. The scene was dominated by a grim assembly of ambulances, their paramedic crews standing idle with folded stretchers at their feet. There was nothing for them to do but stare at the scorched tail fin of the Japan Airlines plane, its red crane emblem still visible beneath the soot. The war with Japan was supposed to be over, so why did this feel like a final twisted act of vengeance? Or was it just a cruel twist of fate? To Jack, the wreckage resembled a car crash, though on a catastrophic scale. For the first responders, it was the same old story. Too late. Too late to stop the flames. Too late to save lives. Too late to change anything. As the Humvee pulled up near the fire trucks, Marines swarmed around Ryan before he could even step out. The captain opened the door, and Jack, shivering in his thin suit, turned to Agent Price. Who's in charge here?" he asked, suddenly aware of the biting cold. Price guessed it was one of the firefighters, and Jack immediately started toward the pumpers, remembering from his Baltimore days that chiefs wore white hats and drove sedans. He spotted 3 red cars and headed that way. "Damn it, mister. Me as an president," Price shouted, scrambling after him. The Secret Service agents rushed to form a protective barrier, while the Marines hesitated, unsure whether to lead or follow. No protocol covered this. Their boss had just thrown the rulebook out the window. One quick-thinking agent dashed to a ladder truck and returned with a thick rubber turnout coat. "This should help, sir," Special Agent Rahman said, helping Jack into it. The coat not only warmed him, but also disguised him among the firefighters. Price gave an approving nod, the first hint of relief since the plane had struck. She knew the real reason for the coat protection. Not just warmth, but Jack didn't need to. The first chief Jack found was barking orders into a radio, while a civilian unfurled building plans on a car hood. Jack waited, watching as the chief gestured sharply over the blueprints. "And watch out for those loose stones." Chief Paul McGill snapped before turning and rubbing his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Price stepped forward. "This is the president," McGill blinked, glancing at the armed men before focusing on Ryan. "It's bad," he said bluntly. "No survivors on this side. 3 made it out the other end, 2 pages, and a Secret Service agent, all torn up. We're searching, but even the ones who didn't burn, the fire sucked all the oxygen out. They suffocated, just as dead." McGill, a broad-shouldered black man, met Jack's gaze with exhausted resolve. His hands bore patchy, pale scars that told the story of a brutal encounter with flames, likely from his days as a firefighter. The weariness in his weathered face spoke volumes. Fire wasn't some villain with a grudge, just an indiscriminate force that left survivors marked and took the rest without mercy. "We might catch a break," McGill muttered, studying the building plans. Some folks could still be holed up in small rooms, doors shut tight. This place is a damn maze. Maybe a few make it out. We's, it happened. But most. He trailed off, shaking his head. At least the fire's contained. Won't spread much further. Agent Rahman clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to ask about the agent who'd been thrown clear. Unprofessional. McGill answered the unspoken question with another grim shake of his head. No survivors from the chamber. If it's any comfort, it would have been over fast. His gaze drifted toward the fading glow of the wreckage. Jack's voice cut through the tension. "I need to see it." McGill didn't hesitate. "No shot. My fire, my rules." Their eyes locked a silent standoff. McGill didn't like it, but the armed escorts hovering nearby made him reconsider. Maybe they'd back the new president, if that's what Jack was now. Hell, McGill hadn't even caught the news before the call came in. "Fine," he relented. "But it ain't pretty." Meanwhile, halfway across the Pacific, Rear Admiral Robert Jackson touched down at Barbers Point Naval Air Station as the sun dipped below the Hawaiian horizon. The glittering hotels along Oahu's coast flickered in his periphery. Pricey real estate he hadn't bothered with since his younger days, when splitting a room with fellow pilots meant more cash for bar tabs and charming the locals. His Tomcat settled smoothly onto the runway, a testament to skills that hadn't dulled with rank. "Tomcat 500. Proceed to the end. Been here before, ma'am," Jackson quipped, breaking protocol with a smirk. Admirals could do that. A sailor waved glowing batons near a waiting car. "Not bad for an old-timer," his backseater remarked, shuffling maps. "Your praise is duly noted," Jackson shot back, shifting in his seat. His body protested numbness mixed with sharp aches. Age and arthritis had teamed up against him. Commanding Sanchez to release the Tomcat had been the only way to make the trip. No cod could have gotten him back to Pearl fast enough. 7 hours of silence. One last flight across the ocean, worth every twinge. As he taxied, a familiar figure leaned against a Navy sedan. Admiral David Seaton, flipping through messages like a man with no time to spare. Jackson killed the engines, wincing as his back seized. A mechanic's ladder appeared, and a sailor, no, a petty officer hauled his bag from the compartment. Somebody was definitely in a hurry. "Trouble," Seaton announced as Robbie's boots hit the tarmac. Jackson froze on the sun-baked concrete, exhaustion slowing his thoughts despite the alarm bells ringing in his gut. "I thought we won," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Seaton thrust a clipboard at him. "The president's dead, we've got a new one. Your old buddy. DEFCON 3's back on the menu." Jackson's eyes darted across the top page, then snapped up in disbelief. "Jax there. You really missed the VP shuffle?" Seaton asked, watching Jackson's face twist in realization. The Admiral exhaled sharply. "Spent my morning neck-deep in classified briefings before disembarking." Jesus wept. Seaton filled in the gaps Keelty's scandalous resignation, Ryan's reluctant acceptance of the vice presidency, the rushed congressional confirmation. Then, the unthinkable, a plane slicing through the Capitol like a knife. Joint Chiefs are gone. Deputies are holding the fort. Mickey Moore's recalling all senseis to D. Mishap. We've got a KC-10 fueled at Hickam. Jackson's mind raced to his role as Deputy J3. Threat assessment. Seaton shrugged. Clean on paper. The IO's quiet. Japan's out of the fight, but nobody's ever hit us like this. Jackson finished, his voice tight. Seaton clapped his shoulder. Change of clothes can wait. The world's on fire, Robbie. Half a world away, time stretched thin for Sister Jean-Baptiste. At 60, her slight frame bore the weight of decades spent tending to others, with few hands left to lighten her load. The unfairness gnawed at her once. She'd taken shifts for others, just as generations before had done. Mel pit scope free. Silence. She shoved the thought aside, ashamed. It clashed with her vows, with the promises she'd whispered to God 40 years prior. Yet doubts festered unconfessed, not even to her priest. Would he call it sin? Or just the weariness of a life spent looking backward? Her sister, equally devout, had chosen motherhood. Now she rocked grandchildren, while Jean-Baptiste wrestled with sterile corridors and the ghosts of choices made in naive certainty. Back then, the black habit commanded respect. Even German occupiers had tipped their caps, though they suspected her order hid Allied airmen and fleeing Jews. The hospital's neutrality was its armor. Wounded men of any uniform knew its beds offered better odds than any battlefield clinic. Funny, she mused bitterly, how war made pragmatists of even the devout. Sister Jean-Baptiste had spent her life upholding a tradition that walked the fine line between devotion and pride. Though pride was considered a sin, she and the other sisters had long justified their commitment, believing their work in God's name might earn them a little leniency. When the moment came to decide whether to stay or leave, the choice hadn't been easy, especially in the chaotic aftermath of war, when her skills were desperately needed and the world hadn't yet shifted enough to offer her alternatives. She had toyed with the idea of departure, but duty anchored her in place. For over 40 years, 30 of them in this very hospital, she had tended to patients with unwavering skill, whether they were African or European, rich or poor. Politics had shifted like desert winds around her, but her hands remained steady until now. At 65, exhaustion had begun to seep into her bones. Back in her youth, the doctors had nicknamed her Sister Rock for her resilience, but even stone erodes over time. The endless 14-hour shifts, the dwindling staff, the snatched hours of prayer that soothed her soul but drained her body, it was all catching up to her. And fatigue bred mistakes, something she couldn't afford in a place where carelessness could be deadly. Christianity had struggled for centuries to take root here, making progress in some areas but stumbling over cultural divides. The rampant promiscuity that had once shocked her as a young nun was now just another grim reality, one that often led to the hospital's most heartbreaking cases. A third of the beds were filled with patients suffering from the thin disease, the local term for AIDS. The protocols were strict, the lessons drilled into every staff member, but sometimes all medicine could do was shield the healers from the same fate. Tonight, at least, that wasn't her concern. The boy in her care was only 8, far too young for such dangers. Bright-eyed and quick-witted, he had been a star student at the Catholic school and even served as an acolyte. Maybe one day he'd answer the call to priesthood, a path more forgiving for African men, given the church's quiet allowance for married clergy here. But right now, he was fighting a different battle. His father, a well-respected government official, had rushed him in at midnight with symptoms too severe to ignore. The on-call doctor had scribbled cerebral malaria on the chart, though without lab confirmation. Violent headaches, tremors, fever spiking like wildfire, she prayed. This wasn't the start of another outbreak. The ward was hushed in these early morning hours, the air as cool and still as it ever got. Most patients slept, but the boy twisted restlessly under his sheets. She peeled them back, sponging his burning skin, the water offering fleeting relief. As she worked, her practiced eyes scanned for any other signs, her mind already calculating the next steps. The night stretched ahead, quiet but for the soft sounds of a hospital holding its breath. Sister Jean-Baptiste had spent years in the hospital corridors, her sharp eyes noticing details even the doctors missed. The worn bandage on the patient's left hand caught her attention. How had the medical staff overlooked it? She moved quietly past her dozing aides at the nurses' station, not bothering to wake them for a task she could handle herself. Returning with fresh gauze and antiseptic, she peeled back the old dressing, her own exhaustion making her blink. The wound beneath looked like a small animal bite, maybe a dog, or worse, a monkey. That realization sent a jolt through her. Infections from such injuries could turn deadly fast. She hesitated, knowing she should have grabbed gloves, but the station was too far. Her legs ached, and the patient lay still. As she tilted his hand to clean the wound, a drop of antiseptic splashed onto his face. He jerked awake with a sneeze, sending droplets into the air. Unfazed, she dabbed the bite with a soaked cotton ball, bandaged it, then absently wiped her own face, never realizing his twitching hand had smeared blood across her skin, right near her eyes. Gloves wouldn't have saved her. Not that it would have mattered 3 days later. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan cursed his own impulsiveness. Paramedics and armed escorts had ushered him up the east steps. The absurdity of the armed procession almost laughable if the scene hadn't been so grim. Firefighters blasted water through the haze, the spray soaking everyone in an icy mist. The flames were gone, replaced by a ghostly quiet as rescue teams picked through the rubble. No cries for help, no urgency, just the grim work of recovering the dead. His stomach twisted. People he knew had been here. The diplomatic gallery lay in ruins, foreign dignitaries and their families buried under the collapse. Guests who'd come to witness his inauguration. Was there blood on his hands? He'd left the CNN building desperate to act, but now, standing uselessly in the cold, he wondered if he'd just been drawn to the spectacle like the silent crowds beyond the barricades. "Sir, at least step out of the spray," Agent Price urged, voice tight. Ryan nodded, retreating down the steps. His coat did little against the chill, or maybe it wasn't just the weather making him shake. Nearby, camera crews finally rolled, capturing the devastation. And him standing there, doing nothing. The compact news cameras, all Japanese brands. Jack observed with a quiet scoff, blazed with their intense, focused beams. Somehow, these reporters had slipped past the barricades and emergency crews, each one flanked by a correspondent clutching a microphone like a lifeline, their voices dripping with false authority. Several lenses swung toward him, and Jack felt the weight of millions watching, waiting for him to perform some miracle of leadership. It was baffling how people assumed high-ranking officials had all the answers when, in reality, they were just as clueless as anyone else. His mind flashed back to his early days as a Marine lieutenant, when he'd been expected to lead men, despite having zero life experience, like the time a battle-hardened sergeant had come to him for marriage advice, as if a 20-something bachelor could fix a crumbling family. Nowadays, they'd call that a leadership opportunity, which was just a polite way of saying you were completely out of your depth. The cameras kept rolling, demanding action, but Jack still had nothing. He'd arrived hoping for clarity, only to feel more lost than ever. Arnie Van Dam, he muttered. He needed his chief of staff now more than ever. "At the White House, sir," Agent Price responded. Jack nodded. Then let's move. Price hesitated. Sir, it might not be secure. If there's I can't hide, Jack snapped, frustration boiling over. No helicopter escapes, no retreat to Camp David, no bunker. Don't you get it? He gestured toward the smoldering ruins of the Capitol. Those people are gone, and right now, I'm all that's left of this government. And governments don't run. Meanwhile, in a cozy studio far from the chaos, an anchor adjusted his tie. That appears to be President Ryan assessing the damage, he announced, oozing practiced gravitas. A man no stranger to crisis. His co-anchor, a so-called expert who'd met Ryan exactly twice at cocktail parties, nodded sagely. Brilliant mind, remarkably humble, he mused, as if grading a term paper. The anchor couldn't resist stirring the pot. But let's be honest, he's not a politician. National security isn't exactly today's hot-button issue. Somewhere else. Ding Chavez nearly spat out his drink. Right, he muttered. And that plane was just taking a scenic detour. Unbelievable. John Clark smirked, swirling his beer. Only in America, kid. Where else do they pay millions to people who couldn't find their own? He cut himself off as his phone buzzed. No point rushing back yet. Let the suits in Langley scramble like headless chickens for a while. With nothing new to report, the network replayed President Durling's speech because nothing says breaking news like yesterday's soundbite. The C-SPAN cameras in the chamber had been remotely operated, with technicians freezing key frames to highlight the front row of high-ranking officials. The grim tally unfolded nearly every cabinet secretary, the entire Joint Chiefs, agency heads, the Federal Reserve Chair, FBI Director Bill Shaw, the Director, NASA's administrator, and all 9 Supreme Court justices. The anchor's voice trembled as he recited their titles. The footage inching forward until chaos erupted, Secret Service agents bursting in, startling President Durling. Heads whipped around, some perhaps suspecting an armed threat in the galleries. Then, 3 jarring frames, the back wall buckling before the screen went dark. Back on air, the anchor and analyst exchanged hollow stares, the weight of the moment crushing them. President Ryan's first job is rebuilding a government, if that's even possible, the analyst murmured after a strained silence. His hands shook under the desk, his face pale beneath the studio lights. Half a world away, Mahmoud Haji Darie smirked, muting the broadcast. Divine retribution, he mused. America, the arrogant giant, now brought low what else but God's hand could explain it. His gaze lingered on Ryan's stunned expression, the man clutching his jacket like a lost child. No arrogance left. Just raw human shock. The same scenes pulsed across the globe, satellites feeding 1 billion screens. Leaders everywhere leaned in information was currency. And this was a seismic shift. In another office, a man glanced at his clock, calculating time zones. America's nightmare was ending. His morning had just begun. Outside his window, bicycles weaved through the square below, though cars 10 times more than a few years ago hinted at change. Still, the bicycles dominated. Progress, but not for everyone. Not yet. He had intended to alter history swiftly and dramatically. A man who studied the past only to see his meticulously crafted strategy crushed before it could even begin, thanks to the Americans. Though he dismissed the idea of God entirely, he held a deep belief in fate. And there she was, staring back at him from the glow of a Japanese-made television screen. Fate, he mused, was as unpredictable as a capricious lover. Just days ago, she had smiled upon the Americans, granting them fortune, and now this. What was her game? His own will mattered far more, he decided. His fingers brushed the phone before he pulled back. It would ring soon enough, and when it did, others would demand answers. He needed to think. The scalding green tea burned his tongue, sharpening his focus. Pain had a way of clearing distractions, forcing the mind inward where true strategy took shape. His plan hadn't been flawed, just sabotaged by incompetent agents and fate's fleeting generosity to America. But there would be another chance. Because fate, ever the trickster, had already given him something unexpected. America was wounded, just not in the way he'd intended. Maybe even better. The thought curled his lips into a faint smirk. The game wasn't over. Fate played with history like a child with a toy, indifferent to sides. Or perhaps she just enjoyed the joke. Elsewhere, fury simmered. Days earlier, she had endured the insult of being lectured by a foreigner, some former provincial official, on what her sovereign nation must do. Every move had been calculated, every denial polished. Officially, her country had done nothing more than conduct routine naval drills in international waters. No threats, no ultimatums, just exercises. Peaceful ones. And yet, those maneuvers had fractured America's focus, though she couldn't have predicted it, could she? The report on her desk detailed the time needed to restore the fleet. Not enough. Not yet. She couldn't act alone now. It would require patience, alliances, and careful planning. But her nation had needs, and it was her duty to fulfill them, not to bow to outsiders. The delicate china cup in her hand held tea, sweetened with sugar and a splash of milk, a habit from her upbringing. She sipped, letting the warmth steady her. Of all those watching the same satellite feed across the globe, she grasped the opportunity most clearly. How immense, how tantalizing, especially after the humiliation she'd suffered in this very office. By a man who was no longer alive to gloat. The opportunity was impossible to ignore, wasn't it? Absolutely. This is terrifying. Mr. Buet. Domingo Chavez blinked hard, his exhausted mind struggling to process the hours he'd been awake. His body slumped on the living room couch with his bare feet propped on the coffee table. The house was quiet. His wife had turned in early, prepping for her morning shift, while his daughter had crashed before her big exam, oblivious to the possibility that classes might be canceled. "Break it down for me, Ding," John Clark demanded, his tone shifting from casual to urgent. The days of debating TV pundits were behind them, and Chavez, despite his fatigue, was sharp enough to recognize the gravity of the moment. Keeping his eyes shut, he muttered, "Nothing like this has ever gone down during peacetime. The world's still the same mess it was last week, John. We pulled off a win in that last conflict, but nothing's really shifted. If anything, we're just as exposed as before." Clark's voice dropped lower. "Nature hates empty spaces, huh?" Chavez let out a tired chuckle. "Yeah, something like that. And right now, we're staring at one hell of a void. Not exactly making progress here, am I?" Jack's voice was hollow, the weight of the moment crashing over him. The sky still flickered with an eerie glow, though most of the smoke had thinned into steam. What haunted him most were the body bags, black, industrial, zipped tight, being carried down the shattered steps by firefighters in pairs. He hadn't seen the carnage firsthand, but the sight of those bags hit harder than any battlefield. "No, sir," Agent Price replied, her expression mirroring his grim realization. "This isn't where you should be." Sicked, Ryan exhaled sharply. "I know." His thoughts spiraled. Where was the handbook for this? Who could he turn to? The absurdity of his earlier bravado mocked him now. He'd strutted in front of cameras like he had answers, but the truth was, he was drowning. "I need options," Ryan finally said. Price hesitated, then did what every Secret Service agent dreams of. "Mr. President, you need to pull yourself together. Some fights aren't yours to handle alone. Delegate, trust your team." and maybe you can actually lead. Back to the White House? Ryan asked, rubbing his temple. That's where the lines of communication are, sir. Who's running the detail now? Andy Walker was. The unspoken truth hung between them. Ryan met her gaze and made his first call as president. Congratulations, you're promoted. Price gave a tight nod. This way, sir. For a fleeting second, she felt a flicker of satisfaction this president, like the others, could learn to take direction. At least sometimes. But the moment shattered as Ryan's foot hit a slick patch of ice, sending him sprawling. 2 agents hauled him up, but the damage was done. A nearby photographer snapped the stumble, sealing the image for next week's Newsweek cover. As you can see, President Ryan is now departing the Capitol in what appears to be a military transport rather than his usual armored vehicle. What's the strategy here? The anchor mused, the speculation already spinning into overdrive. John the commentator tried to be fair, pointing out that the man probably didn't realize the gravity of the situation yet. His words spread worldwide in an instant, met with nods from allies and adversaries alike. Some decisions demand speed, not certainty, and this was one of those moments. Sure, he knew deep down these weren't the right choices, but when stakes reached a certain level, the usual rules blurred into irrelevance. Born into a political dynasty with generations of public service, he'd never known a life outside government corridors. Law school had been a formality, a stepping stone to power rather than a career. He'd never argued a case, never balanced a budget outside campaign promises, never worn a uniform, yet here he was, convinced he understood national security better than most. His family's wealth had insulated him from economic realities, managed by faceless advisors he only saw during tax season. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that he knew how the system worked better than anyone else in the room. The country was bleeding, and Ed Cailty was certain he could stitch it back together. With that conviction, he picked up the phone. "Cliff, it's Ed." Meanwhile, chaos simmered in the FBI's Emergency Command Center, a cramped, oddly angular space on the Hoover Building's 5th floor. Deputy Director Dan Murray arrived as the 16th person, shrugging off his jacket in the tense air. His old friend Pat O'Day, a burly New Hampshire native who fancied himself a Virginia cattleman, was already there, boots tapping impatiently as he ended a call. The room was eerily quiet for a crisis, no shouting, just the hum of dread. "Andrews has radar tapes," O'Day muttered, rubbing his forehead. "WFO's en route to interview tower staff. Mitt's pagging along. Initial reports say it was a HAL 7047, but the pilot radioed in as an unscheduled Cullum flight before plowing straight over the runways. Took a hard left and, well, he didn't need to finish." Murray grimaced. "Bene quedicere quae. Bunder pro. Estate. Lucia with his wife. Tony picked one hell of a week to vacation." O'Day's laugh was hollow. "Body count's gonna dwarf Oklahoma. We're scrambling forensics. DNA's our only shot for IDs. Oh, and the press is already screaming about how the Air Force let this happen." He rolled his eyes. The media circus had begun, and neither man wanted the Bureau to be its next act. "Ryan?" Murray asked. O'Day shrugged. "Caught on camera heading to the White House. Looked like he'd been hit by a truck. The folks over at the Secret Service were having just as rough a night as we were. The agent I'd spoken to earlier sounded like he was barely holding it together. Now we were staring down the barrel of a turf war over who'd take charge of the investigation." "Perfect," Murray muttered. Normally, they'd let the Attorney General settle this mess, except there wasn't one. No Treasury Secretary to call either. O'Day didn't need to spell it out. The Secret Service had clear authority to lead any probe involving an attack on the president. But the FBI owned counterterrorism cases. Then you had D. Homicide statutes dragging local cops into the mix. Not to mention the NSB treating this like a potential aviation disaster until proven otherwise. Every agency had skin in the game, expertise, jurisdiction, the whole 9 yards. The Secret Service might be smaller than the Bureau, but their investigators were razor sharp, backed by some of the best forensic minds in the business. The Tice Nobody knew planes like they did. But this had to be an FBI show, right? Except Director Shaw was gone, and without his clout to cut through the red tape. Priced. Murray rubbed his temples. He and Bill had been rookies together in Philly, busting bank robbers along the Schuylkill River. Pat caught his expression and nodded. Takes a minute to process, huh? We got carved up bad, Dan. He slid over a legal pad with a handwritten casualty list. Scanning the names, Murray felt sick. A nuke would have been cleaner at least, then they'd have had warning. Key officials would have been evacuated, contingency plans activated. Instead, they were left picking through rubble with no chain of command. Ryan had walked these halls countless times, briefings, meetings, even his own office as National Security Advisor. But tonight was different. He absent-mindedly triggered the metal detector out of habit, then kept moving when it blared. No one stopped him. The agent's body language said it all. Holstered weapons, straightened jackets, the quiet relief of professionals clinging to routine despite the chaos. The east entrance might as well have been a decompression chamber. A part of him whispered that this was his house now. Jack shoved the thought aside. Presidents loved calling it the people's house, as if it were some modest bungalow instead of a prize men would sell their souls to claim. If hypocrisy left marks, the walls would be black with it. Yet history lingered here too. Monroe declaring America's place on the world stage, Lincoln holding a fractured nation together by sheer will, Teddy Roosevelt's battleship diplomacy, even Vare's cigarette holder defiance during the Depression. The weight of it pressed down harder than any political game. Standing in the hallway, Ryan realized he wasn't just inheriting an office. He was stepping into the shadow of giants. This was the place where Eisenhower had wielded power with such subtlety that few even realized he was pulling the strings. It was where Kennedy had stood firm against Khrushchev, masking a trail of missteps behind a show of strength. And here, Reagan had orchestrated the downfall of America's greatest adversary, only to be mocked for napping through his own presidency. Did the triumphs outweigh the flaws, the messy human imperfections of men who, for just a moment, rose above their limitations? Those fleeting moments were the ones that shaped history, while the rest faded into obscurity, except for the nitpickers who couldn't grasp that perfection was never the point. But this wasn't Jack Ryan's home. The entrance tunnel sloped beneath the East Wing, where the First Lady until recently, Anne Durling, had kept her offices. Officially, the First Lady was just a private citizen, a laughable notion given her army of staffers and influence. The corridors felt more like a museum than a residence, lined with Remington sculptures and portraits of past presidents. Their painted eyes following Ryan with silent judgment. He knew their stories had written about them, dissected their decisions from the safety of hindsight. Now, standing in their shoes, the view was different. From the outside, history was a neat puzzle, pieces laid out for careful study. But inside the White House, it was a relentless barrage of decisions, crises, and consequences hurtling at him from every direction. There was no pause button, no rewind. The men in those portraits had arrived with time to prepare, with advisors and public goodwill. Ryan had none of that. Every word, every choice would be picked apart under the microscope of history, His past raked over for clues about the man he'd been before the Capitol attack thrust him into this role. Privacy was a relic. Even in death, he'd be a subject of debate, his life scrutinized by people who'd never set foot in this gilded cage. The irony wasn't lost on him. So many had clawed their way here, only to find the job a nightmare. At least they'd wanted it. Ryan hadn't. Would history forgive him for that? He doubted it. The weight of the office pressed down, heavier than any crown. The walls might not have bars, but they held him all the same. Jack Ryan hadn't planned on stepping into this role, but here he was thrust into the presidency at a moment when the nation demanded leadership. If he faltered now, history would brand him a failure, despite the fact that he'd never sought the job. It was almost ironic, handed this burden by a man who'd wanted it desperately, now gone. Meanwhile, the Secret Service agents around him seemed to exhale, their tension easing. Must be nice, Ryan mused, a flicker of resentment surfacing. Their duty was to shield him and his family, but his responsibility stretched far beyond to protect them, their families, and millions of others. This way, mister. Oh, President. Price guided him left into a corridor bustling with White House staff, all frozen in place, watching their new commander with quiet scrutiny. Their faces gave nothing away, but Ryan knew the whispers would start the second they were alone, judgments passed in break rooms and hallways. His tie was still askew, his coat damp from the freezing spray that had dusted his hair with a premature frost. As they moved, a staffer suddenly darted off, only to return moments later, weaving through security to hand him a towel. Thanks, Ryan muttered, pausing to dry his hair. Nearby, a photographer scurried backward, snapping shots without restraint. The Secret Service didn't stop him, official White House photographer, then. Wonderful, Ryan thought dryly. My own personal paparazzi. Where are we headed, Andrea? He asked, as they passed the solemn portraits of past leaders, their painted eyes tracking him. The Oval Office, I assume Situation Room. Ryan halted mid-step, towel still in hand. Not yet. I'm not ready for that. Price nodded. Of course, sir. They turned into a cramped foyer with flimsy wood paneling before stepping back outside, no direct path from the residence to the West Wing. That explained why no one had taken his coat. Coffee, Ryan ordered, craving the familiar comfort. The White House mess didn't disappoint a Navy steward, poured his first presidential cup from a gleaming silver pot into fine china, offering a smile that was both polite and genuinely curious. Ryan felt like an exhibit, something to be studied. How long before he adjusted to this gilded cage? The Situation Room was just another space, the chair at the head of the table just another seat. Power was an illusion, he decided, visible in the trappings, but dwarfed by the weight of responsibility. That burden settled over him now, thick as the air in the windowless room. He took a sip of coffee, checking the clock. 11:14 p.m. 90 minutes as president. Roughly the time it took to drive from his old life to this new one, traffic permitting. Where's Arnie? Right here, mister. To President. Arnold Van Dam strode in, a seasoned chief of staff, now serving his third commander-in-chief. His first had resigned in scandal. His second lay dead. Would Ryan break the streak or prove that misfortune truly came in threes? Two old sayings, equally plausible, utterly contradictory. Ryan's gaze locked onto him, heavy with the unspoken question. What now? Solid performance on TV, just the right tone, the chief of staff remarked, settling into the chair across from him. Van Dam looked as composed and capable as ever, though Ryan barely registered the effort it took for a man who'd lost more than he could fathom to maintain that facade. Honestly, I don't even remember half of what I said, Jack admitted, sifting through the haze in his mind. Typical for off-the-cuff remarks, Van Damme conceded with a shrug. But it worked. You've got decent instincts, and you'll need every bit of them. As the steps, Jack asked, bracing himself. Shut down the bank's markets, federal offices at least through the week, maybe longer. Then there's the state funeral for Roger and Anne. National mourning, flags at half-mast for a month. And let's not forget the ambassadors in the chamber, diplomatic chaos on top of everything else. Van Damme waved a hand. Call it housekeeping if you want, but it's got to be done. Who's handling? We've got a protocol office. Jack, Van Damme cut in. They're already buried in paperwork, sorting it out for you. Speechwriters are drafting your official statements. The press will demand FaceTime, meaning you have to step out there. Reassure the public. Project Confidence. When? Ideally within the hour, but we can stall if needed. Say you're tied up, which won't be a lie. You'll get briefed on dos and don'ts before facing the cameras. The networks will play nice for about a week. After that, Van Damme's expression hardened. Then you're the damn president, Jack. Time to act like it. You chose this. The words hit like a slap. Ryan's head snapped back as he caught the hardened stares of the Secret Service agents around him. They weren't just bodyguards now, they were his keepers. The weight of expectation pressed down, as suffocating as the portraits lining the East Wing. They'd protect him, sure, but they wouldn't let him falter. Van Damme would shield him from political landmines. Staff would keep him fed, dressed, caffeinated. But none of them would let him walk away. A prison. Maybe. But the real trap was his own conscience. He could have refused the oath should he have. No. The shame would have eaten him alive. He'd spent his life chasing some impossible standard, his parents' lessons, the core discipline, the ghosts of every risk he'd ever taken. Were these values his compass or his chains? He scanned the room again, searching for answers in their faces. But they didn't know either. Now he was the president, the one giving commands that others would follow, the voice whose every word would be dissected for hidden meanings. He held the power to shape America's path, only to face judgment from those who had never shouldered such responsibility. But titles and speeches didn't define a person, they were just part of the job. Beneath it all had to be a man, or someday, a woman who weighed every decision, striving to do what was right. For Jack Ryan, taking the oath less than 90 minutes ago had been that moment of truth. History's verdict mattered less than the one he'd face in the mirror each morning, staring back at his own shortcomings. The real burden wasn't the office, it was the weight of his own conscience. Meanwhile, Chief McGill surveyed the smoldering wreckage. His team moved carefully. Fires had a way of playing dead, only to roar back when oxygen returned. But his crew knew better than to let their guard down. Hoses were already being coiled, trucks rolling back to their stations. He'd pulled every available unit into this disaster, and now he had to send them home before another crisis erupted elsewhere. Around him, clusters of officials in vinyl jackets, FBI, Secret Service, D. Police aft stood like rival factions, each waiting for someone else to take charge. Instead of organizing, they huddled in their own circles, lost in bureaucratic limbo. McGill almost laughed. Typical. The recovery teams worked faster now, hauling remains to the D. The Suspenseful. He hadn't ventured into the crater yet. No need to see the full horror just yet. Chief, a NetSB agent gestured toward the plane's mangled tail. We need to locate the black box. McGill nodded, waving over 2 firefighters. Just keep your hands off the wreckage. We need everything in place to piece this together. The victims come first, McGill reminded him. The agent grimaced. There stood, "But if you find the flight crew, don't touch them. Call us. They'll be in white uniforms, Japanese. Shoulder stripes." It sounded surreal, but McGill knew better. Crash sites had a cruel irony. Bodies often looked untouched, as if death had slipped in unnoticed. Civilians never expected it how something so solid could be so fragile inside. The aftermath carried a strange kind of mercy. Those left alive wouldn't have to sift through charred remains. But the grim trade-off was staring into the face of someone who could no longer speak. McGill exhaled sharply, motioning for a senior aide to relay the urgent directive. The crews below were already stretched thin. Boo was gone, recovering President Roger Durling's body. Nothing else came close. A dedicated ambulance idled nearby, reserved solely for him. Even First Lady Anne Durling would have to wait. One final delay in a lifetime of them. Across the wreckage, a contractor's crane groaned into position, its steel cables swaying as it prepared to haul away the shattered stone slabs that had once framed the podium. Under the unforgiving floodlights, the scene looked eerily like a child's abandoned building blocks, stripped of their bright markings. Government buildings buzzed with uncharacteristic midnight activity, senior officials pouring in like ants to a spill. The State Department was no exception. VIP slots, usually empty at this hour, now overflowed. Security teams scrambled too, though the logic was shaky. Guns wouldn't stop whatever had happened here, but protocol demanded their presence anyway. Some of the armed guards exchanged weary glances, already calculating overtime pay. At least they'd be compensated, unlike the bigwigs racing in from Chevy Chase or Virginia, who just cluster in hushed circles upstairs. Then there was him, parking in the basement, swiping his keycard for the private elevator. Unlike the others, he wasn't here for hand-wringing or hollow speeches. Ed Keelty had handed him a mission, one that had gnawed at him the entire drive from Great Falls. Loyalty, that's what he told himself this was. Ed had plucked him from obscurity, polished him into a State Department fixture. Without those Harvard days, the beers, the borrowed prestige of weekends on the Keelty family's waterfront estate, he'd have capped out as a mid-level bureaucrat. Funny how life worked. A scholarship kid from nowhere, suddenly rubbing elbows with old money royalty. The elevator chimed. Values. That word echoed as the doors slid open. Loyalty was a virtue, right? Even if it meant ignoring the whisper in his gut that called this betrayal. But treason? No. The Constitution defined that as aiding enemies, and Ed Keelty, for all his flaws, wasn't that. Was he? The gold-lettered title on his office door, once Deputy Assistant Secretary, now streamlined, glinted in the hallway light. A small, bitter laugh escaped him. How far he'd come. How much he owed. And tonight, how much he stood to lose. In a fair world, Clifton Rutledge, too, would have been a strong contender to climb even higher in the political ranks after all. Wasn't his grasp of foreign policy just as sharp as anyone else on the State Department's 7th floor? Absolutely. And none of it would have been possible without his early allegiance to Ed Keelty. Those high-powered gatherings, the strategic conversations that propelled him forward, the carefully placed investments, none of it was accidental. He'd never crossed ethical lines, but let's just say his financial advisor had an uncanny knack for picking winning stocks. That foresight had secured him a sprawling mansion in Great Falls, Virginia, and ensured his son Clifton Rutledge III didn't need a scholarship to attend Harvard. No, the Rutledge name carried weight now, far beyond his father's blue-collar roots. Loyalty had its perks, and Rutledge knew he owed Keelty, though part of him wondered if failure tonight might actually be a blessing in disguise. Sorry, Ed, couldn't find it. The thought flickered through his mind as he lingered by his office door, listening for the rhythmic pacing of the security guards. 2 roam the floor, their movements predictable. The 7th floor wasn't exactly Fort Knox visitors needed escorts, even during the day, but after hours, access tightened. Elevators required key cards, and an extra guard monitored the banks. Timing was everything. Rutledge checked his watch, counting the intervals between footsteps. 10 seconds apart. Perfect. He forced a casual smile as the guard approached. "Evening, Wally. Rough night, huh?" The guard nodded. "Need a favor, could you grab some coffee from the cafeteria? No secretaries around to fire up the machines. Have them set it up in the conference room. Meeting's starting soon." Wally didn't hesitate. "Be back in 5, sir." The moment the guard turned the corner, Rutledge moved. The Secretary of State's office doors swung open without resistance. Lights flickered on as he stepped inside. Farrakhan Iweka. Part of him hoped the document would be locked away in Brett Hansen's vault failure. Would be cleaner that way. But Brett was notoriously absent-minded, the kind of man who left his car unlocked unless his wife reminded him. If the file wasn't secured, it had to be in one of 2 places. The desk drawer yielded nothing but scattered pens and paper clips. 1 minute down. Then his eyes landed on the desktop. "That's too easy." A dry chuckle escaped him. "They're classic, Brett." Nestled against the leather trim of the desk blotter, an unassuming white envelope caught Cliff Rutledge's eye, addressed to the Secretary of State, but lacking a postage stamp. Handling it carefully by the edges, he noted it was unsealed. With a flick of the flap, he slid out a single typed page. "Your SP stuff." That's when the reality hit him like a winter draft. Until now, this had all been hypothetical. He could still slide the letter back, walk away, and pretend none of it happened: the phone call, the late-night office visit, the gnawing suspicion. 2 minutes tops. Would Brett have logged it? Doubtful. The man had too much class for that. Ed had resigned with dignity, and Brett, ever the gentleman, would have accepted it with a handshake and that solemn look of his. 2:15 on the clock. Decision made. Rutledge slipped the letter into his jacket, killed the lights, and stepped into the hallway, pausing just shy of his own office door. He counted 30 steady breaths before calling out, "Hey, George." "Evening, mister." Rutledge. "Sent Wally for coffee." "Tevatues Leiden. Self." "Sure is, sir." "The rumors, are they true about Brett?" "Yeah. Looks like he didn't make it. Damn shame. Better lock his office." "I just checked and on it." George fished out his keys, shaking his head. Man never took security seriously. "Last month I caught his vault wide open, handle turned, dial untouched. Guess luck ran out." Rutledge forced a grim chuckle. "That's the irony, isn't it? The higher you climb, the more you forget the basics." The sheer artistry of it left him breathless. Pulled it off. The answer, for now, flickered across every news channel, the camera crews obsessively zooming in on that tail fin. He knew that red crane emblem intimately. Years ago, he'd orchestrated an op that sent a similar bird spiraling into flames. A pang of regret? Yatribe, vexe? But envy burned hotter. This should have been his masterpiece. As one of the world's most formidable, yes, he savored the word terrorist. In the privacy of his thoughts, it stung to be upstaged by some reckless amateur. The irony wasn't lost on him. Decades of meticulous planning, orchestrating chaos, only for some lone wolf to steal the spotlight with a single devastating act. His mind raced through the variables. Solo operator. Maybe 2. Probably 1. History proved it time and again. One determined soul, willing to die for whatever cause, could outmaneuver an entire battalion. This one had skills, access, and dumb luck on his side. The real challenge: finding the right people. Loyalty was a dying currency. Too many loose lips, too little conviction. The pool of true believers, those with the discipline, the hunger, the willingness to stare down death, was drying up. He exhaled sharply. The game was changing and not in his favor. The ranks of his most loyal followers were thinning, and he knew it. Unlike those around him, he had always possessed sharper instincts and greater foresight. He'd personally taken part in 3 critical missions, not because he enjoyed it, but because he recognized the necessity. While he had the resolve to do what was required, he had no desire to relive those moments. The stakes were simply too high. It wasn't fear of consequences that troubled him. It was the futility of it all. A dead extremist was just as lifeless as his victims, and corpses couldn't carry out future operations. Martyrdom was a risk he'd accepted, never a goal he pursued. What he truly wanted was victory to be remembered, not as a footnote in history, but as a liberator, a conqueror whose name echoed through time. The operation replaying on his bedroom TV had been executed flawlessly, yet most would only recall it as a horrific tragedy. Not the work of a man, but something like a force of nature brilliant in its execution, yet politically meaningless. That was the flaw in a lone fanatic's grand gesture. Luck alone wasn't enough. There had to be purpose, a tangible outcome. It had led to nothing. A waste. He took a slow sip of orange juice, letting the tartness ground him. Had anything like this ever happened before? The historical assassins had managed to destabilize regimes, but back then, removing a single leader could topple an empire. Today, kill a president, a prime minister, even one of those stubborn monarchs clinging to power, and another figure would step forward instantly. The system absorbed the blow. But this was different. There was no cabinet rallying behind a successor, no unified front of grim-faced officials projecting strength. If only something greater had been in place when that plane went down, then this masterpiece of destruction might have actually mattered. The missed opportunity gnawed at him. If only the pilot had shared his plans. But martyrs didn't work that way, did they? They acted alone, died alone, and in their solitary triumph, they failed. Or maybe not. The aftermath still lingered. Mr. Sen to Sevelers R2. A Secret Service agent held out the phone. Normally, a Navy aide would handle it, but the security detail wasn't taking chances. FBI, sir. Jack Ryan lifted the receiver. Yes. Dan Murray here. The familiar voice almost made him smile. They went way back. Murray probably wanted to greet him casually, but protocol held him back. Too many eyes watching, too much risk of seeming like he was currying favor. Another reminder that even friends kept their distance now. What is it, Dan? Sorry to interrupt, but we need direction on who's leading the investigation. Right now it's chaos on the Hill and unity of command, Jack muttered. He didn't need to ask why Murray was calling him. Everyone who should handle this was gone. What's the protocol? Tougher, honestly. There isn't one, Murray admitted. The tension in his voice was unmistakable. Jack hesitated to impose on Dan Murray, a man who had once been a close friend and might still be under different circumstances. But duty demanded action. Multiple jurisdictions involved. Jack asked, already knowing the answer. Every last one, Murray replied, his voice tight. Guess we're calling it terrorism. Feels familiar, doesn't it? Jack forced a dry chuckle. Too familiar. The formality of Sir stung, but there was no time for sentiment. Jack's gaze swept the room before he made his call. FBI takes point on this. You're in charge, pick your best to run the operation. Murray hesitated, caught off guard. Jack, I'm not the most senior. I don't care about seniority. Jack cut in. I know you. You're acting director until further notice. The weight of the promotion hung in the silence. Across the table, Andrea Price bristled. Sir, the Secret Service has jurisdiction over. They've got the resources, Jack interrupted. And we need one clear chain of command. Fast resolution. Arnie Van Dam leaned in. We'll need a commission, no, Jack said flatly. No politicians, no delays. Justice Department oversees it. Andrea, find the sharpest investigator in the service to back Murray up. We handle this internally like we actually trust the people we've hired to do their jobs. A flicker of approval passed between Price and Van Dam, but Jack's brief satisfaction shattered as his eyes landed on the bank of TVs. 4 screens, one grim image. A body bag carried down the Capitol steps, illuminated by a photographer's flash. The firefighters' exhausted faces said everything the bag concealed: gender, age, importance, irrelevant now. The cameras panned to the ambulance, its doors gaping open to reveal a stack of identical bags. The professionals moved with quiet reverence, handing off the dead before turning back for the next. The room froze. Coffee cups clinked, breaths held. No one spoke. The polished table became a focal point for stares too raw for tears. Jack's fatigue hit like a truck, adrenaline from the attack, fear for his family, grief for the lost, all crashing down. What's next? He asked, voice rough. The words hung in the air, heavy as the bodies still waiting in the Capitol. Ryan felt hollowed out, his limbs heavy, as if his coat sleeves were lined with lead weights. Lifting his head took more effort than he could muster. The clock read 11:35 p.m., capping off a brutal day that had started before dawn at 4:10 a.m., hours packed with interviews about a job he'd barely held for 8 minutes before being thrust into an unimaginable role. The adrenaline that had kept him going had long since drained away, leaving him even more drained from its fleeting high. His bleary eyes scanned the room, settling on one urgent question. Where do I sleep tonight? Not here. Not in a dead man's bed, surrounded by remnants of a life violently cut short. He needed his family as kids, probably deep in dreamland by now, blissfully unaware of the chaos. And Kathy. Her embrace was his anchor, the one thing he could cling to in a world spinning wildly out of control. The Secret Service agents exchanged glances, their confusion palpable, until Andrea Price took charge, her voice sharp with authority. During barracks? 8th and I? Ryan gave a weary nod. For now, yeah. Price keyed her radio, her words clipped. Wardsman is moving. Bring the cars to West Entrance. The details sprang into motion, coats unbuttoned, hands drifting toward holsters as they moved. We'll cut you loose by 5, Van Dam said, eyeing Ryan's exhaustion. Get some rest. Ryan's response was a vacant stare before he stepped out, barely registering the usher draping an unfamiliar coat over his shoulders. The armored Suburban swallowed him into its back seat, the convoy rolling out instantly, 1 lead vehicle, 3 trailing, a bubble of steel and urgency. He could shut his eyes against the flashing lights, but the sirens pierced through, a relentless reminder of the night's carnage. Downtown streets lay eerily empty, cleared by police, the motorcade slicing eastward until the Marine barracks loomed ahead. Every light blazed, every Marine stood armed and alert, salutes snapping like gunshots. The historic residence, spared by the British in 1814, now housed another kind of siege. Colonel Porter met them on the porch, his stance rigid. Mr. President, your family's secure upstairs. We've got a rifle company on perimeter and reinforcements en route. Price cut in media. Porter shook his head. Not my priority. Only personnel within 200 meters. Ryan barely heard, already striding inside, returning salutes on autopilot. The stairs were a gauntlet of armed escorts, Price, agents, Marines, until at 11:54 he pushed into the bedroom. Kathy turned, her face a mask of disbelief. Jack. Her voice cracked. It's really true? He nodded, sinking beside her. The kids. Out cold, she whispered. The silence between them stretched, heavy with everything unsaid. Kathy turned to her husband, searching his face for confirmation of the unthinkable. So it's true. The president is gone? Jack's weary nod was all the answer she needed. I barely had the chance to meet him properly, she murmured, feeling the weight of the moment settle between them. Decent man, Jack replied, his fingers fumbling with his tie as if the simple act required monumental effort. His children are at the White House, still asleep. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do, so I came here. He let out a slow breath, glancing toward the stairs. Better not to wake the kids. Truthfully, he wasn't sure he could manage another step himself. Then now? Kathy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I need sleep. They'll be knocking at 5. But what happens next? Jack shook his head, stripping off his suit with the exhaustion of a man who had already lived 3 days in one. No idea. He collapsed into bed, clinging to the faint hope that morning might bring clarity where the night had only deepened the fog. Sleep came in fits, a fleeting escape before a soft knock jolted him awake. For a disoriented second, Jack lay there, blinking at the unfamiliar ceiling. The fragments of a chaotic dream lingered. Maybe none of it was real, but reality crashed back in fast. He wasn't home. The storm had thrown him into this surreal new world, and there was no going back. He dragged himself up, feet hitting the cold floor as he shuffled to the door. Yeah, I'm awake, he muttered, then realized with mild irritation that he'd have to actually open it. No ensuite bathroom here. Morning, mister. President, greeted a young Secret Service agent, holding out a bathrobe. Jack stared at it, recognizing the fabric. Oz own. Behind the agent, a Marine stood at attention, sidearm strapped to his hip. Jack almost smirked, had there been some midnight showdown between the service and the Corps over who got to babysit the new president. We, gathered some essentials for you last night, the agent murmured, handing over Kathy's worn maroon robe. Jack's stomach tightened. Someone had broken into their house, bypassed the alarm, rummaged through their things, all while they slept unaware. He set the robe on the bed before being directed down the hall to another room. Inside, 4 freshly pressed suits hung waiting, shirts lined up like soldiers, a rainbow of ties at attention. The precision was almost comical if it weren't so painfully earnest. The staff was scrambling to smooth every wrinkle in his path, right down to the mirror shine on his shoes. A hot shower eased the stiffness in his shoulders, the steam fogging the mirror just enough to spare him his own exhausted reflection. By 5:20, he was dressed, shaved, and descending the stairs ready or not for whatever came next. Peering through the window, Jack noticed a squad of Marines in full camouflage standing watch on the quad, their breath visible in the chilly morning air. Inside, the staff snapped to attention as he walked by. While he and his family might have stolen a few hours of rest, it was clear no one else had effect. He mentally filed away as the aroma of coffee pulled him toward the kitchen. Attention on deck. The sergeant major's command was hushed, mindful of the sleeping children upstairs. For the first time since last night's tense dinner, Jack allowed himself a small smile. At ease, Marines. He moved toward the coffee pot, but a sharp-eyed corporal intercepted him, preparing his usual blend with just the right splash of cream and sugar before handing it over. "The team's waiting in the dining room, sir," the sergeant major informed him. The staff looked exhausted, their tired eyes and rumpled clothes making Jack momentarily self-conscious about his freshly showered appearance. Then he spotted the stack of reports they'd compiled overnight. "Morning, Mr. President." Andrea Price greeted him as the others started to rise. Jack motioned for them to stay seated and zeroed in on Dan Murray. "What do we have?" Murray didn't mince words. "The pilot's body was recovered 2 hours ago, confirmed as Sato, just as we expected. Highly experienced. No sign of the co-pilot yet. Toxicology's pending, but drugs seem unlikely. MITS has the black box. They pulled it around 4 a.m., and it's under review. So far, we've accounted for just over 200 victims." Price interjected quietly. "No sign of President Durling." Jack exhaled. "That section of the building, it's a wreck. They're waiting for daylight to sift through the worst of it. Survivors. Only 3 confirmed in that wing when the plane hit." Ryan clenched his jaw. The numbers mattered, but they didn't change anything. "What else do we know?" Murray flipped through his notes. "The jet took off from Vancouver International, filed a bogus flight plan for London, then doubled back toward D. After crossing Canadian airspace. Once stateside, the pilot faked an emergency claim to be a Clem charter, headed to Orlando. AT had no reason to doubt him until it was too late." A new voice cut in Ed Hutchins from the NITSB. "He played the system perfectly, sir. Simulated a mechanical failure, got rerouted to Andrews, and from there? The capital was a 60-second flight away." Price added grimly, "One of our guys got a stinger off." Hutchins scoffed. "Against a 747. Might as well have thrown a paper airplane." Jack turned to Scott Adler. "What's Japan saying?" Adler rubbed his temples. "Neff total shock. Their prime minister called after you went to bed. Sounded like he'd been through hell himself. Wants to fly over and apologize in person." Arnie Van Dam raised an eyebrow. "You sure that's wise, Jack?" Ryan's reply was sharp. "Does anyone honestly think this was intentional?" Price hesitated. "We don't have proof either way." Murray confirmed, "No explosives on board." The room fell silent, the weight of the unanswered questions pressing down like the dawn outside. Ryan set his coffee cup down with a weary sigh. The corporal immediately topped it off without being asked. "This whole mess will probably trace back to 1 or 2 extremists. It always does," Ryan muttered. Hutchins gave a slow nod, his decades of aviation disaster experience showing in the deep lines of his face. Even a small explosive payload wouldn't have strained a 747's capacity, and the damage would have been catastrophic. But this? Just a tragic accident fueled by 80 tons of jet fuel doing what jet fuel does. Price cut in sharply. "We're jumping the gun here. They webble is poor." Adler ran a hand through his hair. "Their government didn't sanction this. Their PM sounded devastated on the call. Their media's in an uproar. If someone over there orchestrated this, trust me, they'll dig them out faster than we could." Murray gave a dark chuckle. "Their version of justice moves quicker than ours. Andrea's right too soon for conclusions, but this reeks of chaos, not conspiracy." He let the words hang before adding, "And let's not forget who actually built nukes first." The room went still, the coffee in their cups suddenly tasting bitter. The firefighter stumbled over the body purely by accident, his exhaustion making every movement sluggish. After 7 straight hours sifting through wreckage, the horror had numbed him. Corpses were just objects now. A child's remains might have broken through the haze, or maybe a young woman's, But this was just another broken man in a shredded white shirt with 3 stripes on each shoulder. He waved over his lieutenant, who flagged down an FBI agent nursing a cold cup of coffee. Found another one. Weird spot, but... Yeah, weird, the agent muttered, snapping time-stamped photos before marking the location in her notebook. She nudged the body with her boot, revealing a jagged shard of glass beneath. Through her camera's viewfinder, the scene sharpened the gap in the marble railing above, the scattered aircraft parts nearby. And Nitsby investigator was deep in conversation with her fire department contact, so she had to wave him down 3 times before he noticed. "What have you got?" he asked, polishing his glasses. She pointed. "Check the shirt." "Crew member, maybe the pilot," he said, then froze. His finger hovered over a precise hole near the pocket, ringed in rust-colored stain. The agent clicked on her flashlight. Dried blood, no question. A detail no one had mentioned yet. The edges of the hole were too clean, too deliberate. Not crash damage. Something else entirely. The bitter cold had plunged the temperature below 20 degrees, turning the crime scene into a frozen tableau. The victim's body had been exposed to the brutal elements immediately after impact. The blood around the severed neck already crystallized into a grotesque, plum-colored ice. The stains on the shirt, however, had dried before the cold could claim them. "Leave the body as it is," she instructed the firefighter, her voice steady despite the chill that drained the color from her face. A former local cop turned FBI agent. She knew the drill, but the cold was relentless. "First time handling a crash scene?" the TSB investigator asked, misreading her pallor. She gave a tight nod. "First crash, but not my first homicide." Without hesitation, she grabbed her radio to summon backup. This wasn't just an accident. It demanded a full forensic team. Meanwhile, the White House buzzed with urgency as telegrams poured in from governments worldwide. The important ones took priority. Togo could wait. "Interior and Commerce are already here, prepping for the cabinet meeting," Van Dam reported as Ryan skimmed the messages, multitasking. "Joint Chiefs and their deputies are ready to assess national security threat status?" Jack cut in, barely glancing up. Just yesterday, he'd been National Security Advisor. The world hadn't shifted that much overnight. "Clear," Scott Adler confirmed. "DC's locked down," Murray added. "Essential personnel only. National Guards deployed figured we'd need extra hands on the Hill. And let's face it, those firefighters could use a break." Ryan rubbed his tired eyes. Maybe Kathy was right. Maybe he did need glasses. A schedule for morning interviews lay before him. CNN, CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, each slot carefully allotted. No grand speeches yet, just calm reassurances to a nervous public sipping their coffee. "Stick to soft questions," Van Dam advised. "People just need to know someone's steering the ship." Ryan's gaze lingered on the Belgian dispatch before he sighed. "How long until we get real answers?" Murray offered a half smile. "Investigations don't run on schedules, Jack. But we'll get there." A heavier silence followed. "Naxer's family?" Ryan asked quietly. Still asleep." "They're here, but..." The unspoken truth hung in the air. Movers were likely already en route. The White House wasn't theirs anymore, and the nation needed its new occupant to settle in without ghosts. Jack understood this wasn't cruelty, just cold, hard necessity. The government would have grief counselors ready to shepherd the family through their loss, applying every clinical technique known to modern psychology. But national interests took precedence. Even America, with all its sentimental ideals, couldn't afford to linger when the gears of progress needed turning. Ryan knew his own departure from the White House would follow the same impersonal script, whether by election or circumstance. Once, Former presidents had strolled down to Union Station after their successors swearing in, buying a one-way ticket like any ordinary citizen. These days, military transports whisked them away, while professional packers handled their belongings. The kids would leave behind schoolyards and friendships, returning to California to piece together some semblance of normalcy. Business or not, the clinical efficiency of it all made Jack's stomach turn as he absently traced the letterhead of the Belgian dispatch. How much simpler everything would have been if that plane had missed the Capitol dome. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd comforted grieving children before, but never while simultaneously uprooting their entire existence. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. Not his fault, but damn sure his responsibility. The telegram's contents pulled him back twice. In 30 years, America had bailed out this obscure European speck on the map, then bound it to NATO's protective embrace. Most Americans couldn't point to Belgium on a globe if their lives depended on it. Yet here they were, connected by spilled blood and shared history. Flawed as his nation might be, prone to missteps and moments of heartless pragmatism, its ledger still showed more good than bad. The world owed much to that balance, which was precisely why these ruthless calculations kept happening. Across town, Inspector Patrick O'Day welcomed the winter chill, gnawing at his bones. 3 decades in law enforcement had exposed him to every variety of human carnage, his baptism being that sweltering Mississippi, May when Klan bombs turned a Sunday school into a charnel house. At least the freezing temperatures here spared him the putrid stench of decomposition. He deliberately avoided climbing the bureaucratic ladder. Inspector sounded fancy, but really meant they dumped him on complex cases from D.C. to Des Moines. Unlike his old academy buddy Tony Caruso, now perched in some plush Washington office with assistant director stripes, Pat preferred dirt under his nails to paper pushing. Caruso's polished Oxfords crunched on frost as he joined O'Day over the corpse. "Your gut says?" he asked, breath fogging in the pre-dawn gloom. Forensic techs circled like vultures, their portable lamps casting grotesque shadows. "Dead before the bird ever left the tarmac," O'Day muttered. They watched a silver-haired lab specialist probe the chest wound, knowing the precise time of death would remain elusive until temperature algorithms finished their digital dance. "Straight through the heart," Caruso murmured, suppressing a shudder. Some horrors never got easier, no matter how many stars adorned your collar. The knife's work was almost surgical, a single brutal punctuation mark in what was clearly a much longer story. The loss of life, whether one person or 1,000, carried the same weight, each number representing a story cut short. "We identified the pilot," O'Day confirmed with a nod. 3 stripes mean he was the co-pilot, and the evidence points to murder. Could be just one person behind this. Caruso turned to the NASB supervisor. "What's the usual crew count on these flights?" 2, came the reply. "Older models had a flight engineer, but newer ones don't bother. Long hauls might get a backup pilot, but these planes practically fly themselves now. Engines rarely fail." The lab tech signaled for the body bag team before rejoining the group. "You want the preliminary findings?" "Absolutely," Caruso said. Victim was dead before impact, no crash-related bruising. The chest wound was older, and there's barely any blood. Seat belt marks. Missing. Just some scrapes and deep cuts. My guess? He was killed mid-flight, strapped in his seat. Post-mortem lividity drained the blood downward, and when the plane hit, his legs were torn off. That's why there's so little blood left. Rough estimate. He'd been dead at least 3 hours before the crash. Geddes handed over a wallet. "Here's his ID." Poor guy. Doesn't look like he was involved. O'Day raised an eyebrow. "Any chance you're wrong?" Geddes didn't flinch. Doubt it, Pat. Time of death might be off by an hour or two, but he wasn't alive when that plane went down. Bet my career on it. Caruso exhaled in relief. This simplified things no tangled conspiracy. Just one deranged individual behind the controls. Of course, conspiracy theories would still swirl for decades, but the evidence pointed to a lone actor, skilled or not, sane or not. Get this to Murray, Caruso ordered. He's with the president. O'Day headed to his diesel pickup, probably the only one in town with a police light jammed into the cigarette lighter. Some things weren't meant for radio transmission, encrypted or not. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Jackson changed into his wrinkled mess jacket, the navy blue wool doing its best to hide the travel creases. His rows of ribbons and gold wings still drew attention, at least. As the KC-10 approached Andrews, someone muttered, "Jesus, look at that," and suddenly everyone crowded the windows. Dawn's light mixed with the glow from the ground, revealing the Capitol altered, damaged, far more visceral than the news footage they'd seen before leaving Hawaii. 5 minutes later, the plane touched down, the reality of what lay ahead sinking in deeper than any briefing ever could. The top brass stepped onto a 1st Helicopter Squadron chopper, bound for the Pentagon's landing zone. The slower, lower flight path offered a gut-wrenching view of the devastation below. "Holy hell," Dave Seaton muttered through the headset. "Did anyone make it out in one piece?" Robbie hesitated, his mind racing. Wonder where Jack was when it all went down. He recalled an old British military toast to bloody wars and miserable campaigns. A dark joke about promotions through tragedy. Plenty would climb the ranks after today, but no one wanted it like this, especially not his best friend, lost somewhere in that shattered city. Inspector O'Day noticed the Marines looked jumpy as he pulled up on 8th Street Southeast. The barracks were locked down tight, every entrance blocked by parked cars and makeshift barriers. He climbed out, flashing his FBI badge at a wary sergeant. "Need to get inside, meeting with Murray." The Marine scrutinized his ID. "You'll have to check your weapon, sir." "Orders." O'Day handed over his fanny pack containing his S&W 1007-6 and extra mags. "No backup today, just paperwork and bad news." "How many troops you got here?" "2 companies, plus another setting up near the White House." O'Day almost laughed. Perfect timing bolting the door after the horse had not only escaped, but trampled the barn. A young lieutenant, clearly bored stiff, escorted him across the quad. Marines lurked in every shadow, rifles at the ready, even a heavy machine gun pointed at the sky. "Ma'am, overkill hippolyte come." "Maybe." But after today, nobody was taking chances. Another officer stopped them to recheck his ID. "Mees is seriously." They'd be deploying tanks next. Murray met him on the porch, tension etched in his face. "Well, we're Retraveler." "Got something you'll want to hear," O'Day said, following him inside. The breakfast room was packed. Ryan, Price, Van Dam, all waiting. "Spent the morning on the Hill," O'Day began. "We've got a lead. Preliminary, but solid." Price leaned in. "How solid?" "You know the drill. No smoking gun yet, but the pieces fit. We're running IDs, though it's messy, no head, hands shredded. Not case closed, but close enough to act." Ryan glanced around. "Can we go public?" Van Dam cut in before anyone else could speak. "Absolutely not. It's unconfirmed, and people aren't ready to hear it." O'Day exchanged a look with Murray. "Make happens, Kangs." To them, facts were tools for justice. To Van Dam, they were grenades, best left unpinned, at least until the spin doctors had their say. Arnie's past was a mystery. Had he ever been a father? The thought crossed their minds, imagining a child left waiting for food that never came. Meanwhile, Ryan exchanged a loaded glance with his chief of staff, a silent conversation passing between them. The so-called black box was nothing fancy, just a high-tech tape recorder wired to the cockpit, gathering data from flight controls and capturing every word spoken by the crew. Japan Airlines, being state-operated, spared no expense on equipment, and their flight data recorder was fully digital, ensuring crisp, immediate playback. A senior technician made a high-speed backup of the original tape before locking it away, leaving him to work with the copy. A Japanese interpreter stood nearby, just in case. Initial scan shows everything normal, no mechanical failures, an analyst reported, eyes fixed on the screen. Smooth turns, steady engines. Textbook flying. Until here. He tapped the display. That's where he veers sharply from 067 to 196 before leveling out again. The cockpit voice recordings revealed nothing unusual, just routine exchanges with air traffic control. Let's rewind to the start, another tech suggested. The tape looped continuously, standard for long-haul flights, and it took a few minutes to locate the end of the previous flight. The recordings were mundane crew chatter in Japanese, ground communications in English, until the plane parked at the gate. Then silence. 2 minutes of dead air before the cycle reset with pre-flight checks. The interpreter, an NSA officer in plain clothes, listened intently. The audio was sharp switch clicks, instrument hums, even the co-pilot's steady breathing. Then a hitch in the rhythm. "Stop," the officer ordered. "Go back." There's another voice, faint. He strained to hear. "Bex de Playvelaire." Pilot. Door just shut. The checklist resumed, but then a sharp intake of breath. "Oh God. Mazin say. Rewind it." The FBI agent, unnoticed, slipped on a second headset. Neither man had experienced anything like this before. The sickening thud of impact, the choked gasp, the wet gurgle of a life slipping away. Then a voice, "I am very sorry to do this." The final exhale. Mid-air silence. "Play it again," the agent demanded. The officer's face was pale. "That's the pilot, Sato," an TT analyst confirmed. The other voice was the co-pilot. "Not anymore." The co-pilot's channel was now just static and distant hums. They'd replay the tape endlessly, dissecting every second, but the truth was undeniable. The investigation would drag on for months, but the case was already closed. In less than 9 hours, they'd heard murder. Washington's streets felt unnaturally deserted. Ryan knew how the capital should look at this hour, a chaotic snarl of traffic, packed with government workers, lobbyists, congressional aides, and the endless swarm of lawyers and support staff that kept the city running. But today was different. Every intersection was guarded by metropolitan police cruisers or National Guard trucks in dull camouflage, turning the city into something resembling a holiday ghost town. Most vehicles were moving away from Capitol Hill, not toward it, with curious onlookers redirected blocks from their intended destination. The presidential motorcade rolled up Pennsylvania Avenue, Jack once again seated in the armored Suburban, flanked by Marines and Secret Service. Morning sunlight spilled over the skyline, revealing something unsettling: the absence of destruction beyond the precise strike zone. The 747 had left the surrounding trees untouched, its devastation concentrated solely on its target. Cranes now worked methodically, hauling chunks of rubble from what had once been the house chamber, loading them onto waiting trucks. Only a handful of fire trucks remained. The immediate crisis had passed, but the grim aftermath lingered. As the Suburban descended Constitution Avenue, Ryan stole a final glance at the Capitol through the tinted windows. Joggers, undeterred by the roadblocks, had gathered near the mall, their usual morning routine interrupted. Some turned to watch his vehicle pass, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief before they resumed murmuring among themselves, gesturing toward the wreckage. The Secret Service agents beside him tensed, scanning the crowd as if expecting an ambush. Speeding through Washington was surreal, part tactical necessity, part grim acknowledgement that time was no longer a luxury. Ryan wasn't just heading toward his duties. He was racing toward a responsibility he'd never truly wanted. Just days ago, he'd accepted the vice presidency as an exit strategy, a way to finally step away from public service. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd spent his entire life unable to walk away, not out of bravery, but because saying no felt like cowardice. His conscience had always dragged him back, forcing him into roles he despised. "It'll be okay," Van Damme offered, misreading his silence. Ryan didn't bother correcting him. The Roosevelt Room, named for Teddy, was adorned with relics of a diplomatic past, including the Nobel Peace Prize for mediating the Russo-Japanese War, an achievement historians now viewed as a catalyst for future conflicts. The irony of its display wasn't lost on Jack. The room itself was practical, used for mid-sized meetings and conveniently close to the Oval Office. Getting there, however, proved unexpectedly difficult. The White House's cramped hallways were swarming with Secret Service, though, at least here, their weapons stayed out of sight. That small mercy was something. Ryan moved through the corridors, flanked by a dozen unfamiliar faces, fresh agents added to his security detail, each one a stark reminder of how drastically his world had shifted. Swordsman let out an irritated huff under his breath. The once routine protection detail, which had sometimes even felt light-hearted in the past, now weighed on him like an anchor. "What's next?" Jack muttered. An agent gestured toward an open door, revealing the White House makeup artist, a woman in her late 50s with a well-worn leather kit. Despite his years in front of cameras as national security advisor, Jack had never warmed to the ritual. He forced himself to stay still as she dabbed liquid foundation onto his face, her hands trembling slightly. The silence between them was heavy until he finally spoke. "I liked him too." Her fingers paused and she met his gaze. "He was always kind," she whispered. "Hated this just as much as you do, but he never let it show. Always had a joke ready. Sometimes I'd even do the kids' makeup, they loved it, especially the boy." Her voice cracked. "It's okay," Ryan said gently, taking her hand. For the first time since stepping into this role, he felt a real connection, not just the suffocating formality of the staff. "Met the tavern. Your name?" "Mary Abbott," she answered, blinking back tears. "How long have you been here?" "Since the Carter administration." She dabbed at her eyes, regaining composure. Jack offered a faint smile. "Maybe I should be asking you for advice." She shook her head. "Oh, I wouldn't know the first thing about that." "Neither do I," he admitted. "Guess we're both figuring it out." The makeup chair was replaced by a sturdy wooden one under hot studio lights that turned the room stifling. A technician clipped a microphone to his tie with careful precision, every movement scrutinized by watchful Secret Service agents. Andrea Price stood in the doorway, her sharp gaze sweeping over the crew like a hawk. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Even the seasoned TV crew moved deliberately, keeping their hands visible. 2 minutes, the producer announced. The CNN correspondent leaned in. "Get any sleep last night?" Jack exhaled. "Not nearly enough." His fingers tightened in his lap. How was he supposed to act? "Is solemn." The towel shattered. "Determined." The questions gnawed at him. "What tamen tivam?" He straightened his posture, bracing himself. The camera light blinked on. 8 minutes past the hour. Live from the White House with President John Ryan, the correspondent began. Mr. President, it's been an exhausting night, hasn't it? Ryan nodded. That's an understatement. What can you share with the public? Search efforts are ongoing, he replied, voice steady. President Durling's remains haven't been recovered yet. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken grief. The FBI is currently leading the investigation with support from other federal agencies, Ryan explained. When pressed for updates, he remained cautious. We'll share more details later today, but it's premature to draw conclusions right now. Though the reporter had been thoroughly briefed, his frustration was evident. Why the FBI instead of the Secret Service? Ryan cut off the jurisdictional debate. This isn't about agency rivalries. We need swift action, and the FBI has the resources to deliver results. The conversation shifted when asked about the new acting FBI director. Dan Murray's stepping in, Ryan confirmed. He's a seasoned agent who worked closely with Director Shaw. I've known him for years, one of the most capable professionals in law enforcement. Nearby, a security detail member groaned as Ryan accidentally revealed their temporary residence at the Marine barracks, undermining their carefully maintained secrecy. It made sense, Ryan shrugged. I served in the Corps, felt like coming home. Elsewhere, an intelligence officer sipped his coffee, recalling past operations against American forces. The thought of targeting the barracks flickered through his mind before he dismissed it as impractical. Meanwhile, John Clark and Domingo Chavez discussed Ryan over breakfast. He's sharper than people think, Chavez remarked to his fiancée Patsy, who listened intently. Clark added, Don't let the quiet demeanor fool you. He stands his ground when it counts. The exchange left Clark uneasy, realizing how deeply their lives had intertwined with Ryan's. Back at the press briefing, Ryan adjusted under the harsh lights, resisting the urge to rub at his makeup. The exhaustion of the long night weighed on him, but there was no time to show it. Every word mattered now. President Ryan fought to keep his composure, though the subtle twitches in his face betrayed his nerves. He prayed the cameras wouldn't pick up on them. Barry, I wish I could give you more, he said, his fingers laced tightly together. But right now, we just don't have all the answers. When we do, you'll be the first to know. Until then, speculation won't help anyone. The CNN reporter nodded sympathetically. Long day ahead, sir. Ryan exhaled sharply. For all of us, Barry. As the red light flicked off and the Atlanta studio's voiceover kicked in, Ryan muttered, Good job. Thanks. The door swung open, and Arnie Van Dam barged in, nudging past Andrea Price, an act few could get away with when dealing with the Secret Service. Solid answers, Arnie said briskly. Stick to the script, keep it tight. Next came Mrs. Abbott, fussing over Ryan's appearance like a stylist prepping a Hollywood star. Her delicate fingers adjusted his hair with a small brush, and for a fleeting moment, Ryan thought back to his high school prom. Had anyone ever cared this much about his unruly black hair back then? Under different circumstances, he might have laughed. Then came the kibbuth anchor, a sharp woman in her mid-30s, who proved brilliance and beauty weren't mutually exclusive. After a few perfunctory questions, she cut to the chase. Mr. President, what's left of the government? Ryan forced a steady tone. Maria, despite the horror of the last 12 hours, remember what President Durling said: America endures. Every federal agency is still running under deputy leadership. But Washington, she interrupted, not out of rudeness, but urgency. Ryan didn't flinch. The city's locked down for safety, yes. But the police and firefighters bore the worst of it last night. The National Guard's assisting just like they would after a natural disaster. The words spilled out in a rush, leaving him breathless. Only then did he notice his own hands clenched so tightly his knuckles had gone white. He forced himself to relax. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, another leader watched intently. "Look at his arms," the British Prime Minister remarked, sipping her tea. "What do we really know about this Ryan?" Her intelligence chief flipped open a well-worn file. "Career spy. The Russians respect him. Our own people at MI6 think highly of him, too." She arched an eyebrow. "So, a spy running a superpower?" "An effective one," the general added. "Word is, he played a key role in Durling's moves against Japan and possibly us." Her gaze stayed fixed on the screen. "How convenient," she mused, "that satellites let her scrutinize an adversary without leaving her office. No need for tedious flights or stage diplomacy, just the raw, unfiltered tension of a man holding a fractured nation together." Maria studied the man carefully, watching how he handled the mounting pressure. Despite his background as a seasoned intelligence officer, he clearly wasn't at ease, proof that everyone had their breaking point. "No doubt, Prime Minister," she murmured before turning to her advisor. "He's not as formidable as we were led to believe." Nervous, hesitant, out of his element, she could practically see the cracks forming. Ryan, meanwhile, was struggling to keep his composure. "When can we expect more details?" Maria pressed. "I can't give a timeline," he replied, his voice strained. "Some things take time." He barely registered that he'd already lost control of the interview, though it had barely begun. What he didn't realize was that the reporters outside the Roosevelt Room weren't there for him. They were performing for their audiences, each angling for a fresh angle to hook viewers. The country might be reeling, but news was still a business, and Ryan was just another headline. Arnie's earlier reassurances about controlled questioning now seemed laughably naive. At least the interviews were short. Local news segments had strict cutoffs, and America still needed its weather and traffic updates. Crisis or not, Maria forced a smile as the director signaled the end of her slot. "We'll be back," she told the camera, leaving Ryan with 12 minutes before NBC took their turn. The coffee from breakfast chose that moment to hit him, and he nearly tripped over his own microphone wire in his haste. "This way, Mr. President," Price directed, steering him toward the Oval Office. Stepping inside, Ryan froze. It still felt like someone else's space. But a bathroom was a bathroom, even if it came with an audience. Unbeknownst to him, a discreet light outside signaled his presence, and the Secret Service had eyes on him even here. Staring into the mirror, Ryan grimaced at the makeup that made him look artificially vibrant. He fought the urge to scrub it off before facing NBC's anchor, a man whose own makeup was even more garish up close. The harsh studio lights demanded it, though Ryan didn't know that yet. Nathan, the next interviewer, dove right in. "What's on your agenda today?" Ryan listed meetings with the FBI, security staff, and Congress, before Nathan cut to the next question. "Funeral arrangements?" Ryan shook his head. Too soon. The woad of it all pressed down, but the cameras didn't stop rolling. "I understand everyone's frustration, but these matters can't be rushed," Ryan said, carefully omitting the fact that he'd just spent 15 minutes being briefed by White House protocol. This involved a Japanese government-owned aircraft. "Do we have any indication?" He cut himself off abruptly. "No, Nathan, we don't. Tokyo has assured us of their full cooperation, and we're taking Prime Minister Koga at his word. Let me be clear, the conflict with Japan is over. What occurred was a tragic error. Their government is actively pursuing those responsible for instigating the crisis. The exact sequence of last night's events remains unclear, and until we have answers, speculation only risks causing further damage. We've had enough pain." Now is the time for rebuilding trust. Prime Minister Koga muttered, "Domo arigato," under his breath, as he studied the American president's face on screen. Ryan appeared younger than expected, though intelligence briefings had prepared him for that. What intrigued Koga were the subtle shifts, the tightness in Ryan's posture during routine questions, the way his voice sharpened when addressing substance rather than media theatrics. A foreign ministry aide whispered he was a dangerous opponent. And courageous, by all accounts. Koga reflected on the dossier he'd reviewed earlier. This man had wielded violence when necessary, a concept the Prime Minister had once rejected, till his own survival had depended on shadowy American operatives. Ryan fought brutally to protect others, endured suffering, then returned to diplomacy. Even now, after war, he extended both firmness and grace. "Not just courage," Koga murmured. "Well, it's tuwumte." The irony wasn't lost on him. Two leaders who'd never met, recently at war, now bound by reluctant respect. A true samurai, he concluded. Across the ocean, Ryan braced himself as ABC's correspondent. Joy, blonde, poised, and disarmingly charismatic, extended a hand. Her greeting carried an intimate warmth, utterly at odds with the grim morning. "Good morning, Mr. President," she purred, her tone better suited to a candlelit rendezvous than a news interview. Ryan gestured to the chair opposite his, hyper-aware of the cameras. 10 minutes till broadcast, Joy announced, her voice smooth as honey. "We're here in the White House Roosevelt Room with President John Patrick Ryan. Sir, the nation has endured an agonizing night. What can you share?" Ryan delivered his rehearsed lines with practiced calm, though maintaining eye contact proved unexpectedly distracting. Her dark brown eyes held an intensity that unsettled him. He prayed his discomfort wasn't visible. "The past months have tested us all," he replied, "and last night deepened those wounds. Shortly, I'll meet with security advisors to what keeps you up at night?" Joy asked. Ryan paused, recalling the famous words of a past you. President about fearing fear itself. "Our nation remains as resilient as ever," he began, but the response felt rehearsed, hollow even to his own ears. Daria observed the American leader with quiet amusement. They'd crossed paths before, back when Ryan had been all bluster and defiance, like a mutt barking at its owner. Now, with the leash gone, the man seemed distracted, his gaze drifting toward Joy with an unsettling intensity. Exhaustion lined Ryan's face, but there was something deeper, a hesitation, a flicker of doubt. The Ayatollah smirked. America's strength had always been an illusion, a carefully crafted performance. Ryan stood tall, shoulders squared, voice steady, yet his words betrayed him. "Batinsen." Really? Derrier knew true power wasn't measured in muscle or missiles, but in conviction. And this boy had none. America baffled him. A nation without faith, adrift in its own contradictions. Its leaders were no better. Ryan's nervous deflection only confirmed it. While Derrier's own country had faced whispers of instability, theirs was a struggle of purpose, not paralysis. He leaned in, studying Ryan's every twitch. The answers were empty, revealing nothing. Good. Let them flounder. A quick call to Tehran's foreign ministry had confirmed his suspicions. America's government was in shambles, no new laws, no budgets, no leadership. Just Ryan, a temporary figurehead propping up a crumbling system. The irony was delicious. Decades of American interference, their wars and sanctions, all undone by their own dysfunction. Darier's fingers drummed against his chair. The TV droned on, but he wasn't listening. His focus narrowed to Ryan's throat, the fragile bridge between mind and body. One clean cut, and the beast would collapse. Across the world, Ryan tugged off his microphone, rolling his stiff shoulders. How would I do? He asked Arnie, forcing a grin. Not terrible, Van Dam replied, though his tone suggested otherwise. A seasoned politician would have handled the grilling better. But Ryan wasn't a politician. He was just a man trying not to drown. Jack Ryan felt like an amateur golfer suddenly thrust into a championship match, except the stakes were far higher than any tournament. The presidency was a brutal job even under ideal circumstances, and Ryan needed every ounce of confidence just to keep his head above water. Every commander-in-chief had fantasized about bypassing Congress or dismantling bureaucratic red tape. But Jack was about to learn the hard way just how vital those institutions really were. Leaning against the wall outside the Roosevelt Room, he exhaled sharply. Guess I've got a steep learning curve ahead, huh? The chief of staff gave a knowing nod. You'll get there. Jack managed a tired smile, unaware that the morning's chaos had momentarily pushed his grief aside until a Secret Service agent pressed a note into his hand. Meanwhile, the recovery effort at the Capitol was anything but orderly. 4 massive cranes loomed over the wreckage, their operators maneuvering with the precision of surgeons despite the danger. OSHA regulations? Forgotten. The only rules that mattered today were set by the Secret Service, their agents moving with grim determination through the debris. A team of paramedics stood by, though hope was thin until a construction foreman shouted, "Over here." Clutched in a charred hand was a service pistol. Andy Walker, the lead agent of President Durling's detail, had died doing his job, his body half buried under rubble. The next crane lifted a slab of sandstone, revealing Walker's remains, and beside him, a pair of legs in tailored trousers. The air turned heavy as the truth settled in. The fire hadn't consumed everything. Some papers survived, crisped at the edges. A gold watch glinted on a broken wrist, its face still ticking. The presidential tie clip was unmistakable. Roger Durling was gone. The cranes fell silent, engines idling as workers lit cigarettes, their usual banter replaced by a hollow quiet. Forensic photographers moved in, their flashes cutting through the dust like lightning in a storm that had already passed. No one rushed. There was no point anymore. The chamber floor was a grim scene of organized chaos. National Guard troops moved methodically, carefully placing victims into body bags, having relieved the exhausted firefighters hours earlier. But in one solemn circle, Secret Service agents stood vigil, performing their final duty to the fallen leader. They'd affectionately nicknamed Jumper in tribute to his 82nd Airborne service. The initial shock had passed, though every agent knew the grief would return in waves. After medical teams stepped back and photographers captured their final shots, 4 agents in dark windbreakers navigated the debris. Their first task was retrieving Andy Walker, whose last heroic act had been shielding his charge. They handled his remains with reverence, passing the sealed bag to waiting colleagues. Then came President Durling. The cold had stiffened his body into an unnatural pose, one arm jutting out stubbornly, refusing to bend for the bag. The agents exchanged uneasy glances. Tampering wasn't an option, yet the idea of forcing his frozen limbs felt unthinkably cruel. In the end, they zipped him up as he was, the rigid arm protruding like some tragic salute. As they carried him past the rubble, cameras erupted in flashes, the image instantly broadcast nationwide. Jack Ryan saw it play out on the monitor mid-interview, and the reality hit him like a physical blow. Durling was gone. The weight of the office settled onto his shoulders with crushing finality. He remembered the man's steady guidance, the way Durling had trusted him, shaped him, been his anchor. Now every decision, every impossible choice would be his alone. Advisors would debate, lawyers would parse, but the buck stopped here. His hand dragged across his face, smearing makeup he'd forgotten he wore. The network split the screen, his raw, unguarded expression juxtaposed with Durling's shrouded form being loaded into the ambulance. Behind the Capitol, cranes groaned back to work. The Fox reporter, straying from script, asked softly, "Where do we go from here?" Ryan's reply was automatic. Quite a lot of work to be done, but his mind was elsewhere. As the camera light died, he studied the lenses pointed at him, realizing these machines would now dissect his every move. The room emptied, leaving him with a single unwelcome certainty. There was no one left to tell him he'd done right. Only history would judge. In his earlier years, he had been a history professor, and more recently, he'd given strategic briefings always to a live audience where he could gauge reactions, tweak his pacing, or sprinkle in humor when the moment felt right. Now, his carefully crafted words were being fed into a cold, unresponsive machine. Another reason to resent this new reality. As Ryan stepped out, people across the globe were already forming opinions about America's unexpected new leader. Pundits dissected his every move in dozens of countries while he slipped away to find the restroom. "Best thing to happen since Jefferson?" muttered an older man who fancied himself a history buff. He admired Jefferson's minimalist approach to governance, though that was about the extent of his knowledge. And wouldn't you know it, took someone from halfway across the world to pull it off. A dry chuckle followed, as if the irony might just unravel his own prejudices. Couldn't have that now, could he? They'd been glued to the screen all night, 5:20 a.m., now fueled by coffee, after ditching beer at midnight when exhaustion set in. The news anchors looked even more haggard than Ryan, their faces sagging under the weight of nonstop coverage. Flipping between channels on their massive satellite feed, it felt like some twisted telethon, except instead of charity pleas. This was pure spectacle. "Bureaucrat barbecue," Peter Holbrook quipped for what felt like the 100th time, grinning as Ernest Brown nearly choked on his coffee. Holbrook had always been the quick-witted one in their circle, and tonight was no exception. They'd tuned into Durling's speech partly out of habit. 117 channels at their fingertips meant they never had to endure anything they didn't want, but mostly to stoke their simmering disdain. Every presidential address was just another excuse to trade biting remarks. "So who is this Ryan guy?" Brown yawned. "Another suit spouting nonsense." "Pretty much," Holbrook agreed, stretching before wandering over to his bookshelf. His dog-eared copy of the Constitution sat front and center, a constant reference. "Funny thing," he mused, flipping through the pages. "No clause for this mess." Brown blinked. "Seriously?" "Dead serious." Meanwhile, Ryan was still scrubbing stage makeup from his face, the damp towelettes a stark reminder of simpler days' diaper changes, not press conferences. At least his skin finally felt clean. The initial findings pointed to a clear conclusion, based on both a rapid physical examination of the victim and a preliminary review of the cockpit recordings. Murray shuffled through the freshly faxed notes while Ryan settled into his chair. New. Like nearly everything else in the Oval Office. The credenza behind him had been stripped of Durling's family photos, replaced with generic White House decor. Even the desk had been cleared, its contents whisked away for review. The only comfort was the chair itself, an ergonomic masterpiece designed to cradle its occupant, though it would soon be swapped for a custom model, discreetly donated by a manufacturer eager for the prestige. Jack exhaled, realizing he'd have to adjust to working here sooner rather than later. The staff was already in place, and dragging them across the building wasn't fair. He's stepping here. That was another matter entirely. But for now, his focus snapped back to Murray. "Murder. Gunshot?" he asked. Dan shook his head. "Single stab wound to the heart-thin blade. Maybe a steak knife. Our field agent confirmed it." The cockpit audio suggests it happened before takeoff. We've got a tight timeline. From engine start to impact, the only voice on tape is the pilot's. His name was Sato, a seasoned aviator. Japanese authorities sent over a mountain of intel. Turns out he lost a brother and son in the war. Brother went down with his destroyer. Son died in a crash landing. Same damn day, give or take. This was personal, Jack. Motive and opportunity. Andrea Price lingered nearby, her skepticism evident. She hadn't been briefed on how far back Ryan and Murray's history went. That's awfully quick for an ID, she remarked. We'll confirm with DNA, Murray conceded. But the voice print analysis on the cockpit tape is solid, and Canadian radar tracks the plane's entire route Guam to Japan to Vancouver, then straight into the capital. At this point, it's just dotting the I's. Though you're right, there'll be plenty of noise. Ryan leaned forward. What could upend this? A dozen things, theoretically. But realistically? For this to be anything but one furious man acting alone, you'd need a conspiracy with impossible foresight. How would they predict the war's outcome? Or the joint session? And if it was a military op, why not pack the plane with explosives? Or a nuke? Or a nuke, Jack echoed. Murray nodded. Speaking of, our Air Force attaché is touring Japan's nuclear facility today. Took them a while to even locate it. We've got an expert en route, Doctor. Woodrow Lowell from Lawrence Livermore. Knows his stuff. Prime Minister Koga made it clear to the U. Ambassador, he wanted those dangerous items gone, fast and out of his country for good. Ryan swiveled his chair, his gaze drifting toward the Washington Monument framed by his office window. The flags around it hung at half-mast, yet a line of tourists still snaked toward the elevator, eager for the view. They had no idea the bargain they were getting a sightseeing trip with a side of national crisis. The bulletproof glass in the Oval Office suddenly felt less like a security feature and more like a necessity, just in case one of those sightseers had more than a camera in their bag. How much of this can we disclose? Ryan asked, tapping his fingers on the desk. Murray leaned forward. We can release some details. No trial to worry about the main suspects dead. We'll track down any accomplices, but what we share today won't interfere with that. Price chimed in. People need answers, and in a case like this, you give them something. Besides, she added silently, it makes us look competent. Who's handling this at Justice? Brett Breeze asked. Pat Martin, Murray replied. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Who picked him? Murray hesitated just a fraction. Fordy with the dim. The president wanted the best prosecutor, and that's Pat. He's been running the criminal division, ex-bureau, sharp as they come. Shaw even wanted him on the bench. Price nodded. We've worked with him. Tough. Fair handled a mob case in New Orleans that was a nightmare. Fine, Ryan said. Let him decide what goes public. He can brief the press after lunch. He glanced at his watch. 12 hours in office. Meanwhile, retired Colonel Pierre Alexandre, tall, lean. Every inch the soldier settled into the chair across from Dean Dave James. His resume spoke for itself. West Point, University of Chicago Med, decades at Walter Reed and Fort Detrick, fieldwork across 3 continents. James scanned the pages, impressed. 8 single-spaced pages of published research, near misses on major awards. Hopkins could change that. I know Gus Lorenz, James said with a grin. We trained together at Brigham. Alexandra nodded, his Creole accent softening his words. Brilliant man. Should have won a Nobel by now. So why not join him in Atlanta? James asked. Gus says he's desperate to have you. Alexandra hesitated. Dave, call me Dave. Alex, then. The colonel almost smiled. Civilian life had its perks. He sized up the dean 3 stars, maybe 4. Not bad for academia. Johns Hopkins University carried serious weight in the medical world. Dave, I've spent decades staring into microscopes, Alexandra confessed, leaning forward in his chair. I miss working directly with patients. The CDC would just trap me behind another lab bench. He flashed a grin, remembering his fieldwork with Gus in Brazil years ago, those jungle clinics where they'd battled outbreaks under mosquito nets. Pfizer dangled a golden opportunity to run one of their high-tech labs last month. Turned it down flat. These days, infectious diseases are the front line of medicine, but I need to see the whites of my patients' eyes. Dean James tapped his pen, wondering why this brilliant researcher never made general in the Army. Probably dodged the politics. Lord knows Hopkins had enough of that. Gus called me at midnight raving about you, he admitted. When Alexandra raised an eyebrow, James chuckled. What, you think top-tier physicians don't gossip? Harry Tuttle's sniffing around you for Yale's new biosafety lab. Harry's still bitter you stole Wendy back in '82? Alexandra shot back and both men laughed. The dean slid a contract across the desk. You'll start under Ralph Forster, sharpest epidemiologist this side of the Mississippi. He's built something special here. James paused, watching Alexandra's reaction. In 6 months, the tropical medicine wing's yours. Plenty of overseas work. Ralph's knees can't handle those jungle airstrips anymore. The former colonel's eyes lit up at the mention of travel. Perfect. I've got Russ to shake off anyway. He smirked, remembering his last administrative disaster. The Army wanted to stick me behind a desk at Walter Reed. What d'opera play say? Me. The guy who once sutured a wound with fishing line during a monsoon. Outside, rain pattered against the stained glass windows of the dean's office. James noted how Alexandra's gaze kept drifting to the framed photos of Chesapeake fishing trips on the wall. Louisiana boy through and through. Yale never stood a chance, not with Detrick's research campus an hour away, and blue crabs waiting on the dock. Welcome to Hopkins, Doctor. James extended his hand as thunder rumbled in the distance. Somewhere in the building, a centrifuge hummed, and down the hall, a student laughed too loudly. The pieces clicked into place. Meanwhile, Ryan blinked at a flickering computer screen in another part of campus, his fingers hovering over a keyboard. The teletype machines of his Boston college days felt like ancient history, now those clattering dinosaurs that made you wait 15 minutes just to print a single page. Modern workstations could process more data before his coffee got cold than those room-sized mainframes handled in a week. Progress, he thought, wiping his glasses on his shirt. If only human brains upgraded as easily. Jack quickly realized that the American presidency was less about deep focus and more about juggling multiple complex issues simultaneously, like trying to binge-watch a dozen different TV shows at once, struggling to keep the plot straight, while knowing full well some details would inevitably blur together. The moment Murray and Price left, the real work began. His first briefing came from a national intelligence officer, a 26-minute rundown of global threats that covered little Jack hadn't already known from his previous role. Still, he listened carefully, not just for the information, but to gauge the man's style. Each briefer had their own way of framing things, and Ryan needed to learn their tells. So, no immediate crises brewing? Jack asked, already sensing the answer. Nothing on the niece's radar, mister. President, the officer replied smoothly, his tone polished from years of diplomatic sidestepping. You're familiar with the usual hotspots, and those shift by the hour. Ryan kept his expression neutral. Intelligence officers weren't afraid of life's usual disasters. They were terrified of being wrong on the record. The solution. Never commit fully to any single assessment. A convenient habit, unless you were the one who actually had to make decisions. After a pause, Jack leaned forward. Here's the thing, I don't just need facts. I need your judgment. You're responsible for the intel, but the fallout from acting on it lands on me. I've been in your shoes. So, let's cut the hedging. The officer managed a tight smile, masking his discomfort. Understood, sir. I'll relay that to the team. As the man left, Ryan exhaled. He needed a national security advisor he could trust, and fast. The door swung open again, this time admitting a Pentagon delegation. A two-star general handed him a plastic card. Keep this in your wallet, mister. This president. Jack didn't need to look to know what it was, a nuclear authorization code, sleek as a credit card, but infinitely heavier in meaning. Which one do I pick? That's your call, sir. Ryan selected a sequence, reciting it twice while the officers recorded it. Just like that, he held the power to unleash devastation. Why now? He asked. We scrapped the last ICBMs a year ago. True, but cruise missiles and bombers still carried tactical warheads. The PALs need activation sooner rather than later, in case I don't last long, Jack finished dryly. A dark thought flickered in his mind. Congratulations, Jack. Now you can end the world. Ryan scowled at the briefing materials in front of him. I've always despised these damn things, he muttered under his breath. The general nodded sympathetically. Nobody expects you to enjoy this part of the job, Mr. President. As the officer continued explaining the Marine helicopter squadron on standby for emergency evacuations, Ryan's mind wandered. He briefly considered pulling a Jimmy Carter demanding an immediate extraction, just to test their response time, but dismissed the idea. The last thing he needed was the press painting him as some jumpy conspiracy theorist. Besides, after recent events, he knew when one would be on high alert anyway. His attention snapped back when the Army warrant officer, dressed in civilian clothes, but carrying the infamous football, placed the locked briefcase on the table. Without hesitation, Ryan pointed. 1-5 The warrant officer hesitated before unlocking the case and handing over the navy blue binder. Ryan flipped it open to the major attack option section, his stomach tightening at the sight of Japan's cities marked with colored dots, each representing megatons of destruction. Without hesitation, he yanked the pages free. Burn these. Eliminate this option immediately. The general protested, citing unconfirmed reports about Japan's remaining weapons, but Ryan cut him off. That's an order. The room fell silent as the officer stiffened. Yes, Mr. Wait, President. Flipping through the rest of the binder, Ryan felt a cold weight settle in his chest. Despite his years in intelligence, he'd avoided dwelling too deeply on these plans, never believing they'd actually be used. Yet here they were neatly outlined, code-named things like long rifle and light switch, as if they were some kind of heroic operation rather than annihilation in a binder. Explain this one, Ryan said, tapping the page labeled light switch. The general cleared his throat. Electromagnetic pulse attack, sir. Detonate a warhead high enough, and the energy fries power grids, communication lines, everything electronic. No blast, no fallout, just silence. Ryan snapped the binder shut and handed it back. The warrant officer locked it away, but the weight of what he'd just seen lingered. Somewhere in some vault, these plans would still exist. They always did. President Ryan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Let me get this straight. There's absolutely no situation right now that would call for launching nukes? The general standing across from him nodded firmly. That's correct, sir. Ryan sighed, gesturing toward the hallway. Then, Why do we have some guy with a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist camped outside my door 24/7? The general barely suppressed a smirk. With all due respect, Mr. President, the world's full of surprises. Better safe than sorry, right? Ryan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity before shaking his head. Guess you've got a point. Down in the White House basement, Judy Simmons from the protocol office had been pulling an all-nighter since her 3 a.m. arrival from Burke. Her cramped workspace buzzed with activity as she coordinated what would become the most massive state funeral the nation had ever seen. Over 100 staffers had already bombarded her with opinions, and the sun hadn't even hit its peak. The casualty list wasn't finalized, but security footage gave them a rough head count. Lawmakers, spouses, staff. Each name came with a heartbreaking dossier, marital status, faith, surviving family. Ryan would have to preside over this nightmare, absorbing every grim detail. Thousands gone. Thousands of widows, widowers, orphans. The weight pressed down as he flipped through the plans. National Cathedral, he muttered, scanning the breakdown of religious denominations. A frazzled aide chimed in. Standard for these things, sir. Though, irrecantwain. She hesitated, avoiding mention of the morbid debate about overflow space. No one dared repeat the suggestion of using a stadium. Instead, she handed him a stack of papers. 11 foreign governments confirmed, dignitaries inbound, all expecting handshakes and hushed conversations in hallways. Ryan skimmed the names, already dreading the diplomatic circus. Every leader on that list would be sizing him up. Their intelligence briefings no better than his own. Who is this guy? What's his play? He clenched his jaw. To the world, this was just another political ritual, somber faces, staged condolences, backroom deals. But for Ryan, it was acid in his chest. Rage simmered beneath the surface. These weren't just headlines, they were people. And yet the machine ground on. Get Scott Adler on this, he said abruptly, shoving the papers away. Let someone else calculate how many minutes to spare for each grieving ally. And those speeches, how many are we talking? The aide nodded briskly. Our writers are drafting options now, mister. One de Cruel, president. Ryan stared at the ceiling. The dead were gone. The living had agendas. And somehow, he was supposed to navigate both without screaming. Epleberatan, Mrs. Simmons glanced at her watch before responding. We'll need those draft copies ready by tomorrow afternoon. President Ryan gave a quick nod and tucked the documents into his outgoing tray. As the chief of protocol exited, an unfamiliar secretary stepped in, arms loaded with stacks of telegrams, unfinished business. From Eighth and I, along with a freshly printed schedule of his day, meticulously planned without his consultation. Just as irritation began to simmer, she cut in. Sir, we've received more than 10,000 messages, emails, telegrams from ordinary citizens. Ryan raised an eyebrow. And what are they saying? Mostly that they're praying for you. The words hit him unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Prayers. Would they even make a difference? Swallowing the lump in his throat, he turned back to the official correspondence, steeling himself for the long day ahead. Outside the White House, the nation had ground to a standstill. Banks, schools, and businesses remained shuttered, while news networks scrambled to relocate their operations to Washington, their crews tripping over each other in the chaotic transition. Cameras swarmed Capitol Hill, broadcasting endless footage of recovery efforts as reporters filled the dead air with speculation. By mid-morning, a crane hoisted the mangled tail section of the 747 onto a flatbed truck, its journey to Andrews Air Force Base, tracked by a swarm of lenses. 2 engines followed shortly after, Each departure met with the same morbid fascination. The so-called experts took center stage, spinning theories with little concrete evidence to go on. Investigators were too buried in their work to leak details, leaving journalists to grasp at straws. Even the wreckage itself, sprawled beneath a battalion of cameras, offered no easy answers. Witnesses were hauled in front of microphones, but not a single frame of the plane's final approach existed, an unsettling gap in an era of constant surveillance. The tail number, still visible on the wreckage, led reporters straight to Japan Airlines, who confirmed the jet's recent rollout from Boeing's Seattle plant. Company reps fielded questions, revealing the aircraft's staggering empty weight of over 200 tons doubled when loaded with fuel and passengers. A United Airlines pilot, well-versed in the 747's mechanics, tried explaining the physics of the fatal dive to baffled anchors. "You think firing a missile at a plane that size would just, poof, make it vanish?" he snapped, watching the blank stare of a news anchor who clearly hadn't bothered to research basic aerodynamics. It's like shooting a tractor trailer's tire and expecting the whole rig to flip. 300 tons of metal doesn't just drop out of the sky on command. The reporter blinked, uncomprehending. So, there was no way to prevent this? The pilot exhaled, defeated. None. Meanwhile, in a control room off Nebraska Avenue, a director switched feeds, zooming in on two National Guardsmen carefully carrying another covered stretcher down the Capitol steps. The weight of the day pressed down, relentless. The assistant director monitored the bank of cameras, struggling to keep count of the recovered victims. Authorities had already confirmed that President Durling and the First Lady's remains were transported to Walter Reed for the mandatory autopsy following their tragic deaths. Back in New York, newsrooms worked feverishly, editors cataloged every frame of archived footage, producers scrambled to book political allies for sound bites, and therapists were brought in to discuss how the nation should process the shockwaves of grief. Strangely, though packed pews made for a brief segment on one network, nobody bothered exploring what faith might mean to those mourning until rival stations shamelessly recycled the same clip hours later. Jack understood the grim reality beneath the spectacle. Statistics were just numbers, until you saw the hollow stares of the Durling children, their world shattered as they watched their father on screen. Closed caskets told the brutal truth. No final words, no comforting touches, just an unfathomable void where security once stood. How do you explain to a child that their mom and dad were also symbols, that their deaths served someone else's cold calculation? Relatives arrived in waves, many on military flights from the West Coast, their own shock buried under the need to shield the kids from further pain. Meanwhile, the Secret Service detail, assigned to protect Juniper and Junior, looked like ghosts of themselves. These weren't just bodyguards, they'd built snowmen with the kids, quizzed them on spelling words, become extended family. Now they stood rigid, hands twitching near holsters, as if sheer willpower could rewrite the past. Jack noticed one agent's composure cracking and watched Andrea discreetly steer him out before the children saw. Kneeling to meet Mark's gaze, Jack lied smoothly. They didn't suffer. The boy's crisp dress shirt and polished shoes screamed of some aunt's desperate attempt at normalcy. When a choked sob escaped an agent by the door, Jack redirected quickly. "You'll stay right here. And if you need me for anything, I'm down the hall." The nod Mark gave him was too old for his years, a soldier's salute in miniature. As Jack stepped away, he caught the scent of lilies from a wreathed funeral flowers already crowding the White House halls. Ryan gripped the boy's hand, offering a silent acknowledgement of the burdens he shouldn't have had to shoulder yet. The weight of adulthood had crashed down too soon, and the kid deserved a moment alone to let it out. Jack stepped into the cavernous hallway outside the bedroom, where the air felt heavy with unspoken grief. Nearby, a towering, broad-shouldered agent, his face streaked with tears, leaned against the wall, his composure shattered. Ryan approached him, voice low. "You holding up?" The man jerked his head up, wiping his face with a rough swipe of his hand. "Damn it, sorry, sir, just hell." His embarrassment was palpable. Tony Wills had been a star tight end at Grambling before joining the Secret Service, a man who usually radiated calm, especially around kids. But grief had a way of turning strengths into vulnerabilities. Ryan's own voice wavered slightly, exhaustion threading through his words. "Don't ever apologize for feeling something. Lost my parents too. Midway Airport. A 737 skidded short in a snowstorm. Difference was, I was already grown." Wills straightened, jaw tightening. "I know, sir. Now pull it together." Ryan gave his shoulder a firm squeeze before turning away. He barely registered the Marines saluting as his Suburban rolled through the gates of the Naval Observatory, the Vice President's sprawling Victorian residence looming ahead. Inside, Kathy waited in the foyer, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "Bad day?" she asked softly. Ryan could only nod, pulling her close, his own tears threatening to spill. Over her shoulder, he caught sight of the agents stationed around the room, silent, watchful shadows intruding on what should have been a private moment. "I despise this job." Meanwhile, Brigadier General Marion Diggs surveyed the sun-baked expanse of Fort Irwin with grim satisfaction. While some units stood down, his never did. The Mojave Desert stretched endlessly, a barren wasteland where even ecologists struggled to find life beyond the stubborn creosote bushes. They joked over drinks that the moon had more charm. Diggs smirked, adjusting his binoculars. The only real nuisance had been the desert tortoises, endangered, apparently, though he couldn't tell them apart from regular turtles. His troops had rounded them up and dumped them in an enclosure, so vast the creatures probably didn't even notice. The locals called it the world's largest turtle brothel. Fort Irwin wasn't about wildlife, though. It was about war. The National Training Center's OPFOR, originally modeled after Soviet mechanized regiments still trained relentlessly, preparing for battles that might never come. The desert was their proving ground, and Diggs wouldn't have it any other way. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote yipped, a fleeting reminder that even here life went on. But out here, the only endangered species were the ones who weren't ready to fight. The soldiers of the 32nd wore uniforms, modeled after Russian designs and operated equipment modified to resemble Soviet-era machinery, since the real thing had proven too unreliable to maintain. They embraced Russian battlefield tactics with a fierce pride, routinely outmaneuvering visiting units during war games. It wasn't exactly a fair fight. The opposing force trained year-round on this terrain, hosting regular units up to 14 times annually, while most visiting teams might only rotate through once every few years. But fairness had never been part of war. Even after the Soviet Union collapsed, the National Training Center's mission remained unchanged. The OPFOR had expanded to 3 battalions, now rebranded as squadrons under the fictional 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, the Black Horse Cavalry simulating entire enemy brigades. The only nod to modern politics. They no longer called themselves Russians. Instead, they were Krasnovians, a name subtly borrowed from the Russian word for red. Lieutenant General Gennady Bondarenko knew most of this, though the infamous Turtle Bordello had been a surprise during his base tour. He couldn't hide his excitement. "You began in the Signal Corps?" asked Diggs, the base commander, a no-nonsense figure in desert chocolate chip camouflage. Bondarenko nodded. "Correct. But trouble kept finding me Afghanistan first. Then, the Muji incursion into Soviet territory. They raided a research facility in Tajikistan while I was there. Fearless fighters, but poorly coordinated. We held them off. His tone was flat, but the medals on his chest spoke volumes. Diggs had his own stories, leading cavalry during Desert Storm's lightning advance, then commanding the 10th Buffalo Armored Cavalry Regiment stationed in Israel's Negev Desert. Both men were 49, battle-hardened, and climbing the ranks. "You have terrain like this back home?" Diggs asked. Bondarenko smirked. "Every landscape imaginable. Makes training. All interesting." He gestured toward the Valley of Death, where tanks rumbled into position as the sun dipped behind the mountains. The observer controllers' Humvees darted like beetles, their crews judging every move with ruthless precision. This was the world's most intense classroom. They could have watched from the Star Wars room, where sensors tracked every vehicle's position, shots fired, and simulated kills. But generals didn't lead from screens. Battlefields had to scent gunpowder, dust, tension, and Bondarenko wanted to breathe it in. "Your tech belongs in a sci-fi novel," he remarked. Diggs shrugged. "Most of it's 15 years old. Just more cameras now." The irony wasn't lost on him soon. America would sell this very tech to Russia. For Diggs, part of the first generation to skip Vietnam, the idea stung. War had changed. But the smell of smoke? That never did. From childhood, Colonel Diggs had been shaped by one undeniable truth: the looming threat of facing Russian forces in Germany. As a career cavalry officer, he'd spent years preparing to lead one of those frontline brigades, technically reinforced regiments poised to make first contact. There were moments when he'd nearly convinced himself his life would end in the Fulda Gap, staring down men like Bondarenko, who'd shared beers and bizarre turtle mating facts with him just the night before. And Bondarenko quipped with a smirk, shattering the stereotype of Russians lacking humor. Diggs let 10 seconds drag by before deadpanning, out. Another pause. "Maywade, I chantis." Their laughter erupted, just like the first time Bondarenko had stumbled through the base's running joke, clutching his sides until it hurt. Wiping his eyes, the Russian gestured at the training field. This is how war ought to be." Diggs snorted. "Don't get too comfortable. The real tension's coming." Bondarenko pointed at the recon units fanning across the valley. "You're using our playbook." Diggs shrugged. "Worked for me in Iraq, why fix what ain't broke?" Tonight's drill was brutal by design, Red Force attacking, hunting down Blue Force's recon screen while the 5th Mechanized scrambled to defend. The 11th AA played aggressor, simulating a division-sized assault against a smaller, disoriented unit. Nothing like a desert welcome party where everyone eats sand. "Move out," Diggs barked, jumping into his permvu as they sped toward the Iron Triangle. A crackling radio update made him slam the map against the dashboard. "Go damn it. That hill controls the whole valley, and they just ignored it?" OP4 troops were already scrambling for the high ground. Bondarenko raised an eyebrow. Rushing and blind wise move for Blue. Diggs grinned. General, not rushing in would be the real mistake. Watch and learn. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit intelligence briefing room, an analyst shifted uncomfortably under his superior's glare. Why the silence from Ryan? No speeches, no public appearances? The easy answers: funeral planning, cabinet rebuilding, security crises weren't what the man wanted. "We've dug into his background," the analyst offered, tapping a stack of faxed newspaper clippings. Former CIA analyst. Comfortable in the shadows, not the spotlight. His few speeches were just delivering others' messages. The chief scoffed. Then why promote him to VP? Their laws require it. Durling needed someone to steady foreign policy after the Japan crisis. Ryan delivered. A dismissive wave. So he's a glorified assistant, not a leader. The analyst nodded. Exactly. Power was never his ambition. Outside, a janitor's cart rattled down the hall, its squeaky wheel underscoring the quiet verdict. Ryan might be president, but he didn't fit the mold. The intelligence suggested he only took the vice presidential role as a temporary caretaker, lasting less than a year. That doesn't surprise me, Darii remarked, scanning the file. Ryan's career path was laid out, clearly starting as an aide to CIA's Vice Admiral Greer, briefly stepping in as acting DD, then climbing to deputy director before becoming national security advisor under President Durling. Now, this reluctant VP. Darier's initial assessment held, Ryan was a capable assistant, nothing more. A useful tool, but no leader. Skilled subordinates were valuable, but none could ever replace the man at the top. This was no equal. Perfect. What else? Rude, he pressed. The briefing officer continued, his expertise in foreign intelligence is unmatched in recent history, but it comes at a cost. He's practically clueless on domestic issues. The detail had been lifted from a New York Times profile. Darier's lips curled. That was the opening he needed. Plans began forming, still abstract, but soon they'd take shape. Meanwhile, atop the ridge, Generals Diggs and Bondarenko observed the simulated battle below through night vision gear. The 32nd Bondarenko still struggled to think of them that way, had crushed Blue Force's recon screen, flanked left, and was now dismantling the brigade piece by piece. The blinking yellow casualty markers flickered, like fireflies. How's your army holding up? Diggs asked casually. Terrible, Bondarenko admitted. We're rebuilding from nothing. Diggs smirked. Sounds familiar. At least the Russians didn't have to wrestle with a drug epidemic, he thought, remembering his early days as a lieutenant, too wary to enter barracks unarmed. If the Soviets had pushed during the 70s chaos, you really think our model will work for you? Maybe. The Red Force's success hinged on something unthinkable in the old Soviet army delegating tactical decisions to junior officers. Yet, paired with Voroshilov's doctrine, the results spoke for themselves. Bondarenko had bent rules himself in combat, a habit that kept him alive and earned him 3 stars. Now, as Russia's new chief of operations, he had bigger problems. The real issue is funding. Diggs chuckled dryly. Heard that one before. Bondarenko's solution was brutal, half the army's size, and pour the savings into training the survivors. The exercise below proved the Americans' edge wasn't just gear, it was their people. His envy sharpened as a new figure approached. Cathaic spokesman. The officer saluted. Black Horse just wiped the floor with them. Diggs grinned. Colonel Al Ham, commander of the 11th. Second tour here, ex-OP4 ops officer. Don't gamble with him. Ham extended a hand. Welcome to the desert, General. Bondarenko studied him, tall, broad, with a ruddy face and sharp blue eyes. Dressed in a mock Soviet uniform, complete with a red star beret. Ham looked every bit the part. Your assault was flawless, Colonel. Your credit goes to my team. Blue Force hesitated, got caught in no man's land. Bondarenko nodded. The lesson was clear. Initiative mattered more than numbers. Now, if only Moscow would listen. The Russian didn't exactly feel at ease, but he couldn't deny the courtesy the Americans extended to him. Diggs, you nailed it, he admitted. Blue should have pushed harder to get here first. But you positioned them so far back that the idea lost its appeal. Ham jumped in before his boss could respond. That's war for you. Battlefields don't ask permission. They pick you, not the other way around. Lesson 1 for the 5th Mech Boys. Let someone else set the rules, and you're in for a world of hurt. Meanwhile, on the other side of the investigation, things were moving fast. Both Sato and his co-pilot had given blood during the brief conflict with America, though the low casualty count meant their donations had gone unused. A digital sweep by the Japanese Red Cross flagged their samples, which were then retrieved by police and rushed to Washington via Vancouver, since Japanese flights still weren't cleared for airspace, not even Alaska. A high-ranking officer carried the aluminum case, handcuffed to his wrist like a prized artifact. At Andrews Air Force Base, a team of FBI agents whisked him straight to the Hoover Building. The Bureau's DNA lab got to work immediately, cross-referencing the samples with tissue from the wreckage. Blood types already matched, making the results a near certainty, but protocol demanded they treat it like the only lead in a high-stakes mystery. Acting Director Dan Murray wasn't one for rigid procedure, but this was the exception. Backing him up were Tony Caruso, fresh off vacation and pulling double shifts, Pat O'Day as the roving inspector, and an army of agents working around the clock. Mori met Chief Inspector Jisaburo Tanaka in the director's conference room, neither man comfortable yet in Bill Shaw's old space. Tanaka, a seasoned investigator with a reputation for dismantling political corruption, wore 2 watches, one for Tokyo, one for D. Our own tests are underway, he said, sliding a file across the table. Results will be faxed the moment we have them. Here's Sato's last known movements, witness statements, background, everything we've pieced together so far. Murray accepted the documents, sensing Tanaka's hesitation. The inspector's usual stoicism cracked as his fists clenched. "This is a national shame," he muttered, staring at the Capitol's scarred silhouette through the window. "The way they manipulated us," Murray cut in gently. The co-pilot didn't go willingly. He was stabbed before takeoff. Tanaka's head snapped up, the anger in his eyes sharpening. "Is that so?" Outside, the pre-dawn glow of work lights flickered over the wreckage, a reminder that some battles left marks no one could ignore. The investigation so far suggested Sato had acted alone, at least when it came to piloting the plane. Forensic analysis confirmed the weapon was a serrated steak knife, the kind commonly found on commercial flights. Even after years in the field, Murray remained impressed by what the lab technicians could uncover. "That tracks," Tanaka remarked. "The co-pilot's wife is expecting twins and is currently under hospital supervision. From what we've gathered, he was a dedicated family man with no political leanings. My team doubts he'd choose to go out like this." Murray pressed. Any ties between Sato and Tanaka cut him off with a headshake. "Nothing so far. He once flew a suspect to Saipan, but their interaction was brief. Otherwise, Sato kept to himself, an international pilot, living quietly near Narita Airport. His brother served in the Maritime Self-Defense Force and his son was a fighter pilot. Both died in combat." Murray already knew the details. Motive and means aligned. He jotted a reminder to have the Tokyo legal attaché join the Japanese inquiry, though State Department approval would be needed. The cooperation seemed genuine, at least. Meanwhile, Chavez chuckled as their car sped down I-95 past Springfield Mall. "Gotta love this traffic." Normally, the highway would be packed with DC commuters at this hour, but today it was eerily empty. Their summons confirmed their essential status, not that Clark seemed to care. When Ding asked how Ryan was holding up, John just shrugged. "Probably taking it in stride. Rather him than me." Ding grinned. "My buddies at George Mason are gonna have a field day with this. Rebuilding a government. That's a first." Clark smirked. "What's think so? Come on, John. This'll be a real-world case study. We're about to find out if the system actually works." Clark exhaled. Their debrief on the Japan operation loomed never his favorite part. Explaining lethal decisions to desk jockeys who'd never fired a weapon, let alone in combat, grated on him. Sure, secrecy agreements existed, but leaks happened. Worst case scenario? Congressional hearings or even prosecution. The law had a funny way of ignoring the messy realities of fieldwork. Ryan would get it, though. Small comfort. Across town, Jack Ryan skimmed the morning FBI report, while O'Day briefed him. Recovery efforts would wrap by evening, the folder in his hands, listing the grim tally. Ryan set it aside, his appetite gone. Anything else? He asked, forcing his focus back to the day ahead. The president took a sip of his coffee, considering the latest update. What else do we have? He asked. The inspector shuffled through his notes, determined to get every detail right. We've recovered what appears to be the co-pilot's body. He was killed hours before the crash, which suggests the pilot acted alone. DNA tests are underway to confirm identities. Toxicology reports on both bodies came back clean, no drugs or alcohol involved. Flight data, radio transmissions, radar records, everything points to a single individual behind this. Dan's currently meeting with a senior investigator from Japan. Where do we go from here? The president pressed. Standard investigative procedure, the inspector replied. We'll reconstruct Sato's movements over the past month, phone records, travel logs, contacts, any personal journals. The goal is to build a complete profile and rule out any conspiracy. It's thorough, but it takes time. Your gut feeling? Still leaning toward a lone actor, the inspector said firmly. Andrea Price cut in, skeptical. It's too early for assumptions. The inspector turned to her. It's not an assumption, it's an informed assessment. I've seen my share of cases. This looks like an impulsive act, just executed with precision. The co-pilot's murder. He didn't even bother moving the body. The cockpit recording even caught him apologizing right after the stabbing. An impulsive act. Andrea scoffed. Pilots are methodical by nature, the inspector countered. What seems complex to most is routine for them. Most assassins are disorganized and get lucky. This guy didn't need luck. He created his own opportunity. The president interjected. If this were a conspiracy, what would tip you off? Conspiracies are messy, the inspector said. People talk. Criminals brag. Even the smartest ones slip up. But here, no chatter, no suspicious meetings. The timeline's too tight. The joint session was announced late, no room for coordination. And the murder weapon? A steak knife. Not exactly professional. Suggests improvisation, not planning. Andrea wasn't convinced. How many homicides have you actually worked? Enough, the inspector shot back. Vertrern. D. Keeps us busy. If Sato was part of a plot, we'd find traces, phone calls, meetings, something. But there's nothing. Just a man who saw a chance and took it. And if it wasn't him? Andrea challenged. The cockpit tapes don't lie, the inspector said. Same voice from takeoff in Tokyo to impact here. If it wasn't Sato, if both the pilot and co-pilot were imposters involved in the conspiracy from the start, why was the co-pilot killed before the plane even left Vancouver? Canadian authorities are questioning the remaining crew members, and every ground service employee confirms the flight team matched their official records. The DNA verification will erase any lingering doubts. Inspector, you make a compelling case, Ryan remarked. Sir, This inquiry will take time given the mountain of evidence to sift through, but the core truth is straightforward. Fabricating a crime scene isn't easy. There are too many forensic safeguards. Could someone theoretically orchestrate this to deceive our experts? O'Day posed the question rhetorically. Technically, yes, but it would require months of meticulous planning, and they didn't have that luxury. The critical factor. The joint session was called while that plane was halfway across the Pacific. Price couldn't argue with his logic, though she wanted to. She'd done her homework on Patrick O'Day. Years ago, Emil Jacobs had revived the roving inspector role, assembling a team of investigators who thrived on fieldwork over bureaucracy. O'Day was one of them, a seasoned agent who'd rather chase leads than push paperwork. Part of an elite squad reporting directly to the director, he handled sensitive cases with a sharp eye and no interest in office politics. The man had shown up at the Capitol in a rugged pickup truck, wearing cowboy boots like some frontier marshal, and clearly cared more about justice than headlines. Assistant Director Tony Caruso might officially oversee the investigation. But O'Day would bypass the chain of command, reporting straight to Murray, who'd then leverage the findings to curry favor with the president. Price had pegged Murray as a shrewd operator, and for good reason. Bill Shaw had relied on him as a fixer, and his loyalty to the FBI was unwavering. As for O'Day, the man lived to solve crimes. His quick conclusions might seem rash, but he followed procedure to the letter. Those easygoing types were always full of surprises, masking their brilliance behind a laid-back demeanor. Still, she took quiet comfort knowing he'd never make the cut for her detail. Enjoy your time off. Mary Pat Foley's voice cut through Clark's thoughts. He couldn't tell if she was arriving absurdly early or working absurdly late. It struck him again that among Washington's power players, Ryan might be the only one getting any sleep, not that it was much. Running the country like this was a recipe for disaster. People cracked under prolonged exhaustion, a lesson Clark had learned the hard way in the field. Yet, once someone landed a high-ranking job, basic human needs like rest suddenly vanished from the equation. Then, a month later, they'd wonder how everything went sideways, usually after someone got killed. MP, when was the last time you slept? Few could speak to her so bluntly, but Clark had trained her years ago. She offered a tired smirk. John, you're not Jewish, and you're definitely not my mother. He glanced around. Where's Ed? En route from the Gulf. Meeting with the Saudis, she explained. Officially, Mary Pat outranked her husband, but Saudi officials weren't quite ready to negotiate with a female intelligence chief, Queen Spook, Clark mused, and Ed was better at schmoozing anyway. Anything I should know about? She shook her head. Just routine. Domingo leaned back in his chair with a smirk as Clark shot him a look. You're really bringing the heat today, Clark remarked before his partner could respond. Chavez just kept grinning despite the chaos unfolding across the nation. Some priorities never changed. Could be worse, boss. At least I didn't go to law school. John rolled his eyes. Great. Now the place is going downhill. The mood shifted as they got down to work. Any updates on Jack? Mazed? Clark asked. Supposed to meet him this afternoon, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Poor guy's probably drowning in paperwork. Chavez frowned. The news made it sound like he got dragged into this mess. That accurate? Dead on. So now we've got a temp worker running the country, the deputy director quipped, the joke layered with irony. We're launching a full threat assessment, and I want both of you involved. Chavez raised an eyebrow. Why us? Because I'm done letting the intelligence directorate handle everything. For once, we've got a president who actually gets what we do. Time to rebuild operations so I can make a call and get a straight answer. Clark's eyes lit up. Plan Blue. The nod he got was all the confirmation he needed. Blue had been his last project before leaving the farm, the CIA's training ground near Yorktown. Instead of recruiting book-smart Ivy Leaguers, thankfully, the pipe-smoking era was over, he'd pushed for hiring street cops. They already knew how to work informants, navigate rough neighborhoods, and stay alive. It saved money and, in his opinion, produced better operatives. 2 previous DDOs had shelved the idea, but Mary Pat had backed it from the start. "You really think you could push this through?" Immerse Clark asked. "With your help, John. Look how well Domingo turned out." Chavez feigned offense. "Wait, so I'm not just a diversity hire?" Mrs. Brab, Fry ver Wapperfo Soldi smirked. "Oh, no, Ding. That only applies to his daughter." "Ryan's on board," she continued. "He's not exactly the director's biggest fan. For now, focus on debriefing Sandalwood." Clark hesitated. "What about our cover?" He didn't need to elaborate. Mary Pat might not have field experience, but she understood the stakes. "John, you had presidential authorization. It's documented. Nobody's questioning your actions, especially after Koga. You're both getting intelligence stars. Durling wanted to hand them out himself at Camp David. I'm sure Jack will too." Chavez kept his expression neutral, but his mind was racing. The 3-hour drive from Yorktown had given him plenty to think about. When does the threat assessment kick off? Tomorrow for our side. Why? Mary Pat studied him. "Mom, I've got a feeling we're about to be swamped." She sighed. "Let's hope you're wrong." Meanwhile, Kathy scanned the breakfast spread: pancakes, eggs, pastries. The staff had gone all out. The kids were thrilled, especially with school canceled. Katie gummed a strip of bacon while eyeing a piece of toast, while Sally, ever the teenager, was more concerned about how this would affect her social life. To them, Jack was still just Dad, no matter what title he held. That would change, he knew. But for now, he piled his plate with scrambled eggs and bacon. He'd need the energy. Jack leaned against the kitchen counter, arms crossed. "Kathy, we agreed you could keep working, but this situation changes things." Andrea Price stood nearby, her presence as constant as a shadow, though her fingers tapped restlessly against the holster of her sidearm. "Is Dentbratan." "Ryan," she interjected, "we're still assessing the security risks." Kathy cut her off with a sharp shake of her head. "Bernie Katz and Hal Marsh can cover for me on most cases, but today's patient needs me. And I have teaching rounds in 4 hours. She glanced at her watch, the polished metal, catching the light. It wasn't up for debate. People flew across continents just to observe her surgical precision. Price hesitated, then caught herself. "But schools are," she stopped. Medical schools weren't just classrooms, they were lifelines. "I can't turn my back on my patients," Kathy said firmly, scanning the room for support. The kitchen staff Navy personnel in crisp whites moved silently, expertly avoiding eye contact. The Secret Service agents wore stiff expressions, caught between protocol and the undeniable fact that this First Lady wasn't just a ceremonial figure. Most political spouses played their roles with rehearsed smiles and dutiful handshakes, but Kathy Ryan had a Lasker Award waiting on her mantle and a laser scalpel in her steady hands. Price suppressed a sigh. "This Buick Handlerbull." "Absolutely." "A logistical nightmare?" "No question." And then there was Roy Altman, the towering ex-paratrooper assigned as Kathy's lead agent. His sheer size alone was meant to deter trouble. The kids' security details had been a headache of their own. Little Jack got a sports-obsessed agent, Sally a sharp-eyed woman who knew her way around a shopping mall, and Katie's detail had sparked an actual competition among the team. Don Russell, the grandfatherly agent, had won out. Price checked her own watch. Dr. Ryan, when do you need to leave? 40 minutes, traffic depending. Traffic doesn't apply to you anymore, Price replied dryly. The day was already spiraling. Altman was in the next room, buried in maps, while the rest of them braced for the chaos of protecting a family that wasn't just political, they were real. Getting to Baltimore presented a logistical nightmare with only 3 practical routes: Interstate 95, the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, and U.S. Route 1, each choked with mourning commuters. A Secret Service motorcade would bring traffic to a standstill. But worse, the predictability of those roads made them a sniper's dream, funneling into the city like a shooting gallery. Hopkins Hospital had a helipad, sure, but nobody had dared suggest daily Marine One flights for the First Lady until now. Price stepped out to discuss options with Altman, leaving the Ryans alone at the breakfast table, pretending life hadn't just capsized. Kathy stirred her eggs absently, the silence between them heavier than the security detail outside. "The kids need funeral clothes," she finally said, voice barely above a whisper. Jack nodded, pushing toast around his plate. "I'll tell Andrea." Still waiting on the exact timing. Kathy's fingers tightened around her fork. "They'll let me operate, right?" For a fleeting moment, the fear showed no price, no masks. Jack met her gaze. "Absolutely." "Woo, and for the record, that award you won? Hell of a thing." His grin was brief but genuine. "You're incredible, you know that?" Price reappeared, tension snapping back into place. "Doctor." "Wait, Tevting." "Cherafto Ryan." Both turned, bracing. The unspoken question hung in the air. What do we even call her now? "Just Kathy," she insisted, but Price's hesitation said that wasn't happening. "We're arranging helicopter transport for now," Price continued, then gestured to the mountain of a man entering behind her. "Roy Altman, your lead agent." Altman ducked his head like an overgrown schoolboy, his tailored suit doing little to disguise the firepower beneath. "Ma'am," he rumbled, shaking her hand with surprising gentleness. 2 more agents filed in, their expressions carefully neutral. Kathy bit back the urge to ask if this circus was truly needed. She already knew the answer. The distant thump of rotor blades cut off any reply. The Black Hawk touching down on the old observatory site, snow swirling in its wake. Jack checked his watch, jaw tight. How long before this suffocating new reality crushed them? Outside, an NBC reporter adjusted her earpiece, live footage capturing the Marine chopper on the lawn. "We're here at the Naval Observatory," she announced, "where security preparations are clearly underway." The camera panned closer as the snow cleared slightly, revealing a heavily modified Black Hawk helicopter. "That's an American model with a black hole infrared suppression system," the intelligence officer explained. "It masks engine heat from heat-seeking missiles, though. It won't do much against laser-guided weapons or direct gunfire." As soon as the rotors stopped, a Marine security detail swarmed the aircraft. "Get me a map of this area," he muttered. A mortar could hit this spot just as easily as the White House lawn. The thought lingered anyone could fire one, especially with the new laser-guided rounds the British pioneered and the rest of the world quickly adopted. The Americans had set the precedent. If you can see a target, you can destroy it. And whatever or whoever was inside wouldn't stand a chance. His finger hovered over the stopwatch function on his wrist as the distant TV feed stayed locked on the scene. A dark SUV pulled up, and 4 figures emerged, walking briskly toward the waiting helicopter. "That's Dr. Ryan," the commentator noted. "She's a surgeon at Johns Hopkins." The reporter chuckled. "Think she's catching a ride to the OR." The door slid shut, and the officer clicked his timer. The turbines whined to life, the Black Hawk lifting off with its signature nose, down tilt before banking north. He checked. The elapsed time plenty for a mortar round to find its mark twice over. For Kathy Ryan, it was her first helicopter ride. They'd seated her between the pilots without explanation, though she suspected it had something to do with crash statistics. The aircraft shuddered slightly as it climbed, the rotor blades slicing through the cold air. Military engineers clearly hadn't prioritized cabin warmth, and she tugged her coat tighter, trying to ignore the Secret Service agents scanning the horizon for threats. So much for enjoying the view. Back on the ground, the reporter shrugged. Guess she's got rounds to make. The camera lingered as the helicopter vanished into the distance. The networks, locked into wall-to-wall coverage like they'd done after JFK's assassination, were sacrificing ratings for responsibility, though the cable channels were reaping the benefits. The commentators sighed. Doctors don't stop for crises. Babies are still being delivered. Life doesn't pause, even when the government collapses. The reporter nodded solemnly before turning to the camera. We'll be right back after these messages. From a distance, the voice barely reached him. For now, it whispered. The children were quickly escorted away by their security detail, marking the start of the day's real work. Arnie Van Dam looked utterly exhausted, like a man on the verge of collapse. Jack Ryan could see it. The relentless workload, compounded by grief, was wearing him down. While the president deserved protection from unnecessary burdens, Ryan refused to let his staff burn out in the process. Say what you need to say, Arnie, then take a break, go get some rest. I can't just walk away, Andrea? Ryan cut in. Yes, Mr. Wes in pre-precedent. Once we're done here, arrange for someone to drive Arnie home. He is not to return to the White House before 4 this afternoon. Ryan locked eyes with his chief of staff. You're not burning out on my watch. I need you sharp. Too drained to argue, Van Dam simply handed over a folder. The funeral arrangements day after tomorrow. Ryan flipped through the pages, his expression shifting from authority to quiet sorrow. Whoever had organized the details had done so with care. The Durlings would lie in state at the White House since the Capitol was unavailable, allowing mourners to pass through for 24 hours. The route was planned to soften the grief. Visitors would enter through the front and exit past historical displays and presidential portraits. The next morning, a procession would take them to National Cathedral for an interfaith service, with representatives from different faiths in attendance. The folder also contained drafts for Ryan's 2 major speeches, another weight on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Kathy Ryan adjusted the crash helmet, its intercom crackling as she pointed to the backup helicopter, trailing theirs. Why is that one following us? Standard procedure, ma'am, the pilot, Colonel Hank Goodman, replied. In case we have mechanical issues and need to land, can't afford delays. He didn't mention the 4 heavily armed Secret Service agents aboard the other aircraft. How often does that actually happen? Not on my watch, Goodman said, though he remembered the 1993 crash over the Potomac, a grim reminder of the risks. His eyes never stopped scanning the sky. The Secret Service had no tolerance for mistakes, a lesson one reckless civilian pilot had learned the hard way years ago. The flight was smooth, the cold air clear as they followed I-95 toward Baltimore. Hopkins Hospital came into view, triggering a sobering thought for Kathy. This wasn't her first helicopter ride. The last time, she'd been unconscious, fleeing an attack that had nearly killed her and Sally. Now, surrounded by danger simply because of who her husband was, she couldn't shake the unease. Mr. The atypically turquoise occur. Goodman's voice crackled through the headset. Yeah, Colonel. You confirmed our arrival. Already handled, Altman assured him. Colonel Goodman glanced at his co-pilot with a tight frown. Wait, is this landing pad even rated for a bird this heavy? The state troopers use lighter models. The silence that followed spoke volumes. Goodman exhaled sharply. All right, we'll manage just this once. Clear on the left, the co-pilot confirmed. Clear right, Goodman muttered, banking the helicopter in a slow circle to check the windsock atop the building below. A few lazy gusts drifted from the northwest, nothing serious. He guided the descent with precision, his eyes locked on the radio antennas to his right. The touchdown was featherlight, rotors still spinning to ease the strain on the reinforced concrete. Overkill? Isrebian. Probably. Engineers always overbuilt. But Goodman hadn't clawed his way up to Colonel by gambling on probably. The crew chief yanked the door open, and the Secret Service agent spilled out first, sweeping the rooftop with practiced efficiency. Goodman kept his grip on the collective, ready to wrench the chopper skyward if anything felt off. Only when they'd safely escorted Mrs. Ryan out did he relax marginally. Back at base, call this facility yourself, he ordered. Get the roof specs and blueprints for our records. Copy that, sir. Things just moved too fast today. Iasturisto. You think. Goodman switched frequencies. Marine 3 to Marine 2. The backup pilot responded instantly. 2 here. On the move. Goodman tilted the collective, veering south. She seemed nice, the crew chief remarked. Nervous right before landing, though. Join the club, Goodman grunted. I'll follow up when we're back. Inside, Doctor. Katz and 3 Johns Hopkins security officers stood waiting, courtesy of the Secret Service's heads up. Pleasantries were exchanged, badges distributed, turning the agents into temporary med school staff. And just like that, Dr. Caroline Ryan's day kicked into gear. Iv iblerpab. Your heart holding up? Caroline asked. Katz blinked at her tone. Saw her 20 minutes ago. Oddly thrilled the First Lady's doing her surgery. Andrews Air Force Base usually had space to spare its runways sprawling like Kansas prairie, but today it was jammed tighter than an aircraft boneyard in the Arizona desert. Every plane came with its own security detail, each team eyeing the others like they were armed trespassers. 2 Concords anchored the lineup, flanked by an armada of wide-body jets painted in national colors. Sabina, Klum, Lufthansa, NATO's finest parked in a row. Scandinavia showed up with 3 7047s, because why not? None of these flights had arrived even half full. Heads of state didn't do coach. Coordinating the chaos fell to the White House and State Department protocol teams who'd already begged off personalized presidential greetings via embassy memos. The Air Force Honor Guard, however, had no such luxury. They snapped to attention, dismissed, and reassembled hourly as world leaders rolled in non-stop speeches clipped, cameras flashing, motorcades queued, getting them all into D. That was someone else's migraine. The streets of Washington, D. were a tangled mess as diplomatic protection service vehicles formed tight escorts, shuttling embassy limousines through the city. Suitland Parkway and Interstate 3095 became parking lots, clogged with motorcades ferrying presidents, prime ministers, and even a few serene princes to their respective embassies, most of them thankfully clustered along Massachusetts Avenue. Against all odds, the chaotic ballet of coordination worked, and every dignitary arrived where they needed to be. Behind closed doors, embassies hosted subdued receptions, while the world's leaders seized the rare opportunity to mingle, negotiate, or simply exchange pleasantries. The British ambassador, the most senior among NATO and Commonwealth representatives, had the unenviable task of hosting an informal dinner for 22 heads of state. As night settled over Andrews Air Force Base, the tower crew, ironically, the same team that had been on duty during that night, watched a Japan Airlines 747 glide onto runway 01. Right. The pilots might have spotted the wreckage of another aircraft, tucked inside a hangar on the east side of the base, where workers were still hauling out twisted debris from the capital. But the jetliner rolled smoothly to a stop, guided by ground crew to its designated unloading area. The captain noticed the cameras, the military personnel braving the cold to witness the arrival. He considered mentioning it to his co-pilot, but held his tongue. Torajiro Sato had been more than just a colleague. He'd been a decent man, a professional. Now his actions had stained their country, their airline, their entire profession. The captain clenched his jaw. In their culture, purpose-driven suicide carried honor. But this was different. It had shaken the nation to its core. The captain couldn't wait to shed his uniform, both here and back home. With practiced precision, he braked the massive aircraft into position, aligning the door perfectly with the waiting staircase. He and his co-pilot exchanged a bitter glance. There was no pride in this landing, just grim duty. Instead of their usual hotel, armed escorts would be their shadows tonight. The cabin door swung open, and Prime Minister Mogataro Koga stepped into the frigid February air, his coat buttoned, his tie hastily straightened by a nervous aide. The Air Force band launched into ruffles and flourishes as Acting Secretary of State Scott Adler waited below. They'd never met, but Adler had memorized the briefing as fourth and most critical greeting of the day. Koga looked exactly like his photos, unremarkable, average height, black hair, barely touched by gray. But his eyes, Adler caught it immediately, were anything but neutral. There was grief there, barely contained. No surprise, Adler thought, offering his hand. Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Adler Bort. The two men moved toward the podium, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Adler offered a quiet greeting, his carefully crafted words from Foggy Bottom taking only a moment to deliver but far longer to perfect. Then Koga stepped forward, his voice steady as he addressed the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Adler and your nation for this unexpected invitation. Though such gestures may seem surprising, I've come to recognize them as part of your country's generous spirit. Today, I stand before you on a sorrowful yet vital mission, one I hope will mend wounds between our nations. May this tragedy become a path toward peace. With that, he stepped back, allowing Adler to guide him down the red carpet as the band played Japan's national anthem, a piece ironically composed by an Englishman decades ago. Koga scanned the faces of the honor guard, searching for hostility but finding only stoic professionalism before they reached the waiting car. Adler slid in beside him. How are you holding up, sir? The question seemed routine, but Koga soon realized it wasn't just politeness, it had been Ryan's idea, not Adler's. The timing worked in their favor. Dusk had settled, the sky streaked with fading light as clouds rolled in. If you'd like, Adler continued, we can stop to see President Ryan before heading to your embassy. He wanted me to assure you, if you'd rather rest after the long flight, he'll understand. To Adler's surprise, Koga didn't hesitate. The honor would be mine. Adler reached into his coat, pulling out a secure radio. Eagle to sword base. Weed it's tech sheeb. He'd found his Secret Service codename amusing fitting, given his heritage. The response crackled back, sword base copies. Eagle out. The motorcade accelerated onto Suitland Parkway, the roads eerily empty. No news helicopters buzzed overhead. Washington's airspace was locked down, even diverting flights from National Airport. Koga barely noticed the American driver as the car veered onto I-2095, then merged onto I-3095. the rough pavement jostling them slightly as they crossed the Anacostia. In a swift, practiced move, their Lexus peeled off, replaced by a decoy, while 3 black Suburbans closed in around them. Minutes later, the car turned onto West Executive Drive. "They're here, sir," Price announced. Ryan stepped outside just as the car stopped. Unsure of protocol, another detail he hadn't quite mastered. He nearly opened the door himself before Marine Corporal beat him to it, snapping a sharp salute. "Mr. President," Koga said as he stood. Ryan gestured toward the entrance. "Mr. Prime Minister, this way." Koga had never visited the White House before. The thought struck him, had he come months earlier, under different circumstances, perhaps the conflict could have been avoided. But Ryan's presence cut through his regrets. No grand ceremony, no fanfare, just the president, waiting alone at the door. That, Koga decided, spoke louder than any formal welcome. Moments after rushing through the West Wing corridors, Koga found himself seated across from President Jack Ryan in the hushed solitude of the Oval Office. Only a polished coffee table separated them, its surface holding a tray with steaming cups. "I appreciate you making time for this," Koga said quietly. Ryan leaned forward to pour the dark brew. "We needed to speak without an audience for once. No aides counting seconds, or journalists analyzing our every expression." The Japanese leader hesitated before lifting his cup, noticing the rich aroma, though he secretly longed for green tea. Ryan's deliberate hospitality didn't escape him. "Who should I thank for pulling me out of Yamata's grasp?" Koga asked abruptly. Ryan met his gaze. "That call came from this office. The operatives involved are still stationed nearby if you'd like to meet them." Koga gave a measured nod. "When circumstances permit." He took a careful sip, the bitterness offset by the warmth of the gesture. The weight of recent events hung between them, the failed trade negotiations, the chaos surrounding Goto, all culminating in what Ryan called history's most disastrous coincidence. The president's jaw tightened. "Now it falls to us to stitch things back together. Quickly." Koga straightened. "Every conspirator now sits in a cell, awaiting trial for treason." Ryan's response came like a blade sheathed in velvet. "Your judicial process is your own." Both men knew the unspoken truth. Japan's courts had a troubling habit of prioritizing cultural norms over constitutional law, a concept that would give any American judge nightmares. Yet Koga had already hand-picked magistrates who understood this trial required textbook proceedings. Anything less would derail the fragile diplomacy unfolding in this very room. A shadow crossed Koga's face as he recalled Sato's rampage. "My nation wears this shame like a burial robe." Ryan's fingers tightened around his cup. "We've got mountains to move, but they'll get moved." He exhaled sharply. "Let our ministers handle the policy, fine print. Right now, I just needed to look you in the eye and know we're reading from the same page." Studying Ryan across the low table, Koga noted the paradox. A man whose resume included lethal field work, now radiating exhausted resolve. The Prime Minister had spent his trans-Pacific flight reviewing Ryan's dossier, a scholar who'd pulled triggers, a family man who'd stared down assassins. Yet the blue eyes watching him now held something textbooks couldn't capture. Fatigue, yes. Grief for the Durling children, undoubtedly haunting some White House corridor. But beneath that, a chess player's calculation, masked by Midwestern directness. Koga suddenly reconsidered his initial assumption. Westerners weren't necessarily transparent. They simply compartmentalized differently. The realization struck him. This wasn't just a samurai in a tailored suit. This was a man who'd learned to wield both a sword and a pen with equal precision. He filed the observation away, untouched coffee cooling between his palms. The matter wasn't particularly urgent, but there was something weighing on his mind, a choice he'd settled on during the long flight across the Pacific. "If it's allowed, I'd like to make a request," he said. "What would that be, sir?" "Is Dalbide, Mr. President." "This isn't wise," Price protested moments later. Ryan didn't waver. "Wise or not, we're doing it. Make it happen." With a reluctant nod, Andrea Price stepped out of the room. Koga observed the exchange, struck by Ryan's quiet authority. No theatrics, just decisive action. Outside, the Suburbans idled at the west entrance. Coats were shrugged on, doors opened, and within minutes the four-vehicle convoy swung around and headed south before veering east toward Capitol Hill. No sirens blared this time. No flashing lights, just a brisk, efficient pace that bent traffic rules without fully breaking them. The deserted streets made it easy to glide through intersections, and soon they turned onto Capitol Street. Then again toward the looming silhouette of the building. The steps had been cleared, leaving a smooth path upward once the vehicles parked and the Secret Service agents took their positions. Ryan guided Koga forward, and together they stood at the edge of what had once been the House chamber, now a hollowed-out space. The Japanese Prime Minister straightened, then clapped his hands sharply once to summon the attention of lingering spirits as his faith dictated. He bowed deeply, murmuring prayers for the departed. Ryan, unexpectedly moved, followed suit. No cameras captured the moment. The network crews had packed up for the night, their equipment dormant, their vans filled with idle chatter and lukewarm coffee. In the stillness, it took only a minute. Then an American hand reached out, a Japanese one clasped it, and in that silent exchange, something deeper than diplomacy passed between them. The cold February wind carried no sound, but the unspoken agreement was unmistakable peace, finally and completely. Andrea Price, standing a few paces back, blinked away tears that had nothing to do with the weather. She was grateful the White House photographer had tagged along. When the moment ended, she ushered both men back to their separate cars, the quiet weight of the night settling over them. Meanwhile, across the ocean, another conversation unfolded. "Why such an extreme reaction?" the Prime Minister asked, swirling her sherry. The Prince of Wales hesitated, careful with his words. "Your naval exercises could easily be misread as aggressive." "Sri Lanka must negotiate with the Tamils," she countered, exhaustion creeping into her voice. "They refuse meaningful talks, and we're trying to push them toward resolution. Our peacekeepers are already there. We can't let them become bargaining chips." "Then why not withdraw as requested?" She sighed, rubbing her temple. "Your Highness, if we pull out and violence erupts again, our own Tamil population will demand answers. We stepped in to help at our own cost, and now Sri Lanka's inaction risks humiliating us and prolonging their own crisis. Then the Americans intervene, emboldening Colombo's stubbornness." The prince leaned back. "When does their prime minister arrive?" Her answer was little more than a weary shrug. The invitation to fly together and discuss matters was extended, but unfortunately, he turned it down. "Maybe tomorrow," she remarked dryly, assuming his plane doesn't break down mid-flight. That airline, after all, was notorious for its mechanical issues, not to mention its questionable safety record. "If you'd like," she continued, "the ambassador might be able to arrange a discreet meeting." The Prime Minister considered it briefly before conceding it might not be a complete waste of time. He then sighed, adding, "If only the Americans could grasp the nuances of our region. They've never quite managed it." The prince understood the underlying message. India wanted him to act as a mediator. His long-standing friendship with President Ryan made him the ideal choice, though such missions always required navigating government protocols, which in this case meant deferring to the ambassador. Whitehall had clearly weighed the situation and concluded that the prince's personal connection to the new president held more value than formal diplomatic channels. Plus, it didn't hurt to bolster the monarchy's image at a time when public perception mattered. And if he was being honest, it gave him a convenient excuse to visit the royal family's discreetly held property in Wyoming, referred to in hushed tones among insiders as the firm. His response was measured. I see. Still, Britain couldn't ignore India's request. Once the crown jewel of the empire, the country remained a crucial trade partner, even if it often proved exasperating. A direct confrontation between the two leaders would only stir up unnecessary tension, especially since the recent interference with Indian naval operations had been conveniently overshadowed by the tail end of the American-Japanese conflict. Best to keep it that way. Ryan had enough on his plate already. The prince hoped his old friend was getting some rest, unlike the jet-lagged officials in the reception room. Sleep wasn't just a luxury for the president. It was a necessity. He'd need every ounce of energy for the days ahead. Meanwhile, outside the Treasury building, the line of mourners stretched endlessly, a living cliché twisting into the distance. New arrivals merged seamlessly into the queue, as if the crowd regenerated itself. They shuffled forward in the cold, entering the building in small groups, guided by an unseen rhythm, perhaps a watchful attendant, counting seconds under their breath. Inside, an honor guard stood motionless beside the caskets, their presence a silent tribute. Ryan watched the procession from his office, studying the faces of those who had come. Most had never voted for Roger Durling. He'd been the vice president, after all, stepping into the role only after Fowler's resignation. Yet in death, America embraced him with a warmth he'd rarely experienced in life. Some mourners, after their brief moment at the casket, glanced around the grand hall, their curiosity momentarily outweighing grief before they exited, scattering into the city or heading home. Soon, it would be Ryan's turn to leave not just the office but to return to his family and prepare for the relentless demands of the next day. And then, as if on impulse, they made their decision the moment they landed at Dulles. Pete Holbrook and Ernest Brown managed to snag a budget-friendly motel near the last stop on the Metro's Yellow Line. After hopping on the subway, they got off at Farragut Square, just a short walk from the White House, a sight neither had seen before. Washington, D. That so-called cursed city built on a swamp, draining the lifeblood of the nation, was exactly the kind of place the mountain men loved to mock. The journey had been long, shuffling in the cold for hours, but at least they knew how to bundle up, unlike the underdressed East Coast folks around them, shivering in flimsy jackets. The line was full of murmurs about the late President Roger Durling. How tragic his death was, how lovely his wife had been, how heartbreaking for the kids. Pete and Ernest exchanged glances. Sure, losing a parent was rough, but how many honest folks had suffered under his policies? Still, they kept their opinions to themselves, blending in as the crowd inched forward. The Treasury building offered a brief break from the wind, and Ernest muttered something about Andrew Jackson moving it, just so he wouldn't have to look at the Capitol. Typical Washington. Nonsense like closing off Pennsylvania Avenue to keep the president safe from the very people he was supposed to serve. Inside the White House gates, the atmosphere shifted. Uniformed Secret Service agents stood watch, and Marines patrolled the grounds. Marines, real patriots, wasted on guarding politicians. The place itself wasn't bad, though. They could appreciate the history Jackson standing up to the courts, Lincoln's grit, even Teddy Roosevelt's love for the wilderness before he got too cozy with big government. Too bad the recent occupants hadn't measured up. As they moved deeper, Pete couldn't help but smirk. Here they were, two mountain men walking right into the belly of the beast. If only those Marines knew who they were letting in. The American soldiers, regardless of race, had all endured the same rigorous training. Some even carried a deep sense of patriotism. It was unfortunate that prejudice still lingered, but that was the reality they faced. The Marines followed orders without question, their youthful faces hardened by duty. Maybe they'd grow wiser with time after all. The mountain men had a few former military among them. Bundled in thick coats and stiff white gloves, they stood rigid until a sergeant finally opened the door. Holbrook and Brown glanced around the grand foyer, unimpressed. It was the kind of place that made a man feel invincible, until he remembered power was just an illusion. Lincoln had come from a log cabin. Teddy Roosevelt had roughed it in the wilderness. But now? The people who lived here were just bureaucrats in fancy suits. Inside, more Marines stood guard, flanking the two caskets. But what really set nerves on edge were the civilians' men, with coiled wires snaking from their collars to their ears. Secret Service. Federal enforcers. The same folks who ran the ATF. Of course they'd be here. The Whiskey Rebellion had been the first crack in the people's trust, and even Washington wasn't above criticism. Some of the mountain men joked that even legends had their off days, and you didn't mess with a man like that. Brown and Holbrook kept their eyes forward, careful not to engage. Some battles weren't worth picking. Then, Special Agent Price stepped into the foyer. Her principal was secure, but her watch extended over the entire building. The procession wasn't a threat, just a logistical headache. Even if armed men had slipped into the crowd, hidden agents with Uzis in their quick draw bags, nicknamed less politely by the rank and file, were ready. A concealed metal detector flagged suspicious entrance, while others flipped through mugshots like a deck of cards, matching faces to known troublemakers. Instinct did the rest, zeroing in on anyone who seemed off. Problem was, the cold made everyone look guilty. Some stomped snow from their boots. Others fumbled with coats or stared too long at the ceiling. All red flags for the detail. If someone tripped the sensors, a quiet signal would go out. Blue coat male, 6 feet, and suddenly half a dozen agents would be sizing up a dentist from Richmond just adjusting his hand warmer. His face would be scanned, his movements tracked, maybe even followed to his car. The old Strategic Air Command had once claimed peace is our profession. For the Secret Service, it was paranoia a necessity, hammered home by the two caskets resting in the White House. Brown and Holbrook had exactly 5 seconds to take in the scene before the crowd pushed them along. 2 polished caskets, likely funded by taxpayer dollars, were draped with American flags, a sight that made their stomachs turn. Well, maybe the wife deserved the honor, they conceded. Wives were expected to stand by their men, even if the men didn't deserve it. The velvet ropes guided them down the steps, and the mood around them shifted. A hushed reverence settled over the crowd, punctuated by quiet sobs, mostly from the women. The 2 men remained stone-faced, just like most of the others. On their way out, they paused to admire the Remington sculptures, but only for a moment. Stepping back into the open air was a relief after the stifling government-controlled heat inside. They didn't exchange a word until they were well clear of the crowd. "Nice coffins we paid for," Holbrook muttered. "Too bad we didn't get to see inside." Brown glanced around. No one was close enough to overhear. "They've got kids," he pointed out, turning south toward Pennsylvania Avenue. "Yeah, and those kids will grow up just like them bureaucrats through and through," Holbrook shot back. They walked in silence for a few more steps before Holbrook finally spat out, "Damn." There wasn't much else to say. The sunrise painted the sky behind the Capitol, its silhouette sharp against the horizon. Neither man had been to Washington before, but the sight was unmistakable and unsettling. Holbrook was glad Brown had talked him into coming. The view alone made the trip worthwhile. "Ernie," he said, shaking his head, "it's something else." Brown just nodded. "Yay, yay." Meanwhile, Sister Jean-Baptiste was wrestling with a far darker reality. The warning signs had been vague at first, but now there was no mistaking them. Her patient, a kind young man, was deteriorating fast. His fever had soared past 4 degrees Fahrenheit, and the other symptoms were even more alarming. Confusion, violent vomiting tinged with blood, signs of internal bleeding had all pointed to something catastrophic. In the back of her mind, one word loomed: Ebola. This region was no stranger to deadly diseases, but Ebola was in a league of its own. She prepared to draw another blood sample, her gloved hands steady, despite the gravity of the moment. The first sample had mysteriously vanished, likely due to the carelessness of the newer staff. The boy's parents held his arm as she worked, their faces tight with fear. The procedure went smoothly. He was barely conscious now. She disposed of the needle immediately, unwilling to risk contamination. Too many corners had been cut here before, even with the threat of AIDS hanging over them. She didn't linger. The lab was just a short walk away, through the hospital's covered breezeways. The facility had once been a beacon of hope, and now, thanks to the WHO, it had modern equipment and a handful of young doctors. But what it really needed was more nurses. The medical team consisted entirely of British and American trained professionals. Dr. Mohammed Modi stood at the lab bench, his tall, lean frame and reserved demeanor masking his sharp expertise. He glanced up as the nurse approached, observing how she carefully disposed of the needle. "What do we have, sister?" he asked. She handed him the file. Patient Benedict Makusa, an 8-year-old African boy. Modi flipped through the paperwork, noting the progression of symptoms: headache, fever, disorientation, and now signs of internal bleeding. His expression tightened. If petechial rashes appeared next. "He's in the general ward." "Yes, doctor." "Transfer him to isolation immediately." "I'll be there shortly." As the nurse left, she rubbed her temples, blaming the oppressive heat, something a Northern European like her never fully adjusted to. Maybe she'd grab an aspirin after tending to the boy. Meanwhile, security measures were already in full swing. 2 E-3B Sentry aircraft, deployed from Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma to Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina, took off at 8 a.m. heading north. Shutting down all local airports was deemed excessive, but Washington National remained closed. No congressmen rushing to catch flights meant an eerie quiet. Dulles and Baltimore-Washington International operated under strict protocols, with air traffic controllers enforcing a no-fly bubble around the White House. Any unauthorized aircraft would be intercepted, and if that failed, the response would be swift and decisive. 4 F-16 fighters patrolled the skies, their contrails etching stark lines against the blue. On the ground, the D. National Guard's 2060th Military Police Brigade mobilized, blocking streets with Humvees and coordinating with law enforcement. Honor Guards lined the procession route, rifles at the ready, some possibly loaded. The media broadcast every detail, ensuring the public felt the tension. With 61 foreign leaders in the city, logistics were a nightmare. Mourning codes had been the norm decades ago, but now dark suits sufficed except for uniformed officials or diplomats in traditional dress who endured the sweltering heat for national pride. Organizing the procession was another headache. Alphabetical by country? By name? The chaos was inevitable. The rigid protocol of diplomatic seniority would have unfairly elevated a handful of autocrats who'd somehow clawed their way into international legitimacy-strengthening regimes America tolerated but didn't particularly admire. One by one, they filed through the White House, passing the somber row of coffins after the final American mourners had been ushered out, each pausing for a perfunctory nod before being herded toward the chaotic East Room. There, frazzled State Department aides fumbled with name cards and lukewarm coffee, while the real power players sized each other up. Upstairs, the Ryan family moved in quiet synchrony, adjusting their funeral attire under the watchful eyes of White House attendants. The kids took it in stride, giggling at the unfamiliar sight of their parents getting primped like dolls, though. Jack Ryan clutched his speech draft like a life preserver, wishing he could blink this nightmare away. He felt like an underdog boxer dragged into a title fight, absorbing blow after blow while praying not to humiliate himself. As Mary Abbott lacquered his hair into uncharacteristic submission with hairspray, Arnie's voice cut through the tension. "Showtime, mister." "No, President." Ryan handed his speech binder to a stone-faced Secret Service agent, leading his family down the grand staircase, Kathy cradling Katie, Sally guiding little Jack by the hand. The moment he entered the East Room, the murmurs died. Every gaze locked onto him, but these weren't curious glances from tourists. These were calculated assessments from heads of state and razor-sharp ambassadors already composing their cables. Then came the saving grace, a familiar face, in a Royal Navy uniform, stepped forward, his ambassador having strategically positioned him first. "Mr. President," Prince Charles said with a nod, the unspoken understanding between them almost audible. London approved of this unexpected turn. Ryan's lips twitched into the first genuine smile of the day. "Your Highness. Been a minute since that mess in London, hasn't it?" Outside, a merciless wind stole what little warmth the winter sun offered, turning the procession into a spectacle of stark shadows and echoing drumbeats. DC police motorcycles roared to life, followed by the rhythmic stomp of the 82nd Airborne Honor Guard Durling's old unit, their maroon berets and jump boots a jarring contrast to the somber occasion. The riderless horse with its backward boots and the twin gun carriages drew gasps from the crowd. Even hardened veterans swallowed hard at the sight. As the cortege advanced, servicemen snapped salutes first for the fallen president, then for his reluctant successor. Most civilians fumbled with their hats. The radio announcer droned on about Durling's airborne routes, but what stuck with bystanders were the two soldiers marching ahead of the caisson one, bearing the presidential standard, the other clutching Durling's framed combat medals, proof that the much-maligned politician had once crawled through gunfire to save a brother in arms. The wind carried the drum cadence like a challenge, each beat asking the new president, "Can you measure up?" The ex-soldier was lost somewhere in the motorcade, having already given countless interviews about how the future president had once pulled him from certain death. The two mountain men shook their heads. What a waste of a good man, though they suspected he'd always been more politician than warrior. The new president's armored limousine rolled into view, flanked by 4 stone-faced Secret Service agents. This man was an enigma to them. They'd seen the news clips how he'd taken down 2 armed assailants, one with a handgun, the other with an Uzi. May a former Marine. That earned him a grudging nod of respect. The endless cable news loops mostly showed him stiffly enduring press briefings or holding his own in Sunday morning interviews. Most vehicles in the procession had tinted windows, but not the president's. Through the glass, anyone could see John Ryan, his wife beside him. His 3 kids twisted around in the jump seat to watch the crowds. "What's the deal with this Ryan guy?" the anchor asked, feigning curiosity. The commentator, exhausted after days of nonstop coverage, barely suppressed an eye roll. "Career CIA. Bipartisan respect. Worked closely with Trent and Fellows, probably why they're still breathing. And let's not forget that little Wild West showdown with the terrorists. Are we really comfortable with a president who's killed people?" The commentator cut in, counting off on his fingers. "Washington, Jackson. You are Teddy Roosevelt. Stolpaftetrum. Eisenhower. Half our presidents wore uniforms. Hell, Kennedy nearly got his PT boat sunk. The anchor's plastic smile tightened. But, let's be honest, he was only VP as a placeholder, a consolation prize for handling that mess with the Japanese conglomerates. Inside the limo, Ryan tried to review his speech, but the cold distracted him. 29 degrees outside, yet thousands lined the sidewalks, their breath visible as they tracked his car. Some pointed. Others offered hesitant waves, as if unsure of the protocol. Most just nodded with that strained funeral parlor, "Sympathy, good luck, you'll need it." He considered waving back, but decided against it. Funerals had rules, even unwritten ones. So he just watched them, his face carefully blank, wishing he had something to say. "Guy looks like he'd rather be anywhere else," Brown muttered to Holbrook. They waited, scanning the crowd. Not everyone cared about the parade of diplomats, just a blur of flags and blacked-out windows sparking half-hearted guesses of, "Wait, is that Belgium?" Nobody really knew. The two rugged outdoorsmen pushed their way through the crowd, retreating from the busy street into the quiet sanctuary of the park. Holbrook shook his head with a knowing smirk. That guy. Total bureaucrat. Classic case of the Peter Principle in action. Both men chuckled at the reference to the famous book that perfectly captured the absurdity of government hierarchies, where people inevitably get promoted until they're completely out of their depth. His companion glanced back at the bustling traffic and fluttering patriotic banners lining the avenue. "You know what? I'm starting to agree with you," he admitted with a slow nod. Meanwhile, security at the National Cathedral was tighter than a drum. Every Secret Service agent on duty knew the drill. No assassin, in their right mind, would even attempt anything here. The idea of professional hitmen was mostly Hollywood fantasy anyway. Every rooftop with a clear view of the Gothic spires had armed officers, soldiers, or elite counter-sniper teams stationed with precision. These sharpshooters carried custom rifles worth thousands, capable of hitting a target over half a mile away with chilling accuracy. They trained relentlessly, dominating competitions with the same predictability as the ocean tides. Any would-be troublemaker would either take one look at the overwhelming security and back off, or, if they were some deranged amateur, quickly realize today wasn't the day to test fate. Yet despite the airtight precautions, tension hummed in the air. Agents darted around, double-checking every detail as the procession approached. One exhausted officer, running on fumes after 30 straight hours on duty, fumbled his coffee, sending it splashing across the cold stone steps. Cursing under his breath, he crushed the foam cup in his fist, stuffed it in his pocket, and radioed in that his post was secure. Inside the cathedral, another team swept through the shadowy alcoves one last time before taking their positions, reviewing last-minute seating charts, and bracing for the inevitable hiccup. Outside, the gun carriages rolled to a stop, followed by a slow procession of black sedans. Ryan stepped out with his family, their faces numb with shock. He wasn't sure if their dazed silence was a blessing or a curse. What was a man supposed to do in moments like this? He squeezed his son's shoulder as more officials arrived, forming ranks behind them. Junior staff filtered in through side entrances, passing through metal detectors, while clergy and choir members took their places. Ryan's gaze lingered on the young soldiers from the 82nd Airborne, their heads shaved close under their berets, standing at rigid attention. They looked impossibly young, but there was no mistaking the hardened resolve in their eyes. It reminded him of his own father, who had served in the 1st decades ago. Same grit, same unshakable pride. The ceremony dragged on, and Ryan, like the soldiers beside him, held himself rigid, eyes scanning the scene, while his mind wandered through memories of service, loss, and the weight of duty. The children shivered in the cold, their breath visible in the crisp air as they shifted uncomfortably. Kathy watched them with concern. sharing her husband's worry about the biting chill, yet knowing some obligations outweighed even parental instincts. What kind of duty, she wondered, forced orphaned kids to endure this without complaint? The final officials stepped out of their vehicles, taking their positions with practiced precision. A sharp count echoed, and the soldiers moved toward the gun carriages, 7 to each casket. The officer undid the clamps one by one, and the polished wooden coffins were lifted with mechanical precision, carried forward in measured steps. The presidential flag led the way up the Capitol steps, followed by the solemn procession of soldiers bearing the caskets. The president's was at the front, flanked by the captain and a sergeant directing the detail. No one was to blame, just the cruel twist of fate. The soldiers, stiff from standing too long in the cold after their morning march up Massachusetts Avenue, moved in slow unison. Then disaster struck. The right-side soldier slipped on a patch of frozen coffee, his boots losing traction at the worst possible moment. Instead of falling outward, he collapsed inward, his legs sweeping another soldier off balance. The combined weight, over 400 pounds of casket, metal, and bodies crashed down, snapping the first soldier's legs against the unforgiving granite. A horrified gasp rippled through the crowd. Secret Service agents surged forward, hands on their weapons, fearing an attack. Andrea Price positioned herself in front of Ryan, her fingers gripping her concealed sidearm, while others prepared to shield the families. The soldiers scrambled to lift the casket off their injured comrade, whose face had gone ghostly pale. "Ice," he managed through gritted teeth, too disciplined to curse despite the searing pain. An agent spotted the treacherous patch, a glossy smear of frozen coffee, and signaled the all-clear. Ryan winced at the sight. Roger Durling wouldn't have felt the impact, but the indignity of it all struck his children like a physical blow. His son flinched, turning away before forcing himself to look back, confusion flickering in his young eyes. Just last night, he'd crept to his bedroom door, half expecting his parents to return. Now this. "Oh, God," a commentator muttered as cameras zoomed in on the injured paratrooper being dragged aside. The sergeant stepped into place without hesitation, and the casket was hoisted back up, its once pristine surface now marred by deep scratches. "Okay, soldiers," the sergeant barked. "By the left." "Daddy," whispered 9-year-old Mark Durling, his voice breaking the heavy silence. The soldiers clenched their jaws. The agents exchanged pained glances. Jack instinctively pulled the boy close, his mind racing for words that didn't exist. What else could possibly go wrong today? As Mrs. Durling followed her husband's casket inside, Ryan guided Mark forward, slipping into the role of a comforting uncle without realizing it. The boy leaned into him, seeking warmth in more ways than one. Jack wished desperately he could ease their pain, even for a fleeting moment. But the idea was futile. His own growing sorrow did nothing to lessen the grief weighing on the children. The chapel offered some warmth, a small comfort noticed only by those not swallowed by emotion. Protocol officers moved quietly into position as the Ryan family settled into the right front pew, facing the Durling party across the aisle. 6 caskets rested in the sacristy, 3 for the fallen leaders, their final act of representation, and 3 more for the others lost. The organ's solemn melody was familiar yet unplaceable, thankfully avoiding the crushing weight of Mozart's Masonic dirge. Ahead, clergy stood with practiced composure, while in front of Jack, where hymnals usually lay, another copy of his speech waited. The scene unfolding on screen would stir any professional in his field, not with excitement, but with a sickening thrill. Opportunities like this never came with warning, leaving no room for preparation. Yet his mind raced through possibilities. A mortar concealed in a delivery truck, raining chaos onto the gathering. Random targets, yes, but terror needed no precision. Look at them, he murmured as cameras panned the pew's men and women sitting in quiet disarray, some whispering, others hollow-eyed. Then the lens found the late president's children, their faces etched with a numbness only profound loss could carve. Kids were resilient, weren't they? They'd move on, now that politics had discarded them. His interest in them was detached, almost scientific. The camera lingered on Ryan, zooming in, studying the lines of his face like an unsolved equation. Jack hadn't truly said goodbye to Roger Durling. The whirlwind of the week had stolen the chance to gather his thoughts, but now his gaze locked onto that single casket. Anne and the others were near strangers, chosen for ceremony, but Roger had been different. He'd pulled Jack from obscurity, trusted him with responsibility, leaned on his counsel. Their friendship had weathered the strain of the Japan conflict, though Jack had already begun calling it a crisis. In his mind, war belonged to history books, not the modern world. Roger had understood when Jack needed out, offering an escape from the gilded cage of public service. A bitter irony struck him. If Roger had picked someone else for the job, Jack would have been in the House chamber that night. Wet ready truths piff front frang. Dead. The realization hit like a fist. Roger had saved him. Maybe more than just him. Kathy and the children would have been seated in the gallery that night, alongside Anne Durling. Could everything really hinge on such fleeting moments? Across the city, other families gathered around caskets, some holding adults, others cradling children who'd been brought to the joint session by parents who never imagined it would be their last outing. Mark Durling's quiet sobs broke the silence, his older sister Amy pulling him close in a futile attempt to shield him from the pain. Jack barely turned his head, catching the scene from the corner of his eye. Kids shouldn't have to endure this, he thought, the injustice of it hitting him like a punch to the gut. His jaw tightened as he stared at the floor, anger simmering with nowhere to go. The man responsible was already dead, his body cooling in a morgue, while somewhere far away, whatever family he had left carried the weight of his actions. Violence like this left no lessons, only shattered lives and unanswered questions. It struck without reason, like a sudden illness, leaving survivors to pick up the pieces. One man's choice had rippled outward, sparing some and destroying others by sheer luck. Jack, who'd spent years studying human nature, clenched his teeth as the sound of a grieving child echoed through the stone church. Thou bestem, he's weak. The thought was sharp, almost mocking. The president, supposedly a leader, was barely holding himself together. Hadn't he faced death before? Shouldn't he know better by now? The others in the room wore the expected solemn masks, but their eyes betrayed resignation. Death was inevitable, after all. Jack had once understood danger, but years of cushioned security had dulled that edge. Funny how a single glance could strip a man bare. 5 rows back, the Prime Minister of India observed Ryan's slumped shoulders with detached curiosity. Leaders weren't supposed to crumble in public. Funerals were performances, and she'd attended enough of them, some for allies, others for rivals she'd privately despised. Back home, the dead were often cremated, and she'd sometimes entertained the dark fantasy that a particularly loathed opponent might still be conscious as the flames took them. The corners of her lips twitched at the thought. Practice made perfect. A practiced sigh, a carefully measured pause, just the right tone of regret. He was a man of principle, someone I deeply respected. Lies, of course, but the grieving ate them up because they needed to. True emotions were liabilities in politics, and over time, she'd buried hers so deep they might as well not exist. And that was how it should be. Politics wasn't about feeling. It was about control. The Prime Minister of India, often called the leader of the world's largest democracy, couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Ryan's ignorance. His blunder wasn't just a personal misstep, it was a public spectacle, broadcast to a room packed with the most influential political figures on the planet. Every one of them was watching, analyzing, and storing away notes for later. She, of course, was doing the same. What a delightful mess he'd made. Keeping her expression appropriately solemn, she pretended to mourn a man she'd despised, flipping open her hymnal as the organ swelled into the first somber notes. The service unfolded like a carefully orchestrated performance. Rabbi Benjamin Fleischman, a scholar as much as a spiritual leader, spoke with eloquence about duty, faith, and divine mercy, drawing from ancient texts. Next came Reverend Frederick Ralston, the Senate chaplain, who had narrowly missed the tragedy himself. A Southern Baptist with deep knowledge of the New Testament, he wove together Christ's suffering with praise for the late Senator Eastman, a man universally respected before shifting to the fallen president, a devoted family man. Ryan clenched his jaw. None of this felt right. The speeches, the rituals, they weren't for the grieving. They were for the cameras, for the nation needing reassurance. But what about the kids? Mark and Amy sat just a few feet away, their world shattered. To them, this wasn't political theater. It was the brutal reality of losing their parents, of a future stolen. The sermons meant to comfort were instead hollow echoes, aimed at the masses, not the broken hearts in the front pews. His anger flared. The country could wait. These children deserved more than platitudes. Someone needed to speak to them, really speak to them about their mother and father. Not as symbols, but as the people who had loved them. The clergy, for all their wisdom, had missed the mark entirely. Even Cardinal O'Leary's words about peacemakers rang empty. To Mark and Amy, their father wasn't a statesman. He was dead. Gone. Ryan's hands tightened into fists. He remembered his own family's brush with death, the terror of waiting in a hospital, the raw, unfiltered fear. That hadn't been abstract. Neither was this. And yet, here they were, turning grief into a spectacle. The country could demand its rituals, but damn it all, some things mattered more. The tragedy of these deaths stemmed from a fanatic's distorted vision, seeing people as mere concepts rather than living souls with families, dreams, and futures. Jack had dedicated himself to safeguarding a nation, pledging to uphold the Constitution with every ounce of his strength. Yet the heart of that document was simple: to ensure freedom for real people, especially children. The government he led existed for one purpose: to shield individuals, not ideals. That responsibility weighed on him now, tangible in the grief-stricken faces just feet away. Two children fought back tears, their small frames trembling under a burden no child should bear. Nearby, Mike O'Leary addressed a mourning nation, but Jack's focus narrowed to the shattered family before him. As another hymn faded, Jack approached the pulpit, Secret Service agents scanning the cathedral with heightened tension. Spotting the presidential binder left for him, he gripped the lectern's smooth oak edges, steadying himself. His gaze locked onto Mark and Amy Durling, their pain a knife twisting in his chest. They'd been told to be brave, to endure like soldiers, but childhood wasn't meant for silent suffering. Adults were supposed to carry that weight. Enough. Strength existed to shelter the vulnerable, and that duty began here. Mark, Amy, he began, voice softening. Your father wasn't just my friend, he was the kind of man who made others better. I know you grew up understanding his sacrifices, but I need you to know this. He cherished you more than any title, any power, more than anything except maybe your mom. A faint, bittersweet smile touched his lips. She'd move mountains to steal an extra hour with you two. What nonsense. Of course, children mattered, Derry, I acknowledged. That but sentimentality clouded purpose. Youth was for discipline, for preparation. Allah shaped their paths, not coddling speeches. The American scripture quoting had been tolerable, if theatrically misplaced. But this, wasting a pivotal moment to whisper condolences to orphans instead of commanding his nation. Pathetic. The Prime Minister suppressed a scoff, rearranging her features into practiced sympathy. Let him play the grieving friend, she mused, adjusting her posture slightly. Later, she'd exploit this weakness face to face. For now, she'd offer the illusion of compassion mother to mother. Within moments, she reached into her bag for a tissue, dabbing at her eyes. I really hope to spend more time with your mother. Kathy and I were excited about that. We imagined Sally, Jack, Katie, and you becoming close. Your dad and I even discussed it. But life had other plans. The raw honesty of her words twisted Jack's gut. Their tears flowed freely now, permission granted by his unspoken cue. Yet Jack refused to let his own emotions surface. For their sake, he clung to the lectern until his knuckles ached, the sharp discomfort anchoring him. You're all wondering why this happened, he continued, voice steady but strained. Truth is, I don't have answers. I wish I did. I'd chase down whoever knew and demand them. A dry chuckle escaped him, bitter yet resigned. But that person doesn't exist. Across the room, Clark muttered, Jesus, his gravelly tone masking the tremor beneath. His CIA office screen blared the same scene, every network fixated on it. Chavez, ever the pillar, kept his composure. Men didn't break, not here. That's what tradition demanded. But Clark, predictably unpredictable. You realize something, John. Domingo's voice was quiet, deliberate. We're serving a leader who actually gets it. Clark turned, struck by the rarity of it, two operatives and their president, minds aligned. Ryan wasn't posturing. He was human. And wasn't that the point? From the pulpit, Jack's promise rang clear. Kathy and I, we're here for you. Always. You've got family, and now you've got us. The weight of it pressed harder. Roger's kids, like bucks before them, he'd step up. Again. Be proud of them. The war dad. A great man, a loyal friend. He sacrificed time for something bigger. And your mom? Just as fierce. They're in every joke, every game, every little thing they taught you. And that doesn't fade. His throat tightened. Mark, Amy, sometimes God calls people home. No explanations. No fairness. We carry them with us. His voice finally splintered. Koga watched, awed. Most leaders would have spouted hollow comfort. Not Ryan. This was raw. Unfiltered. No performance, just a man, flawed and fierce. Koga understood now. Ryan wasn't just a leader. He was something rarer. A man who acted without regard for applause. A samurai in a suit, unbroken even when he bent. The Japanese Prime Minister stood silently, his expression carefully controlled as he observed the American president descend the steps toward the grieving Durling children. The sight of Ryan embracing them, his face streaked with tears, sent ripples of emotion through the assembled world leaders. Around him, some wept openly, though he suspected many of those displays were performative, fleeting gestures of sympathy that would fade as quickly as they appeared. His own culture demanded restraint, especially under the weight of knowing one of his countrymen had played a role in this tragedy. Politics dictated his composure, even as he envied Ryan's raw, unguarded grief. America, he mused, was fortunate to have a leader who could set aside protocol when it mattered most. In the media booth, the anchorman frowned at his monitor. He completely ignored the prepared remarks, he muttered, shuffling through the speech transcripts that had been meticulously marked for key soundbites. Instead, Ryan had spoken off the cuff, leaving journalists scrambling. The commentator beside him sighed. Guess he decided this wasn't about sound bites. The anchorman scoffed. A president's job is to lead, not just comfort. But the unspoken thought hung between them. This wasn't the polished statesmanship they expected. Jack finally loosened his hold on the children, their hollow stares cutting deeper than any words. Logically, he knew grief needed release, but logic offered no comfort when faced with such young sorrow. A glance at their relatives revealed silent gratitude beneath their tears, small validation that his presence had meant something. Kathy's hand tightened around his, her own eyes glistening. She'd come prepared, no mascara to betray her emotions. A quiet pride warmed him. She never needed pretense. Across the room, two men huddled over a laptop. "What do we have on the First Lady?" one asked. "Ophthalmologist supposedly brilliant," the other replied, scrolling through notes. "She's still practicing even now." A pause. "Then the kids?" "Nothing yet, but if she's keeping her routine, they're likely still in school. Public records will confirm." The first man smirked. The digital age had turned espionage into a search engine game. Ryan's golf preferences, favorite whiskey, even his gym schedule all just clicks away. Missed opportunities stung, but they wouldn't be the last. The final hymn faded, and the pallbearers moved forward. The ceremony was over, but the weight of it lingered in the air like the last, somber note of the organ. Mark and Amy steadied themselves with the quiet support of their relatives, falling into step behind their parents. Jack guided his family close behind them. While Katie seemed mostly indifferent, just relieved to keep moving, Jack Jr. carried the weight of grief for the Durling children. Sally's anxious expression didn't escape him. He'd need to reassure her later. As they moved down the aisle, Jack scanned the faces around him, struck by how the first few rows weren't focused on the caskets, but on him instead. "It never ends, does it?" he mused, realizing the unspoken scrutiny of his fellow world leaders. Some offered polite nods, but most wore the practiced masks of diplomacy. The Prince of Wales, relegated to a less prominent spot by protocol, gave a knowing glance. At least someone gets it, Jack thought. The exhaustion of the day pressed on him, and he fought the urge to check his watch, another habit he'd been warned against. Presidents didn't need watches. They had aides whispering schedules in their ears. Outside, a small army of security personnel waited, armed and vigilant, ready to shepherd him to the next obligation, then the next, an endless cycle of duty. He couldn't let it consume him. Ryan's frown deepened. He'd serve, but he wouldn't lose himself the way Roger and Anne had. The faces in the church had made one thing clear. This was a club he'd been thrust into, not one he'd ever willingly join. Or so he hoped. The transition at Andrews was brief but solemn. The hearses had carried the caskets from the cathedral, leaving the official party to disperse. Air Force One stood ready on the tarmac, no longer bearing its famous call sign, just a plane now, tasked with taking the Durlings home for the last time. A final honor guard saluted the flag-draped coffins, the crowd smaller here, mostly military personnel who had served closely with the late president. At the family's request, the burial would be private, a quiet farewell away from public eyes. Mark stood rigid, hand over his heart, the image of stoic grief, a moment destined for magazine covers. He was just a kid, really, holding himself together better than he realized. The caskets were lifted discreetly into the aircraft, sparing everyone the raw finality of the sight. Then, with a last salute, the family boarded. Ryan watched as the plane taxied, then vanished into the sky, the TV cameras lingering until it was just a speck. Nearby, a flight of F-16s, their protective mission over, touched down one by one. As the day's weight lifted slightly, Ryan and his family boarded a Marine helicopter. The crew's warmth was a welcome shift, their easy chatter lightening the mood. Little Jack grinned as he fastened his seatbelt, rewarded with a unit patch. The Marines had a new family to protect now, and life, relentless as ever, pushed forward. The White House staff had been busy since dawn, clearing out the Durling's belongings and preparing the residence for its new occupants. By evening, the Ryan family would settle into the same historic rooms once inhabited by John Adams. As the presidential helicopter descended, the children pressed their faces against the windows with youthful curiosity, while their parents exchanged knowing glances. This moment marked a profound shift. What might have been a quiet family gathering after a funeral now unfolded on the national stage. Instead of reminiscing about Roger's life or chatting about school and baseball trades, they were stepping into a whirlwind of protocol and politics. The Marine in dress blues snapped to attention as President Ryan emerged first, returning the salute out of muscle memory from his Quantico training decades earlier. Kathy followed, guiding the children down the stairs, while Secret Service agents discreetly herded them toward the South Lawn entrance. News cameras lined the perimeter, silent for now, though the courtesy wouldn't last. Inside, the family was whisked upstairs, where Arnie Van Dam waited with a guest list that read like a geopolitical atlas, allies, adversaries, and enigmas Jack hadn't fully grasped even as National Security Advisor. "Should I change?" Jack asked, shrugging off his coat before pausing, struck by how effortlessly he'd adapted to the rhythm of presidential life. The mundane act of handing his jacket to a valet felt surreal, more jarring than the weighty decisions he'd already faced. Van Dam shook his head and thrust the list into his hands. As Jack scanned the names, Kathy shepherded the kids toward the bathroom, only to realize they needed an agent's help to find it. Alone in his suite, Jack adjusted his tie in the mirror, half expecting the ghost of Mrs. Abbott to materialize and fuss over him. "How long's this going to take?" Jack muttered. Hard to say, sir." "It's still Jack when we're alone," he corrected, flashing a wry smile. "I got elected, not canonized." Van Dam chuckled. "Fair enough, Jack. But downstairs, you're not just a person anymore. You're the face of the country." Same goes for Kathy, even the kids to some extent. The remark earned Van Dam a glare sharp enough to etch glass. Jack swallowed the retort on his tongue, unsettled by how much the truth stung. Was he really no longer allowed to be human? The question gnawed at him as he squared his shoulders. "Ready, mister?" "President," Van Dam prompted. Jack gave a terse nod, grappling with the anger simmering beneath his resolve, and the uneasy suspicion that his chief of staff might be right. He remained a teacher at heart, and like many great educators, he sometimes used carefully crafted lies to drive home important lessons. Don Russell emerged in the hallway, gently guiding little Katie by the hand. Her hair was tied back with a bright red ribbon as she wriggled free and dashed toward her mother, beaming. "Mommy, look what Uncle Don did for me." It seemed at least one member of the security detail had already become part of the family. "Mrs. Ryan, you might want to take the kids to the restroom now," Russell advised. "There aren't any facilities on the state floor." Caroline's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "None at all." Russell chuckled and shook his head. "Nope, seems they overlooked that little detail when designing this grand old place." With practiced efficiency, Caroline gathered the youngest children and ushered them away, returning moments later. Russell offered a warm smile. "Those stairs can be tricky in heels. Let me carry Katie down for you. I'll pass her back at the landing." Caroline nodded gratefully as the group began moving toward the staircase. Nearby, Andrea Price pressed her earpiece and murmured, "Swordsman and family en route from residence to state floor." A crackling voice acknowledged from below. The hum of conversation grew louder as they descended the polished marble steps. Russell carefully set Katie down beside her mother, and the agents melted into the background, becoming nearly invisible as the Ryans, America's first family, stepped into the Grand East Room. A staff member's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Dr. Ryan and his family." The room hushed briefly, then erupted in polite applause before settling into a murmur of curious whispers. Jack scanned the crowd, recognizing that not all the smiles were genuine. He and Kathy shifted slightly to the left, forming the receiving line. Guests approached mostly one by one, though some foreign leaders arrived with their spouses in tow. A protocol officer at Jack's side discreetly whispered each dignitary's name, leaving him impressed by her flawless recall. The procession seemed casual, but there was an unspoken order. Ambassadors from nations whose leaders hadn't attended lingered in clusters, sipping sparkling water while studying the new president with professional interest. "The Prime Minister of Belgium, Mr. Arnaud," the officer murmured. Camera flashes erupted as the official photographer captured the moment, joined by the silent whir of television cameras. "Your kind words in your telegram meant a great deal during a difficult time," Jack said smoothly, though he wondered if Arnaud had even penned the message himself. The Prime Minister clasped his hand firmly, his gaze sharp and assessing. "Your address to the children was deeply touching. I believe everyone here shares that sentiment," he replied, his practiced diplomacy masking any real thoughts. Behind the polished words, Arnaud had indeed read the telegram and approved its tone. Belgium valued its alliance with the EU, and his intelligence chief had spoken highly of Ryan's analytical mind during NATO meetings. Now, face to face, Arnaud took his own measure of the man, an untested politician, perhaps, but undeniably sharp. Moving down the line, he turned to Kathy with old-world charm. "Dr. Ryan, your reputation precedes you," he said, lifting her hand in a graceful kiss. He hadn't expected the First Lady to be so striking, or to have such delicate hands for a surgeon. She might have been new to the political stage, but she played her part with quiet determination. Kathy offered a polite smile as she recognized Prime Minister Arnaud, thanks to a quick whisper from her protocol officer standing discreetly behind her. The man's dramatic handshake felt like something out of an old movie, over the top, but oddly charming. "Your children are absolutely delightful," she remarked. The Prime Minister beamed before moving on, making way for the President of Mexico. The room buzzed with activity. News cameras glided between clusters of diplomats, reporters scribbled notes, and the faint sound of classical piano drifted from the corner. It wasn't quite elevator music, but close enough. Nearby, Admiral Robbie Jackson found himself cornered by the Prince of Wales, who corrected himself mid-sentence with an awkward chuckle. "Robbie, excuse me, Admiral Jackson," the prince said, shaking his hand warmly. "It's been too long." The Kenyan Prime Minister, momentarily intrigued by their familiarity, excused himself when he spotted an old ally from Tanzania. Left alone, the prince lowered his voice. "How is he really doing?" The question carried weight, stirring a flicker of unease in Jackson. This wasn't just a friendly chat. Every word would end up in some diplomatic memo. Still, he owed an honest answer. "We had a briefing with the acting chiefs," he said carefully. Jack's holding up. He forced confidence into his voice. Loyalty wasn't optional now. Jack was the president, and that changed everything. The prince shifted topics. "And your wife?" Jackson glanced across the room, where Sissy was deep in conversation with Sally Ryan. "Still second chair at the National Symphony," he replied, deliberately avoiding any personal questions in return. The prince nodded, then dropped the pretense entirely. "Can he handle this, Robbie?" Jackson met his gaze. "He doesn't have a choice." His eyes flicked toward Jack, who was enduring the endless handshake parade with visible discomfort. A long way from lecturing at the Naval Academy, Jackson thought wryly. Meanwhile, Kathy suppressed a sigh as another unfamiliar face approached, this time, the Prime Minister of India. "You must be so proud," the woman said, her grip thankfully light. Kathy's smile didn't waver. "I've always been proud of him." She noted the woman's strained squint behind her glasses, the kind of telltale sign of an outdated prescription. "Odd, given India's medical talent." "And your children are lovely," the Prime Minister added. Kathy murmured thanks, her response as automatic as commenting on the weather. Another empty compliment in a room full of them. Kathy studied the woman's piercing gaze and felt an immediate, unwelcome realization. She looks down on me. The thought nagged at her, was it because she was just a surgeon, while this woman wielded political power? Would it have been different if she'd gone into law? "Et tu es seven-cest." Kathy's mind raced, the way it did when a routine surgery suddenly turned complicated. No, this wasn't about professions. She'd seen that same condescension before, years ago, in the East Room, locked in a silent battle with Elizabeth Elliot. It was the same smug superiority. "I matter more than you because of my title." Her Secret Service code name, Surgeon, had always amused her, but right now, she wasn't smiling. She held the woman's stare a second longer before releasing her hand as the next dignitary approached. The Prime Minister stepped away, snagging a glass of juice from a passing waiter. Kathy suppressed the urge to say what she really thought that would wait for tomorrow in New York. Instead, she turned her attention to another leader, this one from China, and lifted her glass slightly in a wordless, unsmiling acknowledgement. The message was clear without a single syllable. Nearby, Prince Ali bin Sheikh chuckled as he greeted Jack. "So, they really call you swordsman?" "Thanks to your gift, yes," Jack replied. "I appreciate you making the trip. There's a connection between us, my friend." Though not yet a head of state, Ali had taken on increasing responsibilities due to his sovereign's illness. His diplomatic training came from Britain, his intelligence background from Israel, an irony lost on most, in a region full of contradictions. Jack respected him for it. "You've never met Kathy, have you?" Jack asked. The prince's eyes shifted warmly. "No, but I know Dr. Katz. He trained my personal ophthalmologist. Your husband is a lucky man, Dr. Ryan." Kathy blinked. So much for the stereotype of cold, dismissive Arab men. Ali took her hand with surprising gentleness. "You must have met Bernie during his time in Riyadh," she said. Yes. He operated on my cousin after a plane crash. The man flies again today." His gaze drifted to the children nearby. "Are those yours?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Definitely a good one," Kathy noted. "May I speak with them?" "Nay, of course." As Ali walked away, he catalogued his impressions. Caroline Ryan sharp, observant, proud. An asset if her husband knows how to use her. A shame his own culture wasted so much potential in women. But he wasn't king yet, and even if he were, change had its limits. His country had come far in 2 generations, but the road ahead was longer than many realized. Approaching the Ryan children, he saw what he expected. The youngest, sipping soda under a watchful agent's eye, took the attention in stride, while the older boy seemed adrift, no longer a child, not quite a man. The scene was familiar, a reminder of the delicate balance between tradition and progress. Olivia, known as Sally to her father, was navigating the challenges of adolescence with surprising grace. Prince Ali couldn't help but notice how unfamiliar the children seemed with the formalities of their father's political world. Though they'd been sheltered from Jack's public duties, they lacked the jaded arrogance common in privileged kids. There was something refreshingly genuine about them, proof that their parents had raised them with care. When Ali crouched to greet little Katie, her initial hesitation melted away as she curiously reached for his beard, her tiny fingers brushing against the coarse hair. Nearby, Don Russell hovered like a protective shadow, exchanging a silent glance with the prince. Ali knew Kathy Ryan was observing from a distance, and he understood the unspoken power of kindness toward children. Later in his report, he'd caution his ministers not to underestimate Jack based on his stiff funeral speech. Leadership came in many forms, and the room was full of those who lacked the very qualities Jack possessed. Meanwhile, Sister Jean-Baptiste fought through the mounting pain, dismissing it as exhaustion from another sweltering day in the Congo. She'd battled malaria before, but this was different, a creeping dread she couldn't ignore. For the first time, fear gripped her, not as an abstract concept she soothed in others, but as a visceral reality. She'd seen this before in patients like Benedict Makusa, whose fate was already sealed. The thought chilled her more than the fever. Stumbling into the lab, she found Dr. Mahdi engrossed in his work. Without a word, she rolled up her sleeve, drawing blood with practiced hands. When he finally noticed her, his sharp eyes caught what she already suspected. "Sit down, sister," he urged. But she shook her head. His voice hardened. "You're the patient now." The weight of those words settled between them, heavy with unspoken consequences. "Would you kindly follow my instructions?" "Doctor." Modi's tone shifted, gentler now. There was no need for harshness. This woman had served others with such compassion, and she deserved kindness in return. "Sister, after all the care you've given here, let someone tend to you for once." Jean-Baptiste complied without protest. The doctor snapped on fresh gloves, checking her vitals pulse at 88, blood pressure elevated at 138, over 90, fever spiking to 39 degrees. The members told a story of fear as much as illness. It could have been anything, but her mind had already settled on the worst. She'd treated the Mkusa boy, and now that child was slipping away. Moody collected the samples, carrying them to his lab with deliberate care. Once he'd dreamed of being a surgeon. The youngest of four, all nephews to a powerful leader, he'd watched his brothers march off to war. Two never returned, the third came back broken, later taking his own life. Modi had wanted to mend soldiers, to send them back to fight for their faith. But plans change. Infectious diseases became his battlefield, a quieter war, yet no less vital. Years of patience were finally paying off. The isolation ward held a heaviness no mask could filter. Death had a presence, an almost tangible weight. Earlier, he'd split the blood sample, one tube rushed to the CDC in Atlanta, the other stored cold, waiting. The reply came fast: Ebola Zaire. The diagnosis was redundant. Few things ravaged a body so brutally, so swiftly. It felt less like disease and more like divine wrath, though Moody knew better. Allah was merciful. This was simply fate unfolding. Benedict M. Kusa's parents sat vigil in protective gear, their son withering before them. Pain twisted his small frame, organs failing in waves. Blood seeped from him, his eyes the only remnant of the child he'd been, wide, confused, pleading for his parents to fix what couldn't be fixed. The stench of decay clung to the air. Modi shut his eyes, murmuring a prayer. This boy wasn't of his faith, but he was innocent. If mercy existed, let it come quickly. The room darkened, not in light, but in essence. Death didn't rush, it claimed him inch by inch. The boy's labored breathing grew faint, his gaze locked on his parents before going still. The violent tremors that had racked his body dwindled to the barest flicker in his fingertips before fading completely. Sister Maria Magdalena stepped forward, resting a comforting hand on each grieving parent, as Dr. Modi leaned in with his stethoscope. The only sounds were the grotesque bubbling of collapsing lung tissue, nature's cruel dismantling of what had once been vibrant life. After a thorough check, the doctor straightened up. "He's gone," he said softly, the clinical detachment in his voice doing little to mask his own shaken nerves. This was his first encounter with Ebola's brutal efficiency, and the textbooks hadn't prepared him for the visceral horror of it. The parents remained composed, their grief tempered by the grim certainty of the past 24 hours. They would find solace in prayer while the flames consumed Benedict Makusa's body, and with it, the virus that had ravaged him. Atlanta's orders had been explicit. A necessary end, but a bitter one. Across the ocean, Ryan finally unclenched his hand after the endless reception line. His wife, Kathy, flexed her fingers with a tired sigh. "Need a drink?" he asked. "Something light," she murmured. Double shift tomorrow. The logistics of her commute still hadn't been sorted. Another minor frustration in their new surreal reality. "How many more of these do we have?" she wondered aloud. Jack shrugged, though he knew the relentless schedule was set in stone. The absurdity of the presidency still baffled him. Why would anyone chase a job that was 90% ceremonial obligations? Yet, those obligations were the job, an endless cycle of handshakes and forced smiles. A staffer materialized with drinks, the White House monogram glaring up from the napkins like a not-so-subtle reminder. "This is your life now." Kathy caught his eye, a wry smile tugging at her lips. "Remember Sally at Disney? When a fisk to bide." The memory surfaced instantly, their 3-year-old daughter fixated on Cinderella's castle, calling it Mickey's house, no matter where they stood in the park. Now they lived in a castle of their own, complete with astronomical rent in the form of sleepless nights and unrelenting scrutiny. Nearby, Robbie Jackson chatted with the Prince of Wales while Jack sought out his chief of staff. "Hand still functional." "Sawas Mustafa." "Barely," Jack replied. "At least these folks don't try to prove their masculinity via handshake." Van Damme sipped his Perrier, scanning the room. The reception had thawed into polite laughter and diplomatic small talk, mission accomplished. For now. "So did I pass." Jack muttered. "Depends who you ask," Arnie said. "Some came for the free shrimp." The unspoken truth lingered. Half these people were here for photo ops, not policy. "Figured as much," Jack sighed. "Who's next?" "India," Arnie advised. "Adler's pushing it." Jack nodded, mentally sifting through the blur of faces. At least he remembered the Indian ambassador. Most of the others had already dissolved into a sea of nameless smiles. The curse of power, he supposed. Everyone remembered you, while you struggled to recall a single name. Ryan couldn't shake the nagging sense of being an imposter. A politician's toolkit was supposed to include instant recall of names and faces, yet that particular skill had always eluded him. As he passed his empty glass to a waiter and smoothed his jacket, he found himself wishing for some miraculous memory course. His path toward the Indian delegation was abruptly blocked by Russia's ambassador, Valery Lermontov, a polished diplomat whose charm masked rumors of a shadowy past. "Mr. President," Lermontov began, their handshake lingering just a beat too long. "Moscow wonders if you'd consider an invitation?" Ryan suppressed a sigh. "We were just there in spring, and my calendar's bleeding ink." The Russian's smile didn't waver. "Perhaps then. A discreet meeting with someone you know well." The unspoken name hung between them, like smoke. Sergei Golovko, the razor-sharp intelligence chief who'd once held Ryan at gunpoint during colder days. Now, Golovko answered only to President Grushevoy, a man whose problems made Ryan's look like crossword puzzles. When Lermontov pressed, Ryan flashed his best political grin. Tell Sergei to bring his appetite. My chef makes terrible borscht. Across the ocean, the desert wind carried the scent of charred beef as General Diggs tended his grill. His Russian counterpart, Bondarenko, squinted against the sun, beer in hand. Never met the new president, Diggs admitted, slathering sauce on burgers. But Admiral Jackson swears he's the real deal. Bondarenko watched a hawk circle overhead. And this. Ritual with fire. Diggs chuckled. Family tradition. Hand me that bipa, will you? The training grounds lay silent for the day, though neither man could fully quiet the tactical calculations running through their minds. As the Russian took in the stark beauty of the valley, Diggs added quietly, "Funny how the world keeps turning while we're flipping patties." The coals crackled in agreement. The landscape around the base was unmistakably American, neat rows of roads and buildings stretching out in orderly fashion. But just beyond that orderly sprawl, the terrain shifted into something alien. The barren earth stretched endlessly, dotted only with sparse creosote bushes that looked like survivors from another world. The mountains loomed in the distance, their slopes stripped of life, yet there was a raw, untamed beauty to the desert that stirred something in him. It reminded him of the stark peaks back in Tajikistan, where the air was thin and the silence absolute. Diggs leaned against the grill, flipping burgers as he studied his guest. So, General, how'd you earn those medals? He knew only fragments of the story. Bondarenko gave a dismissive wave. The Mujahideen paid us an unwelcome visit. It was a research facility, classified, of course. Now it's in another country entirely. Diggs smirked. Save the classified details. I ride horses, not particle accelerators. The Russian exhaled, his gaze distant. I held an apartment building home to scientists and their families. Had a platoon of KGB border guards with me. The Mujahideen hit us at night in a blizzard. Once per freen. A dry chuckle escaped him. For about an hour it was. No, six-timed, lively. Diggs had seen the scars the day before when Bondarenko stepped out of the shower. How tough were they? The Afghans. Bondarenko's expression darkened. You did not want to be their prisoner. Fearless but reckless. Some had discipline, others didn't. This group, they did. Wiped out half the facility. On my side. He shrugged. We got lucky. Ended up fighting in the ground floor hallway. Their commander was brave, but I was the better shot. Hero of the Soviet Union, Diggs remarked, flipping a burger. Colonel Ham listened quietly, recognizing the unspoken code among soldiers. The way stories were told mattered more than the deeds themselves. Bondarenko smirked. Marion, I had no choice. Nowhere to run. And I knew what they did to captured officers. So they gave me a medal, a promotion. And then my country, what's your phrase? Vokwiler. There was more, of course. He'd been in Moscow during the coup, forced to make a choice that changed everything. The right choice. How about a fresh start? The Stafford is Kravernestrusted. Maybe now we can be friends. Today tis kissed. You speak well, Colonel. And you lead well. Mortikadurin pleister. Mostly I just stay out of the way and let the regiment do its job. Bondarenko raised an eyebrow. Using Russian doctrine. It works, doesn't it? Ham drained his beer. The Russian general nodded, already planning. It would work for his army too once he returned. The old Red Army had been a sledgehammer, relying on sheer numbers. But the Americans had cracked the code, a smaller, sharper force, trained to perfection. No more depending on luck. No more blind wait. The future demanded precision, and he intended to deliver it. Colonel Ham's opposing force, the 11th Cavalry Regiment, was unlike anything he'd encountered before. The pre-deployment briefing had given him an idea of what to expect, but seeing it firsthand was another matter entirely. In the right conditions, this single regiment could dismantle an entire division in mere hours. The Blue Force wasn't lacking in skill, but their commander had skipped lunch to regroup with his battered unit leaders after the brutal beating they'd taken. There was a lot to absorb here, but the real eye-opener was how the Americans handled their defeats. Senior officers faced humiliation regularly, not just in the mock battles, but afterward, in the brutally honest after-action reviews, where observer-controllers dissected every misstep like surgeons analyzing a failed operation. Bondarenko took a moment before responding. In my army, people would throw punches over critiques like that. Diggs chuckled. Oh, we had our share of near brawls early on. Commanders got fired for losing until everyone realized the point was to learn, not win. Pete Taylor was the one who finally got the National Training Center running smoothly. The OCs learned to soften their blows, and the Blue Force had to accept they were here to get schooled. But let's be honest. Gennady, no other army puts its leaders through the ringer like we do. Ham nodded. No argument there. Just last week, I was talking to Sean Connolly, CO of the 10th Acker in the Negev. The Israelis still haven't fully embraced the process. They gripe about the OC's feedback. Diggs grinned as he piled burgers onto his plate. We keep adding more cameras, and even then, they sometimes refuse to believe the footage. Too much pride, Ham agreed. Hell, I got wrecked more than once when I was a squadron commander here. Diggs leaned in. After the Gulf War, the 3rd Acre rolled in for their rotation. These were the guys who spearheaded McCaffrey's 24th Met, absolute legends in the desert. Then they came here and got stomped. That's the beauty of this place, General. The training is harder than real combat. If you can hold your own against the OP-4, you can take on anyone, anywhere, even when you're outnumbered 3-1. Bondarenko absorbed every word. His own staff was scattered across the base, soaking up lessons from their American counterparts. The Russian military tradition wasn't built on overcoming impossible odds, but with China looming as a threat, that mindset had to change. If war came, it would be fought at the end of a fragile supply line against a massive conscript force. The only solution was to adopt the American way: relentless, unforgiving training. As Bondarenko considered the task ahead, a wry thought crossed his mind. This is where empires learn to adapt. Meanwhile, an entirely different frustration simmered elsewhere. Somewhere, a leader dismissed India's claim to being the world's largest democracy with a silent scoff. Bullshit. The conversation was filled with lofty ideals, yet when it suited them, they had no problem pushing around their neighbors, developing nuclear capabilities, and insisting America leave the Indian Ocean after all, as one former prime minister had cheekily remarked to a U. Ambassador, it's called the Indian Ocean for a reason. They had a habit of applying the concept of freedom of the seas only when it benefited them. And let's not forget they had been fully prepared to make a play for Sri Lanka. Now that their plans had been thwarted, they were suddenly claiming no such intentions ever existed. But sat quietly, sipping on another glass of Perrier brought by some faceless assistant. The situation in Sri Lanka was messy, prone to misinterpretation, and India was quick to express regret. No hard feelings, of course. Wouldn't it be better if everyone just backed off? The Indian fleet was already retreating to home waters. Their training exercises conveniently concluded. Though a few ships had taken some damage from America's little show of force, something the Prime Minister implied was less than sporting. Such hypocrites, Ryan thought. He could have asked what Sri Lanka really thought of them, but he held his tongue. If only communication had been clearer between you and Ambassador Williams, Ryan remarked with a sigh. The Prime Minister waved it off. David is a pleasant man, but perhaps this climate is too intense for someone his age. It was the closest she'd come to outright demanding his removal. Declaring him persona non grata would have been too bold a move. Ryan kept his expression neutral, though it took effort. He wished Scott Adler were here, but the acting Secretary of State was tied up elsewhere. I hope you understand, I'm not in a position to make sweeping government changes right now, he said, biting back the urge to tell her exactly where she could take that suggestion. Of course, Ryan replied smoothly. I only meant to ease tensions, not complicate them further. After a stiff handshake, the Prime Minister walked away, leaving Ryan standing there. He turned to the prince beside him with a dry smirk. Your Highness, what do you call it when a leader lies straight to your face? The prince chuckled. Diplomacy. Meanwhile, across the globe, Sergei Golovko skimmed Ambassador Lemonsov's report with little sympathy. Ryan appeared harried, overwhelmed, and exhausted, hardly surprising given the circumstances. His eulogy at President Derling's funeral had been emotional, far from the polished statesmanship expected. The diplomatic circles and American media, straining to be polite, had called it less than presidential. But Golovko understood. Ryan had always been sentimental, especially about children. Russians were much the same. He should have stuck to the official speech Golovko had read it, a masterful blend of reassurance and strength, but Ryan had never been one to follow the script. The Americans called him a maverick, a term Golovko had once looked up, amused to find it meant a wild, untamed horse. Fitting. Ryan was both predictable in his unpredictability and impossible to pin down, a frustrating combination for any intelligence officer. Golovko had spent decades trying to anticipate America's next move, always hedging his bets by presenting multiple scenarios. Yet Ryan, he defied even that. Even Imitovich, Ryan was a man who defied expectations, and Sergei Golovko took a certain pride in considering him something close to a friend, though that might be stretching it. They'd spent years playing the same high-stakes game, often on opposing sides. Yet each had navigated it with skill. Golovko, the seasoned professional, and Ryan, the brilliant outsider who thrived in a system that allowed for unconventional thinkers. There was mutual respect, even if their paths rarely aligned. What's running through your mind now, Jack? Golovko murmured, glancing at the clock. The newly elected American president was undoubtedly asleep, half a world away, while Moscow's pale winter dawn crept over the skyline. Ambassador Lemonsov had dismissed Ryan as unremarkable, but Golovko knew better. He'd have to amend that assessment before his government took it at face value. Ryan had been too formidable an adversary to underestimate. Lemonsov had tried to box him into a predictable role, but Ryan didn't fit neatly into any category. Russia had no equivalent to him. The rigid Soviet-era bureaucracy would have crushed a man like Ryan long before he ever reached prominence. He was restless, sharp-tempered beneath his polished exterior, and Golovko had seen glimpses of that intensity firsthand. There were stories, too, whispers from CIA corridors that made their way back to Moscow. How would such a man fare as a world leader? Not Golovko's concern, thankfully. He had enough to manage without worrying about American politics. Officially, he'd stepped back from leading the Foreign Intelligence Service, but President Grushevoy still relied on him to keep the agency in check. Trust was scarce when dealing with an organization once dubbed the sword and shield of the party. Grushevoy was drowning in domestic crises. Every solution seemed to spawn two new problems. Meanwhile, Golovko juggled his own set of threats, each one more daunting than the last. Sometimes he caught himself longing for the old days, when a single phone call could bring order with ruthless efficiency. Not that it had ever been that simple, but at least it had been predictable. Now, stoically tore. The second chief directorate was a shadow of its former self, stripped of its power and the fear it once commanded. Russia wobbled on the edge of chaos, its people fumbling toward democracy while the world watched. Golovko knew history too well to romanticize the past. He'd seen the wreckage of ideology firsthand, but he couldn't deny the appeal of stability. His role, unofficial as it was, left him balancing on a knife's edge. He was the wounded nation's last line of defense, fighting off external threats while the country struggled to heal. And the wolves were always circling. Golovko felt little sympathy for Ryan, whose country had suffered a major setback, but remained fundamentally strong. To outsiders, the situation might seem dire, but Golovko knew the truth, and that knowledge meant he'd soon be asking Ryan for assistance. The real threat wasn't Japan, already defeated by the Americans. It was China. Satellite images cluttered his desk, fresh from reconnaissance, revealing an unsettling sight. Countless People's Liberation Army divisions conducting field exercises, their nuclear rocket regiments still on heightened alert. Russia, lured by Western loans, had dismantled its ballistic arsenal months earlier, a gamble that now seemed reckless. Still, bombers and cruise missiles armed with nuclear warheads remained, making the strategic disadvantage more theoretical than real, assuming, of course, the Chinese saw it that way. But China wasn't taking chances. Their forces were razor-sharp, while Russia's far eastern units had dwindled to a shadow of their former strength. Golovko reassured himself that with Japan neutralized, China wouldn't act. Probably. Then again, if Americans were hard to predict, the Chinese were downright inscrutable. History weighed on his mind. China had once reached the Baltic, after all. Like most Russians, Golovko respected the past too much to ignore its lessons. He pictured himself lying wounded in the snow, fending off a wolf with a stick. His arm was strong enough for now. But what if another predator appeared? A document beside the satellite images hinted at that very danger. A distant howl on the wind that sent a chill down his spine. Yet Golovko's vision was limited. On the ground, the horizon could be deceptively close. The real surprise was how long it had taken. Guarding a high-profile target from assassination was never simple, especially when that target made enemies at every turn. Ruthlessness helped. Snatching people off the streets, making them vanish, that was a powerful deterrent. Taking entire families, even more effective. Intelligence, a polite word for informers, bribed with money or influence, identified targets for disappearance, a grim term borrowed from Argentina. Informers thrived in such a system, turning in neighbors for seditious jokes or personal grudges, filling quotas with accusations that often stemmed from petty spite. Absolute power corrupted absolutely, even at the lowest levels. Eventually, terror alone wasn't enough. Passive measures became essential. In a dictatorship, even basic precautions, layered security, decoy vehicles could make assassination nearly impossible. 20 identical cars, any one of them carrying the target, left would be assassins guessing. But no system was flawless. Push a rabbit into a corner, and even the meekest creature might fight back. And sometimes, against all odds, the rabbit won. Living a high-profile life meant constant demands and dangers, making doubles not just a convenience but a survival tactic, a way to deliver speeches and take risks, while the real figure enjoyed safety as the public sacrificial lamb. Choosing protectors was no simple task. How do you find loyalty in an ocean of hostility? The solution was straightforward. Recruit from distant relatives, bind them to your survival with wealth and privilege, and weave their fate so tightly to yours that your death would shatter more than just their cushy government salaries. A guard's life hinged on the guarded, and that dependency bred efficiency. But power was always an illusion. A man was untouchable only because others believed it, making security as fragile as perception itself. Yet fear alone never moved. History, love, duty, faith, and ideals drove people to risk everything, while cowards rarely shaped the world. The colonel had gambled his life countless times, each risk a desperate bid for recognition, a chance to climb the ranks of a ruthless machine. It took him 8 grueling years to get near the mustache years spent drowning in blood and bile. He'd tortured, killed, shattered families without flinching, all while whispering prayers for absolution. He told himself the atrocities were divine will, sacrifices for a grand design, that his victims would have died anyway, better their deaths served a holy purpose. The lies kept him sane, barely, as his obsession consumed him. He became the very nightmare his peers feared most. The patient assassin, the man who'd trade his life for one lethal moment. Up close, the mustache wasn't the untouchable titan he seemed. His guards knew the truth. The petty rages, the casual murders, the way he'd spot a woman from his Mercedes and order her taken like a trinket. Power had rotted him. And the colonel, he was already damned. But damnation had a purpose. The fortunate ones came back home with pockets full of cash and heads hung low in shame. The less lucky ended up drifting lifelessly down the Euphrates River. Their throats slit many by the mustache himself if they dared resist too fiercely in defense of their honor. But for all his power, his ruthless cunning, his merciless cruelty, he wasn't untouchable. His time had come to meet his maker. Stepping onto the grand porch of the government building, the mustache raised his arm in salute, basking in the roaring cheers of the hastily gathered crowd. Their blind devotion nourished him like sunlight feeds a blooming flower. Then, from just a few yards away, the colonel smoothly drew his pistol, took careful aim, and fired a single precise shot into the back of the dictator's skull. Those closest saw the bullet burst through his left eye, and for a heartbeat the world seemed to freeze. Hearts stopped, voices silenced. Even the most fervent loyalists would later recall only an eerie stillness. The colonel didn't waste a second shot. He was a trained marksman, and his cold, unblinking eyes confirmed the kill. There was no need to turn, no point in fighting back. Why bother killing the same men he'd shared drinks and unspeakable crimes with? Others would handle that soon enough. He didn't crack a smile, though the irony was delicious 1 second. The mustache had been glaring at the crowd he despised for worshipping him, the next staring into the face of Allah bewildered. That fleeting thought barely had time to form before the first bullet struck him. No pain registered his focus, remained locked on his target, now sprawled on the stone porch, blood pooling fast. More bullets hit, a surreal detachment, as he felt the impacts but not the agony. In his final moments, he whispered a prayer for forgiveness, believing every atrocity had been in service of divine justice. Even as his body jerked under the barrage, his ears caught not the gunfire, but the fading chants of the crowd, still oblivious to their leader's fate. "Nalu, is it?" Ryan groaned, squinting at the clock. Those extra 40 minutes of sleep would have been golden. "Mr. President, this is Major Cannon Yu, Marine Corps," the voice on the line stated. "Great, Major, who are you?" Jack rubbed his eyes, his politeness slipping, though the officer probably didn't mind. "Sir, I'm the Signals Watch officer. We have high confidence intel that Iraq's president was assassinated roughly 10 minutes ago." "Manda 2, source," Jack demanded. Kuwaiti and Saudi feeds, sir. Iraqi TV aired it live, some public event. Our monitors caught it. We're getting the tape now. Initial report says a close-range pistol shot to the head. The major's tone lacked any real sorrow. Well, they finally got the bastard. Not that he could say that to the president. Now they just had to figure out who they were. All right, Major, what's the protocol? The response came swiftly. Hanging up, Ryan exhaled. Now what? Kathy murmured. Swinging his legs out of bed, Jack replied, The Iraqi president's dead. His wife nearly said good, but caught herself. Strange how the death of a tyrant didn't feel as abstract as it once had, some people did, the world a favor by exiting it. Does it matter? They'll tell me in 20 minutes, Jack muttered, coughing. Hell, I used to know how this game worked. Jack muttered, this could be huge, before doing what countless American husbands do each morning, beating his wife to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Kathy grabbed the remote, flipping on the bedroom TV with a flick of her wrist, half expecting breaking news but finding only airport delay reports. She smirked, remembering Jack's rants about the White House Signals Office's efficiency. Mo, anything? He called from the hallway, towel slung over his shoulder. Nada, she replied, brushing past him. As Jack fumbled for his clothes, seriously, how does a president even dress? He yanked on his robe. A relic shuffled between the Naval Observatory and their old place. Swinging the door open, an agent handed him a stack of morning papers. Appreciate it. Kathy froze mid-step, suddenly aware of the armed strangers camped outside their room all night. Her lips twisted into that oh great smile reserved for discovering last night's pizza box, still on the counter. Jack. Yeah, babe. If I smother you with a pillow at 3 a.m., do the guys with rifles haul me off then, or let me sleep in first? Over at Fort Meade, the real action unfolded. 2 surveillance posts, Palm Bowl in Kuwait and Storm Track in Saudi Arabia, had captured footage near Basra and Baghdad, zipping it through fiber-optic cables to a nondescript NSA hub in King Khalid Military City. From there, it hit a satellite and bounced to NSA headquarters, where a cluster of analysts crowded around a monitor. Boom. Swish. An Air Force sergeant crowed, sparking a round of high fives. The senior officer, already on the line with the White House, gave a tight nod and ordered a digital scrub, thank God, for Cray supercomputers. Back in D, Ryan grimaced. While Kathy herded kids and prepped for surgery, he was stuck reviewing what looked like an assassination tape. His intel officer, still at Langley, sifting through morning reports, would brief him soon. No security advisor, yet another to-do list item. Holy hell, Major Cannon breathed. Ryan's analyst instincts kicked in. Break it down. Best guess? Iraqi president's toast. Could be a body double, but storm tracks picking up frantic military chatter radiating from Baghdad. Cannon tapped his screen, displaying live NSA feeds. Translations are messy, but the panic's real. Unless they're really committed to faking typos. A garbled message flashed. He's dead. Snide your regiment, followed by a jumbled reply. Ryan snorted. Nothing like authenticity. The tension in the room was thick, as Major Cannon hesitated, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Sir, it's tough translating and typing simultaneously. Normally, we polish the intel first. Take it easy, Major, the president cut in with a dry chuckle. Hell, I hunt and peck with 3 fingers myself. Give me your gut feeling. Cannon shifted uncomfortably. With all due respect, sir, I'm just a junior officer, that's why I'm stuck with the graveyard shift. If you were incompetent, you wouldn't be in this room. The major exhaled, then leaned forward. No pulse on this one, sir. Iraq's dictator is gone. The satellite intel matches irregular comms patterns, classic signs of a regime collapse. That's my read. He hesitated, then added the obligatory spycraft hedge. Unless it's a staged purge to flush out traitors. Possible, but doubtful. Not with this level of exposure. Suicide move? Exactly, Mr. President. High-risk, one-shot deal. Ryan nodded and strode to the coffeer in the signals office brewed their own strong blend, a perk of military run spaces. Ignoring the stunned glances, he handed a cup to Cannon. Good work. Pass my thanks to the team. Aye, sir. Ryan scanned the room. Who do I need to light a fire under? Phones are live, Mr. President. States Iraq desk, CIA, DIA for military assessment. And Prince Ali if he's still in D. We should loop him in. Ryan rubbed his temple. CENTCOM's got the best brutes on ground intel. Get them on secure line? No, scratch that. Let them prep first. As the president left, the door thudded shut behind him. Cannon finally cracked a grin. Damn. Duck doesn't miss a trick. Nearby, Agent Price raised an eyebrow. That bad? You ever sleep? Cannon shot back, then reconsidered. Actually, I want you in the briefing. You're the assassination guy, right? Price blinked. Yes, sir, but I'm not, right now. That makes you more useful than any spook in the building. The news had caught Daria off guard, not the outcome, but the timing. He murmured a prayer of gratitude, then another for the faceless operative who delivered justice. Dakoud, assassin. No. Executioner. One of many sleepers planted during the war. Most vanished into Iraq's bloody soil. His intelligence chiefs had scoffed at the plan too subtle for their Soviet-trained minds, relics of an era when Israel had schooled them in brutality. They'd fumbled with bribes and dissident hunts for years, while Daria privately wondered if the target bore some divine protection. But no. The Americans had failed. The Israelis had failed. Even his own mercenaries, draped in piety, had come up empty. Until now. Tradition, after all, was timeless. A lone operative, utterly devoted and willing to do whatever it took to complete the mission. 11 men had been sent into Iraq for this exact reason, trained to vanish, to erase every trace of their past, operating without handlers or records, ghosts even to their own government. Within the hour, his inner circle would flood the office, praising divine wisdom and leadership. Yet none of them knew the full scope of his actions, the lives he'd ended, the secrets buried. The digital replay didn't reveal much new, but the analysis had sharpened. Sir, with the right tech, anyone could fabricate this, the National Intelligence Officer said, tapping his tablet. Hollywood's been doing it for years, higher resolution, better effects. Reality's easier to fake than ever. Ryan exhaled, rubbing his temples. He'd watched the same clip 8 times, the fatigue gnawing at him sleepless nights, back-to-back crises, the weight of the office pressing down. I don't need possibilities. I need facts. The Mio hesitated. Absolute certainty isn't on the table. Ryan's patience snapped. Your job isn't to play it safe. It's to give me answers. Across the room, Acting Secretary of State Scott Adler cut in. The target's dead. No debate. The others nodded silent approval. Even the Neo backed down, his duty done. Mistakes now? Someone else's problem. Andrea Price, head of Ryan's security detail, leaned forward. Who pulled the trigger? The CIA's Iraq specialist shrugged. No ID yet. We're scrubbing old footage to confirm he was even real. But the shooter had rank Army colonel. blended right in. Price's jaw tightened, meaning someone infiltrated the inner circle. Years of planning, total commitment. And they wasted him. The tape showed the target collapsing under close-range gunfire. A clean kill, no chance for interrogation. Too neat. Her mind flashed to Indira Gandhi, betrayed by her own guards. The ultimate violation. But this felt personal. Then she noticed it. His stance, she muttered. The way he held the gun, the pause after the shot. Like he'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. This wasn't just duty. It was vengeance. Brian frowned. You're saying he wanted this? Mais tev trail persant. Dreamed of it. Waited for the perfect moment. The room fell silent, the unspoken truth hanging heavy. Some missions weren't just assignments. They were obsessions. He needed to witness the moment, to savor it before his final descent. She gave a slow, deliberate shake of her head. That wasn't just a killer, that was someone with terrifying precision. Despite the grim nature of the discussion, Price found a twisted satisfaction in dissecting the details. Presidents often treated Secret Service agents like background props, barely acknowledging them unless it involved tactical concerns like spotting a threat in a packed crowd. But here, her expertise was actually being valued. Keep talking, the CIA operative urged. This guy had to be an outsider. Spotless record, no ties to anyone stirring trouble in Baghdad. This wasn't about settling a personal score, like avenging a family slight. No, this was calculated someone who climbed the ladder quietly, meticulously. Iran, the CIA analyst cut in. Best bet, at least. Religious fanaticism fits. No way he'd walk away alive, which means he didn't care. Could be pure revenge, but Price is right, his background was too clean. Definitely not the Israelis, not the French. The Brits. They don't operate like this anymore. Domestic suspects are unlikely given their screening protocols. So, not money, not personal grudges, probably not politics. That leaves faith, and that points straight to Tehran. Price nodded. I'm no intel expert, but watching the footage? It was almost ritualistic, like he was praying while pulling the trigger. He wasn't just killing, he was perfecting the moment. Should we bring in the FBI's behavioral analysis unit? Ryan suggested. They're sharp at profiling this kind of mindset. Solid idea, the CIA agreed. We'll dig for the shooter's ID, but even if we find something, it might not lead anywhere. What about the timing? Ryan pressed. If we assume he'd been scouting for a while, and we've got enough public footage to confirm that, then timing becomes critical, the analyst mused. Ryan exhaled sharply. Matastic. Scott, what's next? Secretary of State turned to Bert Vasco, his top desk officer for the region. Vasco was like a seasoned trader who knew every fluctuation in a single market. His entire focus was on Iraq. Mr. President, as you know, Iraq's Shia majority is ruled by a Sunni elite through the Ba'ath Party. Removing our friend risks destabilizing. Skip the recap, Ryan interrupted. Vasco didn't miss a beat. The problem is, we have no idea how strong any opposition might be. The regime's been ruthless at crushing dissent. A few defectors fled to Iran, but none were major players, and none had real influence. There are Iranian-backed radio broadcasts into Iraq, but who's listening? The regime's unpopular, sure, but we don't know if there's an organized resistance ready to seize an opportunity like this. The CIA nodded. Bert's right. Our guy was ruthless at eliminating threats. We tried helping during the Gulf War, but all we did was get people killed. Trust over there. Non-existent. Ryan took a slow sip of coffee, recalling his own recommendations back in '91 ignored at the time. But he'd been junior then. Do we have any moves left? Vasco didn't hesitate. Berria's tapping hand. No. The CIA echoed him. No assets in play. Her Cherve Tavalet had only a handful of operatives stationed in that region, primarily focused on monitoring weapons programs, nuclear, chemical, and the like. Political intelligence was practically non-existent, unlike in Iran where analysts kept a closer eye on shifting power dynamics. We can stir things up a bit elsewhere, Jack mused bitterly, but not in Iraq. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here was a nation teetering on the edge of chaos in one of the world's most volatile regions, and the so-called leader of the free world could do little more than flip through news channels like a helpless spectator. Some presidency this was turning out to be. Beck is distin and he snapped. Yes, Mr. Maver, President. His chief of staff replied. We pushed Mary Pat's briefing off the calendar earlier this week. Get her in here today, make it happen. I'll try, but when a crisis hits, the president shouldn't be sitting around with his thumb up his... Ryan cut himself off, exhaling sharply. Tell me Iran isn't about to make a move. Meanwhile, Prince Ali bin Sheikh had been moments away from boarding his private Lockheed L-101, a vintage but lavishly outfitted jet, when the White House summoned him. The Saudi embassy, nestled near the Kennedy Center, meant his motorcade complete with diplomatic security agents and his own ex's detail arrived swiftly. The Saudis never skimped on security, and Ali was no stranger to the West Wing. Scott Adler greeted him at the entrance, guiding him through the hushed corridors toward the Oval Office. Mr. President, the prince said smoothly as he entered, nodding at the crackling fireplace. Someone's idea of ambiance. The obligatory photos taken, the photographer vanished. I assume you've seen the morning's headlines. Ali's smile was tight. We won't weep for him, but the kingdom has concerns. Ryan leaned forward. Anything we should know? Nothing beyond what you've heard, Ali admitted. It blindsided us all. The president's jaw tightened. All that money we pour into... The prince waved a weary hand. Spare me the lecture. I'll be having the same argument with my own cabinet before my plane touches down in Riyadh. The unspoken word hung heavy. Iran. They'll act, Ryan stated. Undoubtedly, Ali agreed. The room fell silent, save for the fire's restless hiss. Three men, Ryan, the prince, and Adler, exchanged glances over untouched coffee. The heart of the matter, as always, was oil. The Gulf, whether labeled Persian or Arabian, was little more than a slender stretch of water floating atop the planet's richest reserves. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, the list read like a roster of petrostates, each sitting on fortunes. Iran, populous and ambitious, loomed largest. Then came Iraq, its history a cautionary tale. The Gulf War had laid it bare. Saddam's invasion of Kuwait had been less about borders than brute greed, an armed robbery disguised as nationalism. Ryan had long argued that war, stripped of its propaganda, was just theft with tanks. Saddam had gambled on seizing Kuwait's wealth, then eyed Saudi Arabia why he'd stopped. At the border remained one of history's unanswered questions. Oil was the prize, yes, but the game was far more twisted than that. Hussein operated like a crime boss, obsessed with wealth and the political influence it bought. Meanwhile, Iran played a longer game. The Gulf nations were overwhelmingly Islamic, with Bahrain and Iraq as rare exceptions. Bahrain, its oil reserves depleted, had transformed into a playground, much like Las Vegas for America, where people escaped strict societal norms to indulge in vices just across the causeway from Saudi Arabia. Iraq, on the other hand, was a secular state that barely pretended to follow religious doctrine, a fact that ultimately sealed its leader's fate. But religion, not oil, was the true force shaping the region. Saudi Arabia stood as the spiritual core of Islam, home to Mecca and Medina, where the faith had first taken root. The divide between Sunni Saudi Arabia and Shia Iran wasn't just theological, it was deep enough to turn two powerful nations into bitter rivals. Ryan had once dismissed their differences as minor, but now he realized how naive that had been. This wasn't just about money or resources, it was about belief, identity, and the kind of power that reshaped history. Oil simply made the conflict more enticing to outsiders whose economies depended on it. Every Gulf state feared Iran, its sheer size, its zealous population, and its ambitions. For Sunni leaders, Iran represented a dangerous deviation from true Islam. For others, the threat was more existential. What happened when so-called heretics dominated the region? Islam wasn't just a religion, it governed laws, politics, and daily life. To the West, the struggle was about economics. To the Arabs, it was about divine order. Prince Ali's composed reply barely masked his unease. The Saudis had never wanted Iraq's leader gone. Despite his flaws, he had served as a crucial buffer against Iran. Without him, Iraq might fall under Shia rule, placing a hostile, Iran-aligned state right on Saudi Arabia's doorstep. Iran had been expanding its influence for years, training clerics in Qom, bankrolling political movements, arming allies like the Bosnian Muslims. The faith, born in Arabia, now stretched across the globe, and Iran was determined to lead it. The stakes couldn't be higher. Scott Adler muttered the word Anschluss under his breath, and Prince Ali responded with a silent nod. Jack Ryan, already sensing the answer, pressed further. Is there any strategy in place to stop this? The truth was clear, no concrete plan existed. The Persian Gulf War had been deliberately restrained, with Saudi Arabia dictating the boundaries from the start. They'd barred any push toward Baghdad, even when Iraq's defenses were stretched thin, leaving the capital vulnerable. Ryan had often noted how pundits missed the obvious. A classic military play would have bypassed Kuwait entirely, taken Baghdad, and forced surrender. But not everyone grasped strategy like he did. Your Highness, what leverage do we actually have there? Ryan asked. Ali sighed. Realistically? Minimal. We'll offer aid, push for sanctions to be lifted, but you know how that goes. Ryan nodded. Yeah, I do. Just keep us updated. America's promise to protect the kingdom stands. Ali assured him. I'll relay that to my people. Ding Chavez watched the replay on screen and whistled. Clean work. Except for the whole not living to enjoy it part. Clark, flipping through documents, smirked. Nothing like cashing your last paycheck posthumously. Age had tempered his own fiery impulses, though Mary Pat's latest request for a White House briefing was testing his patience. Ding killed the TV. Ever read about the assassins, John? Clark barely glanced up. Saw the movie. Those guys didn't mess around up close and personal with blades. No room for error. Ding, still polishing his international relations degree, tapped the remote. This shooter? Same deal. This UAE bomb. The assassins ran the first terror state, manipulating an entire region just by getting one guy in striking distance. Clark cut in. History's fascinating, but think about it, Ding insisted. If they got to him, they can get to anyone. Dictators don't retire, and his security was airtight. Yet someone slipped through. That's not just skill, it's patience. Years of it. Clark studied Ding, reminded again of the man's sharp mind beneath the casual slang. Or some lone wolf with a death wish, he countered. Ding shook his head. Nah. Why not take the shot and run? This was planned. Calculated. The room fell silent, the weight of the implication settling between them. Gomer wasn't just speaking for himself, he was sending a clear message on behalf of his boss, too. Clark set down his briefing papers, letting the weight of that sink in. Most government employees would have brushed it off as someone else's problem, but Clark wasn't wired that way. His career had started because he never recognized boundaries, and he sure as hell wasn't about to start now. The memory hit him hard standing in Iran, surrounded by a furious crowd screaming, "Death to America." It blindfolded you. Embassy hostages. Worse, he remembered the aftermath of Operation Blue Light's failure, how close things had come to boiling over. The Khomeini regime had been itching for blood, ready to escalate a bitter standoff into all-out war. And yet, despite Iran's fingerprints on terror attacks worldwide, America had done little to push back. That's exactly why we need more boots on the ground. Domingo, Clark muttered. Meanwhile, Surgeon had another reason to resent her husband's presidency. She barely saw him anymore, always wrapped up in meetings, always rushing off. Today was no different. The motorcade outside said it all. 6 armored Suburbans, 3 for Sally and little Jack, heading to school. The other 3 ferrying Katie to daycare. Kathy hated this, hated that her kids needed a security detail just to live their lives. But she refused to uproot them, to strip away their friends and routines because of Jack's job. "Morning, Katie." Don Russell crouched down, arms open, and the little girl barreled into him. Kathy couldn't help but smile. Russell was a blessing, a grandfatherly agent, who genuinely adored kids. He buckled Katie into her car seat with practiced ease, and the first convoy rolled out. "Bye, Mom." Sally, in her no-kisses phase, barely glanced back. Little Jack, already angling for the front seat, just tossed a casual "see ya." Kathy swallowed the sting. 20 agents guarded her children, now a temporary measure, they assured her. Soon, the armored SUVs would be replaced with regular cars. But for now, this was their reality. Her helicopter waited, blades already spinning. The déjà vu was suffocating. She'd been pregnant with Jack Jr. when terrorists last turned their lives upside down. Why had she ever agreed to this? The irony wasn't lost on her, married to the so-called most powerful man in the world. Yet neither of them could call the shots. "I know, Doc." Roy Altman's voice cut through her thoughts. "Hell of a way to live, huh?" Kathy turned, arching a brow. "You reading minds now?" "Part of the job, ma'am." Just Kathy. Please. Dr. Ryan is for the White House." Altman almost blushed. "Meist, verborgte Kinder." The Ryan family stood out among the political figures. The Secret Service typically protected no pretentious heirs, no entitled behavior. While their unassuming nature made security details more unpredictable, it was impossible not to appreciate their genuine demeanor. "Here's today's schedule," the agent said, passing her a folder. Kathy flipped it open, 2 surgeries followed by post-op checks. At least she could review files during the helicopter ride, turning travel time into something productive. "We've coordinated with Professor Katz to sync with your calendar," Altman added. Kathy smirked. "Do you vet my patients too?" She joked, only to freeze when he nodded. "Hospital records give us names and socials. We cross-check with NCE and our own watch lists." Her expression darkened, but Altman remained unfazed. Outside, cameras captured their departure as Colonel Goodman fired up the helicopter's engines. Meanwhile, in the Secret Service Ops Center, status boards updated in real time POTUS secure in the White House. FLOTUS en route. Separate monitors tracked Shadow, Shortstop, and Sandbox. The same intel reached Andrea Price outside the Oval Office, while teams already stood guard at St. Mary's School, Giant Steps Daycare, and Johns Hopkins. Maryland State Police lined Route 50, their cruisers a visible deterrent. Overhead, Marine helicopters shadowed Surgeon's flight, while another carried a tactical team tailing the Ryan kids. Anyone plotting harm would see the overwhelming show of force, unmarked cars, weaving through traffic, agents scanning for threats. The family remained blissfully unaware, and that was how the service preferred it. Then there was her. No lab results were needed. The migraines, the exhaustion, the creeping dread left no room for doubt. At first, she'd clung to denial, praying it was just malaria flaring up again. But the pain had shifted no longer in her joints but deep in her gut, spreading like storm clouds before a hurricane. She knew what came next. Part of her still bargained with faith, but like someone peeking through fingers at a horror movie, she couldn't unsee the truth. The nausea worsened, defiance crumbling under its weight. Outside, sunlight bathed the hospital courtyard, mocking the sterile chill of her private room. An IV dripped saline and painkillers, a feeble defense in a battle already lost. All that remained was the weight. Sister Jean-Baptiste lay motionless, her body drained by exhaustion. Even the simple act of turning toward the window to glimpse the flowers outside demanded more strength than she could muster. The sudden wave of nausea hit without warning, but her training kicked in. She barely managed to grab the emesis tray before the first violent heave. Through the haze of pain, her sharp eyes still caught the streaks of blood before Sister Maria Magdalena swiftly took the tray away, disposing of its contents in a sealed biohazard container. Clad in sterile gloves, a mask, and a protective gown, Maria's sorrow was unmistakable despite her professional composure. "Doctor." Modi entered moments later, his expression unreadable behind his own mask. He scanned the chart at the foot of the bed. Her fever was climbing steadily, and the latest telex from Atlanta had confirmed his fears. Her once pale skin now burned with an unnatural flush, dry and feverish. He considered the immediate steps, alcohol rubs, perhaps ice packs later, though he knew how undignified it would feel for a woman of her modesty. But dignity was the least of her worries now. The look in her eyes told him she already understood. Still, he had to say it aloud. "Sister," he began gently, "your blood work confirms Ebola antibodies." She nodded once, her voice quiet but steady. "I see," he continued, softening his tone, "but remember 20% survive. You have a fighting chance. I won't lie to you, it won't be easy. But you're not alone. Sister Magdalena is one of the best nurses I've worked with, and I've already reached out to specialists overseas. We won't stop fighting for you. But you must fight too. Pray if it gives you strength. A woman of your faith? God will listen." The words flowed effortlessly. Doctors learn to offer hope, even when they're not sure they believe it themselves. As he left, he turned to Maria with a quiet instruction. "Keep me updated." Then he stripped off his protective gear, tossing it into the designated bin, his mind already shifting to the next crisis. The WHO team was en route to interview the Mkusa family, desperate to trace the origin of the outbreak. The monkey bite? Maybe. But Ebola Zaire was still a mystery. Where it lurked, how it spread, why it vanished for years only to resurface without warning. Some theorized it had haunted Africa for centuries, dismissed as just another jungle fever until modern medicine gave it a name. Others pointed to outbreaks in Germany. The Philippines, was it truly tropical, or something far more unpredictable? The disease moved like a shadow, striking fast and leaving devastation in its wake. 8 to 10 years between outbreaks, was that nature's rhythm, or just the blind luck of a continent where death often went undocumented. For Tay, Doctor. Maudie clenched his jaw. He'd make sure Sister Jean-Baptiste wasn't just another statistic. Not if he could help it. The scientific community had pieced together the basic structure of the virus and identified its symptoms. But how it actually worked remained a terrifying enigma. Ebola Zaire, with its staggering 80% fatality rate, left doctors grasping for answers only 1 in 5. Infected individuals survived, and no one could explain why. This unpredictability made Ebola not just deadly, but almost mythically feared. Tiny, carefully guarded samples existed in high-security labs like the CDC in Atlanta and the Pasteur Institute in Paris, where researchers in full biohazard suits worked as if handling an extraterrestrial threat. Vaccine development was impossible. The 4 known strains were too genetically distinct, including the puzzling American variant that killed monkeys but left humans unscathed. Scientists in Atlanta, some of whom Jack Ryan knew personally, were now scrutinizing electron microscope images, comparing this new strain to archived samples, a painstaking process that would likely end in frustrating ambiguity. Ebola was the perfect biological nightmare, unpredictable, unstoppable, and utterly alien. Patient 0, Benedict Makusa, was gone, his body reduced to ashes, the virus with him. Maudie had only a minuscule blood sample, hardly enough for meaningful study. But Sister Jean-Baptiste, she was different. As he reached for the phone to call the Iranian embassy in Kinshasa, his hand froze midair. What if her prayers were answered? She was a woman of unwavering faith, her days spent in devotion, her life dedicated to serving others. Her virtues mirrored the pillars of Islam: charity, prayer, faith. Even Lent wasn't so different from Ramadan. The thought unsettled him. If God listened to her, then his plans were already doomed. But if not, he pressed the receiver to his ear and dialed. Meanwhile, in Washington, the bureaucratic gears turned with grim efficiency. "We can't pretend this isn't happening, Mr. President," Arnie insisted. The issue was absurdly technical. Without official death certificates, the seats of fallen legislators remained occupied, leaving Congress paralyzed. Today, those certificates would finally be signed, triggering a flood of calls from governors, some seeking guidance, others announcing unilateral decisions. One governor, rumored to be stepping down, would likely be rewarded with a Senate appointment, a move so transparent it bordered on parody. The sheer volume of archived data was overwhelming, even for someone accustomed to intelligence work. 14 years of records, now digitized and accessible, meant that every headline, every scandal, every forgotten footnote could be dredged up with a few keystrokes. News corporations, once reliant on dusty microfilm, now monetized their archives, selling access to a past that had suddenly become very relevant. The irony: what once gathered mold in basements was now a commodity history, repackaged for profit. The internet was still an emerging and unpredictable revenue stream, but the media had latched onto it with both hands, recognizing its potential as a stable news source unlike anything before. Suddenly, journalists, students, casual browsers, and professionals alike could tap into an endless well of information. The sheer volume of keyword searches made tracking every inquiry impossible, not that he was worried. His team had taken precautions, routing all queries through freshly created European accounts, mostly in London, designed to vanish after data retrieval or linked to shared academic logins. Searches for names like Ryan John Patrick, Ryan Jack, Ryan Caroline, and Ryan family flooded the system, generating thousands of results. Many were irrelevant. Ryan wasn't exactly a rare surname, but filtering them wasn't hard. The real goldmine surfaced in old photos from London, showing a bloodied young Ryan at 31, sprawled on the pavement. Inspiring, wasn't it? He looked practically lifeless, though wounds could be deceiving. More images followed: a mangled car, a downed helicopter. Strangely, the years after that offered little on Ryan, just whispers of closed-door congressional testimonies. Then came the big one: unconfirmed reports that he'd single-handedly stopped a nuclear launch during the Fowler administration. Ryan had dropped hints to Directives, but never confirmed it publicly. That interesting. That spoke volumes about the man or his secrets. His wife, Kathy, was easier to track. A skilled surgeon, her hospital office number had even been published. The kids? The youngest attended the same daycare as the oldest once had, and a feature article helpfully named their school. All this intel, compiled in a single day, would have taken a field team a week with far more risk. The Americans were reckless, broadcasting details no one needed. Over 2,500 pages of documents would be organized, cross-referenced. No immediate action planned, just data. But that could change. Meanwhile, Kathy Ryan chatted with Roy Altman in the hospital cafeteria. "You know, flying in is growing on me," she mused. "Less stressful than driving." Altman, scanning the room, gave a non-committal hum. Two other agents lurked nearby, failing spectacularly at blending in. Johns Hopkins might be a sprawling institution, but it was still a tight-knit community one where doctors didn't carry guns. Altman stayed nearby, carefully observing his principal's daily habits, and she didn't seem to mind his presence. He'd already shadowed her through 2 morning medical procedures, and, true to her nature as an educator, Kathy had walked him through each step with meticulous precision. Later that afternoon, she'd be leading a group of medical students on teaching rounds, Altman's first real exposure to something beyond the political maneuvering he'd grown to despise. He couldn't help but notice how little Surgeon actually ate, picking at her food like a sparrow before insisting on paying for both their lunches, despite his half-hearted objections. "My hospital, my rules, Roy," she said with a wink, scanning the cafeteria before spotting her target. "Dave." Kathy called out as she approached Dean James's table with Altman trailing behind. The dean stood to introduce his guest, Pierre Alexandre, a new faculty member whose eyes widened in recognition. "Wait, you're the Kathy Ryan from the Lasker Award list," he blurted out, stopping her mid-sentence. Her face brightened instantly. "Guilty as charged," she laughed, setting down her tray to shake his hand. Altman observed the exchange with poorly concealed curiosity. "You must be Secret Service," Alexander remarked, sizing up the agent. When Altman confirmed, the doctor grinned. "Good. Someone this brilliant deserves top-tier protection." He then casually mentioned his military background, having crossed paths with protective details at Walter Reed during a high-profile case involving the president's daughter. As the group settled in, Dean James explained Alexandra's collaboration with renowned infectious disease specialist Ralph Forster. "Just getting my bearings," Alexandra admitted with a self-deprecating shrug. "But hey, I've got a parking pass now, so I guess I'm official." Kathy found herself liking the newcomer, though his faint accent and old-school Southern charm piqued her curiosity. The conversation took a sharp turn when Alexandra mentioned Ralph's sudden trip to Atlanta, a possible Ebola case from Zaire involving an 8-year-old boy. Kathy's expression darkened. Despite specializing in a different field, she kept up with global medical alerts. "Just one case?" she pressed. Alexandre nodded grimly, recounting his own harrowing experience during the 1990 outbreak. 16 dead, 2 survivors, no rhyme or reason to it. "We never found patient 0, just spent weeks shooting monkeys in the jungle hoping for answers." His tone shifted, a dark humor creeping in. "Ebola's a sneaky son of a gun. One minute you're fine, the next." He trailed off, the unspoken horror hanging in the air. Kathy exhaled slowly, the weight of their profession settling over the table. Some battles, it seemed, were never truly won. Altman couldn't resist jumping in. "That's serious?" he asked, his voice tight. "The official estimate puts survival rates at 20%. Let me put it this way, if you shot me point blank right now, I'd have better odds than facing this thing." Alexandra spread butter on his roll, the memory of visiting Westfall's widow souring his stomach. "Honestly, with the surgeons at Halstead, you'd probably survive the bullet. Leukemia? Better odds. Lymphoma? Even better. AIDS gives you a decade. This? 10 days if you're lucky. That's as bad as it gets." Ryan had always been his own writer. 2 naval history books, now feeling like someone else's life, and countless CIA reports, hammered out first on a typewriter, then on computers. He never loved the process, but he craved the isolation, the quiet space where he could shape his thoughts without interruption until they were precise. That was integrity. Now, Callie Weston handled his speeches, petite, sharp-tongued, and brilliant with words. She'd stuck around since Fowler's administration. Too good to let go. "You hated my church speech, didn't you?" she challenged, irreverent as ever. Ryan shrugged. "I just needed to say something different." Then he caught himself. Why was he explaining to her? I cried. She deadpanned, locking eyes with him like a predator sizing up prey. "You're not like the others. Thurkerblade Cowso. Fowler kept me because I made him sound human guy was ice otherwise. True-oling. He just didn't have options. I clash with staff constantly. They edit me, I push back. Arnie protects me because I'm the best, and because I went to school with his niece, but let's be honest, I'm a nightmare." She leaned in. You say what you mean. No canned lines. That's refreshing and exhausting. I'll have to unlearn every trick I've used for years." Across the room, Andrea Price watched, her stance shifting subtly. Ryan noticed she didn't trust Weston. "Fmoy, why? How fast can you draft something?" he asked. Weston smirked. "Depends. What's the message?" He gave her the bones. No notes, she just listened, then dropped the bomb. "They'll eat you alive. Maybe no one's warned you yet, but it's coming." Price stiffened. Ryan laughed. "Who says I want to stay?" Weston blinked. "Wait, what?" "This isn't exactly my comfort zone," she admitted. "We could have a fascinating discussion, but—" She paused, then added, "I read one of your books recently. You're not exactly a wordsmith, no fancy prose, just straightforward talk. So I'm toning down my usual style to match yours. Short, clear sentences. Solid grammar, though Catholic school education, I'm guessing. No fluff, just facts." A faint smile crossed her lips. "How long's the speech?" "About 15 minutes. "Give me 3 hours," Weston replied, rising to leave. Ryan nodded as she exited, then turned to Agent Price. "Out with it," he commanded. Price hesitated before answering. "She's a nightmare over at the office. Last year, she went after a junior staffer had to be physically restrained. Kid made some crude remarks about one of her speeches and implied her family history was Mary Castillable. He was gone the next day. Good riddance, honestly. But she's got an ego the size of Texas. Should have kept her mouth shut." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "What if she's not wrong?" "Sir, that's above my pay grade, but is she right?" "You're not like the others, mister." "President," Price replied carefully, neither confirming nor denying. Ryan didn't press further, he had bigger things to handle. Picking up his desk phone, he waited as his secretary patched him through. "Get me George Winston at the Columbus Group." A brief scramble followed somewhere in the signals office. A petty officer dug through post-its while a Marine fished for spare change to settle a bet. Moments later, the call connected. "George." "Mr. President," Winston answered warily. "How fast can you get here?" "Jack, I mean, sir, I'm knee-deep in rebuilding my company." "How fast?" Ryan repeated, sharper this time. Winston sighed. "Next train out of Newark. Text me your arrival time. I'll have a car waiting. Look, I can't just, yes you can. Let's spear soon." Ryan hung up, then glanced at Price. "Andrea, send an agent to meet him at Union Station." As Price nodded, Ryan leaned back. Giving orders and watching them unfold, now that was a perk of the job. Across town, a shrill voice cut through the hum of a daycare center. "I hate guns." A few kids glanced up before returning to their crayons, but 3 adults with coiled earpiece wires turned sharply. Don Russell, leading the security detail, approached the agitated woman. "Ma'am?" He flashed his badge. "Everything all right? Do you have to be here?" Sheila Walker snapped. Russell kept his tone even. "It's protocol. Mind if I get your name?" "Sebje, 'tis their why." "Just polite to know who I'm speaking with," he said, though background checks were the real motive. The daycare owner, Marlene Daggett, stepped in. "This is Mrs. Walker Sekgan. Her son, Justin, is over there." Russell followed her gaze to a 4-year-old gleefully toppling a block tower. "I don't want weapons near children," Sheila insisted. Russell counted off on his fingers. 1, we're trained professionals. 2, regulations say we're armed 24/7. And 3, he softened his voice, your kid's safer here with us than anywhere else. The playground outside was as safe as any parent could hope, for no need to fear strangers snatching kids here. Why does she have to be at this school? Mrs. Walker pressed, arms crossed. Russell kept his tone calm. Katie didn't choose to be the president's daughter. Shouldn't she get to live like any other kid? Same as your Justin. The woman huffed. It's not safe. Not on our watch, he cut in, but she'd already turned away, calling for her son. Justin hesitated, nudging his tower of blocks just enough to send it crashing down. Future architect, someone murmured in Russell's earpiece. He signaled the agent by the door. They'd run a background check on Mrs. Puate. Walker soon enough. Odds were she'd just be another overprotective mom. But if she had a record or a history of instability, they'd note it. His gaze swept the room. Sandbox was just another kid in the mix, scribbling fiercely on paper, oblivious to the tension. She'd had a typical day snack time, nap time before heading back to anything but a typical home. Kids had a knack for tuning out adult drama, which was more than he could say for some parents. Mrs. Walker herded Justin into their Volvo and buckled him in. Russell noted the license plate, though he knew the search would turn up nothing. Still, procedure was procedure. Then it hit him why they couldn't afford to relax. Giant Steps Daycare, just off Ritchie Highway near Annapolis, had been the Ryans' choice too, back when Shadow was little. The same 7-Eleven across the street had been the staging ground for the ambush on Surgeon's Porsche, the chase over Route 50, the trooper killed in the escape. Back then, Shortstop wasn't even born, and Sandbox was just a distant possibility. The memory sent a chill through Special Agent Marcella Hilton. Twice divorced, no kids of her own. She'd never expected to feel that pang watching toddlers play. Maybe it was biology, maybe just longing, but the idea of Anyone targeting children made her stomach twist. This place was exposed, and there were monsters out there who wouldn't think twice about it. That damn 7-Eleven was still standing. 6 agents guarded Sandbox now. Soon, budget cuts would have that. The Secret Service wasn't the omnipotent force people imagined, though. It had teeth most never saw. Unlike other agencies, they could knock on a suspect's door unannounced, conduct a chat based on whispers, not warrants. The goal? Make it clear they were watching. With only 1,200 agents nationwide, the illusion of omnipresence was their best weapon, one that left even the boldest threats sweating. The everyday threats weren't the real danger. Those were easy to spot if you knew what to watch for. The real problem was the ones who slipped under the radar, the ones intelligence never flagged. A heavy-handed show of force might scare some off, but it came with its own problems. Too costly, too blatant, too likely to draw unwanted attention. Then there were the ones that got through anyway. She still remembered the incident months after Surgeon, Shadow, and Shortstop's close call. A full squad wiped out now, a cautionary tale at the Secret Service Academy in Beltsville. The Ryan House had even been used for a training reenactment. Chuck Avery, a seasoned agent, and his entire team had been taken down. Watching the footage as a rookie, she'd felt the icy realization of how one tiny misstep, mixed with bad timing and worse luck, could unravel everything. Don Russell appeared beside her, sipping coffee from a disposable cup. "Yeah, I know," she muttered before he could speak. Inside, another agent stood watch. "Did you know Avery?" "Dole," she asked. "2 years ahead of me at the academy," Russell said. "Sharp, meticulous, one hell of a shot. Took down a suspect in the dark 30 yards, 2 rounds center mass." He shook his head. "No room for small mistakes in this job, Marcy." That's when the second wave of dread hit, the kind that made your fingers twitch toward your sidearm just to reassure yourself it was there. It was the kind of moment that made you remember the stakes, like how innocent a kid could look. And how, even if you were going down, you'd make damn sure your last act was putting every bullet where it counted. The thought lingered, then faded as quickly as it came. "She's a beautiful little girl," she said quietly. Russell shrugged. "Rarely see an ugly one." They didn't offer empty reassurances. No promises of protection. Instead, their eyes scanned the highway, the trees, the 7-Eleven across Ritchie Highway, mentally tallying blind spots and calculating how many surveillance cameras they could justify. Meanwhile, George Winston stepped off the Metroliner at Union Station, stretching after the ride from Trenton. He'd managed both work and a nap. Efficiency was everything, when time was the one resource you couldn't replenish. A shame passenger rail wasn't more profitable, but at least first class came with perks. Tipping the attendant, he spotted the man waiting for him. "Mr. Winston." The agent flashed his badge, his partner lingering nearby, coat open for easy access. Winston fell into step without question, just another busy man heading to another meeting. Elsewhere, files piled high, too extensive for standard storage. Paper still worked better than computers, especially when dealing with certain languages. Cross-referencing would be simple enough if anyone bothered to look. The press coverage would help verify or adjust the information he'd gathered. But there were simpler ways to confirm details. Just driving by certain locations or observing traffic patterns posed minimal risk. No matter how meticulous the Secret Service was, they weren't all seeing. Jack Ryan had a family, a working wife, kids in school, and a routine to maintain. Their official residence offered security, though nothing was foolproof, and that protection didn't extend everywhere. The real challenge was funding and logistics. He needed a backer. Across the world, in Nairobi, Kenya's bustling capital, a dealer leaned back in his chair, swirling his beer. "How many do you need?" he asked. The buyer countered, "How many can you get?" The dealer smirked. 80, maybe 100. He took a slow sip. "Give me a week." The buyer, unfazed, pressed, "What's the purpose?" "Biological research," came the vague reply. The dealer didn't push further professional courtesy. Money talked louder than curiosity. The negotiation shifted to logistics. "This isn't cheap," the dealer warned, listing hurdles, hunting permits, transport, bribes. African green monkeys were in demand for lab testing, not that he cared. They were pests to farmers, nuisances to everyone but tourists, snapping photos at treetops. He named his price, padding it for bribes, labor, and his own cut. To his surprise, the buyer agreed instantly, barely touching his soda. No haggling, no theatrics. Just business. "Mr. Tur, 5 days." That's all the dealer got before the next call. Meanwhile, identical transactions unfolded in Uganda, Tanzania. Mali, unseen threads pulling tighter. Back in Washington, Jack Ryan recalled his first time in the Oval Office, the way the curved walls and hidden doors made it feel like stepping into history. The grandeur was deliberate, a reminder of power's weight. But power, like security, had its limits. The first thing that caught your eye was the windows, especially when sunlight streamed through them. Their thick, almost opaque glass gave off an eerie green tint like the walls of a high-security aquarium built for some rare, dangerous creature. Then your gaze would land on the massive oak desk, imposing even when empty, but downright intimidating when the president stood behind it, watching you enter. Jack Ryan liked it that way. The atmosphere worked in his favor, making his tasks simpler. "George," he said, offering a firm handshake. "Mr. President," Winston replied smoothly, pretending not to notice the two stone-faced Secret Service agents hovering just behind him, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. Their presence was unmistakable. Winston could practically feel their eyes boring into the back of his skull, like twin laser sights tracking his every move. Still, he shook Ryan's hand and forced a tight smile. Their history was brief, but solid. They'd collaborated efficiently during the Japan crisis, and before that, they'd crossed paths at a few forgettable Washington gatherings. Winston knew Ryan's reputation: sharp, discreet, effective. Years in intelligence had clearly paid off. "Take a seat," Ryan gestured toward one of the plush couches. "Relax." "There's Dud. How was the flight?" "Same as always," Winston shrugged. Out of nowhere, a Navy steward appeared, pouring coffee into delicate china cups with gold trim. The brew was rich, the kind served only to those who mattered. Then Ryan cut to the chase. "I need you." Winston stiffened. "Sir, with all due respect, my last stint in government nearly wrecked your country," Ryan finished for him. "Jack, I never wanted a political career," Winston shot back. Ryan didn't even glance at his coffee. "That's exactly why I'm asking. I've been dragged into this mess more times than I can count. Now I'm assembling a team. Tonight's speech will lay it all out. First priority? Treasury. Defense is stable, states covered, but Treasury's a disaster. I need someone who knows the system inside out. Someone the markets trust. Someone who can tell what's broken from what's just bruised. And most importantly," Ryan leaned forward, "someone who'll hate the job as much as I do." Winston blinked. "Care to elaborate, mister?" "I still want the president." Ryan exhaled, rubbing his temples. "I got pulled into this life at 31. Escaped once, made a fortune, then got sucked right back in. Spent years watching how things really work. And let me tell you, it's not pretty. I wanted out. Wanted to teach history, write books, live quietly. But here we are." His voice turned razor sharp. So here's the deal. You'll clean up Treasury. No political games. No favors. Just fix what's broken. Winston hesitated. No interference. Ryan's laugh was dry. George, I don't do politics. Never learned, never cared. I'm here because someone had to step up. Same reason I'm asking you. He paused, then added quietly, they came after my family once. After that, I stopped having a choice. Winston leaned back in his chair, the weight of Ryan's proposal pressing down on him. I'm done going solo, George, and I refuse to staff empty positions with bureaucrats who just play the game. I need thinkers here, not schemers with hidden motives. He placed his coffee cup down carefully, surprised by his own steady hand. The scope of what Ryan was asking went far beyond the role he'd planned. To reject it meant severing ties with the old way of doing business, where decisions were swayed by Wall Street's backroom deals. Damn, he muttered under his breath. You're actually serious about this, aren't you? As the founder of Columbus Group, Winston had carried a responsibility most never considered. Millions of people trusted him with their livelihoods. The power to exploit that trust was there, but the consequences weren't just legal. It was about integrity. Those weren't just numbers in an account. They were real people, widows, retirees, families who relied on him to be smarter and fairer than they could be for themselves. A well-worded thank you note from a grateful investor was nice, but the real reward was knowing you'd done right by them. Honor wasn't something you faked. It was a choice, something you carried inside. And as some Hollywood scribe once said, it was the one gift you gave yourself. Ryan cut through his thoughts. Tax policy. Congress needs to pull itself together first, Winston countered. Obviously. But yes, that too. Winston exhaled sharply. That's a hell of an undertaking. Burpewit to stam. You think I don't know that? It's not exactly a popularity contest. At least you'll have the Secret Service watching your back. Right, Andrea? Agent Price, caught off guard, nodded. Yes, Mr. President. Winston shook his head. The whole system's a mess. Then clean it up, Ryan shot back. Might get messy. Buy a mop, Winston retorted. You want efficiency? Fine, decorative mime. But defense is just as bloated. We need someone who knows how to trim the fat and run it like a real business. Tony Bertano, Ryan mused. The true satellite guy? Winston raised an eyebrow. Lockheed's about to poach him. Stock's already ticking up. Took Trowel's profits up 50% in 2 years, not bad for an engineer who supposedly can't manage. We golf sometimes. The irony wasn't lost on him. The best talent kept walking away from government roles. That was the cycle Ryan wanted to break. And maybe, just maybe, Winston was starting to believe it could be done. You should hear him rant about dealing with government contracts, one voice remarked. Get him in here, came the sharp reply. Lockheed's board is handing him full control. That's exactly the point, George. Winston hesitated before asking, what about my role? The protocol states I'm aware. You'll serve as acting secretary until we stabilize things. After a pause, Winston added, understood. I'll need to bring my own team. Ryan cut him off. I won't micromanage you. I won't even list every task. Just get it done, but keep me in the loop. I don't want surprises from the press. Winston frowned. When do I begin? The office is yours now, Ryan said bluntly. Winston hesitated again. I should discuss this with my family first. Ryan smirked. Government offices come with phones, George. Look, I know who you are. I could have ended up the same way, but stacking cash never did it for me. Launching startups? That was different. Managing money matters, sure, just not my thing. But this, you've spent years complaining about how broken this city is. Here's your shot. No politics, no strings. Turn it down and you'll regret it forever. Winston felt trapped, like a man backed into a circular room with no exits. You're picking up political tricks fast, Jack. Across the room, the president turned to his lead agent. Andrea, meet your new boss. Special Agent Price reconsidered her earlier doubts. Maybe Callie Weston wasn't so off base after all. Meanwhile, the sudden announcement of a presidential address threw a wrench into carefully laid plans. The timing was critical politics. Like any high-stakes game, demanded precision. They'd spent days plotting, though. This wasn't some rehearsed performance. No one had ever practiced this scenario. Every move was a gamble, but Kealty's team had bet right before. Still, doubt lingered not just about strategy, but morality. Was this even right? A rare hesitation for seasoned players. Ed, you never actually resigned, did you? His chief of staff pressed, needing the lie spelled out so he could sell it with conviction. Kealty patted his jacket pocket. Still have the draft. Brett and I agreed the wording wasn't perfect. Planned to submit a revised version dated correctly, of course, but then everything went sideways. You could always let it go, the chief suggested, playing his part in the familiar dance. Kealty hesitated, his voice thick with conviction. I wish I could, he admitted, shaking his head. But look at the state of the country. Ryan's a decent man, I've known him for years, but he's clueless about running a government. His chief legal advisor, a longtime ally, leaned in. There's no precedent here, Ed. No constitutional roadmap, and even if there were, the Supreme Court's in shambles. This is pure politics, and it won't play well. Kealty's chief of staff cut in sharply. That's exactly why we're doing it. This isn't about politics, it's about saving the country. Ed knows the cost. A resurrection on live TV wouldn't hurt either, though nobody dared say it. Pushing back from the table, Kealty paced the room, hands slicing the air. Forget the optics. The government's in ruins. Who's going to rebuild it? Ryan's a CIA analyst, not a leader. We need to appoint justices, pass laws, reassemble Congress. The nation needs direction, and he's out of his depth. If this buries me, so be it, someone has to step up. The room stayed dead silent. Not even a smirk. His staff, loyal for decades, were too entrenched in his narrative to question it. This wasn't just strategy. It was political theater, as inevitable as a Greek chorus. To them, Kealty wasn't just a politician, he was the system's caretaker, the only one who could steer the ship. The irony. He'd preached that belief so long, even he couldn't untangle duty from ambition. Once hailed as the conscience of the Senate, Kealty had spent years molding the country to his vision. When public opinion wavered, he saw it as his mission to reel it back, like some self-appointed guardian of America's soul. The press had adored him for it, but this time he couldn't risk their spin. No backroom briefings, no cozy leaks. For once, he'd play the straight arrow, trading his usual maneuvering for the illusion of pure intent. Meanwhile, Ryan's team was juggling airtime. 8:30 Eastern, Van Damme said. Sweeps week networks want prime slots. Ryan's face twisted, but Arnie shrugged. West Coast commuters will catch it on the radio. We've got all 5 networks, CNN, C-SPAN. That's not nothing. Arnie sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, it's basic protocol. They could have just shut you out completely. Politicians pull this move all the time. Jesus, Arnie, this isn't some campaign stunt. Mr. President, wake up. Everything you do is political. Everything. Even choosing not to make a statement is a statement. Arnie was practically drilling the lesson into his boss's skull. The man listened, sure, but comprehension was another matter. Fine. So the FBI cleared this? Murray gave the green light 20 minutes ago. Callie's already weaving it into the draft. Callie Weston's office was a relic. As the top speechwriter, she could have demanded some sleek, modern setup glass desks, ergonomic chairs, the works. Instead, she hunched over a battered Macintosh Classic, its tiny screen glowing like a stubborn ember. The room itself felt like an afterthought, tucked away like some forgotten storage closet from the days when the Indian Treaty Room actually hosted treaties. Mold desk. Federal prison craftsmanship. The chair. A relic from the Reagan era. But the high ceilings. Perfect for the occasional cigarette. Rules be damned. The last guy who tried to call her out on it ended up with a knee to the groin. The Secret Service had to drag her off before she could finish the job. Yet here she still was untouchable. No windows, just the glow of her screen and the gallery of faces on her walls. Holmes, her shaggy sheepdog, and a rotating cast of politicians, allies and rivals alike. Behind her, a TV hummed, usually tuned to C-SPAN or CNN, while the VCR chewed through tapes of past speeches. To her, a political address wasn't just words, it was a high-wire act. Shakespeare had hours to make his point. Hollywood had reels of film. She, Tez and Tablan. 15 minutes tops. Every syllable had to land, swaying voters, disarming critics, and silencing cynics. Right now, her focus was Ryan. She replayed his inauguration speech, dissecting every flicker in his eyes, every shift in posture. There was potential raw, untrained, but real. He wasn't a politician. And maybe that was the point. The senior staff loathed her, of course. To them, she was just some quirky wordsmith until she strolled into the Oval Office unannounced, because the president trusted her more than half his cabinet. That kind of access bred rumors. One idiot had even implied it was personal. She'd let him keep his teeth, but only because the agent got between them before she could finish. The knee, though, that landed just fine. Funny how some things never made the papers. Arnie had warned him that allegations of sexual misconduct would block his path back to the center of power, yet still went ahead and blacklisted him anyway. She admired Arnie, though. The speech, too, had turned out well. What was supposed to take 3 hours stretched into 4, all for a final draft that barely filled 12.5 minutes. She always kept them tight, since presidents tended to drag their words. Most did. Ryan would have to adjust to that. Hitting Control-P, she printed 3 copies in Helvetica 14-point. There'd still be political vultures circling, eager to slash red ink through her work, though thankfully not as many as before. Once the printer whirred to a stop, she gathered the pages, stapled them, and grabbed her phone. The first speed dial button connected her to the right office across the street. Weston's on her way to see the boss, she told the appointment secretary. Send her over. And just like that, the world clicked back into place. Moody knew God hadn't answered his prayers, not that he'd expected much. Balancing his Islamic faith with medical science was as tricky for him as it was for his Christian, or even animist colleagues. The Congo had been steeped in Christianity for a century, yet old superstitions clung stubbornly, making it easier for him to dismiss them. The age-old question lingered. If God was merciful, why did suffering exist? Maybe a debate for his imam someday, but right now, the only certainty was that suffering found everyone, even the righteous. The blotches on her skin were unmistakable petechiae, tiny hemorrhages beneath the surface, standing out starkly against her pale complexion. At least the nuns here didn't use mirrors, considering them a vanity. Maudie respected that, even if he didn't fully grasp the reasoning. Better she didn't see the crimson marks spreading across her face. Ugly as they were, they signaled something far worse. Death was closing in. Her fever had spiked to 10-4. Sir. Barely held in check by the ice packed under her arms and neck. Her eyes were dull, her body limp with exhaustion, symptoms that could fit a dozen illnesses. But the petechiae told the truth. What's her no bleeding? Ebola was a thief, dismantling the body's defenses cell by cell, letting blood seep where it shouldn't. The end came when the heart, starved of volume, simply stopped. Medicine still didn't know exactly how or why some people fought it off. About 20% survived, their immune systems mounting some desperate, mysterious counterattack. But not her. He checked her pulse, and even through the gloves her skin felt scorched, papery, already slackening. Systemic necrosis had begun. The liver usually went first. Ebola had a cruel preference for it. Survivors carried the scars, but most never lived long enough to care. Every organ was failing, some faster than others. Soon, all at once. The pain would be unbearable, invisible but all-consuming. Maudie scribbled an order to up the morphine. Easing her suffering was the least they could do for her sake and the safety of the staff. A delirious patient could flail, and with a disease this contagious, that was a risk no one could afford. Her left arm was already strapped down to protect the IV, though the line looked shaky. Starting a new one would be near impossible with her veins collapsing. The clock was ticking, and there was nothing left to do but wait. Sister Maria Magdalena knelt beside her friend, the veil over her face, unable to mask the sorrow in her eyes. Maudie met her gaze, his usual icy demeanor softened by an unexpected flicker of compassion. Stay with her, sister. Pray, he said before turning away abruptly. He shed his protective gear with clinical precision, discarding each piece into the designated bins. Every needle in the facility was disposed of in sealed sharps containers, lessons learned the hard way after the 1976 Ebola Manga outbreak, named for a nurse whose fatal mistake had cost her life. Decades later, protocols were stricter, but old habits died hard in places where resources were scarce. Back in his office, Maudie dialed a number, his mind already racing ahead. The wheels were in motion now, though the destination remained unclear. He buried himself in research, deliberately chasing dead ends, like a man trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Across the ocean, Ryan chuckled at Callie Weston's declaration. I'm going to save you, she'd said, her confidence so unshakable it made Price grimace. Arnie studied her, amused by her refusal to conform no power suits or designer labels. Just sharp wit and sharper words. The Secret Service appreciated that about her. They'd seen enough peacocks strutting through the West Wing. Callie tossed a folder onto the desk. Here you go, Arnie said, sliding it toward Ryan. The president squinted at the large font, relieved he wouldn't need his glasses. He read slowly, deliberately, pausing only to question one detail. George Winston as Cetrez. Callie's eyes narrowed. The zillionaire. Ryan smirked. Could have picked a homeless guy off a bench, but I figured someone who understands Wall Street might be useful. Arnie cleared his throat. We say unhoused individuals now, Jack. Ryan's smile faded as he remembered Buzz Fiedler, the rare academic who'd known his limits. This is good work, Callie, he admitted. Van Damme flipped a page, hesitating. Callie, she cut him off. Arnie, sweetheart, you don't rewrite Shakespeare for a high school play. You write for the actor, not the costume. In another life, she could have been in Hollywood by now, Porsche, hillside mansion, the whole cliché. But why chase fame when her words already shaped history? The world might never know her name, but she felt the weight of every syllable. So, what does that make me? Ryan asked, looking up. Callie grinned. A one-of-a-kind headache. Later, Ryan paced his study, the speech clutched in his hands. He'd skipped dessert, too keyed up to eat, and barely registered his family's chatter as he rehearsed lines under his breath. Callie had approved his edits' minor tweaks, really before the secretaries transformed them into a polished draft. The final version glowed on the teleprompter, mirrored perfectly on the printed pages in his grip. Callie hovered nearby, a silent sentinel. No last-minute surprises, not on her watch. The stage was set, the audience waiting. All that was left was the performance. Van Damme delivered the predictable pep talk that only made things worse. Jack, this is the biggest moment of your career. Just stay calm and deliver. Right, because nothing calms nerves like being reminded of the crushing weight of history. The chief of staff was like a little league coach, barking advice from the sidelines full of theories, but zero first-hand experience standing on that mound with the crowd roaring. Technicians adjusted the twin cameras, their teleprompters glowing, while the harsh studio lights transformed the Oval Office into a stage. For the next half hour, the president would be framed against those bulletproof windows like a trophy buck under a hunter's scope. Another logistical nightmare for the Secret Service, though they swore the glass could shrug off a Vistical without flinching. The crew members were vetted, the equipment scanned, the routine checks completed. America had been warned via primetime news chyrons before the anchors moved on to weather and sports. Just another Tuesday in Washington. Unless you happen to be the rookie president sweating under pancake makeup at center stage. The phone's shrill ring sliced through the darkness at 3:17 a.m. Only 6 people had this number. Landlines were suicide, asked Mahmoud al-Rashid, whose replacement Nokia had left his skull in the Dubai Hilton's minibar. The Mossad's signature move. First jam the signal, then gift wrap a phone with enough Semtex to redecorate a hotel suite. Rumor claimed his final voicemail began, Avi Ben Jacob here. Listen carefully. Before the pound key turned the punchline into confetti. Tonight's caller skipped the theatrics. Contact Yusuf. Click. The message bounced through 3 burners before reaching him, too brief for even NSA supercomputers to trace. He rolled his eyes and relayed the words to another disposable phone. Let the eavesdroppers waste their time chasing ghosts. Beirut's safe house windows flickered their all-clear signal as his armored Mercedes rolled up. 2 decades of paranoia had dulled the adrenaline. These days, he found existential dread as tedious as airport security. The coffee waiting inside could strip paint, which was frankly the only reason he stayed awake. Diplomacy. He snorted when the explanation came. Since when do we send midnight memos instead of missiles? His host just smiled and slid a dossier across the table. Back in the White House, Ryan sat statue, still as the makeup artist dusted his forehead. 10 minutes, mister. Chew tu ball tu we president. The powder made him feel like a Broadway understudy, not the leader of the free world. Somewhere beyond the Klieg lights, a teleprompter scrolled the words that might redefine his presidency or end it. Ryan bristled at the title they kept forcing on him, no matter how many times Arnie or the staff insisted. To his right, Callie Weston lingered by the secretary's desk, offering a tight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Her latest script was brilliant, as always, but now it rested in the hands of an untested newcomer. Mrs. Abbott circled the desk, blocking the harsh studio lights as she scrutinized the setup with a producer's critical eye before nodding approval. Ryan clenched his jaw, already dreading the inevitable. The makeup would soon melt under the heat, itching like hell, and scratching was out of the question. Presidents didn't fidget. Presidents didn't sweat. Hell, half the country probably believed they didn't even blink. 5 minutes, sir. Was a priv. Priespringen sounded. Ryan mechanically recited. Testing 1, 2. His voice flat. Clear on our end, Mr. President, the director called from the control booth. It struck Ryan as absurd, this ritual of televised gravitas, a tradition stretching back to Roosevelt's fireside chats. Those men had seemed effortless, unshakable. Meanwhile, his palms were damp, and the teleprompter's scrolling text might as well have been hieroglyphics. The cameras were live now, no doubt capturing every nervous tap of his fingers against the desk. He half expected the Secret Service had a vault somewhere filled with tapes of presidents sneezing mid-speech or cursing under their breath. 2 minutes. The teleprompters loomed like alien devices, screens flipped backward, mirrors angled just so, all designed to make him stare at his own words while pretending to address a nation. Millions of invisible eyes, and here he was essentially talking to a reflection. The text lurched forward in a test scroll, and Ryan fought the urge to laugh. Of all the surreal moments in his life, this took the cake. 60 seconds. Posture became an obsession, elbows on the desk. Bare dems folded. Leaning back screamed arrogance, but sitting rigid made his spine ache. Was the discomfort real or just nerves? This true late to care. His stomach churned, a trapped bubble of air rising until he swallowed it back. 15 seconds. Panic clawed at his throat. No turning back now. Behind the blinding lights, camera operators adjusted their lenses, flanked by stone-faced Secret Service agents. His only live audience, and they might as well have been statues. Somewhere out there, viewers groaned as their favorite shows were interrupted, grabbing remotes to flee to cable until the presidential seal flashed on screen, trapping them in collective obligation. Ryan inhaled. Lay day spraying, thigasem disdain. Ryan inhaled deeply, pressing his lips together as he focused on the closest camera. The red recording light flicked on. After a deliberate 2 count, he began speaking in a measured tone. Good evening, America. Tonight, I need to share critical updates about recent events in Washington and what lies ahead in the coming days. The investigation into last week's devastating tragedy, he explained, had been spearheaded by the FBI and Department of Justice, with crucial support from the Secret Service NDSP and international partners, including Japan's National Police and Canada's Mounties. A full report would be released that evening, but Ryan wanted to share the key findings now. The deliberate crash of the Japan Airlines 747 into the capital had been the work of a single individual, Captain Torajiro Sato, a veteran pilot with the airline. Intelligence revealed that Sato had been deeply affected by personal losses his brother and son during past conflicts between their nations. Consumed by grief and rage, he had plotted his revenge alone. After landing in Vancouver, Sato forged flight documents, claiming his plane was needed as a replacement for a grounded aircraft bound for London. Before takeoff, he murdered his longtime co-pilot in cold blood, leaving the body strapped beside him as he continued the flight solo. Ryan paused, his throat dry as he glanced at the teleprompter. The evidence was undeniable. DNA tests from the FBI, corroborated by Japanese authorities and independent labs, confirmed the identities of both Sato and his co-pilot. Over 50 eyewitnesses, passengers, Canadian transport officials, and crew members left behind placed Sato on that plane. His fingerprints were on the falsified flight plan, and voice analysis matched his speech patterns to the cockpit recordings. The chilling audio logs revealed Sato apologizing to his co-pilot moments before killing him. After that, only Sato's voice remained. Forensic evidence showed the co-pilot had been dead for hours before impact, stabbed through the heart. He left behind a pregnant wife, a heartbreaking detail Ryan urged the nation to remember. Japanese authorities had been fully cooperative, granting the FBI unrestricted access to their findings. Investigators had pieced together Sato's final days, every meal, every conversation, every restless night leading up to his final horrific act. The truth was as undeniable as it was tragic. After thorough investigation, we've uncovered no signs of a broader criminal conspiracy or any indication that this deranged individual acted under orders from his government or any outside group. While inquiries will persist, leaving no stone unturned, the evidence we've gathered is already compelling enough for any court. That's why I can confidently share these findings with you today. Jack leaned in slightly, his voice steady. The conflict between America and Japan has reached its end. Justice will find those responsible. Prime Minister Koga himself has given me his word. He's a man of integrity, one who narrowly escaped assassination by the very extremists who ignited this crisis. In a daring operation in central Tokyo, American forces, alongside Japanese allies, rescued him from captivity. From that moment, he worked tirelessly at great personal risk to halt the bloodshed, sparing countless lives on both sides. I'm honored to call Minoru Koga a friend. Just days ago, moments after landing on American soil, the Prime Minister and I met privately in the Oval Office. Together, we traveled to the Capitol, where we stood in quiet reflection, a moment etched into my memory. I was there when the attack unfolded, sheltering in the tunnel beneath the Capitol with my family. Flames surged toward us, then receded, an image I'll carry forever, though I strive to move past it. Peace between our nations is now unshaken. We hold no grievance against the people of Japan, and I urge every American to let go of lingering resentment. Now we face a greater task. One deluded man believed he could break this nation. He failed. We've laid our loved ones to rest. Their memory will endure. But America endures too, just as they would have wanted. Thomas Jefferson once wrote that liberty's tree must sometimes be watered with blood. That sacrifice has been made. Now we grow anew. We don't dwell on what's lost. We learn, rebuild, and march forward. Our military stands vigilant. Our economy, though tested, remains unmatched. This is still America, and our resolve is unshaken. Today, I've appointed George Winston as acting Treasury Secretary. A self-made financier, he steered Wall Street through turmoil. More appointments will follow, pending Senate confirmation, once our governors restore that body. Then came the delicate part. He straightened his notes, bracing for what came next. Jack Ryan took a deep breath before addressing the crowd, resisting the urge to open with the tired political cliché. Let's be honest, my fellow Americans never sat right with me, he admitted, running a hand through his hair. I'm just Jack Ryan. Grew up the son of a cop, enlisted as a Marine fresh out of Boston College, until a helicopter crash left me with a back injury that took years to heal. His voice grew steadier as he leaned into the podium. Then, at 31, terrorists forced me into a choice. You know how that story ends, but not why it changed everything. I had a good life, made decent money trading stocks, then returned to my first passion, teaching history at the Naval Academy. My wife Kathy was happy practicing medicine, and we were raising our kids in peace. But after that attack, his jaw tightened. I realized protecting my family meant protecting more than just us. A wry smile flickered across his face. Turns out, I had a knack for government work. Who knew? But let's be clear, I'm no politician. Told George Winston that myself today. Washington's full of people who've forgotten why they're here. John Kennedy said it best, ask what you can do for your country, but we've let those words gather dust. His tone sharpened. Newsflash, the government isn't some magic fix-it machine. Why, dummers, that's you. Every teacher, farmer, mechanic, you're the ones who make this country run. My job? Uphold the Constitution. But that document wasn't written by saints, just ordinary men who dared to do something extraordinary. He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. Now, here's the ask. When governors appoint new senators and you elect House members, send me people who actually do things. Engineers who've gotten dirt under their nails. Doctors who've held a scalpel. Folks who'll serve and then go home, not cling to power like it's a lifetime subscription. A chuckle escaped him. And if anyone shows up with a 10-point plan to work the system, I'll personally hand them a broom and put them to work sweeping Capitol Hill. The room erupted in laughter, but Jack's gaze never wavered. This isn't about left or right, it's about rolling up our sleeves. Disaster response, national defense, the rule of law? That's on all of us. So let's get to work. I want law enforcement officers who truly understand the violation of civil rights firsthand. I want agricultural workers cultivating honest crops on family-owned land. I need citizens familiar with calloused hands, monthly mortgage payments, raising children, and genuine concerns about tomorrow. Above all, I demand public servants who recognize they work for the people, not personal gain. That's the foundation we require, and I believe many of you share this vision. Once these individuals take office, it becomes your responsibility to hold them accountable, ensuring they honor their commitments and maintain public trust. This government belongs to you. Others may say it, but I mean it. Demand transparency from your state leaders when they appoint senators, and choose representatives wisely for the House. These officials determine how much of your hard-earned money funds federal programs and where those dollars go. It's your wealth, not mine. This is your nation. Every one of us answers to you. As for my role, I'll assemble the most capable cabinet, possible experts with proven track records, individuals who've delivered tangible results. Their mandate will be clear. Streamline operations, set clear objectives, and eliminate bureaucratic inefficiencies. This I ambitious. Absolutely. But unlike past administrations, I didn't campaign for favors or owe political debts. My only obligation is to serve with integrity. I won't claim infallibility, but when I falter, it's your duty and your elected officials to call me out. I'll listen. Regular updates will keep you informed about governmental actions. Thank you for your attention tonight. I'll uphold my oath now, do your part. Good night. Jack paused, waiting for the camera lights to dim. His fingers trembled as he reached for the water glass, nearly spilling it. The adrenaline crash left him furious. Why now, after the pressure had lifted? At least you didn't lose your lunch on air, Callie Weston remarked, appearing beside him with a grin. Is that the benchmark for success now? Mr. President, vomiting on live TV tends to unsettle viewers, she quipped, laughing. Andrea Price clenched her jaw, imagining her sidearm in hand. Arnie Van Dam just looked exhausted. How do you shield a leader who disregards political survival? Remember the Gong Show? Ed Keelty sneered to his aides. Who drafted this disaster? One snapped back. On screen, the broadcast cut to the studio. An unconventional presidential address. The anchor deadpanned. Radical even, the analyst added. He's rejecting seasoned insiders. Doesn't he realize rebuilding requires expertise? George Winston, his first appointee, built Columbus Group from scratch, which means Wall Street experience, not governance. Keelty's chief of staff muttered. The room buzzed with the same question. Why would Ryan gamble on outsiders when the system demanded repair by those who knew its flaws? President Ryan had made it clear Winston was a self-made billionaire with deep financial expertise, exactly the kind of leader the Treasury needed. Yet, as John pointed out, critics would inevitably argue that Winston's extensive Wall Street connections made him too much of an insider. Keelty couldn't resist a smirk at that. "Official Washington won't like this," Tom pressed, leaning forward. Ryan's response was immediate and sharp. "What official Washington?" This was new territory for him. His previous books had received thoughtful reviews, but now the instant punditry was relentless, a barrage of talking heads dissecting his every word across multiple screens. Arnie cut in, pragmatic as ever. "Jack, official Washington is an army of lawyers, lobbyists, and media personalities. They might not hold office, but they run the show." Ryan exhaled, watching the coverage unfold. The networks were already spinning Winston's nomination, framing it as a necessary step to rebuild both the economy and the shattered capital behind him in that photo with Prime Minister Koga. "A moving moment," the anchor intoned, though the ruins in the background told a different story. Tom's closing remarks were pointed. "Rebuilding takes skill, whether it's stone or policy. Amateurs need not apply." The screen cut to commercial, but the conversation in the room lingered. Keelty, ever the strategist, saw an opening. "This is our message," he said, rising. "You're here to fix what's broken, reputation be damned." Across town, Ryan sipped sherry in the residence, surrounded by familiar faces. Mary Pat Foley, a decade-long ally, briefed him on Iraq tense, locked down, bracing for a funeral that could spark anything. Clark, ice clinking in his bourbon, didn't mince words. "Darrier's patient. And he hates. That's a dangerous combination." Ryan's mind flashed to the Iranian leader's chilling gaze. "He'll move," he murmured. The Saudis were already on edge, Foley confirmed. The pieces were in motion. Somewhere, a clock was ticking. The military alert status had been elevated, signaling heightened tensions. "That's the extent of our intel," President Ryan concluded. "Essentially, yes. We're intercepting plenty of signals from Iraq, but it's all expected chatter. The surface looks calm, but pressure's building beneath it has to be. We've ramped up satellite surveillance, naturally. Skip the orbital imagery for now." "Mary Pat," Jack interrupted. "Give me your pitch." She exhaled sharply, an uncharacteristic display of nerves for the usually unflappable Mary Patricia Foley. "I need to expand my team. Dramatically. We currently have 657 field operatives. I want to push that to 2,000 within 3 years." The words tumbled out as she studied Ryan's expression. "Approved if you can make it budget neutral," he replied. John Clark smirked. "Easy fix, Jack. Axe 2,000 paper pushers, and you'll still come out ahead." "Those are people with families, John," Ryan countered. "But you're not wrong. The intelligence and administration directorates are bloated. Early retirement packages should cover most of it." He paused, weighing the idea. "I'll need someone ruthless to oversee the cuts. Mary Pat, can you handle reporting to Ed again?" A mischievous glint lit her blue eyes. "Business as usual, Jack. Ed's the bureaucrat, I'm the field rat. This plan blue?" Clark interjected. "Affirmative. We recruit cops, young detectives, beat officers. They're already trained, street savvy." Ryan nodded. "Next week, I'll accept the DCI's resignation and appoint Ed. Have him draft the restructuring plan. I'll fast-track it." Mary Pat raised her glass in salute. "Perfect." Then Ryan turned to Clark, his tone shifting. "One more thing. When Roger asked me to take this job, I made a request of my own." Mutt stiffened. "Sir, I'm issuing a presidential pardon for John T. Kelly." This year. The color drained from Clark's face. Would the toer. Jim Greer's files. My father worked your case. Those murders. It haunted him. He never spoke of it, but I knew. Ryan swirled his drink, ice clinking. He'd want you to have your name back. I can't endorse what you did not as president. But you deserve this. Clark's voice was barely audible. Christ Jack. Ding Chavez watched, intrigued. He'd heard whispers about Clark's past enough to know the man wasn't squeamish, but this. That was a story he'd need to hear someday. Wayne, anything else? Ryan asked, moving toward the door. I'd like to tuck my kids in tonight. Plan blues greenlit. Mary Pat pressed. Once Ed's proposal lands on my desk. She grinned. He'll be wheels up before dawn. As the group dispersed, Chavez called out, Mr. Mo too, tell President. Ryan turned, eyebrows raised. The conversation started abruptly. Yeah, Uestersim Duffle. What's going to happen with the primaries? What do you mean? I swung by the school earlier, and Dr. Alford dropped a bombshell. Every major candidate from both parties was wiped out last week. The filing deadlines have all passed, so no new candidates can enter. We're staring down an election year with nobody left to vote for. Somehow, the media hasn't caught on yet. Even Agent Price froze for a split second before the reality sank in. Meanwhile, in Paris, a desperate gamble was unfolding. Professor Rousseau at the Pasteur Institute believed he'd cracked an experimental treatment, flimsy hope, but the only one left. Outside Sister Jean Baptiste's room, two figures in suffocating blue hazmat suits exchanged tense words, their environmental controls useless against the stifling heat. Their patient was slipping away, but not quickly. Unlike Benedict Macusa, whose heart had given him a mercifully swift exit, Sister Jean's body was fighting a losing war. Her liver was under siege, her digestive system collapsing in slow motion. The morphine was barely keeping pace with the agony, a cruel preview of what lay ahead. How do we even? Maria Magdalena didn't finish. Commercial flights were off the table for an Ebola patient, but Dr. Modi had a solution. My family has resources. I can arrange a private jet, full containment protocols, direct to Paris. Maria hesitated. She'll likely die either way, Modi pressed, but if Rousseau says he has something, I trust him. Let me make the call. Defeated, Maria nodded. I can't refuse. But I need to understood, Modi cut in. The jet, a sleek Gulfstream GIV, touched down at Rashid Airfield near the Tigris River's winding bend. Swiss registered, owned by a faceless corporation that kept its paperwork pristine. It had hopped from Beirut to Tehran before reaching Baghdad. At the controls was Ali Badrain, a man who'd shed aliases to reclaim his Iraqi roots. His family's flight to Jordan for a better life had backfired, tangled in regional chaos worsened by his own plunge into militancy. Years later, the thrill had faded. He was good at his job, a master of intelligence gathering, but the Mossad's eternal grudge was poor compensation. Maybe this mission would finally buy him a way out. A little peace at last. His deep connections across the Middle East, forged through years of intelligence work for Iraq, had opened doors most could only dream of. He delivered crucial intel, even identifying 2 targets marked for elimination, both missions ending as planned. That credibility was his ticket here. As the plane rolled to a stop and the co-pilot lowered the stairs, a sleek black Mercedes pulled up. Sliding into the back seat, he offered the customary greeting. Peace be with you. The general beside him scoffed, his bloodshot eyes betraying sleepless nights since the president's assassination. Waterna, peace, he muttered, fingers trembling around a half-empty coffee cup, or was it whiskey? The man looked like he'd aged a decade in a week, caught between exhaustion and dread. Not that Bedrain blamed him. When you served a dictator, every morning could be your last. The general had a wife, kids, probably a mistress, 2 standard perks of the job, until the bill came due. Unpleasant times, Bedrain observed lightly, but manageable, yes? The withering glare told him everything. Truth was, if the president had survived the hit, this man would already be in a ditch for failing to stop it. Working for tyrants was a high-stakes game, and the general had bet wrong. Funny how smart men convinced themselves they'd never pay the price. Why are you here? The general demanded. Bedrain smiled. To build you an escape route. Meanwhile, overhead, 3 aging satellites strained to capture the chaos below. 1, barely clinging to life with a failing solar panel, still managed to relay grainy images of Baghdad's deserted streets. Tanks lined every major intersection, their presence turning bustling cafes into ghost towns. Only a handful of women hurried along the sidewalks, baskets in hand, normal life suspended under the weight of steel and suspicion. Analysts at Langley squinted at their screens, counting turrets and marking coordinates. This ought to put a dent in petty crime, one quipped, though nobody laughed. They'd done this drill for years, tallying armored divisions, noting engine maintenance, pretending it mattered. The Iraqis kept their tanks running, even if their aim was famously terrible. As the analysts zoomed in, a white Mercedes glided down Highway 7, its polished hood gleaming under the midday sun, just another detail in a city where every detail hid a threat. A closer inspection of the photographs would have revealed the vehicle moving toward the Al Mansour racecourse, where rows of identical cars were parked. But his orders had been clear: only the tanks mattered. Iraq's weather swings were more extreme than almost anywhere else on the planet. On this February morning, despite the glaring sun, the temperature hovered just above freezing, a stark contrast to the blistering 115-degree summers that barely raised an eyebrow. The officers gathered there, Bedrain noted, were bundled in thick winter uniforms, collars high and gold braid gleaming. Most puffed nervously on cigarettes, their expressions tense. His host made quick introductions. Skipping the customary Islamic greeting, these men were in no mood for formalities. Their demeanor was unmistakably Western, their loyalty to faith superficial at best, though now, faced with uncertainty, a few might have been questioning whether divine judgment was more than just empty words. The message Bedrain delivered was straightforward. How can we trust you? The army chief snapped when he finished. Because it's the best option for everyone, isn't it? Bedrain countered smoothly. A corps commander scoffed, masking desperation with anger. You want us to just hand our country over to the day. Bedrain shrugged. Your choices are your own, General. Fight if you wish or consider the alternative. He wasn't here to persuade, just to relay the terms. The Air Force commander cut in. Who exactly are we negotiating with? Bedrain's reply was firm. You can respond through me, but let's be honest, there's nothing left to discuss. The offer speaks for itself. And what an offer it was. Not just survival, but wealth enough to live like kings abroad. Their late president had stashed fortunes overseas, untraceable and untouched. They'd passports. Child's play for Iraq's intelligence service, masters of forgery. You have his sworn oath, Bedrain added. No pursuit, no reprisals wherever you go. That carried weight. His sponsor was ruthless, but he didn't invoke God's name idly. The army chief, slightly more composed, asked, How soon do you need an answer? Tomorrow works. Maybe the next day. May after that? Bedrain spread his hands. I'm just the messenger. Deep down, he knew their hesitation wasn't just about loyalty. These men loved power more than their country, the thrill of command, the rush of controlling life and death. Some still clung to the delusion that one of them could seize the presidency, stabilize the chaos, maybe even keep their privileges intact. A pipe dream, of course. But then again, desperation bred foolish hope. The regime would have to open its doors to you, inspectors and foreign observers, but with their leader gone, they could pretend to turn over a new leaf, even if everyone knew it was the same old game. That's just how the world worked. A few hollow promises about democracy, a staged election or two, and suddenly their old adversaries would trip over themselves to offer aid and legitimacy. The real temptation, though, was the sheer opportunity staring them in the face. None of them had slept soundly in years, not with colleagues vanishing overnight, some by their late leader's direct order, others in so-called accidents. Now, they could cling to power with less fear, trading the uncertainty of exile for the comfort of control. Each already lived like kings, with armies at their beck and call. But staying came with a price, the gamble of their lives. Their country was locked down tighter than ever, and for good reason. The crowds who'd wept for their fallen leader, what were they really thinking? Last week, it didn't matter. Now it was everything. The soldiers they commanded came from those same streets. Who among them had the presence to step into the void? Who held the keys to the party? Who could bend the nation to their will? Because only then could they face the future without crumbling under the weight of their own doubts. Standing among their fellow officers, each man sized up the others, silently asking the same question. Who's next? That was the problem. If any one of them had been strong enough to seize power outright, he'd already be dead, likely in another tragic accident. A dictatorship wasn't a team sport. They all fancied themselves iron-willed, but when they looked at each other, they saw cracks. Petty rivalries would tear them apart. Infighting would weaken their grip, and within months, the whole system would unravel. They'd seen it before the inevitable end where they'd face a firing squad, their own soldiers on the trigger. Power was their only creed, but it wasn't enough. One man could rule by sheer force. A group needed something more, a unifying idea, a shared delusion. None of them had it. They could enforce obedience at gunpoint, but couldn't inspire loyalty. They could give orders from the shadows, but couldn't lead in the light. Most of them were smart enough to realize it. That's why Bedrain had come to Baghdad. He read the hesitation in their eyes, the unspoken fear behind their masks. A true leader would have stepped forward, claimed control. But the bold ones? They'd been weeded out long ago, replaced by someone even colder, even more calculating, someone now extending an offer they couldn't refuse. Bedrain already knew their answer. The late president had left behind no legacy, no vision, just a vacuum. And men who believed in nothing but themselves never built anything to last. The phone jolted Ryan awake at 6:05 sharp. He'd never minded early mornings, years of pre-dawn commutes had trained him for it. But these days, his office was just an elevator ride away, and he'd hoped to trade windshield time for extra sleep. At least back then, he could catch a few winks in the plush backseat of his government car. Yes, he answered, voice still rough. The sound of Arnie's voice on the other end caught him off guard. For a second, Jack almost snapped. Who else would be answering at this hour? Instead, he just muttered, "What's going on?" Vice President Edward Keelty hadn't slept a wink, but you'd never guess it. Freshly shaved, sharp-eyed, and standing tall, he marched into the CNN building, flanked by his wife and aides. A producer met them, ushering them into an elevator with nothing but polite small talk. Keelty's gaze stayed fixed ahead, as if daring the steel doors to question his resolve, and they didn't. The groundwork had been laid for hours, starting with a call to the network's president, an old friend who'd been stunned speechless for the first time in his career. Plane crashes, train derailments, even political scandals, those were expected. But this was history in the making. 2 hours before airtime, the CNN chief had dialed Arnie Van Dam, another long-time contact, partly for professional courtesy, partly because beneath the media mogul exterior, he still cared about the country. He just had no idea how deep this would go. Next, he pulled in the network's legal analyst, a washed-up trial lawyer now frantically consulting a Georgetown law professor. Even as the countdown began, the president leaned into the green room mic. "You absolutely sure about this, Ed?" he asked. Keelty's reply was rehearsed, resigned. "No choice. Wish there was." The line went dead. On the other end, excitement buzzed. This was the kind of story that defined careers. Upstairs in the residence, Jack rubbed his temples. "Arnie, tell me I'm hallucinating." The sitting room felt too small. Ryan had thrown on jeans and a sweater, while Van Dam stood there tieless, mismatched socks peeking out from his slacks. Worst of all? Arnie looked shaken, something Jack had never seen. "Guess we're about to find out," the chief of staff muttered. The door swung open. "Mr. President." A harried man in a rumpled suit entered, followed by Andrea. "Patrick Martin," Arnie introduced. "Justice Department, Criminal Division." Jack stood, shaking his hand. "Wright worked with Dan Murray on the crash case." "One of our top litigators," Arnie added. "Teaches constitutional law at GW." Jack sank back into his chair, half laughing. "So, what's your take on this circus?" Martin poured coffee but didn't sit. "We'll see what he says." Classic lawyer answer. "How long at Justice?" Jack pressed. 23 years. FBI before that." Van Dam unmuted the TV. "Both time." The screen flickered to life, revealing CNN's chief political correspondent, who looked like he'd been yanked out of bed mid-nightmare. And there was Keelty, calm, collected, the only one who didn't seem like the world was ending. "Barry," the VP began, "I have an announcement. Let me begin by admitting this is the hardest moment I've faced in 3 decades of public service." Keelty's voice carried the weight of a man delivering a eulogy, measured, deliberate, and raw with sincerity. "President Durling requested my resignation due to past conduct during my Senate years. Barry, I won't pretend my personal choices have always been beyond reproach. Many in politics share that failing, but that's no justification. Roger and I agreed my departure would allow him to choose a fresh running mate for the upcoming election, with John Ryan stepping in as temporary vice president. Why, Troy Pulidas, the Kirk." The idea of leaving appealed to me. After decades in the spotlight, the thought of quiet days with my grandkids or lecturing at some small college seemed like a gift. So I agreed for the nation's sake. Here's where things get complicated. I never actually resigned. The reporter leaned forward, hands raised like he was bracing for impact. "Sir, we need absolute clarity here. Walk us through what did happen." "I went to the State Department that day. The Constitution requires resignations to be filed with the Secretary of State. Brett Hansen and I met privately. I had my resignation letter, but it wasn't formatted correctly. He asked me to revise it. By the time I returned home to fix it, well, none of us saw the horror of that evening coming. The attack left me reeling like everyone else. Colleagues I'd known for years were just gone. But the paperwork, still unsigned." Keelty paused, pressing his lips together before continuing. "Barry, I would have honored my word to Roger. But circumstances have changed. Let's talk about Jack Ryan. He's brave. patriotic. But last night proved he's not what America needs right now. Rushing to conclusions about that plane crash after 1 week? No oversight, no transparency, just blind trust. When JFK was killed, the Chief Justice oversaw an investigation that took months. Because certainty matters. With all respect, Mr. Vice President, Barry interjected, that doesn't explain. Ryan was never vice president, Kelty cut in. The oath was never administered because the office was never vacant. The Constitution doesn't allow for 2 vice presidents. Do you think I want this fight? But how do we rebuild with novices? Last night, Ryan asked governors to send him people who've never drafted a bill in their lives. Is that how laws get written? A new detail surfaced. Kelty's hands trembled slightly as he reached for his water glass, the ice cubes clinking like an unspoken countdown. The room felt heavier now, the air thick with the scent of old leather and impending crisis. Barry had never felt more exposed in his life. Standing before the cameras, he likened his situation to those senators who'd voted against Andrew Johnson during impeachment, staring into the abyss of his own political demise. The country comes first, he insisted, voice cracking with emotion. The close-up revealed every flicker of pain in his expression, the glisten of unshed tears selling his sacrifice. Damn, he knows how to work the cameras, Van Dam muttered. Ryan shook his head. This can't be real. Oh, it's real, Arnie shot back before turning to their legal counsel. Martin, we need options. Martin exhaled sharply. First, send someone to state to sweep the secretary's office. FBI? Van Dam asked. Obviously, Martin confirmed. Not that they'll find anything but procedure matters. Then pull phone records, notes, start interviews. Problem is, our key witnesses are dead. Hansen, his wife, the Durlings. Without them, we're chasing ghosts. They're Kavdamadeus. Vitram coverturing. Circumstantial. Barely. Ryan tried to interject with Roger's account, but Martin cut him off. Hearsay. Worthless in court. To project, Ani pressed on. So, what's the play? Martin rubbed his temples. There's no legal precedent for this. No Supreme Court to rule, and even if you appoint new justices, they'd have to recuse themselves. You picked them after all. Ryan, was he still president? Frowned. Meaning we're stuck? Bingo, Martin said dryly. Resignation requires documentation delivered to the proper authority. But the guy who received it is dead, and the paperwork's probably vanished. Hansen called Durling? Great. Durling's dead too. Back to zero. The room felt like a chess game with no board, pieces scattered. Kelty's statement was slick, Arnie muttered. Neutered the harassment angle. Now it's just his word against a pile of ashes. Ryan gave a bitter chuckle. Glad someone still calls me Mr. Savtin. Meanwhile, Inspector O'Day and his team stormed the building, ignoring protests from security. At the front desk, he slapped down his badge. Get your boss to the 7th floor. Now. Without waiting for a reply, he headed for the elevators, his team moving like shadows behind him. Somewhere in the chaos, a janitor's cart rattled by. The squeaky wheel, the only sound in the tense silence. Pat froze mid-sentence as the elevator doors slid open. The 3 agents flanking him weren't just any investigators, they were Oprah's top guns, handpicked from the FBI's Internal Affairs Division. These were the guys who'd taken down a former director without blinking. What made Provitt different from your typical police internal affairs? They actually had street cred with field agents because they played it straight, no favors, no politics, just the law. George Armitage, the morning shift guard who'd swapped schedules this week, met them with a nod. FBI, O'Day announced, stepping off the elevator like he owned the building. Secretary's office, where is it? Armitage led them down the hall, his shoes squeaking on the polished floor. When O'Day asked who'd been in and out of the office, the guard shrugged. We're transitioning between secretaries. Adler's moving in, Hanson's stuff's mostly cleared out. People have been in and out all week. O'Day exchanged a glance with his team. Perfect, just what he didn't want to hear. This was going to be a forensic nightmare. I need names, he said, voice sharp. Everyone who stepped foot in that office since Hanson left. Janitors, assistants, the guy who waters the plants, I don't care if they just came in to sneeze. Armitage hesitated. The secretaries won't be in for another 30 minutes. One per plates. Near pincita per. The moment they stepped into the office, all 4 agents went still. One moved to block the door while O'Day scanned the room, jaw tight. Crime scene protocol starts now, he told Armitage. Nobody enters without my say-so. And get me a list names, times, reasons for being here. And where's your boss? We requested him 10 minutes ago. Armitage, blissfully unaware of the morning's chaos, reached for the phone. He usually rolls in around 8. I'll give him a buzz. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, Martin hung up the phone with a satisfied grunt. Murray sent O'Day smart play. A pass backing him up, which means this stays clean. Jack frowned. Why can't Murray run the investigation himself? Because you just made him acting director, Martin shot back. This needs to be airtight. We need a judge, someone with 0 political stink on them. Think chief judge of a circuit court. Arnie leaned in. Got any names? Martin shook his head. Not my call. But whoever it is, they better treat this like scripture. Because right now, the Constitution's on life support. He paused, then added with quiet intensity, I cut my teeth on civil rights cases down south. Saw what happens when people forget what those words mean. After stepping away from the bureau for a while, tried my hand at private practice, even spent some nights at a local bar, but the badge never really left me. Eventually, I found my way back. At Justice, I've tackled organized crime, dug into espionage cases, and now I'm leading the criminal division. This work means everything to me. It's got to be done right, no shortcuts, no compromises. Is Sif Kurdi and hunt rights for? We will. But a little guidance wouldn't hurt. That got a dry laugh. Hell if I know the perfect answer. The substance, that's messy. But the optics, spotless. No room for doubt, even if it's an impossible standard. That's the legal side. The politics, that's your headache. Ryan caught himself. He'd actually shifted focus from the crash investigation. Martin smirked. That ticked me off, mister. Met the president. Nobody tells me how to run a case. If Sato were still breathing, I'd have him in cuffs by noon. No surprises here. Keelty's spin on the JFK probe was pure nonsense. Real investigations don't turn into bureaucratic sideshows. I've been at this too long for that. This case, big but straightforward. Practically closed. The Mounties handed us a gift, solid evidence, timestamps, prints, witness statements. And the Japanese cops, they're furious, interrogating every last conspirator. Trust me, you don't want the details of their methods. But their process isn't our problem. I'll stand by your statement last night. Ready to walk through every piece of evidence. Van Dam cut in. Do it this afternoon. I'll make sure the press is there. Ryan pressed further. So you're out on the casualty matter? Absolutely. Can't risk tainting the process. But you'll advise me. Ryan countered. I need legal counsel. Martin nodded. You do. And yes, Mr. President, I can do that. Ryan's temper flared before Van Damme could interject. No, Arnie. Not this time. I'm done with the games. Martin, I trust your judgment. We handle this clean professionals doing professional work. I'm sick of special everything. If we can't trust the people in place to do their jobs, why the hell are they there? Van Damme sighed. You're naive, Jack. Make cabbage text mine. And we've had politically aware people running things for decades. Look where that's gotten us. Ryan paced presidential privilege in full swing. When did honesty become optional, Arnie? When did the truth stop mattering? This whole town treats governance like a game, not about doing right, just about staying in power. Well, I won't play. He turned back to Martin. Tell me about that FBI case. Martin hesitated, thrown by the shift. They botched the movie adaptation. Civil rights workers killed by local Klansmen, 2 of them cops. Case went cold, so the Bureau stepped in under interstate commerce laws. Dan Murray and I were rookies. I was in Buffalo, he was in Philly. They pulled us down to work with Big Joe Fitzgerald Hoover's roving inspector. I was there when they uncovered the bodies. Nasty business. The memory twisted his face, the stench, the horror still vivid. The volunteers were simply trying to register people to vote, a basic constitutional right, when they were murdered in cold blood. And what did the local police do? Nothing. It's one thing to read about injustice in reports or legal documents, but standing over graves holding bodies that had been rotting for weeks? That makes it real. Those racist cowards thought they could get away with breaking the law, but we tracked them down and made sure they faced justice. Why did you pursue this, Mr. Martin? Jack asked, already knowing the answer. Because I took an oath, Mr. President. That's why, one trick Craven. So did I, Jack replied. And his oath wasn't some empty promise, it meant something. Meanwhile, in Iraq, military chatter flooded the airwaves. The Iraqi forces relied heavily on FM VHF radios, with thousands of messages buzzing at any given moment. The storm track, the U, listening post, struggled to keep up. There were never enough linguists to translate everything. High-ranking officers used encrypted channels, forcing analysts at Cookmy to decode what sounded like pure noise. Luckily, defectors had smuggled out encryption hardware and daily key sequences, earning hefty rewards from the Saudis. Oddly, radio traffic had increased, not decreased. Senior Iraqi officers seemed more worried about phone taps than electronic surveillance, a telling detail. Watch officers compiled their findings into a report, rushing it up the chain to the DCI and eventually the president. Stormtrack's setup was standard, a massive circular antenna array, nicknamed the Elephant Cage, plus towering whip antennas for signal detection. Built hastily during Desert Storm, it later expanded with Kuwaiti funding for Palm Bowl, a sister station that shared intel with its Gulf allies. That's 3, a technician muttered, eyes fixed on his screen. 3 senior officers heading to the racetrack. Bit early for horse betting, don't you think? Sir Coven, his lieutenant asked. The sergeant smirked. Always looks like it. Middle of town, away from official buildings. If you're sneaking around, you don't do it at headquarters. The screen flickered. Air Force Chief was there too, probably left an hour ago. Wish we could crack their codes faster. Any useful intel? Just times and locations. No details on the meeting's purpose. When's the funeral? One set was crummy. Back in D. Ryan's phone lit up signal line. He grabbed it. Major Cannon here, sir. Saudi feed coming in. Intel's still piecing it together. But they wanted you alerted. Ryan hung up. Something's brewing in Iraq, he told the room. No clear picture yet. He sighed. Anything else urgent? Martin didn't miss a beat. Put Secret Service on Kailty. Now, the lawyer turned to Price with a question. Legally, as a former VP, he's entitled to that for 6 months, right? Price nodded. Martin considered this for a moment before asking, was there any prior discussion about this arrangement? When Price admitted there hadn't been, Martin couldn't help thinking what a missed opportunity that was. Meanwhile, Ed Foley's government jet a bulky Lockheed C-141B cargo plane, jokingly called a trash hauler by fighter pilots, touched down at Andrews Air Force Base after a grueling 17-hour journey spanning nearly 7,000 miles. The aircraft's most notable feature was a retrofitted Airstream trailer in its hold, originally designed as a quarantine unit for Apollo astronauts but repurposed as a mobile command post for high-ranking intelligence officials. Foley and his 3-person team, including 2 security officers, had managed to freshen up mid-flight, making the endless hours slightly more bearable. When the plane finally rolled to a stop, Foley stepped out feeling unusually alert, a rare luxury in his line of work. His wife was waiting on the tarmac, greeting him with a quick kiss that left the ground crew exchanging puzzled glances. We should really take one of these flights together sometime, he joked, before immediately switching to business. What's the latest on Iraq? She handed him a folder. Something's brewing. At least 9, maybe 20 senior officers held a secret meeting. Definitely not a social gathering. As they slid into the car, she dropped another bombshell. Oh, and you're getting promoted, DCI. Ryan wants you to handle Plan Blue for Congress. Foley blinked in surprise, then grinned. So, you're keeping your role as Dedu and running things your way. Ged Chefliad. Exactly. Over at Langley, John Clark sat in his modest office, one of the few perks of his seniority being an actual window overlooking the parking lot. Officially a training instructor, he only visited headquarters for debriefings and hated every minute of it. To him, the place reeked of bureaucracy, endless paperwork, rigid protocols, and analysts who'd rather base reports on newspaper clippings than real intel. The irony wasn't lost on him. While desk jockeys fretted over schedules, his life was the one on the line in the field. If anything happened to him, he'd be reduced to a footnote in some forgotten memo. Ding Chavez strolled in, tossing a folder labeled Plan Blue onto the desk. Catch the news this morning. Clark shook his head. Got here at 5. Chavez gestured to the TV. Might want to turn on CNN. Something's about to break. Clark reached for the remote, bracing for whatever surprise the agency hadn't seen coming. Jack Ryan stepped into the spotlight, but the moment wasn't quite what he'd envisioned. The press room, crammed with reporters, felt more like a cramped afterthought than a presidential stage, perched awkwardly over what used to be a swimming pool. Every seat was taken, the air thick with anticipation. Thanks for dragging yourselves here at this ungodly hour, he began, forcing a casual tone. What's happening in Iraq isn't just their problem, it's ours. Let's be honest, nobody's shedding tears over their late dictator. The guy was a walking human rights violation, starting wars, crushing his own people, and treating the Kurds like punching bags. Iraq's got oil, industry, and potential, just not a government that gives a damn about its citizens. Maybe now they'll get one. Ryan glanced up, his grip tightening on the podium. America's ready to turn the page. If Iraq's new leaders want to talk, we'll listen. Bon Tav, Von de T. Trivry. Respect for basic rights? We'll take sanctions off the table and reopen embassies. This region's too rich to keep drowning in chaos. We're not here to dictate, just to help. He folded his notes, bracing for the inevitable circus. The New York Times didn't disappoint. Keelty says he's the real president. Your response? Ryan's jaw clenched. That's not how resignations work. Next. The room erupted, but he cut through the noise. Look, Keelty left because Durlin kicked him out. Why? Because the FBI had him dead to rights on assaulting a staffer. End of story. Behind the calm delivery, Ryan felt the absurdity, like tossing raw meat to piranhas while pretending it was just another Tuesday. The Secret Service detail suddenly seemed less about protection and more about keeping him from bolting. One reporter, undeterred, fired back. But what if he's right? Ryan exhaled, channeling his advisor's script. Lot, Surikopstab for nut. And if we're done relitigating the obvious, I've got a country to run. The lions roared on. Ryan dropped the bombshell casually, as if discussing the weather rather than a potential presidential scandal. It's a plea deal meant to sidestep criminal charges. He watched the room stiffen, faces draining of color as his words landed like a sledgehammer. Then came the second blow, sharper than the first. You know who sits in the Oval Office now. Shouldn't we focus on running the country? The ABC reporter jumped in, voice tight. What's your plan moving forward? Ryan arched a brow. Which crisis are we talking about, Keelty or Iraq? His dry tone made the priority clear. Montepti, sir. I've handed it to the FBI. They'll brief me by end of day. Frankly, we've got bigger fires to put out. Follow up last night, you pushed for fresh faces in government, while the VP argued for experience. Are you seriously suggesting? Absolutely. Ryan cut in, leaning forward. Tell me, how many experienced hands survived the Capitol attack? A handful, lucky to be elsewhere. Should we dredge up failed candidates? No. This country needs doers, not career politicians. Government's bloated by design. The founders envisioned citizen leaders, not a permanent ruling class. Next question. The Los Angeles Times reporter barely hid his frustration. But who gets the final say? Ryan stood, gathering his notes. It's already settled. Now, if you'll excuse me, the nation's work won't wait. He strode off, ignoring the chorus of shouts behind him. In the hallway, Arnie met him with a smirk. Not terrible for winging it. Ryan's jaw tightened. Except none of them called me Mr. President. Half a world away, Mowdy snapped his phone shut and moved toward the isolation ward. He suited up methodically, the powder blue hazmat gear stiff against his skin. The European-made suit, a knockoff of American tech, felt absurdly cheerful for the horror it contained. Kevlar reinforced, airtight, its ventilator hummed at his back, ensuring no contaminated air seeped in. Ebola's transmission was still a gamble, one he wouldn't risk losing. Inside, Sister Maria Magdalena hovered over the bed, her protective gear mirroring his. The patient, Sister Jean-Baptiste, writhed under thin sheets, her fever spiking past 10:04 despite the ice packs. Her pulse raced, breath shallow. 4 blood transfusions had barely stabilized her, yet her veins were losing the battle. Morphine dripped into her arm, but the pain outmatched the drugs, leaving her trapped in a haze of agony. Maria Magdalena's eyes met his, through the visor no tears, just a hollow grief that defied her faith. They'd watched death in all its forms. Malaria's slow choke, cancer's relentless march, AIDS's cruel erosion. But Ebola, it robbed its victims of dignity, of time to pray or make peace. It was violence masquerading as disease. Modi clenched the chart. Science had no answer for such ruthlessness. The scene unfolded like a horrific car crash, brief yet agonizing, as if crafted by some malevolent force in the universe. Modi, despite his medical training, pushed the grim thought aside. Even darkness had its purpose. "The plane is en route," he informed the nun. "What's the plan?" she asked. Modi explained Professor Rousseau's radical approach. A full blood transfusion, draining her system entirely before flushing it with oxygenated saline, then replacing it with blood laced with Ebola antibodies. Theoretically, this would unleash the antibodies to attack the virus all at once. The nun absorbed the information. It wasn't as unheard of as it sounded. Total blood replacement had been used decades earlier for severe meningitis cases, though it required bypass machines and was far from routine. But this was her friend, and practicality no longer mattered. Just then, Jean-Baptiste's eyes flew open, vacant and unseeing, her face contorted in silent torment. She might not even have been conscious, just trapped in a body screaming from the inside. Modi glanced at the morphine drip. If pain were the only factor, he'd have cranked it up and risked ending her suffering for good. But he meted her alive, even if fate had dealt her a brutal hand. "I'm going with her," Maria Magdalena insisted quietly. Modi shook his head. "That's not possible. It's our order's rule she can't travel alone. Sister, it's dangerous. The plane's air is recirculated. No need to risk yourself." But the nun stood firm. Modi relented. Who was he to dictate her choices? The aging 707 touched down at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, rumbling toward the cargo terminal. Once a luxurious jet in the Shah's fleet, it was now stripped bare, its floor a cold metal expanse. Trucks idled nearby as workers in protective gloves unloaded cages of African green monkeys, their shrieks filling the air. The creatures thrashed, biting and scratching as if sensing their grim destiny. The flight crew watched from a distance, already planning a thorough scrub down once this nightmare job was over. Half an hour later, the cages were secured, and the handlers paid in cash vanished, replaced by a fuel truck. "Perfect timing," the buyer remarked. My contact had a surplus, and his buyer dragged his feet. "So, about that bonus?" "Sub% more." "That'll do," the dealer agreed. "Check or cash?" Their conversation cut short as the Seven's engines roared to life, prepping for its next leg to Entebbe. Meanwhile, Bert Vasco frowned at the folder in his hands. "Something about this stinks," he muttered. Mary Pat leaned forward, her sharp eyes locking onto Vasco. "Break it down for me." Vasco exhaled his Cuban roots, lending weight to his words. "My father used to tell me about the night Batista fled. The generals huddled together, then slipped onto planes without a word, vanishing to wherever they'd stashed their money, leaving everyone else to deal with the fallout. His background made him one of the rare State Department officials who genuinely meshed with CIA operatives, understanding that intelligence and diplomacy were stronger when intertwined. Not everyone in Foggy Bottom shared that view, but then again, they'd never been forced to abandon their homeland." Mary Pat cut in just before Ed could speak. "You think history's repeating itself here?" Vasco shrugged. "That's the bet I'd make from where I'm standing." Ed Foley folded his arms. "Confident enough to brief the president." Vasco smirked. "Which one?" "The FBI just took over the 7th floor, everyone's rattled." "But yeah, it's an educated guess. The real question is, who's been whispering in their ear?" "I'm guessing no one on our side?" The Foleys exchanged a glance, their silence answering for them. Meanwhile, Keelty's voice dripped with wounded pride during his interview. "Raya's accusations prove he's mastered the ugly side of politics before the honorable ones." "I expected better." The reporter pressed, "So you deny everything?" Keelty squeezed his wife's hand, her expression a mix of tenderness and unwavering loyalty. Of course. Yes, I battled alcoholism. Yes, I've made mistakes. But I've rebuilt my life with faith and family. This isn't about me, it's about putting the country first. Petty grudges have no place here. Ryan muttered under his breath, "You slimy," before Arnie Van Dam cut him off. This won't be pretty. But losing your temper? Not an option. Presidents don't get that luxury. People die when they snap. You need to be ice, Jack. Ryan clenched his jaw, the lesson sinking in. Arnie continued, "You're the president." Necklick. Keelty's noise doesn't matter unless you let it. Starve him of attention and he'll fade. Elsewhere, two seasoned doctors, Augustus Lorenz and Ralph Forster, chatted casually. Both had served as army medics, one a surgeon, the other an internist. "Heading back today, Ralph?" Augustus asked, as they shared the quiet camaraderie of men who'd seen too much to be rattled by politics. During their early assignments with the Military Assistance Command in Vietnam, under President Kennedy's administration long before the conflict escalated, both men encountered realities far removed from the sterile pages of Principles of Internal Medicine. In the remote jungles, they witnessed diseases that ravaged healthy soldiers, American and Vietnamese alike, with a brutality their medical training had never prepared them for. Raised in urban America, they remembered the triumphs over pneumonia, tuberculosis, and polio, believing infectious diseases were relics of the past. But Vietnam taught them otherwise. One evening in the Caravel bar, over drinks, they made a pact driven by idealism and scientific curiosity to return to academia and redefine their understanding of medicine. Forster ended up at Johns Hopkins, while Lorenz took charge of the Special Pathogens branch at the CDC in Atlanta. Their careers sent them globe-trotting to places more obscure than any travel photographer's itinerary, chasing pathogens invisible to the naked eye yet deadly enough to rewrite history. "Better wrap this up before the new guy steals my department," Lorenz joked, thinking of Alex, a former Army colleague turned researcher. "We even went fishing in Brazil during that outbreak. What was it called again?" In the lab, a technician adjusted the electron microscope, and Lorenz leaned in. "There it is," he murmured. Some called it the shepherd's crook. To him, it resembled an ankh, though neither name truly captured its menace. The twisted strand of RNA carried the virus's genetic blueprint, while the coiled proteins at its tip, still a mystery, likely dictated its lethality. After 2 decades of study, they still didn't fully understand it. A virus wasn't even alive, yet it killed with ruthless efficiency, hijacking cells like a cosmic parasite. Ebola was deceptively simple. 100,000 of them wouldn't span an inch, yet its potential was apocalyptic. Medicine's memory was short. The 1918 Spanish flu had vanished into myth. Its victims exhumed from Alaskan permafrost in vain attempts to decode its secrets. Most assumed modern science could crush a resurgence, but infectious disease specialists knew better. The past was a warning, not a victory. The illness, much like AIDS or Ebola, was likely viral in nature, and when it came to viruses, modern medicine had a dismal track record. Vaccines could prevent infection, but once someone was sick, doctors were reduced to helpless spectators, waiting to see if the patient's immune system would pull through. It was no surprise that the medical world had been slow to grasp the severity of AIDS, another deadly import from Africa's dense jungles, now under the microscope of Lorenz and Forster. "Gus, do you think we'll ever crack these things?" Ralph muttered, rubbing his temples. "Sooner or later," Lorenz replied, stepping back from the screen, technically a high-res monitor, not a microscope. He missed his pipe, a habit he refused to quit despite government building regulations. Something about the ritual sharpened his mind. Both men studied the intricate protein structures flickering on the display. "This sample's from the kid," Lorenz said. They were following in the footsteps of pioneers like Walter Reed and William Gorgas, who'd conquered yellow fever through relentless research and sheer force of will. But progress in virology was agonizingly slow. "Pull up the other one, Kenny," Lorenz ordered. A second image appeared moments later. "Looks identical," Forster noted. "That's from the nurse. Watch this." Lorenz tapped the intercom. "Kenny, run the comparison." The computer aligned the two structures, overlaying them seamlessly. "At least it hasn't mutated," Forster said. "Not yet. Only 2 confirmed cases and containment's been tight. The kid's parents tested negative. And who's combing the area? Monkeys, bats, insects. So far, nothing. Might just be a fluke." Lorenz exhaled, pipe smoke curling toward the cracked window. "I'm diving deeper. Ordered lab monkeys, gonna culture this thing, infect cells, then dissect the process, minute by minute, UV burns, liquid nitrogen, the works. There's something off about the readiness sequencing. Can't quite pin it down yet." Forster smirked. "Baltimore's working on something similar, part of the Genome Project. Tracking how Ebola hijacks cells without proper genetic editing. The complexity's insane." Lorenz tapped his pipe against the ashtray. "Years of work ahead. But if we're right, we'll finally have a blueprint of how these bastards operate. Before diving into solutions, we first had to pinpoint the right questions. Only then could we begin hunting for answers. And let's be honest, we'd need someone who actually understood computers to program the analysis." Lorenz raised an eyebrow. "How much progress have you made?" Forster gave a half-hearted shrug. "We're still at the brainstorming stage, chalk on a blackboard, basically." Lorenz smirked. "Well, once my team gets their hands on the samples, maybe we'll uncover something useful. At the very least, the tissue data might give us a starting point." The funeral was nothing short of a spectacle, a sea of mourners chanting their devotion to the fallen leader while carefully masking their true intentions. You could practically see the gears turning in their heads, everyone silently calculating their next move. The procession was straight out of a military parade. The gun carriage, the solemn soldiers with rifles reversed, the riderless horse, all broadcast from Iraqi state television and relayed to Washington. "Wish we could get a better look at their expressions," Vasco muttered. The president nodded. "Yeah, bit the police to frickin'." Jack Ryan kept his face neutral, but inwardly he was amused. Some habits never die. He'd always be an analyst at heart, craving raw intel instead of polished briefings. This time, though, he had a front-row seat, complete with his own team of commentators. Decades ago in America, this would have been called a cultural moment, people showing up because it was expected, not because they cared. The square was packed, a nameless expanse swallowed by the crowd, and even those who couldn't see the action got a front-row view thanks to massive screens broadcasting the event. Jack half expected an instant replay. The generals marching behind the carriage kept perfect formation, but Ryan wasn't fooled. "How much longer do you think they'll keep up the act?" "Weist is Tiesker." Vasco hesitated. "Hard to say, mister." "President. It's Bert, right?" "Yes, sir." "Bert, I could summon an analyst to tell me he's clueless, but I'd rather hear your gut take." Vasco exhaled. 8 times out of 10? May bolt. That's a gamble. Walk me through it. Dictatorships don't run on teamwork. None of those guys have the guts to step up alone. If they stay, the new regime won't be kind. They'll end up like the Shah's generals, staring down a firing squad. Sure, they might try to fight, but my money's on them fleeing. They've probably stashed cash somewhere. Sipping cocktails on a beach beats a bullet any day. And let's not forget, they've got families to think about. Ryan leaned back. So, we're looking at a full regime collapse? Vasco nodded. Yes, sir. And Iran. Wouldn't rule it out, Vasco admitted, but we're flying blind on intel. I'd love to give you more, but speculation isn't in my job description. Ryan sighed. It wasn't much, but it was honest. So we're just spectators here. This time, Ed Foley answered. Pretty much. We could scramble an asset from the region, but who'd they even contact? No clue who's calling the shots. Mary Pat added dryly, if anyone is. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar halfway across the world, a buyer scowled. What do you mean you sold them? The dealer wiped his mouth after downing his beer. You were late. Money talks. Fuck, 2 days. There was a bank delay. You got the cash now. Bokelbeppen cried. Then I'll find you more monkeys. The dealer snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter with the practiced ease of a colonial-era planter. Trege, relax. Mausenbreak, tops. The buyer groaned. The CDC needs them yesterday. The plane's already en route. The dealer shrugged. I'll see what I can do. The man leaned back in his chair, swirling his beer before taking a slow sip. Tell your client timely deliveries require timely payments, he said, sliding a few bills across the counter for the bartender. And get one for my friend here, too. The weight of the cash in his pocket made the gesture easy. Business had been good today. The buyer across from him fidgeted, clearly agitated. A week, maybe less. Why the rush? He asked, shaking his head. Some people acted like the world would end over a minor delay. But in Kenya, options were limited, and patience was often the only currency that mattered. Finishing his drink, he decided to shift the conversation before making his call to Tanzania. After all, African green monkeys weren't exactly rare, they were practically pests, swarming the edges of forests and farmlands. 2 hours later, he'd realize how wrong he was. A sudden shortage had hit, though it wouldn't last long. A few more days, and the trappers would round up another troop of those chattering, long-tailed nuisances. Meanwhile, Vasco juggled translation duties with his usual commentary. Our wise and beloved leader, who has given our country so much. He recited dryly. Ed Foley couldn't resist a muttered jab. Yeah, like population control the hard way. As the guardsmen lowered the coffin into the tomb, 2 decades of Iraqi history officially became a footnote or, as Ryan mused, a page in some bureaucrat's loose-leaf binder. The real question was, who'd get to write the next chapter? Back in Washington, President Ryan dismissed his latest visitors and turned to Inspector O'Day. So, deliveries? Memoras? Ivat. No trace of the letter, sir, O'Day replied. But we did confirm Secretary Hansen wasn't exactly meticulous with document security. State Security Chief warned him repeatedly. My team's tracking everyone who accessed his office. Ryan exhaled. Hansen had been a skilled diplomat, but notoriously bad at listening. Who's leading the investigation now? A pause handling it independently. That means I'm stepping back since I've reported directly to you. It's a conflict. O'Day hesitated. But we should check the vice president's office. If the typewriter uses a carbon ribbon. Andrea Price was already halfway out the door before catching herself. I'll have it sealed immediately. Somewhere in Africa, the screeching of monkeys drowned out all other noise. These weren't just wild animals, they were opportunists, thriving where farmers had wiped out predators to protect their livestock. The unintended consequence. A booming monkey population, now raiding crops with fearless efficiency. Nature had a way of balancing the scales, even when humans tried to tip them. The situation grew even more complicated when ecologists pointed out that the monkeys played a crucial role in the local ecosystem by feeding on crop-damaging insects. But for the farmers, the decision was straightforward. Any creature threatening their livelihood, whether livestock or crops, had to go. While bugs were too small to notice, the monkeys were impossible to ignore. So, when trappers arrived, few objected. The African green monkey, part of the Cercopithecus family, sports yellow whiskers and a golden-green coat. In captivity, these primates can live up to 30 years, far longer than in the wild where predators lurk. Their social structure revolves around tight-knit female groups, with males drifting in and out for short stays. During mating season, multiple males might share the company of available females, but inside the cramped aircraft, there was no such harmony. Instead, cages were packed like poultry crates on a delivery truck, leaving frustrated males hissing and clawing at each other. The poorly designed cages, identical in size despite the males being twice as large as females, only made things worse. The stench of fear, the unfamiliar hum of engines, and the lack of food and water turned the cargo hold into a scene of chaos. Hundreds of monkeys shrieked in fury, their collective noise drowning out the roar of the JT-8 engines as the plane cruised over the Indian Ocean. Up front, the crew had sealed themselves off, headphones clamped tight, but nothing could block the foul air recirculating through the cabin. The pilot, usually quick with curses, had exhausted his vocabulary and even his prayers. Normally, he might have found these creatures amusing, maybe even tossed them peanuts at a zoo, but now he fantasized about jettisoning the whole lot. Meanwhile, Badrain stood in a reinforced bunker, its survival a fluke of bad intelligence. Hidden beneath a bookbindery, it had escaped destruction only because American bombs had struck the wrong building. The thick concrete overhead, built by German engineers, bore no cracks yet. Its safety was pure luck. The lesson was clear. Seeing the destruction firsthand was different from watching it on a screen. 5 meters of solid concrete couldn't erase the reality that survival sometimes came down to a simple mistake. Ali Badrain had spent his entire life immersed in the brutal realities of warfare. But the sheer destructive force of modern weaponry struck him with newfound clarity. His hosts treated him well, a full colonel attended to his needs, while 2 sergeants kept his glass filled and his plate stocked with snacks. The funeral played out on the television screen like a scripted American cop show, predictable from start to finish. The Iraqis, like so many in the region, wore their emotions openly, especially when gathered in large crowds and prodded into the right reactions. But Badrain knew better. How much of that grief was real? Informers lurked in the shadows, taking note of anyone who failed to cheer or weep on command. The security forces, despite their failure to protect the late president, still held power, and everyone was painfully aware of it. The spectacle on screen was as hollow as a performance, like a woman faking ecstasy, he mused. Would the men in charge even notice the difference? One by one, the generals arrived, careful not to travel together, avoiding any chance of private conversations that might fracture the fragile unity they needed. A polished wooden cabinet swung open, revealing an array of bottles and glasses, a deliberate defiance of Islamic law. Badrain didn't object. He sipped his vodka, a taste he'd acquired decades ago in Moscow, back when the city was the heart of a now-vanished empire. The room was eerily quiet for a gathering of such powerful men, especially at the wake of a leader. None of them had truly respected. They nursed their drinks, mostly scotch, and exchanged wary glances. On the TV, the funeral procession looped endlessly, the announcer droning on about the fallen leader's supposed greatness. The generals watched, but their expressions weren't mournful, they were afraid. Their world had crumbled, and no amount of staged public grief or scripted news commentary could change that. The last to arrive was the intelligence chief, fresh from a stop at his headquarters. The others turned to him, and without needing to hear the question, he answered, "Everything is quiet, my friends. For now." The unspoken words hung in the air. Bedrain could have spoken, he was a master of persuasion, but silence was more potent here. His gaze alone carried weight, more commanding than any speech. "I don't like this," one general finally muttered. No one reacted. Of course they didn't like it. The speaker had only voiced what they all felt, revealing himself as the weakest link. "How do we know we can trust your master?" the head of the guards demanded. Bedrain set down his glass. "He gives you his word in the name of God. If you doubt it, send a delegation to meet him. I'll stay behind as your hostage, but you must act quickly." They all knew time was against them. The threat they feared could strike at any moment. Another heavy silence settled over the room. The drinks went untouched now. Bedrain studied their faces, each man waiting for another to take the lead, to voice the decision they could then debate, negotiate, or reluctantly accept. A few might still consider rebellion, but the rest would likely fall in line. The game was in motion, and hesitation could be fatal. The outcome hinged on which man would dare to measure his life against an uncertain future. Silence stretched as they hesitated, until the Air Force commander finally broke it. "I married late," he admitted, his voice steady. His youth had been spent in the cockpit, or at least on the tarmac, living the life of a fighter pilot. "My children are still young." His gaze swept the room, lingering on each face. "We all understand what could happen to our families if this doesn't go our way." Bedrain noted the quiet dignity in his words. These weren't cowards, they were soldiers, bound by duty. Yet Darier's divine promises rang hollow. None of them had stepped inside a mosque in years, unless it was for a photo op. Faith, after all, had to mean something personal. Bedrain cut in. "I assume money isn't the problem here," testing the waters. A few exchanged glances, some almost smirking. Of course it wasn't. While official Iraqi funds were locked, private accounts weren't. Money had no borders, especially in those amounts. Each man here likely had access to fortunes in dollars or pounds, tucked away where no one could touch them. The real question wasn't wealth but escape, where to go and how to get there alive. Bedrain could see the calculation in their eyes, though he had no answers yet. The bitter irony. The enemy they feared, the one whose word they doubted, wanted nothing more than to ease their fears and keep his promises. But Ali knew better. Patience was the man's greatest weapon. Meanwhile, Darier received his own update. "You're certain? Why should a spit? Everything's falling into place," his visitor assured him. Even for a man of faith, the timing seemed suspiciously perfect. "One two-way. We're moving forward as planned." Wakan, good. But it wasn't. Dariai would have preferred handling things one at a time, but fate had other ideas. Strange how his own schemes now boxed him in. Elsewhere, the real struggle was facing his colleagues. For once, luck seemed to be on their side. Benedict Makusa, patient zero, was gone, his body incinerated. Teams had combed his neighborhood, finding no traces yet. The clock was still ticking. Ebola's incubation could take days, even weeks. But Makusa's hobby complicated things. He'd been an amateur naturalist, wandering the bush in his free time. Now teams scoured the jungle, trapping rodents and bats, desperate to pinpoint the virus's origin. The only silver lining. His parents, educated and well off, had rushed him to professionals instead of trying home remedies. That decision might have saved their lives, though now they waited, paralyzed by fear, wondering if they'd already joined their son in death. Each morning, the medical team drew blood samples for routine EPA and antigen testing. Though they knew the results might not tell the full story, something a careless doctor had foolishly admitted. Despite this, the WHO specialists clung to hope that the outbreak wouldn't spread beyond the 2 confirmed cases, which made them more open to Dr. Modi's controversial proposal. Not everyone agreed. The local physicians in Zaire insisted on treating the patient themselves, and they had a point. No one had more first-hand experience with Ebola, even if that experience hadn't led to many victories. The WHO team hesitated, wary of offending their colleagues after past tensions where European arrogance had rubbed the African doctors the wrong way. Truthfully, the skill level among the local physicians varied. Some were brilliant, others barely competent, most just average. The real clincher was Dr. Rousseau in Paris, a legend in infectious disease research. He was the kind of stubborn visionary who refused to accept that viruses couldn't be beaten, much like Pasteur in his time. Ribavirin and interferon had failed against Ebola in his earlier trials, but his newest theory, though far-fetched, had shown a flicker of promise in primate studies. It was a long shot, but someone had to take it. And then there was the patient herself, Sister Jean-Baptiste. Many on the team remembered her from the Kikwit outbreak, where she'd risked her life to support local nurses. Sentiment played its part. Even doctors weren't immune to loyalty. The logistics of moving her were a nightmare. They opted for a truck instead of an ambulance, easier to decontaminate later. As Modi and Sister Maria Magdalena guided the gurney down the hallway, a crew in bulky hazmat suits doused everything in sight with disinfectant, leaving a chemical haze thick enough to choke on. The patient, heavily sedated and wrapped like a mummy to contain any bleeding, lay motionless on a plastic sheet treated with virus-killing agents. Pushing the gurney, Modi couldn't help but question his own sanity. Ebola wasn't the kind of thing you gambled with. Outside, the midday sun turned the truck into a sweltering metal box, intensifying the stench of chemicals that seeped through his protective gear. The driver kept his eyes forward, gripping the wheel like a man trying to ignore a ticking bomb. A police escort led the way, crawling at a cautious 20 miles per hour to the airstrip where the jet from Tehran sat waiting, engines humming. The whole operation felt like something out of a disaster movie, except the stakes were terrifyingly real. The stripped-down interior held only 2 seats and a cot. When Modi felt the truck lurch to a stop, reverse, then park. Sunlight flooded in as the cargo door swung open, momentarily blinding everyone. Sister Maria Magdalena, ever the caring nurse, instinctively raised a hand to shade her colleague's eyes. Nearby stood 2 more nuns in full protective gear, along with a priest, while others lingered farther back, murmuring prayers. A team carefully lifted the patient on a plastic sheet, carrying her with painstaking slowness onto the gleaming white business jet. It took nearly 5 tense minutes to secure her properly before the ground crew stepped away. Modi checked her vitals, pulse racing, blood pressure still falling, and frowned. Keeping her alive was crucial. With a quick wave to the pilots, he buckled himself in and glanced out the window. His stomach tightened at the sight of a news camera trained on the plane. At least they kept their distance, he thought, just as the first engine roared to life. Through the opposite window, he spotted the cleanup crew dousing the truck with disinfectant. A bit dramatic, really. Ebola was terrifying, sure, but also fragile. Sunlight and heat destroyed it easily. That's what made tracking its natural hosts so maddening. The virus couldn't survive on its own. It needed a living carrier, some unseen creature lurking in Africa's shadows, still undiscovered. Modi let out a frustrated sigh. Once, he dreamed of finding that host, But fate had handed him something else, a living, breathing incubator for the virus. Unlike past victims, destined for flames or chemical-soaked graves, this one had a very different journey ahead. The jet began rolling forward, and Modi double-checked his seatbelt, suddenly craving a drink. Up front, the pilots in their sprayed-down Nomex suits struggled to communicate through their masks, repeating clearance requests until the tower finally got it right. The Gulfstream lifted smoothly into the sky, heading north on the first leg of a 2,551-mile flight. Meanwhile, an identical jet had already landed in Benghazi, its crew prepping for the next phase. Holbrook rubbed his eyes, still groggy from last night's marathon of political commentary on C-SPAN. Ryan's speech hadn't been terrible slick, even. But like every polished performance, it was just smoke and mirrors. The government and Hollywood had it down to a science. Package lies so well people swallowed them whole. The mountain men had spent years trying to craft their own rallying cry, but they could never quite nail it. Not because their message was flawed, no, the problem was presentation. And now, with cracks showing in the enemy's ranks, maybe things were finally shifting. Ernie Brown, standing by the muted TV, smirked. Cannibals, he muttered. What's next? The tension in the small-town bar was thick enough to cut with a knife. Pete leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. Guess that place ain't big enough for the two of them, huh? Holbrook smirked, swirling his drink. You think one'll be gone before dark? Wouldn't that be nice, Pete muttered. The legal debate they'd caught on CNN had been about as clear as a foggy morning in the bayou, just a mess of contradictions and half-baked arguments. Ernie chuckled, scratching his chin. Hell, the Constitution doesn't exactly spell out what to do in a mess like this. Maybe they ought to settle it the old-fashioned way, pistols at dawn, right there on Pennsylvania Avenue. Pete cracked a grin. Now that be a show. Too damn American, Brown muttered under his breath. The memory of Ryan's past exploits flickered in their minds, something about a standoff overseas, back when he still had some backbone. The papers had made it sound like a damn action movie. An American showing those stuffy Europeans how things were done. Shame he'd gone soft. At least Keelty didn't pretend to be anything other than what he was, a career politician with a knack for bending the rules. Like a coyote howling at the moon, it was just in his nature. And everybody knew what happened to coyotes that got too bold. Holbrook reached for the remote thumb, hovering over the mute button. So we got ourselves a full-blown constitutional crisis, right? Pete nodded. That's what the suits on TV keep saying. Brown's eyes narrowed as he stared at the silent screen. And it just keeps getting worse. Half a world away, the battered 707 finally touched down at Tehran's Mehrabad airport well past midnight. The crew was running on fumes, having pushed past every reasonable flight limit over the last day and a half. The tension in the cockpit had been thicker than the desert heat, sharp words exchanged during the final descent. But as the wheels hit the tarmac with a jolt, relief washed over them, followed by a wave of exhaustion. The pilot rubbed his tired eyes, guiding the plane toward the dim, blue runway lights. Though the aircraft bore civilian markings, it belonged to the Iranian Air Force, and the sprawling military hangars loomed in the distance. A line of trucks waited nearby. A welcome sight. As the engines whined to a stop, the crew sat in weary silence. Hell of a day, the pilot muttered, offering a half-hearted apology. The engineer, who'd borne the brunt of his captain's frustration, just nodded. Long as the next one's nothing but sleep. But their ordeal wasn't over yet. The moment they pulled off their oxygen masks, the stench hit them thick, rancid, clinging to the air like a curse. The cargo hold was packed tight with cages, and until the ground crew cleared them out, they were stuck. No dignified exit through the windows, just the slow, miserable wait like passengers stranded in some godforsaken airport terminal. The soldiers struggled through the unloading process, their hands unprotected against the wire cages, unlike the African handlers who'd wisely worn gloves. Each cage had a top handle, but the agitated monkeys inside lashed out, scratching and biting at any fingers that came near. The men reacted differently. Some smacked the cages to intimidate the animals into submission, while the cleverer ones wrapped their jackets around their hands for protection. Soon, a human chain formed, passing the cages one by one onto waiting trucks. The scene was chaos monkeys screeching in the cold Tehran night, their cries unmistakable even to those who'd never heard primates before. The temperature, barely 50 degrees, only worsened their fury after days of stress. When it was finally over, the exhausted crew stepped back to survey their once pristine aircraft. The stench of monkey would linger for weeks, and the cleanup would be brutal, something nobody wanted to think about just yet. They trudged off toward their cars while the monkeys were driven north, their final journey taking them along a divided highway, past a cloverleaf interchange built under the Shah's rule, and then west to Hassanabad. There, a state-owned experimental farm awaited, its fields barren in winter. Instead of fresh crops, truckloads of dates had been brought in from the southeast. The scent of food only made the starving monkeys more frantic. They hadn't eaten or drunk since leaving Africa. At least their last meal would be something sweet. Meanwhile, the Gulfstream GIV landed smoothly in Benghazi, right on schedule. The flight had been surprisingly calm, even over the usually turbulent Sahara. Sister Jean-Baptiste drifted in and out of consciousness, more at ease than her companions, who couldn't even drink water in their protective gear. The plane never opened its doors. Fuel trucks serviced it silently from the outside. Dr. Modi stayed awake, tense, while Sister Maria Magdalena dozed beside him. She was as old as her ailing colleague and hadn't slept properly in days. Modi frowned out the window, wrestling with his thoughts. He'd once despised all Westerners, seeing them as enemies. But these women were different, their country neutral, their faith sincere. They'd spent their lives serving God, even respecting his own prayers. The hatred he'd once carried felt misplaced now. It wasn't fair. None of this was. Modi admired their conviction that faith could drive change. Rather than merely accepting fate, a perspective that didn't entirely align with his Islamic teachings, but didn't clash with them either. Maria Magdalena clutched a sanitized rosary, her fingers tracing the beads as she whispered prayers to Mary, revered in both the Quran and her own faith, as a guiding light for women. The sight made Modi turn sharply toward the window, forcing himself to refocus. Dwelling on such reflections was dangerous. His mission was clear. Its purpose dictated by forces beyond his control, divine will and human choice intertwined. Outside, the roar of engines signaled urgency as the fuel trucks retreated. The crew moved with brisk efficiency, mirroring his own impatience to leave the complications behind and embrace the mechanical precision of what came next. Relief surged through him. Years spent in sweltering isolation, far from any mosque, surrounded by questionable food and constant uncertainty, were finally over. Ahead lay purpose service to God and country. Two jets rumbled toward the runway, their wheels jolting over cracked concrete, baked by relentless desert sun and chilled by winter nights. The first, nearly identical to his own, save for a single digit on its tail, launched northward. His followed suit but veered southeast toward Sudan, a solitary speck in the vast darkness. The other jet banked west, merging into the standard flight path toward France. En route, it would skirt Malta, where radar operators monitored the quiet Mediterranean skies. The crew, accustomed to ferrying VIPs on uneventful trips, found tonight anything but routine. Over the open sea, the co-pilot studied his charts and GPS, before switching the transponder to emergency code 77111. Valletta approach. This is November Juliet Alpha, Mayday. The controller's screen flashed with the alert as he signaled his supervisor. Confirming emergency, Juliet Alpha? The response was frantic. Engine failure, electrical systems compromised, altitude numbers plummeted 390, 380, 370. Then the voice crackled again, sharper now. Both engines out. Attempting restart. The controller barked a heading, but the jet kept falling. What's their status? The supervisor demanded, eyeing the Gulfstream's details on the screen. They're going down fast. The supervisor tried to sound hopeful. It's handling the descent smoothly, he remarked, though the rapidly dropping altitude readout 310 feet per minute told a different story. The Gulfstream IV wasn't built for graceful gliding. Juliet Alpha Virginia Weather Tower, he called again, but only silence answered. The supervisor glanced at the radar screen, confirming what he already knew: no other traffic nearby. There was nothing left to do but watch. To heighten the realism of the emergency drill, the pilot eased the throttles back to idle. It would have been tempting to overplay the moment, but professionalism won out. Instead, he remained silent, focusing on the controls. He nudged the yoke forward, steepening the dive, then banked left as if lining up for Malta. A small, grim satisfaction flickered through him as they plunged past 25,000 feet. Once a fighter jock, he still missed the adrenaline rush of tight maneuvers. His imaginary passengers would be clutching their armrests in terror. But for him, this was flying at its purest, raw, and unfiltered. Must be carrying extra weight, the supervisor muttered. Cleared for Paris de Gaulle. The controller just shrugged. They refueled in Benghazi. The unspoken question, bad fuel, hung in the air, met with another helpless gesture. Watching the altitude numbers spiral down was like witnessing a slow-motion disaster, digits ticking away like a rigged slot machine. The supervisor snatched up the phone. Get Tripoli on the line. See if they can scramble a rescue team. We've got a berg going down in the Gulf of Sidra. Then a crackle over the radio. Valletta approach. This is USS Radford. Copy. The reply was immediate. Radford, Valletta here. We've got your bogey on scope, reported the young lieutenant on duty in the Radford's Combat Information Center. The aging destroyer, fresh from drills with the Egyptians, was en route to Naples with a side mission asserting navigation rights in the contested Gulf. What had once sparked aerial dogfights in the 80s was now just bureaucratic box-checking. So routine, in fact, that the crew had been scanning civilian frequencies to stave off boredom. Contacts 80 miles west. Tracking descent. You and Chavelos et he. Valletta pressed. Captain's just been roused, the lieutenant replied. Give us a minute to mobilize, but we'll try. Plummeting fast, the radar operator muttered. Better pull up soon, buddy. Valletta relayed the details. Targets a GIV bizjet at 16,000 and dropping. Matches our readings, the lieutenant confirmed. Standing by. On the bridge, the captain, still in rumpled khakis, rubbed his eyes. What's the situation? The briefing was brisk. Wake the helo crew, he ordered, then grabbed the growler phone. Bridge, Sitchertone. All ahead flank, hard right to 275, sir, the radar tech cut in. 83 miles out. New heading 275. Aye, sir. Coming about, all engines full. The quartermaster slammed the throttle levers forward, flooding the turbines. The ship shuddered, then surged ahead, the stern digging into the waves as speed climbed past 18 knots. The captain scanned the sea. His crew, though bleary-eyed, snapped to attention. Radars were recalibrated. Screens zoomed in on the falling blip. Sound general quarters, he decided. If nothing else, this would make for solid training. Within seconds, alarms blared and sleepy sailors bolted for their stations. Night descents over open water? Not for the faint of heart. The GIV pilot carefully monitored his altitude and descent rate, knowing the deceptive nature of nighttime over water flying. Without clear visual references, it would be dangerously easy to misjudge their approach and hit the waves an outcome that would ironically complete their mission too thoroughly. As they descended through 5,000 feet, he smoothly pulled back on the controls, timing their disappearance from Valletta's radar screens perfectly. The quarter moon's faint glow revealed no ship wakes below, easing his only remaining concern about potential obstacles. "Got it under control," he announced, though part of him wondered if anyone was still tracking their transponder signal. Even if Valletta noticed the change in descent, they'd assume he was attempting an emergency water landing after struggling with engine airflow. In the control room, the supervisor watched the blip vanish from the screen with a resigned nod. "Radford, Juliet Alpha's gone dark last, reading 6,000 feet, descending on heading 343. The response from Radford's Combat Information Center came briskly. "Copy, Valletta. We still have eyes on at 4,500, descent slowing." Nearby, the destroyer's captain conferred with the air detachment commander as the lone Seahawk helicopter prepped for launch, a 20-minute process that suddenly felt agonizingly slow. The helicopter pilot glanced at the radar display and shrugged. "Calm seas tonight. If these guys know what they're doing, they might just survive a controlled splashdown. Just gotta ride the swells like a surfboard." With that optimistic assessment, he headed for the flight deck. Meanwhile, the GIV leveled off at a nerve-wracking 500 feet, the pilot pushing his nerves on the aircraft's limits. Nighttime low-altitude flying over open water was no joke, but orders were orders, even if their purpose remained frustratingly unclear. Banking south toward Libya, he accelerated to 300 knots, calculating 40 minutes to the military airfield where they'd refuel before vanishing completely. Back on the Radford, the Seahawk finally launched into the darkness. Its navigation system synced with the ship's data. It began a meticulous grid search over 15 miles of open water, a race against time with lives potentially at stake. The destroyer itself surged forward at 34 knots, the captain already radioing Maples for backup. No you. Ships were nearby, but an Italian frigate was en route, and even the Libyans had curiously offered assistance. By the time the Seahawk reached the search zone, the downed GIV had already touched down safely. Its crew stretched their legs near the fuel pumps, casually watching as a vintage Russian On-10 Cub transport rumbled to life nearby, apparently eager to join a rescue mission for an aircraft that no longer needed saving. The Libyan authorities had become surprisingly cooperative in recent times, eager to reintegrate into the global community. Even their military leaders remained largely unaware of the finer details. Just a handful of discreet phone calls had set everything in motion. The officials who facilitated the arrangements knew only that 2 planes would briefly touch down for refueling before continuing their journey. After a short stop, the aircraft ascended once more, this time bound for Damascus, Syria. Initially, the plan had been to return directly to their base in Switzerland, but the pilot wisely pointed out that 2 identical planes crossing the same airspace in quick succession might raise eyebrows. Instead, he banked eastward during climb-out. Below them, the Gulf of Sidra glittered with the flashing lights of other aircraft, including, oddly enough, a helicopter. The pilot smirked at the thought of all that wasted fuel and effort as he settled into cruising altitude, letting the autopilot take over for the long haul ahead. "Are we there yet?" Modi turned at the sound of Sister Maria Magdalena's voice. He had just swapped out the IV for their unconscious patient. Inside his plastic helmet, his skin prickled from the stubble of his unshaven face. The nun looked just as uncomfortable, her hands instinctively moving toward her face before the clear barrier stopped her. "Not yet, sister, but soon," he replied gently. "Try to rest, I can handle things here." She shook her head, pushing herself up. "You must be exhausted, doctor." "Modi." He held up a hand. "I'm younger and better rested. Save your strength, you'll need it later." Thankfully, Jean-Baptiste remained sedated, sparing them any complications. Sister Maria hesitated, then relented, whispering a quiet prayer before closing her eyes. Once certain she was asleep, Modi moved toward the cockpit. "How much longer?" he asked. The co-pilot glanced back. 40 minutes. Favorable winds mean we'll land ahead of schedule. Before dawn, then? Exactly. The pilot, bored and craving distraction, kept his eyes forward but asked, "What's wrong with her anyway?" Modi's response was grim. "You don't want to know." "What? She's dying." "Yes. And this plane will need thorough decontamination afterward." The pilot shrugged, oblivious to the real danger. Modi, however, knew better. The plastic sheet beneath their patient was already soaked with infected blood. Unloading her would require extreme caution. Meanwhile, Bedrain was relieved. He'd stayed sober. He was the only clear-headed man in the room. 10 hours of endless debate had left the others exhausted, bickering like market vendors. Will he agree to this? The guard's commander pressed. Ali responded smoothly, "It's a perfectly reasonable request." The plan involved 5 senior clerics, flying to Baghdad as hostages not for goodwill, but as a guarantee of their leader's word. The generals, indifferent to the finer points, exchanged nods before one spoke for the group. "We accept." The fate of lower-ranking officers left behind was barely discussed, an afterthought in the grand scheme. Bedrain then requested a phone. The intelligence chief led him to a side room where a secure line to Tehran awaited. Even during past conflicts, communication had never fully ceased, first through microwave towers, now via untraceable fiber-optic cables. The room hummed with quiet efficiency as he prepared to deliver the news. Yusuf's fingers trembled slightly as he dialed the memorized sequence under the Iraqi officer's intense gaze. "It's Yusuf, I have an update," he whispered into the receiver, only to hear the clipped response, "Hold the line." Meanwhile, Darrier groaned as the phone shattered his restless sleep, his hand fumbling across the nightstand before finally grabbing the receiver. "Speak," he rasped. Yusuf's voice crackled through. "The arrangement is set. We need 5 volunteers." A surge of triumph flooded Darrier, decades of struggle culminating in this call. Yet caution tempered his excitement. The real work was just beginning. "With timeline?" he demanded. "Immediately," came the reply. Hanging up, Darrier realized with a start that he'd skipped his dawn prayers for the first time in years. The mission, he reasoned, would be its own devotion. Exhaustion clung to the nuns as the plane jolted onto the runway. Sister Maria Magdalena's bleary eyes struggled to focus on the cabin ceiling, while the metallic tang of blood filled the air. Jean-Baptiste had bled out as predicted. At least she'd survived the flight. Through the window, dim runway lights blurred into anonymity. Airports all looked the same at night. 4 figures in hazmat suits boarded, lifting the plastic-shrouded patient with clinical precision. A dark droplet splattered onto the folded seat, but Modi, ignored at protocol, would handle the cleanup. Stepping onto the tarmac, both he and Maria inhaled deeply, the cool air a relief after hours of recycled oxygen. A soldier handed them canteens, which they drained greedily before climbing into the waiting truck. Maria peered out wistfully. "All these years." "I've never properly seen Paris," she murmured, just before the canvas flap sealed them in darkness. Modi said nothing, though the irony wasn't lost on him. She'd die without ever glimpsing the city's lights. Above the Mediterranean, the Seahawk's radar swept the waves in vain. "Not even a damn soda bottle," the pilot muttered, adjusting his night vision goggles. The co-pilot's voice crackled over the headset. "Either we're off course, or the jet pancaked hard enough to vanish." A glance at the nav screen confirmed their position right where the wreckage should have been. With fuel running low, the pilot radioed the Radford. Still negative. "Returning in 60. Below, the destroyer's searchlights cut dramatic arcs across the Pradon swells, while a Libyan surveillance plane buzzed annoyingly nearby. "Copy that," the controller responded. The pilot smirked. At least the Libyans were consistent, always showing up to complicate things. The chief operations specialist pointed to the chart, frustration creeping into his voice. "Captain, the target's last known heading was 343, speed 290 knots, descending at 3,000 feet per minute. If he's not in this search area, I'm out of ideas." The captain took a slow sip of coffee, his expression unreadable. Up on deck, the rescue team stood ready, 2 divers in wetsuits, a boat crew poised by the launch, and lookouts scanning the horizon through binoculars for any sign of strobe lights. Sonar operators strained to catch the emergency locator's high-frequency ping, designed to survive crashes and activate upon hitting water. The USS Radford's advanced systems could theoretically pick up the signal from 30 miles out, yet here they were, right over the predicted impact zone, hearing nothing. "Us Radford, this is Valletta approach, over," crackled the radio. The captain grabbed the mic. "Valletta, Radford responding." The voice on the other end pressed. "Any updates?" "Negative," the captain replied. "Our helos swept the area, nothing so far." They'd already double-checked with Malta for updated flight data, but the plane had vanished from civilian radar before even leaving the destroyer's range. A heavy silence settled over the bridge. Everyone knew the drill: another day of searching, another dead end. Another bureaucratic footnote. A telex had already been sent to Gulfstream, kicking off the inevitable paperwork shuffle. Company reps would fly to Bern, sift through maintenance logs, and likely come up empty. Another mystery for the books. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Maria Magdalena stepped out of the truck, disoriented. The pre-dawn darkness and the lingering motion sickness from the long drive left her unsteady. Her first priority was helping Sister Jean-Baptiste inside, but as she peeled off her plastic suit, the unfamiliar surroundings finally registered. The signs weren't in French. The air carried a thick, musky scent, nothing like the sterile halls of the Pasteur Institute. Before she could voice her confusion, a soldier gripped her arm and pulled her away. She glanced back at the unshaven man in scrubs, his grim expression deepening her unease. "What's the truth in matter? Who is she?" the project director demanded. Modi kept his tone neutral. "Their faith requires women to travel with an escort for propriety's sake. Otherwise, transporting our patient wouldn't have been possible." The director's eyes narrowed. "And the sister?" Modi gave a curt nod. "Still alive." The unspoken tension hung thick in the air, heavier than the lingering animal smell from the lab's newest occupants. Modi calculated the timeline in his head. 3, maybe 4 more days before she'd be gone. What about the other one? The director pressed. Modi hesitated, then deflected. "That decision isn't mine to make." The director's lips curled slightly. "We could always find another." "Absolutely not." Modi cut him off, disgust twisting his features. "That would be monstrous. Unforgivable." The director arched an eyebrow. "And what we're doing here isn't." Modi fell silent. Sometimes He forgot how long he'd been isolated in the field stations, how desensitized he'd become. But arguing was pointless. One viable Ebola patient was enough. After stripping off his protective gear, Modi made his way to the second-floor lounge. The facility, though modern, had subtle cultural touches: private shower stalls, thicker partitions, reflecting local sensibilities about modesty. To his relief, his suit had held up during transport, not a single puncture. He tossed it into the disposal bin and stepped under the scalding spray, the chemical tang of the water barely registering anymore. For 5 glorious minutes, he scrubbed away the grime and dread, the heat searing his skin clean. On the plane, he'd wondered if he'd ever feel truly clean again. Now, as the water sluiced over him, the same thought whispered at the edges of his mind, quieter but no less persistent. Fresh scrubs waited for him, along with a pristine American-made Rakel suit, still crisp from its packaging. He suited up mechanically, the routine grounding him. Outside, the director, similarly clad, stood waiting. Together, they moved down the sterile hallway toward the treatment wing. 4 rooms lay behind reinforced doors, guarded by battle-hardened soldiers. Security was relentless, as it had to be. The airlock hissed open, the vacuum pulling a wisp of cigarette smoke from the guard's post into the sealed corridor. At least the filtration system was functioning. Modi suppressed a grimace. He'd have preferred foreign engineers, Germans, maybe, to have built this place. But Iraq's mistakes had made that impossible. Outbreaks were liabilities. So they'd settled for imported equipment and local labor, praying every system would hold. The inner doors released with a click, and they stepped through. Sister Jean-Baptiste lay in the final room, her body ravaged. 3 orderlies worked swiftly, cutting away her clothing with clinical detachment. Even these hardened soldiers flinched at what they uncovered: decay in motion, worse than any combat wound. They cleaned her with brusque efficiency, then draped a sheet over her, preserving what dignity they could. The director eyed the morphine drip and dialed it back without hesitation. "We need her alive," he said flatly. Modi opened his mouth to protest, but the director cut him off. "The pain is irrelevant." Modi studied the woman, pale, unconscious, her breath shallow. Surprisingly, her heart held steady on the monitor. He ordered blood transfusions, the orderlies moving with practiced precision. The more they pumped into her, the longer she'd last. And they needed every hour they could get. The patient's belongings had already been sealed in biohazard bags twice, for extra security. A team member carried the bundle away to be incinerated, ensuring nothing remained but sterile ash. The real challenge was containing the virus, and this patient had become their living petri dish. In past outbreaks, victims might have a few vials of blood drawn before succumbing, their bodies then cremated or buried in chemically treated graves. But this time was different. Soon, he would possess the largest viral stockpile ever recorded, a foundation to cultivate even deadlier strains. Turning to Modi, the director cut straight to the point. "How did she get infected?" "She was treating the index patient." "The African boy?" the director asked from his corner. Modi nodded. "Yes." "What was her mistake?" Modi exhaled, exhaustion weighing on every word. "We never pinpointed it. She swore she never administered an injection, and she was meticulous with needles, decades of experience. Worked Ebola outbreaks before, even trained others in protocol." The director's eyes narrowed. "Aerosol transmission?" He barely dared to hope. Modi hesitated. "ZD suspects it's the manga strain, named after that nurse who died without a clear exposure route." The director stiffened. "You're certain?" "Certainty's in short supply right now," Modi admitted. "But no one else handled the boy's injections. So, maybe airborne." Talk about a double-edged sword. Ebola Zaire was still shrouded in mystery. Blood, fluids, even theoretical sexual transmission, though good luck finding a patient coherent enough for that. Conventional wisdom said the virus withered fast outside a host, too fragile to linger in the air like flu or pneumonia. Yet every outbreak had its unexplained cases. Mayinga's death had birthed a terrifying question. Had she missed something, or had the virus evolved to survive in the open air, contagious as a sneeze? If true, the woman lying before them wasn't just a patient, she was a walking apocalypse. The director's gaze flicked to the ceiling vent. This facility had been engineered for worst-case scenarios. Fresh air was pulled through a labyrinth of pipes, while exhaust passed through UV chambers strong enough to obliterate any pathogen. Chemical-soaked filters, phenol-laced and swapped like clockwork every 12 hours, stood as final sentinels. One slip, though, and they'd all be playing Russian roulette with a microscopic reaper. The hot lab was bathed in an excessive glow of UV lights, far more than necessary, each one meticulously tracked around the clock. The air pressure inside was deliberately kept low, a precaution against leaks that also allowed engineers to assess the building's stability. As for the rest, well, that's why they had drilled relentlessly on suit protocols and hazardous material handling. The director, a physician trained in Paris and London, hadn't treated a live patient in years. Instead, he'd spent the last 10 years immersed in molecular biology, specializing in viruses. He understood them as well as anyone could, which, frankly, wasn't saying much. He knew how to cultivate them, though, and right in front of him lay the ultimate breeding ground. A human body, repurposed by fate into a production line for the deadliest pathogen known to man. He'd never met her when she was well, never exchanged words, never watched her at work. That was for the best. Modi claimed she'd been a skilled nurse, but that was irrelevant now. No sense forming attachments to someone with days left 3, maybe 4, if they were lucky. The longer she lasted, the more the virus could replicate, turning flesh and blood into its raw materials, transforming divine creation into a weapon. Meanwhile, Sister Maria Magdalena had been escorted to a separate decontamination area, given fresh clothes, and left alone. Under the hot spray of the shower, she scrubbed her skin raw, her mind racing. Where was she? What was happening? Confusion dulled her fear, leaving only a numb bewilderment. Like Modi, she lingered under the water, letting it clear her thoughts as she pieced together what questions to ask. Once dressed, the familiar feel of medical scrubs offered a sliver of comfort. Her rosary, a simple metal one, easier to sterilize than her ceremonial beads, was still looped around her fingers. She'd cleaned it carefully in the shower, the ritual as grounding as prayer itself. Kneeling, she crossed herself and began whispering devotions, unaware of the door creaking open behind her. The soldier had his orders. He could have acted sooner, but barging in on a naked woman felt unnecessarily cruel, not that it mattered in the end. Seeing her deep in prayer, her back turned, gave him a grim satisfaction. Even condemned souls deserved a final word with God. Raising his pistol, he thought how fitting it was that her last moments were spent in worship. The shot was clean. Holstering the weapon, he signaled the orderlies outside to handle the aftermath. He'd executed people before, enemies of the state, traitors, but this one felt different. This time, he was certain he'd delivered a soul straight to heaven. Strange how killing could feel righteous. Meanwhile, Tony Britano arrived aboard a Trow corporate jet. Contrary to rumors, he hadn't yet accepted Lockheed Martin's offer, a small victory for Ryan, proving George Winston wasn't as plugged in as he thought. "I've turned you down before, Mr. President," Bertano said. "Twice," Ryan corrected. ARPA and Deputy Secretary for Technology. Britanno's name had surfaced for the neuro position, but they never reached out to him. Yeah, I heard about that, Britanno admitted. He was compact in stature, with the kind of intensity that hinted at a chip on his shoulder. His speech carried the unmistakable twang of Manhattan's Little Italy. Even after years in California, a detail that spoke volumes to Ryan. Here was a man who wore his roots proudly, despite his mid-education, where he could have easily smoothed out his edges. You turned those offers down because the whole operation across the river is a disaster. Isn't it? Ryan pressed. Too much dead weight, not enough bite, Britanno shot back. If I ran my company like that, shareholders would string me up. The Defense Department's a mess. Then fix it, Jack interrupted. Impossible. Cut the excuses, Ryan snapped. Anything built by human hands can be torn apart. If you don't think you're up for it, say so, and you can catch the next flight back to the West Coast. Severner bristled. Hold on. No, you hold on, Ryan fired back. You heard my speech. I won't repeat it. I need to clean house, and I need people who can handle the job. If you're not that guy, fine. I'll find someone who is. Rizzed or tough? Britanno nearly leaped from his chair. You want tough? My father peddled fruit from a cart on the street. Nobody handed me a damn thing. He caught himself when Ryan burst out laughing, then settled back into his polished corporate demeanor. Not bad, he conceded. George Winston warned me you've got fire. We haven't had a competent defense secretary in a decade. Good. I need people who'll push back when I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong about you. What exactly are you asking for? Britanno demanded. When I give an order, I want results. If I send troops into danger, they better have the gear, training, and backup they need. I want our enemies to think twice before crossing us. Makes diplomacy a hell of a lot easier, Ryan explained. When I was a kid in Baltimore, seeing a cop walk down Monument Street meant two things. Don't mess with him, but also know he'd have your back if things went south. So, you want a military that delivers on demand. Exactly. Britanno exhaled. We've downsized to the bone. Assemble your own team, your call, and draft a force structure that works. Then rebuild the Pentagon to make it happen. What's the timeline? 2 weeks for the initial plan. That's insane. Spare me, Ryan scoffed. We overanalyze everything until the reports could wallpaper the country. I know the threats, it was my job. A month ago, we were scrambling in a war with no backup. We got lucky. I'm done relying on luck. Clear the red tape so we can act before we're forced to. Do it right, and nobody will dare challenge us. Question is, are you in, Doctor? Britanno. It's going to be brutal. My wife's a surgeon, Jack said dryly. Britanno smirked. Half the battle's good intel. Already working on the CIA. George has Treasury covered. I'm vetting judges for justice. I'm building a team. You're part of it. We both clawed our way up. You think we'd be here anywhere else? Time to pay it back, Britanno. Ryan leaned back, satisfied. The executive knew resistance was futile. When do I start? Jack checked his watch. How's tomorrow morning? The maintenance crew arrived just as the sun crested the horizon. The sleek private jet stood under tight security, surrounded by armed military personnel keeping onlookers at bay. This wasn't just any airport. It was a heavily guarded facility with a strong Iranian Air Force presence, making it far more secure than most international hubs. The crew foreman glanced at his clipboard, scanning the lengthy checklist of tasks. These high-profile flights always demanded extra attention, as if the passengers considered themselves divinely chosen, or maybe even above that. Not that it mattered to him. His team was meticulous by habit, so the repeated warnings for caution were unnecessary. The maintenance sheet called for replacing 2 cockpit instruments, still sealed in their factory packaging, waiting to be calibrated once installed. Meanwhile, 2 crew members prepped the engines, refueling and changing the oil, while the rest tackled the cabin under the foreman's watchful eye. Just as they got started, a captain strode over with revised orders predictably clashing with the original plan. The seats had to be swapped out immediately. The GIV was scheduled to depart in mere hours. No one bothered to mention the destination, and the foreman didn't ask. He signaled his instrument mechanic to move faster, grateful the jet's modular design made the job simpler. A truck rolled up, delivering the same seats that had been yanked out days earlier. The cleanup crew scrambled to wrestle them back into place before they could even start proper cleaning. The foreman frowned. Why had they been removed in the first place? But questioning orders wasn't his job, and the explanation would have been some bureaucratic nonsense anyway. With the 14-seat layout hastily restored, the jet transformed back into a cramped but plush mini airliner. The upholstery smelled faintly of dry cleaning chemicals, the ashtrays scrubbed spotless. Then chaos erupted. Caterers arrived with trays of food, mechanics bumped into each other, and the cabin turned into a cluttered mess. The new flight crew stormed in, charts in hand, only to find a mechanic sprawled across the pilot's seat, finishing up the instrument panel. The pilot glared, arms crossed, while the mechanic ignored him entirely, snapping the last connector into place before running a diagnostic test. He didn't need a pilot's impatient glares. He knew his work was solid. As he stepped off the jet, the mechanic finally understood the rush. 5 high-ranking officials stood on the tarmac, their impatience radiating like heat waves. Recognizable from constant TV appearances, they carried themselves with the weight of men who expected the world to move at their command. The crew worked faster, cutting corners in deference, some tasks left half-finished, surfaces hastily wiped down. The VIPs boarded immediately, retreating to the rear cabin for hushed discussions. Engines roared to life, and before the security trucks could fully clear the area, the GIV was already rolling toward the runway, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and half-completed work. In Damascus, the second plane from that elite fleet landed only to receive immediate orders to turn back to Tehran. The frustrated crew muttered under their breath but obeyed, barely spending 40 minutes on the tarmac before taking off again for the quick flight into Iran. Meanwhile, things were heating up at Palm Bowl. The usual hum of encrypted chatter among high-ranking Iraqi generals had spiked, then dropped dead, repeating the pattern like a nervous heartbeat. Right now, silence hung over the comms. Over at Koksum, Saudi Arabia, powerful computers churned through the complex Iraqi tactical radio encryptions, no easy feat, even with cutting-edge tech. Encryption had once been the playground of wealthy nations, but thanks to personal computers, even the smallest countries now had access to top-tier security systems. Malaysia boasted codes nearly as tough as Russia's, and Iraq? Well, they had American hobbyists to thank. For that, folks who'd rather the FBI didn't snoop on their made-up online scandals. The tactical radios used simpler systems, sure, but cracking them still required a crazy supercomputer shipped to Saudi Arabia years ago. Palm Bowl, stationed in Kuwait and funded by the local government, had its perks, like getting a peek at NSA intel. Fair? Maybe. But fairness wasn't exactly in the spy handbook. Saptica prater custer. Air Force Sergeant blinked at his screen. They're talking about their families? That was new. Palm Bowl had eavesdropped on plenty of Iraqi generals' personal dramas, bad jokes, questionable habits. But this? Unprecedented. "Evac," the chief master sergeant beside him muttered. "They're bugging out. Lieutenant," he called. The junior officer, distracted, was tracking something else entirely. Kuwait. International's upgraded radar had picked up another business jet heading from Iran to Baghdad. Same flight path, same transponder code as the day before. 400 miles wasn't much, just enough for the jet to hit cruising altitude and skim the edge of their radar range. Somewhere above, an Awade circled, feeding intel straight to Coke. But Pombol's ground team took pride in outsmarting their airborne counterparts, most of whom were Air Force, just like them. The lieutenant made a mental note before joining the sergeants. "What's up, Chief?" The chief scrolled through decrypted conversations, jabbing a finger at the timestamps. "Looks like someone's skipping town, ma'am." Just then, a familiar face slid into view. Major Ismail Sabah, a distant royal relative with a Dartmouth degree and a reputation for sharp wit. He'd stayed behind during the war, working with one of the smarter resistance cells. The Americans liked him. And right now, he looked like he knew something they didn't. For weeks, he'd stayed under the radar, meticulously tracking Iraqi troop movements and smuggling the intel across the border using untraceable cell signals that tapped into Saudi networks. The personal cost had been steep. 3 relatives lost to Saddam's brutality, but the experience had sharpened his instincts, leaving him with more than just a simmering hatred for Iraq. Now in his mid-30s, Major Sabah had grown wiser with each passing mission, his quiet intensity commanding respect. Leaning over the translator's workstation, he studied the flickering screen. "How do you say, 'rats abandoning ship' in Arabic?" The chief master sergeant beat the lieutenant to the reply. "You seeing that too, sir?" The American officer frowned. "They're fleeing to Iran." "Doesn't add up." Sabah's mouth twisted. "Neither did Tehran, seizing their fighter jets last year while sending the pilots home." "Cultural nuance matters, Lieutenant." She bit back the thought that nothing in this region followed logic. Radar updates scrolled in a private jet inbound from Mehrabad, same tail number as before. The chief shrugged. Kekmapski's still decrypting chatter. "Maybe 30 minutes?" Sabah lit a cigarette, unfazed by the no-smoking glares in the Kuwaiti-owned Pombal facility. His unassuming demeanor belied his rank. Veterans who'd heard his lectures at Sandhurst knew better. "Opinions?" he asked, exhaling smoke. "You called it, Major," the chief said. "They're bailing." Sabah's smile was razor-thin. "By sundown, Baghdad won't have a government. And our friends in Tehran, they're handing out matches to burn it down." The chief muttered, "Clusterfuck doesn't cover it." Meanwhile, the Gulfstream touched down smoothly after its sprint from Tehran. Bodrain checked his watch Swiss precision. The 5 passengers disembarked into a choreographed dance of insincere handshakes before Mercedes whisked them toward what might as well be a gilded execution chamber. Before the taillights vanished, 2 generals and their entourages emerged from the VIP lounge, boarding the jets so efficiently the tower crew couldn't pretend not to notice. Bodrain sighed. Security theater. No commercial flights meant no cover for their arrogance. These men would sooner walk than rub shoulders with civilians. The engines whined back to life, carrying them toward Mehrabad while the real game began. The tower personnel and terminal staff would quickly realize something unusual was happening when special flights arrived and departed under irregular protocols. While one odd flight might go unnoticed, a pattern would inevitably raise eyebrows. Ali Bodrain walked briskly back toward the VIP terminal, his professional pride slightly bruised. He preferred operating in complete secrecy. Yet he shrugged it off. After all, he'd just earned the favor of an influential leader by simply facilitating an inevitable decision through carefully chosen words. Life had its ironic twists. Same aircraft again, barely touched down before taking off. Someone muttered over the radio. An Army linguist monitoring the transmission noted the unusual detail, though aviation communications typically used English. This jet's chatter was entirely in Farsi. A feeble attempt at secrecy, really, only drawing more attention. The plane hadn't even paused to refuel, confirming the operation was prearranged. Meanwhile, high above the Persian Gulf, an Awags adjusted its patrol route, now tailing the mysterious jet with 4 Saudi F-15s in tow. Iranian and Iraqi surveillance teams would notice the shift, puzzled by the sudden interest in what seemed like routine traffic. The truth was, none of them had the full picture, just fragments of a puzzle with too many players. Inside the GIV, the atmosphere was tense. 2 generals murmured in hushed Arabic, their wives silent and uneasy. The children, oblivious, dozed or flipped through books. The bodyguards, however, were acutely aware of their helplessness. If things went south, their duty was little more than a death sentence. One guard shifted in his seat, grimacing as he felt something damp. He glanced down, red, sticky. Probably spilled juice, he thought, wiping his hands before returning to his seat. He didn't realize he'd just cleaned away evidence that would later become crucial. "Got it," announced the Chief Master Sergeant, reviewing the decrypted intel. That was Iraq's Vice Chief of the Air Force and the commander of their 2nd Corps, plus their families. The decryption had taken just over 2 hours. Expendable assets? The young lieutenant asked, earning an approving glance from the others. "Fairly so," Major Sabah confirmed. "Now we watch for another departure from Mehrabad, soon after this one lands." The lieutenant frowned. "Where to, sir?" Sabah smirked. "That's the real question, isn't it?" The chief, a seasoned operative, leaned back. "Sudan," he muttered. Sabah chuckled. "Wouldn't bet against you on that one." They needed to verify the flight schedules leaving Baghdad before making any final decisions, though he'd already alerted his higher-ups that something strange was unfolding. The Americans would soon have to face the same reality. Within 20 minutes, a preliminary alert shot from King Khalid Military City to Fort Meade, Maryland, arriving just past midnight at the Watch Center. The National Security Agency routed it through fiber optic cables to Langley, Virginia, straight into Mercury, the CIA's communications hub, before landing upstairs in the operations center, room 7F27 of the old headquarters. Each stop passed along raw intel, occasionally with local analysis tacked on, though more often without. If included, it was buried at the bottom, forcing the national intelligence officers to rehash the same conclusions. This system usually worked except when it didn't, and during a crisis, no one could tell the difference. Ben Goodley, the fresh-faced neo running the CIA's watch desk, had just earned his stripes along with the graveyard shift thanks to his junior status. He skimmed the pages, tearing them free from the stapled stack, then tossed them to his area specialist, a veteran with 2 decades more experience. "Meltdown," the specialist muttered by page 3. "Not shocking, but far from good news. Any doubts?" "Kid," the specialist drawled, "they're not heading to Tehran for souvenirs." Goodley exhaled. "Snee, me," he asked, referring to the high-stakes Special National Intelligence Estimate. "Witstaderder. The Iraqi government's crumbling. 3 days, tops." Goodley pushed back from his chair. "Let's get this drafted." Of course, crises never wait for a convenient moment. Whether it's a newborn wailing at 3 a.m. or a geopolitical collapse, the world delights in catching people off guard. This time, there were no assets in place to confirm the intel, no moves to make just the usual dance of letting the media stumble onto the truth first. The CIA would play dumb until then, reinforcing the illusion that journalists were just as sharp as intelligence agencies. A bitter pill for goodly, but routine. The SNE wrote itself in under 30 minutes short, blunt, and grim. The printer spat out copies for Langley's eyes, only before the secure modern whisked it off to every relevant agency. Meanwhile, over the Atlantic, Sergei Golovko fought for sleep in the first-class cabin of a brand-new Boeing 777. Aeroflot's upgrade from Soviet-era rattletraps to American-made jets was a welcome change, except for the nagging unease of trusting 2 engines instead of 4. At least the vodka was top shelf, and the seat reclined far enough to almost forget he was hurtling toward D. At 500 miles per hour. Wet, worn most. The mix of exhaustion and travel disorientation had granted him just over 5 hours of fitful sleep before jolting him awake somewhere above Greenland. His bodyguard, slumped in the neighboring seat, remained deep in the kind of dreamless rest their line of work permitted. Further back, the flight attendants dozed as best they could in their cramped jump seats. Sergei Nikolaevich couldn't help but contrast this with how things used to be back when he'd have been on a dedicated government jet, wired into real-time updates from Moscow's communication hubs. The irony gnawed at him. The moment you embarked on a crucial mission, the world inevitably erupted in chaos while you were mid-air, cut off from your advisors. Iraq and China simmered separately for now. But the real distance, he mused, wasn't between conflict zones. It was the cold expanse between Washington and Moscow, a gap measured in the groan of jet engines over a single sleepless night. Resigned, he shifted in his seat, knowing every minute of rest counted. The real challenge wasn't extraction from Iraq. It was the labyrinthine hopscotch from Iran to Sudan. Saudi airspace had been off-limits for years, forcing detours around the Arabian Peninsula, then a tedious crawl up the Red Sea. What should have been a straightforward flight became a marathon, with delays stacking like dominoes. Arrival in Khartoum, inspection of slapdash accommodations, coded confirmation calls. A direct route. Impossible. Even skirting Jordan meant brushing Israeli airspace, a non-starter for jumpy Iraqi brass. And secrecy? That just piled on the absurdity. Most men would have screamed at the inefficiency. But Mahmoud Haji Darye stood silently in the terminal's shadows, observing the choreographed shuffle between jets. Suitcases light, no doubt packed with gems and cash, changed hands. The whole transfer took minutes. Yet he'd waited decades for this mundane spectacle. For a holy man, the vanity of witnessing his own handiwork was unbecoming. But 2 decades of plotting, of broken fingers in Savic prisons, of outlasting his torturers, how could he not watch? His hands, mapped with scars, trembled slightly. Time, that impartial thief, felt crueler at 70. Each tick of the clock was a step closer to unfinished business. The jet taxied away, carrying pawns in a game far from over. Darrier remained silent, his expression unreadable as he watched the men being led away. They were mere pawns, following orders without understanding the hatred directed at him. A cleric had offered each condemned man prayers, not out of mercy, but because denying a soul its final plea to Allah was unthinkable. Did it matter? Their deaths came swiftly either way. A brief moment in time, insignificant compared to the decades he had spent in relentless pursuit of his purpose. While Khomeini had sought refuge in France, Darrier had stayed, working in the shadows, orchestrating his leader's vision. The Shah had made a fatal error, releasing him one of many missteps that sealed his fate. The man had wavered, caught between pleasing Western allies and appeasing clerics, a doomed balancing act in a land where compromise was weakness. As the Gulf Stream ascended, Darrier's thoughts sharpened. Iraq had chosen defiance, turning from God's path, and where had it led them? Hussein's wars had brought ruin, not glory. But Darier's vision was unshaken. Khomeini was gone, but the mission endured. Behind him lay the sacred cities Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem. He had walked the first two, but the third remained just beyond reach. A childhood dream deferred. His father, a merchant, had never taken him, though the reason escaped memory now. No matter, there would be time. He had performed the Hajj, despite the tensions with Saudi Arabia, kneeling before the Kaaba's shrouded mystery. Yet his ambition burned deeper. Islam spanned continents, fractured, leaderless for centuries. How it pained him one God, one truth, yet his followers divided. If only they understood. The world was flawed, yes, but change was possible. The Saudis were not evil, merely lost, drowning in wealth and corruption. They too would see the way. But first, Mecca must be his. Power was necessary, enemies inevitable. He had won battles before. Patience was the trial. If only time moved faster. Darier preached patience, yet his own life's work weighed heavily on him at 72. He refused to meet his end, like his mentor, unfinished. His grand vision barely begun. When his time came to stand before Allah, he wanted to speak of triumph, of achieving the sacred mission of reuniting the true faith. For that, he was prepared to go further than most could imagine. The depth of his commitment remained untested, his resolve unshaken by the moral shadows he might have to enter. With a final glance out the window, he stepped into the waiting car, his journey into the unknown already in motion. Meanwhile, intelligence operatives weren't the type to buy into coincidences, not when they had maps, flight data, and precise timing at their fingertips. The GIV's unrefueled range was no mystery, and its southbound trajectory from Tehran, cruising at 45,000 feet for efficiency, left little to speculation. Major Sabah studied the course. Sudan, he muttered, dismissing Brunei as too distant from the real prize Switzerland, where the money always flowed. A satellite signal flashed to Langley, waking a senior officer just long enough for a terse approval. The confirmation pinged back to Palm Bowl, a courtesy nod to Kuwaiti allies. Now, all that remained was the waiting game. Khartoum's CIA presence was skeletal, a station chief, a handful of field officers, and a secretary doubling for NSA signals. But the chief was sharp, cultivating local assets with ease. Sudan's government too broke for major secrets, had once played East against West for handouts. But the Cold War's end left them scrambling for scraps. Their leaders draped themselves in piety, shouting devotion loud enough to secure aid from Libya and Iran, all while cracking down on southern animists and dodging hardline rivals in their own capital. The truth: they preferred wealth over zealotry. For the Americans posted there, Khartoum was a gamble. Some days, the extremists stayed quiet, and the biggest hazards were the blistering heat and choking dust. Other days, less predictable. Right now, it was the former, just another miserable assignment in the bottom tier of diplomatic postings, where the environment alone was enough of a threat. The station chief saw this posting as his ticket to rapid career advancement. Though his family stayed behind in Virginia like most American officials, he didn't consider the location safe enough for spouses and kids. Beyond security concerns, the growing AIDS epidemic made even casual nightlife risky. Not to mention the nightmare of finding uncontaminated blood in an emergency. The embassy's army doctors stressed these dangers constantly, but the station chief brushed it off. The promotion and pay bump had been too good to pass up, and his performance had been stellar, especially his prized contact inside Sudan's foreign ministry, who fed Washington every scrap of intel on the country's activities. Never mind that Sudan wasn't exactly a global powerhouse. Langley's analysts preferred exhaustive intel on minor players over vague guesses about major ones. After a quick lunch, he drove to the airport, just outside the city. Security was predictably lax, so he parked in the shade near the private terminal, easier to surveil than the chaotic main one, especially with his long-range lens. A buzz from his phone confirmed the inbound flight was on approach, backed up by the sudden arrival of official vehicles. He'd already burned 2 grainy faxed photos into his memory. 2 Iraqi generals. Less toward, he mused. Not shocking, given their boss just kicked the bucket. Dictatorships had a nasty habit of offering early retirement via bullet. The sleek Gulfstream touched down with a puff of tire smoke. He snapped a few test shots, adjusting the aperture, then held his breath would they exit at the right angle. Luck was with him. The door dropped, and he fired off frame after frame as the generals stepped out, greeted by mid-level officials. The hugs told him everything. Click, click. One face matched perfectly. The other was close enough. The whole exchange took under 2 minutes. As the convoy sped off, he didn't bother tailing them. His mole would fill in the blanks. Instead, he lingered, capturing the jet's refueling before it took off again. Back at the embassy, he handed the film to a junior officer and dialed Langley. Confirmation, Goodley announced, rubbing his tired eyes. 2 Iraqi generals landed in Khartoum an hour ago. They're running. Sneeze looking sharp, Ben. The regional analyst remarked, smirking. Hope they notice we called it first. Goodley managed a dry chuckle. Next report better explain why they're running. The arriving day shift analysts could wrestle with that. Nothing good, he muttered. But it didn't take a spy to guess that. Across the world, Iran's ambassador in Khartoum was already on the phone to Tehran. Darrier's orders had been explicit. Spare no expense. The generals were to be treated like kings. Every luxury, every comfort. Iran was footing the bill. The entire operation wouldn't break the bank, but the locals in that region were easily swayed by modest amounts of cash. A mere $10 million peanuts by American standards had already been wired to guarantee smooth execution. A quick call from the Iranian ambassador confirmed the first phase was complete, the plane now en route. Perfect. Maybe now the Iraqis would start taking him seriously. Part of him itched to wipe those smug faces off the map, an easy enough task under the circumstances, but he'd made a promise, and this wasn't about petty revenge. As he hung up, his air minister scrambled additional jets to speed up the process. Time was of the essence. Bedrain hammered the same point home. News would leak within a day, maybe less. They were abandoning mid-level officers, too high-ranking to escape the coming chaos, too low to warrant the same protection as the generals. Those colonels and brigadiers wouldn't exactly be thrilled about becoming scapegoats for the public's fury. The realization was sinking in, but instead of motivating them to flee, it bred a gnawing dread that amplified every other fear lurking in the shadows. They were trapped on a sinking ship, miles from shore, with no lifeboats in sight. And the flames? Still climbing. He had to make them see that before it was too late. For Ryan, the routine had become second nature, the soft knock at dawn, more jarring than any alarm clock. His eyes snapped open, and he slipped into his robe, crossed the room, and collected the morning paper along with his schedule. Next stop, the bathroom. Then the sitting area while Kathy began her own wake-up ritual. Jack missed the simple pleasure of just reading the news. Sure, the intel briefings were usually more critical, but the Washington Post at least covered things that didn't involve national security, a small slice of normalcy. First on the agenda, an urgent snee tucked inside a manila folder. Rubbing his eyes, Ryan skimmed the contents. Not ideal, but it could have been worse. At least they hadn't dragged him out of bed for something he couldn't fix. A glance at his schedule confirmed Scott Adler, and that sharp-eyed Vasco would be stopping by to debrief. Good. Vasco knew his stuff. 1. Wexgedembering. Sergei Golovko today. Finally, a break. A quick press conference to announce Tony Britanno as SecDef, a list of potential landmine questions. Coffee in hand, Jack coughed as Kathy wandered in. Morning, Jack. He kissed her, grinning. Morning, honey. World still spinning? She asked, pouring her own cup. That answered his unspoken question, no surgeries today for the First Lady. On surgery days, she avoided coffee entirely, convinced that even the slightest caffeine-induced tremor could spell disaster when working on a patient's delicate eye tissue. Though she mostly used lasers these days, the mental image still made him wince. Looks like Iraq's government is collapsing, he remarked between sips. Kathy let out an amused huff. Didn't we have this conversation last week? That was just the opening scene, he countered. This is the dramatic finale. Or maybe the penultimate act. He couldn't help wondering what shocking twist might come next. Is this actually significant? Jack heard the crunch of toast as she spoke. Potentially. What's your schedule look like today? Patient consultations, post-op checkups, then Bernie's dragging me into another budget meeting. With a grunt, Jack turned to the early bird briefing, a curated digest of news from major publications. Kathy reappeared in his periphery, scanning his calendar. Golovko. Wait, isn't he that Russian official we met in Moscow? The one who made that joke about holding you at gunpoint. Jack didn't even glance up. Wasn't joking. Actually happened. You're kidding. He claimed afterward the weapon wasn't loaded, Jack added, though he'd always doubted that convenient detail. Kathy's skeptical expression made the president finally look up with an unexpected grin. Funny how time turned near-death experiences into cocktail party anecdotes. He was furious with me back then, right when I helped arrange the KGB director's defection. She folded her newspaper sharply. Jack, I can never tell when you're being serious. He considered this carefully. Technically, the First Lady wasn't government personnel, Kathy especially, being a surgeon who cared as much about politics as she did about synchronized swimming. While she lacked official security clearance, every president naturally shared secrets with their spouse. Why not? Her medical decisions carried life-altering consequences daily, one slip. And someone loses their vision. Maybe it's time I shared some stories, he conceded. But yes, Golovko once pressed a Makarov to my temple on a Moscow runway because I helped 2 high-ranking Russians defect. One happened to be his KGB superior. This revelation made her pause, suddenly understanding those night terrors that had haunted him years back. Where is he now? Somewhere in Virginia's Hunt country, I think. Jack vaguely recalled hearing about the man's daughter marrying into old money, near Winchester trading Soviet privilege for American aristocracy. The CIA pension certainly afforded comfortable living. Kathy knew her husband's humor well, those exaggerated Irish tales, but this confession carried the casual tone of discussing yesterday's ball game. She studied the back of his head thoughtfully as their children burst in. Daddy, Katie chirped, already dressed for school with morning cheer. Mommy, Tukosov meme. Sally trailed behind, scowling. What's wrong? Jura, Kathy asked. It's all these people everywhere. The teenager griped, snatching juice. Can't even walk around without being watched. She glared at the cereal options, no just right in sight, just those stupid frosted flakes again. The presidential family's mourning had officially shifted from global crises to domestic dramas. Living in the White House felt like staying in a grand hotel, only with far less privacy. Kathy picked up on the tension right away. "Which test do you have today?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Sally sighed. "Math." Kathy pressed further. "Did you study?" To which Sally rolled her eyes and replied, "Yes, Mom." Meanwhile, Jack tuned out the drama and poured Katie a bowl of Frosted Flakes, her favorite. Little Jack wandered in next, flipping on the Cartoon Network, where Wile E. Coyote's latest doomed scheme unfolded in glorious chaos, much to Katie's delight. Outside, the world was waking up. Ryan's intelligence advisor was polishing the morning brief, dreading the president's notoriously high standards. Downstairs, the chief usher oversaw last-minute repairs on the state floor, while the valet laid out the first family's outfits. Outside, engines hummed as the kids' school convoy prepped for departure. Maryland troopers scouted the route to Annapolis, and Marine One's rotors whirred to life, still no resolution on that Baltimore landing issue. The whole machine was already in motion. Gus Lorenz scowled at his desk, gripping the phone. His monkeys, where were they? The purchasing agent, half a world away, explained that bureaucratic delays had lost them the shipment. Now they'd have to track down another batch from the bush. A week minimum. Lorenz cursed under his breath. He'd planned to start his study today. Scribbling a note, he wondered who'd snatched up a truckload of African greens so fast. Rousseau in Paris, maybe. He'd call later. The WHO telex brought mixed news. Patient 2 was gone a plane crash. But no new cases. The outbreak might finally be over. Probably. Surreal. Under the microscope, it was the manga strain, the deadliest Ebola variant. The host, still a mystery. Maybe a rodent flattened by a truck. He shrugged. Nature had a dark sense of humor. Back in Hassanabad, patient 2 drifted in and out of agony. The morphine had been dialed back, leaving her just lucid enough to suffer. Pain radiated from her gut, her body betraying her inch by inch. Strapped down, she thrashed weakly until nausea hit. The blue-suited figure tilted the bed, and she retched black bile into a bucket. The sight of it made her whimper. This wasn't pain. This was annihilation. The momentary distraction from her agony only confirmed the inevitable. Her body was failing. The disease too advanced. Survival impossible. Sister Jean-Baptiste found herself pleading for death, the pain so unbearable it threatened to erode her faith. The thought burst into her fading mind like a grotesque jack-in-the-box, but this one wore the face of a demon. Where was Maria Magdalena? The fear of dying alone gnawed at her as she scanned the hazmat suits around her, searching for a familiar gaze behind the plastic visors. The eyes she met held pity, but no recognition, and the foreign words spoken by the medics only deepened her isolation. One medic secured her arm, ensuring it couldn't move more than a fraction of an inch, while another steadied it with gloved hands, careful to avoid the needle's path. With practiced precision, the first medic found a vein and slid the needle in smoothly, attaching a vacuum tube that filled with unnaturally dark blood. 3 more tubes followed before the needle was withdrawn, leaving behind a puncture that refused to clot. The medics exchanged grim glances, their earlier disbelief replaced by dread. No amount of training had prepared them for this, watching a woman dissolve from within, her cries piercing their suits like the wails of a tormented child. The blood samples were rushed to the hot lab, where Moody and the director observed from the safety of their office. "Unbelievable speed," the director murmured, shaking his head as the electron microscope revealed a battlefield, countless virus particles swarming like predators, the few antibodies helpless against the onslaught. Organs, had they been sampled, would have shown a spleen hardening into a mass of crystalline virus carriers. A laparoscopic exam might have offered fascinating insights, but the risk of hastening death kept them from proceeding. The science was compelling, But the horror of it all left even the most hardened men praying for her suffering to end. The analysis of her vomit revealed unsettling fragments of dead tissue from her upper digestive tract, not just torn free, but already necrotic. It was as if her body was shedding entire sections of itself, desperately trying to purge the infection while still clinging to life. Every expelled drop of contaminated blood was collected, spun in centrifuges, and flash frozen for future study. Meanwhile, fresh IV lines fed more blood back into her veins, a grim cycle of extraction and replenishment. Oddly, her heart remained strong, untouched by the ravages of the disease, unlike the first victim. Fascinating how the virus targets organs so selectively, the director mused, scanning the latest lab results. Modi turned away, the woman's silent suffering echoing in his mind despite the thick concrete walls separating them. A quick injection of potassium or a twist of the morphine valve would have been a kindness, but science demanded she endure. Could the African subject have had an undiagnosed heart condition? The director speculated. Possibly, Modi replied flatly. Liver failures progressing as predicted, the director noted, eyes flicking over the spiraling numbers. Textbook progression. Modi nodded. This strain exceeds even our expectations. Your work has been exemplary, the director added. Modi's smile was thin. Meanwhile, in Washington, President Ryan faced the press. Anthony Bertano holds dual MIT doctorates in mathematics and optical physics, he stated, wrapping up his defense secretary nomination. His industry record speaks for itself. Questions? A reporter seized the opening. Former Vice President Kealty claims, former is correct, Ryan cut in. He resigned. Let's not rewrite history. But he denies it, the reporter pressed. Ryan smirked. If he said he had brunch with Bigfoot, would you print that? The room rippled with stifled laughter. Ask your question. Kealty's demanding a judicial review. Your response? The FBI handles investigations, not commissions. Facts matter, and we all know what those facts are. Ryan's tone sharpened. Next question. Another reporter jumped in. You've called yourself an apolitical president, but the public wants clarity on key issues. Abortion, for example. Ryan didn't flinch. Personally, I oppose it. My faith informs that. But Roe v. Wade stands until the court says otherwise, and my job is to uphold the law, even when it conflicts with my beliefs. The reporter pounced. So you'd restrict a woman's right to choose? Ryan arched a brow. Choose what exactly? The room held its breath. Someone once attempted to murder my wife when she was carrying our son. And not long after, I stood helpless as my eldest child fought for life in a hospital bed. Those moments taught me the fragile value of life, lessons carved into me through pain. I wish others would weigh that gravity before choosing abortion. That doesn't address my question, Mr. President. I can't override the law, even if I disagree. The president doesn't get that privilege. Wasn't this basic civics? Then will you appoint Supreme Court justices who'd overturn Roe v. Wade? Ryan barely registered the cameras shifting or the scribbling pens. I've said before Roe was a judicial overreach. The court stepped into territory meant for legislatures. The Constitution stays silent on this, so it belongs to the states and Congress to decide. He warmed to the topic. When I nominate justices, I'll seek the sharpest legal minds. Think of the Constitution as America's scripture, and justices as its interpreters, not authors. If the document needs updating, we amend it. We've done that 27 times. So, you'll stack the court with originalists to kill Roe. Ryan exhaled. I'll pick judges who respect the Constitution's boundaries. I won't grill them on single issues. The Boston Globe reporter shot up. What if the mother's life is at risk? The church wants, of course her life comes first, Ryan cut in. But I don't speak for the Vatican. My job is upholding the law, even laws I'd change. Which you clearly want, the Globe pressed. Yes. Let state legislatures reflect their voters' will. That's democracy. The San Francisco Examiner scoffed. So some states ban it outright. Only if their citizens choose that. And poor women. Ryan's jaw tightened. Not my call. The Atlanta Constitution pounced. Do you back a federal abortion ban? No. This isn't a constitutional issue, it's legislative. The New York Times smirked. Let me summarize. You morally oppose abortion but won't stop it. You'll appoint conservative justices to gut Roe, yet reject a national ban. So, what do you believe? Ryan nearly snapped. I just explained. Next question. Thank you, Mr. President. A senior reporter barked, spotting Van Dam's frantic signals. Ryan retreated, baffled, until his chief of staff seized his arm and shoved him against the wall. This time the Secret Service didn't blink. Nice job, Jack. You just managed to tick off every single person in America. The president blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Arnie groaned, rubbing his temples. You don't light up a cigarette while filling your tank, for crying out loud. Do you even realize what you just pulled? It was clear Jack had no clue. The pro-choice crowd thinks you're coming for their rights. The pro-lifers think you just spat on their cause. Perfect execution, Jack. You united the nation in hating you in under 5 minutes. Van Dam stormed away before he said something he'd regret, leaving Ryan standing there, baffled. Anyone care to explain? The Secret Service agents stayed silent. Politics wasn't their lane, and honestly, they were just as divided as the rest of the country. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Lieutenant Colonel Duke Masterman perched on the turret of his Abrams, grinning like a kid who just raided the cookie jar. Below him, the Negev desert was littered with dead Israeli tanks, their purple smoke curling into the sky like some bizarre art installation. The 7th Armored Brigade, legendary for holding the Golan against impossible odds, had just been steamrolled in under half an hour. Buffalo 6, this is Guidon 6. Game over, sir. The trap sprung. Colonel Magruder's chuckle crackled over the encrypted line. Roger that, Duke. Get down here for debrief. Our Israeli friends are gonna be thrilled. Masterman hopped into his Humvee, still riding the high. His driver, Perkins, shot him a smirk. Another flawless victory, sir. Masterman puffed on his cigar, savoring it. Like taking candy from a baby if the baby had a tank battalion. Overhead, Israeli jets screamed past, probably fuming at the mock SAM hits that had grounded them. Tough luck. The debrief room was a carbon copy of Fort Irwin's smaller screen, plusher chairs, and blessedly smoke-friendly. Masterman strode in like he owned the place, dusting sand off his desert camo. The Israeli brigadier waited, jaw clenched. His unit's pride had just been handed to them in a box. Masterman extended a hand. General. The pause before the handshake said it all. Pride stung. Lessons learned. Lieutenant Colonel Nick Sardo of the 2nd Bighorn Squadron shrugged off the tension with a casual remark. Nothing personal, just business, after outmaneuvering Major Masterman's forces with the Israeli 7th Armored caught in the middle. The senior observer controller, leading a joint American-Israeli team that seemed equally uncomfortable with the outcome, called the group to order. A playback of the simulated battle flashed on the screen, revealing how the blue-marked Israeli vehicles had advanced into the valley, only to be lured away from Guidon's defensive positions. Mistaking the feigned retreat for a trap, the 7th swung west, hoping to flank their opponents, only to slam into a line of entrenched tanks. Before they could regroup, Bighorn struck from the east at blistering speed, leaving Doug Mills's 3rd Dakota Squadron twiddling their thumbs in reserve. The lesson was painfully clear. Skipping proper reconnaissance had cost them dearly. Watching the replay, Brigadier Benjamin Eitan visibly sagged in his seat. The Americans kept straight faces, though they'd all been on the receiving end of such humiliations before. "Your scouts didn't push far enough, Benny," the senior Israeli advisor offered gently. Eitan bristled. "Arabs don't fight like this." Masterman cut in with a dry chuckle. "They're supposed to, General. Soviet Doctrine 101, lure them into the kill zone and seal the exit. Hell, you wrote the playbook back in '73 with those Centurions." The tension dissolved as Eitan cracked a reluctant grin. "Guess I did, didn't I?" The room's mood shifted, thanks to Masterman's well-timed flattery. These weren't just paper-pushing theorists. Magruder, Sarto, Mills, and Masterman had earned their stripes in the Gulf, where the 2nd Cavalry had annihilated an elite Iraqi brigade under near-blind conditions. The Israelis knew the stories, which made this defeat sting even more. Eitan was fresh in command, still learning what every officer eventually discovered. The UNTS simulations were crueler than real combat. Pride was the Achilles heel, and the Op 4's job was to grind it out of them. As the debrief wrapped up, the unspoken thought hung in the air: don't mess with the Buffalo Soldiers. The regiment's reputation, rebuilt under Marion Diggs, had spread through the EDF ranks. Despite the bruises they handed out in training, the 10th's troopers had become local legends, respected, even liked, as they strolled through town with that unmistakable swagger. The U had sent the 10th Armored Cavalry Regiment and 2 squadrons of F-16s to bolster Israel's defenses, a clear signal of commitment. Their mission wasn't just presence. They drilled Israeli ground forces into a state of readiness unseen since the dark days of Lebanon, where the army had nearly lost its way. Eitan, sharp and relentless, absorbed every lesson. By the time training wrapped up, he'd be giving his instructors a run for their money, or so the squadron commanders joked, knowing they didn't hand out victories for free. Golovko strolled into the Oval Office with a smirk. "Mr. President, I recall your rousing speeches on the joys of democracy." Ryan barely glanced up. "Catch my press briefing this morning." The Russian chuckled. "Back in my day, talk like that got people shot." Andrea Price, lingering by the door, clenched her jaw. Who did this guy think he was? Needling the president like that? Ryan waved her off. "We don't handle things that way here. Give us the room, Andrea." The door clicked shut, sealing them in a quiet dance of diplomacy. No aides, no note-takers, just the hum of hidden mics recording every word. Both men knew it. The empty room was a courtesy, a nod to their tangled history. Jack exhaled. How many layers of gamesmanship did one meeting need? Golovko broke the silence. "Thank you." Ryan leaned back. "Come on, we're past formalities. Weren't we better as enemies?" The Russian grinned. "You were a worthy adversary. And now, how's the family adjusting?" Jack shrugged. "About as smoothly as I am." He shifted gears. "You had time to prep at the embassy?" Golovko nodded. Ryan was, as always, steps ahead. The Russian had walked from 16th Street, avoiding the usual motorcade spectacle. Didn't expect Iraq to collapse so fast, Golovko admitted. Neither did we, Ryan replied. But you're not here for Iraq. China. Your satellites see what ours do. Their military's on high alert. Ryan frowned. Analysts are split. Could be posturing over Taiwan, their navy's expanding. Their navy's green, Golovko countered. But their army. Their missiles? Those won't swim across the strait. The unspoken question hung heavy. Ryan turned to the window where the Washington Monument stood, ringed by flags. He thought of Washington's warning, no entangling alliances. Simpler times. Now the world moved at supersonic speed. If you're asking what I think, no. America won't stand for China attacking Russia. Destabilizing the region hurts everyone, including your path to democracy. We've been enemies long enough. Golovko's smile faded. They want what we have. The age of conquest is over, Sergei. And if they move anyway. Ryan met his gaze. We'll deal with it then. Right now we're watching. Closely. Golovko leaned in. You don't understand them. Ryan didn't flinch. Then enlighten me. The chessboard between them crackled with tension, each move calculated, every word a gambit. The tension in the room was palpable as the two seasoned intelligence officers exchanged knowing glances. Does anyone truly understand what they're after? One mused, shaking his head. Do you think they even know themselves? Golovko leaned back with a wry smile, the unspoken camaraderie of professionals who'd spent decades navigating the fog of geopolitics. That's the heart of the problem, he admitted. Explaining unpredictable actors to my president is like describing smoke, you see it. But it shifts before you can grasp it. Both sides have resources, yet the equation looks entirely different depending on where you stand. And then there's the human factor, those aging leaders clinging to yesterday's playbook. Jack Ryan rubbed his temple, the weight of multiple crises pressing down. History, culture, economic ties, and let's not forget, I'm playing catch-up on this region. My career was spent deciphering your moves, not theirs. When Golovko pressed for commitment, Ryan held up a hand. Too soon for guarantees. But we'll pull every lever to stop this from escalating. Because if it does, he locked eyes with the Russian. We both know how that ends. And no, Sergei, don't pretend they're oblivious, nobody's that reckless. The conversation pivoted abruptly as Ryan slid grainy surveillance photos across the table, catching Golovko off guard. Sudan, this morning. Directives south. The Russians studied the images, though the faces meant nothing. The metadata told the real story. Trust, even among adversaries, had its unspoken rules. Then came the grim update on Iraq. Lost an entire network, Golovko muttered. Interrogations first, then bullets. What's left whispers about generals mobilizing. Ryan's jaw tightened. Iran's in the mix too. Darier's fingerprints are all over this, but proving it. A frustrated pause. We're both flying blind here. Meanwhile, far from the polished halls of power, Bedrain hustled across a dimly lit airstrip, coordinating evacuations like some high-stakes concierge. The early departure of the first jet bought time barely. 2 more generals to extract, then repeat until the clock ran out. He almost laughed at the absurdity. Orchestrating escapes while calculating which flight might draw enemy fire. The generals still didn't grasp that the last plane out could mean a one-way trip for those left behind. Justice here wasn't nuanced. But the paycheck was hefty, and survival, he figured, was just another gamble. Outside the airport walls, Iraq's simmered soldiers patrolled, but the ground was shifting. 3 days. Made eternity. The drafted soldiers, and even the elite guards had been stuck in the same monotonous routine for days, a situation that slowly eroded their discipline. They shuffled aimlessly, chain-smoking, whispering among themselves what was really happening. At first, no answers came. Sergeants barked orders to stay focused, following instructions from company officers, who got their directives from battalion staff, and so on up the chain. But eventually, the question would reach someone at the top who had no higher authority to silence them. Then, like a boomerang, doubt would ripple back down the ranks. An army could feel this unrest, like a splinter in the foot, small but dangerous. If left untreated, infection could spread, poisoning the whole system. The generals should have known better, but they didn't. Something about power in this region made them forgetful. They mistook their lavish villas, servants, and luxury cars for permanent entitlements, not realizing they could vanish like morning mist. Fear of Darii still outweighed their fear of their own people, a fatal miscalculation. But Drain found it irritating. But worse, his survival now hinged on their incompetence. The right-side cabin seat was still damp when the general's youngest daughter sat in it. She absent-mindedly licked her fingers after touching the moisture, only for her mother to scold her and send her to wash up. The mother then snapped at the Iranian steward in the back, who quickly moved the girl and noted to have the seat cleaned or replaced once they landed in Mehrabad. The tension had eased slightly. The first officers checking in from Khartoum reported everything secure. A Sudanese platoon guarded their temporary residence, and the generals had already decided to donate generously to the local treasury to ensure their safety during what they hoped would be a short stay. Meanwhile, their intelligence chief back in Baghdad scrambled to arrange permanent housing, cold-calling contacts across borders. Switzerland. Too chilly in weather and demeanor, but safe, and for those with deep pockets, conveniently anonymous. Who owns those 3 GIVs? Lieutenant Sabah flipped through the database, confirming the Swiss-registered tail numbers. Corporate jets, he reported. 3 of them, plus a few turboprops for European hops. Digging deeper would reveal the usual setup. A shell company posing as an import-export business, a storefront for show, a modest bank account, and a law firm ensuring every rule was followed to the letter. Swiss precision meant the corporation would blend into the background, untouchable as long as the money kept flowing and the paperwork stayed clean. Major Sabah clenched his jaw as he watched the departing generals. Rule breakers would soon discover this nation could be just as unwelcoming as the dictatorship they were fleeing. A truth everyone grasped all too well. What gnawed at him was recognizing those first 2 faces in the crowd, and likely knowing the others being transported as well. How satisfying it would have been to drag them before a Kuwaiti court, especially after what they'd done during the invasion. Most had been low-ranking back then, but they'd still taken part in the looting and destruction. Sabah remembered those tense nights slipping through alleyways, pretending to be just another frightened civilian while others fought back openly brave, but reckless. Too many had been captured and executed, their families wiped out alongside them. The handful who survived were hailed as heroes now, showered with honors, though few knew their resistance had relied on intelligence he'd risked his neck to gather. Not that he cared about recognition. His family had money, and he thrived in the shadows. What mattered was ensuring Kuwait would never be caught off guard again. That he'd personally guarantee. Still, the real threat wasn't the generals leaving, it was who'd fill their vacant seats. That thought kept him up at night. Meanwhile, on a midday news segment, Ed Cailty leaned back with a practiced sigh. Let's be honest, Ryan's performance was weak across the board. Britanno, a corporate guy who turned his back on public service years ago. I was there when his name came up before, and he flat out refused a high-ranking post. Too busy chasing profits, I suppose. Sure, he's sharp, a decent engineer, but Secretary of Defense? Keelty shook his head, his smile dripping with condescension. Not but chance. The interviewer, Barry, shifted gears. Your thoughts on Ryan's abortion stance? Keelty's tone turned smooth, almost pitying. That's the core issue, Barry. He isn't actually the president. His press room fumble proved it contradictory, tone deaf. Row the fiv. Wade is settled law. All he had to do was say that. Presidents don't have to like every law, but they must enforce them. His blunder wasn't just insensitivity toward women's rights, it was sheer incompetence. Ryan didn't even bother listening to his briefers. A loose cannon like that has no place in the White House. Barry opened his mouth to interject, but Keelty cut him off with a raised hand. This isn't some wild claim. It's fact. I never resigned. When Durling died, the presidency passed to me. Ryan needs to convene a judicial panel to settle this, unless he cares more about power than the Constitution. He paused, feigning magnanimity. Now I believe Jack's acting in good faith. He's honorable, even courageous. But right now? Mad. He's lost. In the Oval Office, Arnie Van Dam muted the screen with a snort. Cool as a cucumber, isn't he? Ryan shot up from his chair. For God's sake, Arnie, that's exactly what I said. I repeated it, the law's the law. Van Dam arched a brow. Remember our talk about keeping your temper? He waited until Ryan's fists unclenched before turning the volume back up. Keelty's voice oozed faux concern. But the real alarm. Ryan's Supreme Court remarks. He's made it clear he wants to drag this country backward. The conversation turned to political litmus tests, abortion rights, judicial appointments, and the looming threat to affirmative action. It was unsettling to imagine how much influence the current administration could wield, especially when shaping the courts. Barry. The truth is Ryan has no clue what he's doing, the voice on the screen continued. What we heard today. Terrifying, plain and simple. Jack bristled. Am I living in some alternate reality, Arnie? I never mentioned litmus tests or strict constructionists. That was all the media spinning their own narrative. Arnie sighed. It doesn't matter what you actually say. It's what sticks in people's minds. On the television, Barry pressed further. Just how much harm could President Ryan realistically cause? Arnie had to admire the setup. Keelty had played Barry like a fiddle, luring him into phrasing the question just right, acknowledging Ryan's title, while planting seeds of doubt. The average viewer wouldn't catch the manipulation, but Arnie saw it clear as day. The man was a master. Keelty responded with the solemn tone of a doctor delivering bad news. With the government in chaos, it could take years to undo the damage. Not because he's malicious, he's not, but because he's utterly unprepared for the job. The screen cut to commercials, and Arnie switched it off. Mr. President, I wasn't concerned before. Now, Surreal and a stare, Vertree is a decree. He let the silence hang. By tomorrow, major papers will be calling for a judicial commission. You won't have a choice but to let it happen. Jack's jaw tightened. The law doesn't demand that. The law is irrelevant right now, Arnie interrupted. There's no Supreme Court to interpret it. This is about perception. The media shapes public opinion, and Keelty. He's a natural. You can't outmaneuver him at his own game. Jack's temper flared. He resigned. Congress confirmed me as VP. Roger died, and now I'm president. That's the damn law, and I swore to uphold it. I didn't ask for this, but I won't back down. There was more to it, though. Jack despised Keelty, his politics, his arrogance, the way he treated women. You know what he is, Arnie. Jack spat. Arnie didn't hesitate. A fraud. A smooth-talking opportunist who's never worked a real job in his life. He spent decades dictating policy without ever understanding the people it affects. A hypocrite who'll win unless you start fighting smarter. His words were a cold splash of reality. Because he knows the rules, and you're still learning. Meanwhile, in another file, a patient's records noted a trip to Thailand last October, where he'd indulged in the kind of escapades the country was infamous for. Pierre Alexandre, a captain stationed at a military hospital in the tropical region, had once been reckless in his younger days. Back then, he hadn't given it much thought. Youthful indiscretions were expected, after all. But that was before the shadow of AIDS loomed large. Now he found himself delivering life-altering news to a 36-year-old white businessman who had just tested positive for HIV. The man's wife needed immediate testing, especially since she was pregnant. The weight of the moment settled on Alexandre's shoulders like a judge's gavel. At least a death sentence in court came after a trial with appeals and due process. This man's only crime, being lonely, drunk, and far from home, maybe after a fight with his wife, maybe just tempted by the exotic allure of local women. Now there was no appeal, no second chance. Alexandre forced himself to offer hope. Breakthroughs could happen, he was part of the fight, after all, but the patient's chart gave him a decade at best. The irony wasn't lost on him. "You don't look very happy," came a voice. He glanced up to see Dr. Kathy Ryan standing with her tray, Roy Altman beside her. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter, but the mood at their table was somber. "E-strain case," Alexandra muttered, and Kathy's expression darkened. "If from Thailand. The Prav to Tile, Philethiui. You keep up with Eminem, I see," he replied dryly. She pressed further. "You sure?" "Ran the test twice. Business trip, pregnant wife, the whole mess." Roy Altman, part of Kathy's security detail, frowned. "What traits of AIDS?" "E-strain," Alexander clarified. "Different from the B strain we usually see here. Africa's got its own version." The Kathy jumped in. "B strain's harder to catch, mostly through blood contact or certain sexual behaviors. But Taverbit-Staffshire, it jumps easier, especially between men and women." "Bad luck still counts," Alexandra added grimly. Roy leaned in. "How bad is it?" Kathy sighed. "Remember Ralph Forster? Went to Thailand years ago. First thing they offered him at customs. Girls for the night. That's when he knew it was out of control." Alexandra nodded, remembering his own past temptations. This time he didn't shudder, just felt the weight of the numbers, cold and unrelenting. "Mr. Altman, the numbers coming out of Thailand's military recruitment are staggering. Almost 1 in 3 new recruits tests positive for H, predominantly the aggressive E-strain variant." The weight of that statistic hung in the air. "A full third," Altman repeated, struggling to process it. Kathy nodded grimly. "Worse than last year's 25% when Ralph visited. These aren't estimates, they're hard, ugly facts." Her clinical tone barely concealed the dread beneath. "At this rate, Thailand's future is on borrowed time. Back in med school, I assumed cancer research was the pinnacle for the brilliant minds." She gestured toward a group of researchers across the room. "Marty, Bert, Kurt, Louise, the genius squad over there. I didn't think I had the stomach for it, so I chose ophthalmology instead. Turns out, we'll crack cancer one day. But these shape-shifting viruses, they're playing a different game." Alexandre, ever the optimist, leaned forward. "The answer lies in decoding how viral genes hijack our cells. Compared to the chaos of human genetics, Viruses are predictable little demons, limited tricks, finite patterns. Crack their playbook, and we can dismantle them all. So you're studying human DNA? Altman asked. Smaller than that, Alexander corrected. We're reverse engineering the genome like a broken clock, identifying each cog, testing its function. Eventually, we'll see the whole mechanism. Kathy interjected, and when we do, it'll boil down to numbers. Pure mathematics. Atlanta's team says the same thing, Alexander admitted. Altman frowned. Math less be preg. Mos helperbe. Think of genetics as a four-letter alphabet, A, C, G, T, Alexander explained. Their sequences form equations we don't yet understand. Solve those, and you unlock every disease. Gus isn't wrong. This is cryptography on a biological scale. Kathy's eyes gleamed. Someday, some prodigy will step up, swing for the fences, and rewrite medicine's future. Imagine erasing diabetes, myopia hell, maybe even mortality itself. Alexandre chuckled. Putting us all out of jobs, especially you, Kathy. No more cataracts to fix. She shot back with a smirk. Trauma surgeons will always have work, Professor. But you. Enjoy the Nobel while it lasts. Yet as they bantered, Alexandra's thoughts darkened. Would any breakthrough come in time for today's E-strain patients? Da tabbing, Circuit recover. Meanwhile, in another ward, Jean-Baptiste fevered curses, a mix of French and Flemish, echoed off the walls. The medics didn't comprehend her words, but Modi recognized the delirium. The virus had breached her brain, severing her connection to reality, to prayer, even to pain. Her heart faltered, a grim mercy. Perhaps, he thought, oblivion was kinder than awareness for someone who'd endured so much. Her suffering had transcended the physical. Now it was a storm. Her mind no longer had to weather. The doctor clung to the illusion of mercy, but what lay before him was a grotesque parody of it. The patient's face was now a map of angry rashes, her skin stretched thin like wax paper over pooling blood. Her eyes, if they still functioned, were drowning in hemorrhages, their light fading fast. Just 30 minutes ago, she had nearly slipped away, choking on her own vomit, while medics scrambled to clear her airway without tearing their gloves. The restraints, though padded, had gnawed through her flesh, leaving raw, weeping tracks. Her veins were collapsing, turning the IV lines into a cruel joke. Half the fluid seeped uselessly onto the sheets, the rest as lethal as arsenic. Even the hardened medics had reached their limit. One dipped his gloved hands into a bucket of iodine, shaking off the excess like a man preparing to handle radioactive waste. The fear was irrational. Their gear was more than enough, but Modi couldn't fault them. As the shift changed, one departing medic cast a final glance, silently begging God to spare him from returning to this hell. Outside, an army doctor in head-to-toe plastic herded the team through decontamination, where suits would be doused, burned, and still leave them sleepless for days. For a wild moment, Modi wished for a gun. Even an air bubble to the heart, but her ravaged veins might not cooperate. Her resilience was the cruelest twist. Petite, but forged by decades of labor, her body refused to surrender, dragging out the agony. Modi, the director chided, voice like a scalpel. Would an African hospital do any different? They'd pump her full of fluids, same as us. Her faith forbids mercy killing, if anything. We're gentler. He flipped the chart. 5 liters. Good. Modi's protest died before it began. When her heart stops, the director continued, we take everything. Liver, kidneys, spleen. Then the real work. Someone should pray for her. You will, the director said, almost kindly. You're a good doctor, too good. If she could be saved, you'd have done it. Even she knows that. What we're doing is for unbelievers, the director finished. For those who despise us, our land, our prophet. Yes, she's virtuous. Allah will show mercy. But her fate, not our choice. He clapped Maudi's shoulder, the gesture heavy as a shackle. For check, sir. The young doctor was exceptionally skilled, perhaps too skilled for his own good. The director silently thanked God that his years had been spent in labs rather than the field, sparing him the same vulnerabilities. Bedrain was adamant. This time, 3 generals were involved. The plane was packed, one seat, even holding 2 small children strapped together. They finally grasped the stakes. He had made it clear, gesturing toward the control tower where operators had monitored every flight. By now, they had to know something was wrong, but arresting anyone would only stir more chaos. Families would notice their absence. Neighbors would talk. It was inevitable. Just send a damn passenger plane next time, he nearly snapped, though he knew Tehran would never listen. Someone would protest, whether in Iran or Iraq, and objections always led to bloodshed. Mew always. Now all he could do was wait, his nerves frayed. Coffee replaced the whiskey he might have turned to years ago. Back in Lebanon before it, like Bahrain, became another battleground he'd indulged in Western vices without a second thought. But not tonight. Death loomed too close, and sinner or not, he was still a Muslim. He'd made it sober. The trembling in his hands. Just caffeine. Nothing more. Across the world, Tony Bertano leaned forward in his chair. "You're Jackson?" he asked, eyeing the man who'd spent the morning briefing acting chiefs. Now it was the grunt's turn. "Yes, sir." "J. Free." "Guess that makes me your ops guy," Robbie replied, unusually calm for once, no frantic stack of papers in hand. How bad is it?" Bertano pressed. Jackson didn't sugarcoat it. "We're stretched thin. 2 carrier groups are tied up near India. Light infantry's headed to the Marianas to handle the Japanese pullout mostly for show. No real trouble expected. Our forward air units are back stateside refitting. Japan's surrender went smoothly, but..." He hesitated. "If we had to mobilize like 91? We couldn't. Not with current numbers." Bertano chewed his sandwich thoughtfully. "So, you're saying we need more F-22s, maybe restart B-2 production?" "Stealth proved itself, sir. We need every advantage we can get." The SecDef nodded. "And the rest?" Jackson's voice turned grim. "We're running on fumes. My job's to make miracles happen, but miracles get people killed." General Moore praised the Japan op. "Sure, but we were one mistake away from disaster. American forces shouldn't have to improvise. We're supposed to make enemies think twice before we even land." Bertano set his sandwich down. "The president's given me 2 weeks to overhaul this mess." Jackson's blood ran cold. "Where's 2 weeks?" If shock had a color, he'd have turned ghostly white. The Secretary of Defense leaned back in his chair, studying Jackson with a calculating gaze. "How many years have you worn that uniform, son?" he asked, though the answer was already clear in his posture. "Including my time at the academy." "Let's just say 3 decades, Jackson replied, keeping his tone measured. Bertano exhaled sharply. "If you can't deliver by tomorrow, you're not the right man for this. But I'll cut you some slack 10 days. Jackson barely suppressed a smirk. "With all due respect, sir, I'm operations, not manpower." "My job is exactly," Bertano cut in. "Manpower exists to support what operations demands. The shooters call the shots here, not the bean counters. That's the mistake True made before I stepped in. letting accountants dictate terms to engineers. Ridiculous. His expression darkened. No. If you're building something, the engineers drive the vision. Here, the warriors define the mission, and finance finds a way to make it work. There's friction, sure, but the front line decides. Jackson almost laughed. The man had a point. What's the scope? He asked instead. Britanno didn't hesitate. Assume the worst-case scenario, not some pie-in-the-sky hypothetical, but the most plausible disaster. Then build me a force that can handle it. Both men knew the truth. The old 2.5 wars doctrine had always been a pipe dream, even under Eisenhower. Now, the Navy was a shadow of its former self. The Army had been gutted. The Air Force, for all its tech, had downsized drastically. The Marines, still sharp, but they weren't meant to fight alone. The military wasn't broke, but years of austerity had left it brittle. 10 days? Jackson echoed. Britanno smirked. You've already got a draft in your desk, don't you? Every planner did. A little polished, sir, but yes, Jackson admitted. Britanno's voice turned serious. Jackson, I followed your work in the Pacific. One of my old trial guys, Skip Tyler, used to analyze this stuff with me. War isn't just about firepower, it's about outthinking the enemy. I'm a damn good engineer, but you? You know how to fight. So I'll back your play, but I need honesty. Not wish lists. Trim the fat, streamline the bureaucracy. That's manpower's job. This place should be run by operators, not paper pushers. Is bithing? Jackson nodded. Crystal, sir. Britanno stood. Right spearing, 10 days. Sooner if you can. The phone rang the moment the door closed. Clark snatched it up. Clark, he said tersely. Holtzman, came the reply. Clark's grip tightened. Let me guess you won't tell me how you got this number. The reporter chuckled. Smart man. Remember that stake at Esteban's? Clark feigned indifference. Das Daughterplers Steckritter even too. Been a while. It hadn't been a stake, but the recording devices didn't need to know that. I owe you. Dinner tonight. Clark's jaw clenched. I'll call you back. He hung up and stared at the receiver. What the hell was Holtzman playing at? Arnold Van Dam clenched his jaw as the New York Times reporter smirked across the table. That's not what Jack said, the chief of staff insisted, though the journalist just shrugged. Semantics, Arnie. You know exactly what he implied. Van Dam fought the urge to slam his coffee cup down this vulture, was enjoying himself far too much. The media had become a pack of self-appointed referees, rewriting statements into whatever narrative sold papers. Worse, they'd convinced themselves this was their divine right rather than what it really was. Corporate entertainment disguised as journalism. Ryan wasn't like the others. The man had stumbled into the Oval Office, carrying nothing but a sense of duty and a stack of history books. No polished sound bites, no calculated dodges, just blunt honesty that made reporters squirm. He's not picking Supreme Court justices from some activist clearance rack, Van Dam snapped. Try listening to his actual words instead of twisting them into clickbait. The reporter's grin widened. They always did this, framed every clarification as a walkback, every nuance as weakness. Then came the cheap shot about Iowa Rotary clubs. Van Dam's grip tightened on his pen. Funny, he said, voice dripping with sarcasm. Last I checked, the Constitution didn't require presidents to pass your Manhattan cocktail party test. The reporter fired back with Keelty's name like it was some trump card, as if a disgraced politician's presidential demeanor mattered more than, say, not assaulting staffers. Van Dam almost laughed. These were the people lecturing him about professionalism? He caught himself before mentioning the security footage from the Roosevelt room last week, the way this same correspondent had groveled for exclusive access after Ryan's NATO speech. No, the game was rigged. The press got to make the rules, break them, then write the headlines about whoever dared object. And the worst part? They genuinely believed they were the good guys. The situation had reached a breaking point. "We'll have to let this unfold," he muttered. "What's the time stance on this?" The reporter assured him, "I'll send you their editorial." The tension was unbearable. He grabbed the phone, punching in the familiar digits as he gazed into the gathering storm outside. Night had fallen, and thick clouds promised a relentless downpour, a miserable evening leading to an uncertain dawn. The call connected almost instantly. "Bedrain speaking. We'll need a bigger plane next time." The voice on the other end responded, "We have a 737 ready, but I need clearance to deploy it." "I'll handle things on my end," Bedrain replied. What had truly set him in motion was the eerie silence on the news. Normally saturated with political drama, tonight's broadcast had skipped it entirely. No debates, no fiery speeches. Instead, they aired a segment about an aging Shia mosque, its crumbling walls framed as a tragedy of neglect. The report carefully omitted the real reason for its decay. It had once been a gathering spot for dissidents accused of plotting against Iraq's former leader. The footage showed 5 clerics gesturing at the faded tiles, their faces unmistakable, the same men who had been taken hostage. Yet no soldiers were visible, and 2 of those clerics were well-known figures. Someone had gotten to the media. The message was clear: comply or face the consequences. Would the public recognize those faces and grasp the warning? The answer could be deadly. But the masses weren't the real concern. It was the officers, the colonels, the majors, the generals not yet aligned with the new order. Soon they'd realize their predicament. Some already had. The phones would buzz with frantic calls, some met with silence, others with deception. They'd talk, they'd scheme, and within hours they'd have to choose. For those tied to the old regime, survival meant betrayal. The colonels would turn on the generals just like criminals everywhere, sacrificing the bigger target to save themselves. Bedrain relayed the update. The 737 is on standby. Plenty of space. He'll be here in 90 minutes. The deputy chief of staff hesitated. And we won't be executed at Mehrabad. Bedrain's reply was icy. Would you rather die here? What if this is a setup? Then the 5 TV personalities will pay the price. Of course they wouldn't. That would require loyalty from troops still devoted to dead men, a loyalty that didn't exist. The hostage-taking had been a desperate move, already undermined. Maybe by the media, maybe by the colonel overseeing the clerics' guard, a supposed intelligence expert, a Sunni loyalist, a Baalist's son. If even he was wavering, the party itself was crumbling. It was all moving too fast. The clerics wouldn't have hidden their true intentions, right? Yet in the grand scheme of things, it hardly mattered. Executing the hostages wouldn't change anything. The generals were trapped. Staying meant certain death. And martyrdom wasn't exactly a deal-breaker for Iranian religious leaders. It was woven into the very fabric of Shia belief. The decision had been set in stone long before these commanders even realized it. If they'd been sharper, more capable, they would have been purged years ago by the very regime they served. Understood, the highest ranking among them finally muttered. Bedrain picked up the phone and dialed again. America's constitutional crisis had been simmering beneath the surface, but yesterday brought it into sharp relief. On the surface, it might look like bureaucratic wrangling, but the stakes were anything but trivial. John Patrick Ryan had the skills, sure, But was he truly up to the task of leading a nation in chaos? Early signs weren't exactly reassuring. Running a government wasn't a gig for rookies. Sure, the U had turned to outsiders before, but they'd always been the exception, easing into their roles with time to adjust. This mess. No time for training wheels. So far, Ryan had managed to keep things from imploding his interim FBI pick. Daniel Murray was solid, and George Winston, while politically green, was a decent placeholder for Treasury. Scott Adler, though? The guy was a diplomatic ace, probably the sharpest in the current cabinet. Ryan skimmed past the next two paragraphs. Vice President Edward Keelty, flaws and all, knew the system inside out. His moderate stance offered stability at least until the next election. But was any of it real? Do you even care? Ryan muttered at the editorial draft. They trust him. You're the wild card, Arnie shot back. Then the phone buzzed. Yeah, particle Peway. Mr. President, Foley's on the line. Says it's urgent. Patch him through. Buddy Yaller, dit the Surdenheiner. You're on speaker. Arnie's listening. Jack hit the button and set the receiver down. It's happening. Iran's moving fast big time. Got a live feed if you want it. The tree, play it. Jack knew the drill. His office, like others, was wired to secure Pentagon feeds. He grabbed the remote and the screen flickered to life. The clip lasted barely 15 seconds before looping, then freezing. Who are these guys? Jack demanded. Foley rattled off names too, rang a bell. Darya's inner circle. They're in Baghdad, and someone's making sure the world knows. We've got generals flying out, and now these clerics are on TV talking about rebuilding a major mosque. Tomorrow. They'll be shouting. Any intel from the ground? Nothing, Foley admitted. Riyadh's station chief floated the idea of a meet, but by the time he gets there, the party'll be over. Meanwhile, aboard the Awakes, an officer squinted at his screen. That's not small. He read off the coordinates. Colonel, the lieutenant called, we've got a 737 charter en route to Baghdad course 220, speed 450 knots, altitude 20,000. Palm bowls picking up encrypted chatter from that bird. The colonel double-checked the feed, then radioed Coke Muck. The rest arrived in a rush. Bedrain clenched his jaw. They should have timed it so the plane was already there, ready to go. But no. Too late now. The sight of these once powerful men was almost comical. Just days ago, they had swaggered through the halls with their khaki uniforms adorned with medals, each ribbon supposedly marking some act of bravery. Of course, most of those honors were hollow, maybe one or two had actually seen combat against Iranian forces, the very people they now begged for protection. Fear had reduced them to huddled groups, eyeing even their own bodyguards with suspicion. Those armed men stood too close, a reminder of how misplaced trust could be deadly. Bedrain found grim satisfaction in their panic. His entire life had been spent working toward this moment, yet now that it had arrived, the victory felt hollow. Instead of watching Israeli officials flee in disgrace, he saw only the collapse of an Arab nation while Israel remained untouched, still shielded by America. All he had managed was rearranging the chessboard around the Persian Gulf. He was no better than these generals, running from failure. At least they had wealth waiting for them. He had nothing. A sudden movement outside caught his eye, a dark shape speeding across the tarmac. A guard at the door signaled urgently. Moments later, the 737 reappeared, its fuel tank still full. The mobile stairway rolled into place before the cabin door even opened. The generals surged forward, dragging families, mistresses, and a single guard each into the drizzling night. But Drain lingered, watching the undignified scramble down the steps, where a crew member offered a stiff, insincere smile. When the stairs finally cleared, he climbed aboard, pausing to glance back. No army trucks stormed the terminal. They could have waited another hour. Inside, the door sealed shut. The engines roared to life, and the plane taxied smoothly toward the runway. Below, the tower controllers carried on mechanically, their loyalty already shifting with the wind. As the aircraft lifted into the storm-darkened sky, Drain exhaled. His revolution had ended not with triumph, but with retreat. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit booth at Esteban's, John Clark sipped his drink. The familiar hum of the jukebox filled the background as Holtzman leaned forward. "It's been a while," the reporter remarked. Clark nodded. He hadn't expected the man to remember his name or to return alone. "Where's your partner?" he asked casually. "Tied up tonight," Clark lied. In truth, Ding was halfway to Yorktown, treating Patsy to a quiet dinner. But Holtzman's knowing look suggested he'd already pieced together too much. "So," Clark said, swirling his glass, "what brings you back?" The reporter smirked. "We had an agreement, remember?" Clark's expression didn't flicker. 5 years. I haven't forgotten. The clock was still ticking. "Times change," Holtzman replied, unsurprised by Clark's stubbornness. He flipped through the menu, his stomach protesting, the spicy Mexican dishes he used to love. "A deal's a deal," Clark shot back, not even glancing at his menu. His piercing gaze locked onto Holtzman, the kind of stare that made most people squirm. "Word is, Katrin's engaged to some hunting enthusiast out in Winchester. Just the we can." Didn't know. Truth was, he couldn't care less. Figured as much. "You're not in special projects anymore." "Miss the action?" "You know I can't discuss that," Clark said flatly. 6, Holtzman smirked. "Shame. I've been keeping tabs on you. Your record's impressive, and your partner's got potential. You were the one in Japan pulled Koga out." Clark's face stayed blank, but his pulse spiked. "Where'd you get that idea?" "Koga himself. Described you big guy, icy blue eyes, sharp but fair. Not hard to connect the dots." The reporter leaned back, amused. "Last time we talked, you said I'd make a decent spy." The waiter arrived with 2 frosty beers. "Ever try this? Local brew from Maryland's Eastern Shore." He left before either could reply. Clark lowered his voice. "I respect your skills, and you kept your word last time. But remember, when I'm out there, my life's on the line." Holtzman took a sip. "Relax. I won't blow your cover. It's unethical, illegal, and frankly, I'd rather not end up on your bad side." He chuckled. "Someday, though, I'd love to write your story. If half the rumors are true, get Val Kilmer to play me," Clark deadpanned. "Too pretty," Holtzman shot back. "Nick Cage has the stare for it. Anyway, this meeting's about Ryan. He got Katrin's father out, but the how's fuzzy. You handled the beach extraction boat to a sub, probably nuclear. But that's not the headline." Clark raised an eyebrow. "Then what is?" "Ryan's the quiet hero," Holtzman said, savoring Clark's reaction. "I like the guy. Want to help him. Ditter's to Travin." Clark asked, skeptical. "My wife, Libby, dug up dirt on Keelty. Published too soon, and now we're stuck." He's worse than most in D. Predatory, hiding behind progressive politics. Ryan's not perfect, but he's honest. A good man in a storm, as Derling put it. I just need to convince my editors. Nzepixib. Oka. Run a piece on something he did old enough to be declassified, recent enough to matter. Clark, he saved Russia, stopped a power grab that could have reignited the Cold War. And he never bragged about it. We'll make it clear he didn't leak this. Hell, we'll even ask him first. He'll tell you to kill the story, Clark said. Then he wondered, who had Holtzman talked to? More, bequest stupectly. Do Ritter. Normally, he'd bet they'd never talk. But these days, he wasn't so sure. John had seen this before, people justifying rule-breaking as some noble sacrifice for the nation. He'd fallen for that line himself more times than he cared to admit, and it never ended well. The reporter leaned in, his voice dripping with conviction. Listen, this story's too explosive to bury. I've spent years piecing it together. Don't Americans deserve to know who's really running the White House? Especially if he's the guy we need? Holtzman had the kind of charm that could sell ice to an Eskimo. Clark clenched his jaw. Bob, you're barely scratching the surface. The words slipped out before he could stop them. This wasn't just dangerous territory. It was like wading through quicksand. But what did he have left to lose? Fine. Tell me what you've got on Jack. The plan was set. Same plane. Minimal time on Iranian soil. The 737's limited range meant a fuel stop in Yemen. But nobody complained. At Mirabad Airport, the Iraqis stayed aboard like caged animals, but Badrain stepped onto the tarmac without so much as a nod from the men he'd just rescued. A waiting car swallowed him into the night. No farewells, no backward glances, just the hum of tires on pavement as the driver navigated Tehran's near-empty streets. 40 minutes later, they arrived at a nondescript 3-story building, its entrance guarded by armed men. So this was home now? Inside, a captain frisked him with clinical efficiency before directing him upstairs. The clock read 3 when Badrain entered the conference room. Daria sat there, flipping through a stapled report like it was morning coffee instead of scripture. Then again, the man probably had the Quran memorized by now. Peace be upon you, Ali offered. And upon you, peace, Daria replied, rising for an embrace. The cleric's face was weary but alive with something. Ali hadn't expected triumph. You're unharmed. Daria gestured to a chair. Ali exhaled as he sat. Better now. I wasn't sure Baghdad would hold. Chaos serves no one, Daria mused. Though I hear the old mosque needs repairs. Ali bit back the truth that he hadn't set foot in one in years. There's work ahead, he said instead. Indeed. Daria set the papers aside. Your role was critical. Any complications? Ali shook his head. Fear makes men predictable. Your terms were more than fair, they had no leverage. He hesitated. You won't. No, Daria said softly. They'll live. Ali kept his face blank, but the answer stunned him. These were the same men who'd drowned Iran in blood during the war, leaving scars that still ached. Yet here was Daria, of all people, offering mercy. Or was it strategy? The world had written Iran off for too long. But tides change, and so do nations. So, what's your next move? Badrain asked, watching Daria closely. The older man's expression darkened as he spoke of Iraq suffering decades of isolation, cut off from true spiritual guidance, drowning in chaos. And crushed by sanctions, Badrain added, testing the waters. Daria's slow nod confirmed it. Lifting the embargo was part of the plan. A calculated move, really. Flood the markets with food, win over the people, all while quietly tightening his grip. A masterstroke, if predictable. The man truly believed divine will guided his every decision, though Badrain had stopped buying that years ago. America, though that was the real obstacle. "We're handling it," Daria said smoothly, as if discussing the weather. Of course he was. This wasn't some impulsive scheme. He'd been plotting for years, convinced of his own invincibility. Faith was one thing, but preparation? That's where miracles happened. Bedrain leaned in. "I've been studying the new American president." Daria's eyes sharpened. "It's not hard these days. Their media spills everything. My team's compiling a full profile." He kept his tone light, though exhaustion weighed on him. "Ryan's the linchpin. Remove him, and the whole system wobbles." Meanwhile, across the ocean, Ernie Brown finally broke his silence. "The only way to reshape America is through a constitutional convention." Pete Holbrook fumbled with his slide projector, grumbling as another image flipped upside down. Tourist shots of D. Landmarks, proof they'd scouted, but also proof they were amateurs. "We've talked about this forever," Pete muttered. "But how do you force it?" "Simple," Ernie replied. "No president, no succession chaos demands a rewrite." Pete scoffed. "Which one do you take out?" "Ryan goes, Keelty steps in." "Keelty's gone, Ryan stays." Either way, security tightens like a noose. They'd seen it firsthand. The White House wasn't just guarded, it was a fortress. Trees, berms, snipers on every rooftop. Teddy Roosevelt once shook hands with citizens for hours. "For sepet tebet, bortepertek tuwel wurmine." The people's servants hid from the people. The answer, then, was obvious. Both at once. Ryan was clearly going to be the tougher mark, Brown mused aloud. Think about it. He's surrounded by layers of security, while Keelty's out shaking hands with reporters, exposed half the time. Holbrook slid the next image into place with a quiet click. "Fair point." Brown pulled out his phone, tapping the screen absently. "Once we handle Ryan, Keelty becomes collateral damage, just a quick cleanup job." He smirked, picturing the domino effect. "We'd need intel on Ryan's daily patterns. Pinpoint the perfect moment." Holbrook whistled low. "Pricey operation." The new slide showed a tourist snapshot, the White House framed through the monument's narrow window. Brown had obsessed over his own blown-up version for weeks, cross-referencing maps, running numbers until his eyes burned. The real expense. He leaned forward. Securing a cement mixer and a storage unit close enough to D. Without raising eyebrows. Holbrook blinked. "You're joking." "Dead serious," Brown countered. "I've got the location. Just waiting for the right hour." Meanwhile, Modi watched the nun's shallow breaths, counting each ragged inhale like a grim metronome. Her glassy eyes stared past him, whether at heaven or nothingness, he couldn't tell. The human body had cruel tricks. Sometimes it granted mercy by numbing the pain right before the end. He'd witnessed it in terminal wards, that eerie calm before the storm stilled forever. Maybe the nerves short-circuited, or perhaps the mind simply surrendered. Her veins had collapsed hours ago, the last IV dangling by tape, while internal hemorrhaging painted her eyes crimson. The heart fluttered like a trapped bird, exhausting its final strength. Through his hazmat suit's muffled barrier, he caught fragments of whispered Latin, not whimpers, but rote prayers surfacing through the ruin of her mind. When her cracked lips formed the words, "Mother of God," Modi almost laughed at the irony. Of course she'd cling to ritual as her brain unraveled. Then the impossible. Her head turned toward his voice, blind yet precise as a radar lock. "Doctor." "Modi?" The clarity in her voice startled him. He gripped her wrist on reflex, stunned by the warmth there. "Thank you," she rasped. "I'll pray for you." And she would, he realized. This woman who'd spent her life bargaining with the divine, now bartering her last breaths for his soul. His thumb hovered over the morphine dial. Enough. The medic slouched against the wall, eyes glazed with boredom, until Moody's gloved fingers singled one out. "You," he said, and the room's tension snapped taut. Inform the director immediately. The man practically bolted from the room, visibly relieved to escape. Moody waited a deliberate 10 seconds before addressing the remaining medic. "New gloves," he demanded, holding up his hands with deliberate distaste, making it clear he found the contact just as unpleasant. The medic scurried out, giving Moody the brief window he needed. His eyes flicked to the medication tray in the corner. Without hesitation, he grabbed a 20cc syringe, plunged it into the morphine vial, and drew back until the barrel was full. Returning to the bed, he peeled back the plastic sheet, locating the vein on the back of her left hand. He slid the needle in smoothly, depressing the plunger in one swift motion. "This will help you rest," he murmured, already stepping away before she could react if she even could. The syringe disappeared into the red sharps container just as the medic returned with fresh gloves. "Here." Moody discarded the old pair and snapped on the new ones, his movements precise. Back at the bedside, he watched as her blue eyes fluttered shut for the final time. The eggs monitor spiked erratically, her heart racing at over 140 beats per minute, the jagged lines growing shorter, more uneven. Time was running out. She was probably murmuring prayers in her fading consciousness, he mused bitterly. At least the morphine ensured she felt nothing now. The drug would already be flooding her weakened system, those tiny molecules racing to her brain, latching onto receptors, flooding her with artificial calm. Her chest rose in a shallow, shuddering breath, then stopped. A hiccup of air, then nothing. The heart, stubbornly defiant, kept up its frantic rhythm a few seconds longer before the monitor flatlined with a shrill alarm. Moody silenced it with a practiced flick of his wrist. The medics exchanged relieved glances. So soon. The director strode in, eyeing the lifeless egg. "Cardiac failure. Internal hemorrhage," Moody said flatly. No further explanation was needed. The director nodded to the medics, who sprang into action, one rolling up the soiled plastic sheeting, the other disconnecting IV lines and electrodes with clinical efficiency. Within moments, the body was wrapped like a butcher's parcel. The gurney wheels unlocked with a kick, and they wheeled her out. The room would be scrubbed until not a single microbe remained. Moody and the director followed to the autopsy suite, a sterile space dominated by a stainless steel table. The medics transferred the body face down, the doctors observing from the periphery as they shrugged into surgical gowns more ritual than necessity. The plastic sheets were lifted carefully, edges pinched to funnel the pooled blood into a container. Nearly half a liter, they estimated. The sheets were discarded into a biohazard bin, whisked away to the incinerator. Not a drop was spilled, efficiency born of fear. "Proceed," the director said, pressing a button. The table tilted upward with a quiet hum. With practiced precision, he checked for a pulse, first the left carotid, then the right, finding none. Tilting the body slightly, he made swift, deep incisions along both arteries and the adjacent jugular veins. Blood rushed out in thick streams, guided by the table's grooves toward a waiting drain, filling a plastic container with nearly 4 liters in minutes. The transformation was startling. The once mottled skin drained of color almost instantly, leaving behind an eerie pallor. A lab tech wheeled over a cart to collect the container, handling it with obvious reluctance. "First time processing an Ebola case," the director remarked dryly, though this was far from a standard autopsy. Despite the clinical detachment, there was something disturbingly primal about the procedure-like field dressing game, rather than honoring the dead. Still, caution dictated strict protocol. Only one pair of hands worked directly in the surgical field while Modi assisted, his focus locked on the director's scalpel as it carved through layers of tissue. Retractors pulled back skin and muscle, revealing the left kidney, or what was left of it. The virus had turned the organ into a grotesque semi-liquid mass that split apart at the slightest touch, oozing like overcooked meat. Disgusting, isn't it? The director muttered, more annoyed than surprised. Liver's worse. Spleen, though that'll be solid as a rock. He fished out the remaining kidney fragments with a scoop-like tool, depositing them onto a tray before signaling a medic to whisk it away. The right kidney fared slightly better, holding its shape until it hit the tray and collapsed into a ruined heap. Both men recoiled, though the director quickly masked his revulsion with brisk efficiency. "Flip it," he ordered, and the orderlies obeyed, heaving the body over with hurried, clumsy motions. Blood splattered their gowns, sending them stumbling back. "Just the liver and spleen now," the director said, wiping his brow. "Then bag it and burn everything." Sister Jean-Baptiste, his vacant stare, seemed to follow them until Modi draped a cloth over her face, whispering a quiet prayer. The director barely paused. "She's in a better place. Let's finish this." His next cuts were brutal, more butcher than surgeon, yanking open the chest cavity with little finesse. What they found inside made even the seasoned director freeze. How the hell did she survive like this? He breathed, staring at the ravaged organs. The room smelled of copper and decay, the air thick with the unspoken dread of what else might lurk in those ruined tissues. Modi's mind flashed back to his early days in medical school, where a detailed plastic model of the human body had once stood in his anatomy class. Now, the sight before him was grotesque, as if that same model had been doused in a corrosive chemical, leaving organs distorted and surfaces eaten away. The abdominal cavity was a dark pool of coagulated blood, far more than had drained out. It was almost surreal. "Suction, now," the director barked. An orderly rushed forward with a vacuum tube, the wet slurping sound filling the room as blackened blood was siphoned away. The process dragged on for what felt like an eternity, the doctors stepping back while the orderly worked methodically, like a janitor mopping up a gruesome spill. 3 more liters of tainted blood, thick with virus, were collected for analysis. Modi had always believed the body was sacred, a vessel of life, as the Holy Quran taught. But this was something else entirely. A machine of destruction more efficient than the sterile lab surrounding them. The director hesitated before peeling back the remaining tissue to reveal the liver, his hands steadier now but still cautious. Modi didn't wait for instructions this time. He reached in, lifting the organ onto a tray before an orderly whisked it away. "Why does the spleen react so differently?" he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Downstairs, the real horror show was unfolding. Medical staff moved with cold efficiency, hauling cages of African green monkeys from storage. The primates, still dazed from their journey, barely resisted at first until the scent of death hit them. Then came the shrieks. 10 at a time, they were herded into the killing room, where a simple metal loop became their executioner. One by one, necks snapped with a sickening crunch, their bodies going limp, eyes wide with betrayal. The surviving monkeys thrashed, screaming in futile rage, but the cages were too cramped for escape. It was like watching prey cornered by a predator, helpless, desperate, and utterly doomed. The soldiers barely flinched at the noise. In the next room, teams worked in grim unison, slicing open the small bodies with practiced precision. Kidneys were harvested, packed away while the rest was discarded like trash. 4 minutes per monkey. 90 minutes later, the room was silent, the job done. Time was critical, biology didn't wait, and neither would the virus. The processing team passed their work through reinforced double doors that opened into the hot lab, where the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Inside, every technician moved with deliberate caution, clad head to toe in sterile blue suits. Their training had been thorough, but the recent ordeal of the medical team assigned to treat the foreign woman upstairs had hammered home the stakes, every gruesome detail fresh in their minds. Each transfer of material was announced, clearing pathways like a well-rehearsed dance. The blood, kept warm in a circulating tank, was portioned meticulously. Nearby, buckets of simian kidneys were fed into an industrial grinder, not unlike a high-end kitchen appliance, pulverizing them into a thick paste. Workers layered the mixture onto trays with nutrient solutions, the process eerily reminiscent of assembling a grotesque dessert. Half the blood was incorporated into the trays, while the rest was flash-frozen in nitrogen-cooled containers. The lab itself was a controlled ecosystem, humid, warm, and dimly lit, with UV-shielded fluorescence to avoid disrupting the delicate viral cultures. It was a jungle in miniature, down to the precise balance of nutrients, temperature, and perhaps a quiet undercurrent of malice. Darii leaned forward, skepticism etched into his features. "You've gathered all this from their media?" He pressed. Bedrain nodded. "They're journalists, they're not spies, not in the way you think. More like town criers from the old days. They observe, they report, but their loyalty is to nothing but the story itself." "Loyal to nothing," Darii scoffed. "Not even their own," Ali replied with a knowing smirk. "They'll turn on anyone if it makes a headline. It took me years to grasp that. But it works to our advantage. Ryan's life is an open book. His home, his wife's office, even his kids' schools. All there for the taking. And if their reports are lies?" "Easily checked," Bedrain countered. "A few discreet inquiries at the hospital where his wife works, maybe a chat with the right staff member. His family will have security, of course, but that just makes them easier to spot. Protection is a double-edged sword. It reveals as much as it conceals." Darii stroked his beard, weighing the words. Bedrain kept his explanations concise. The mullah was no fool, just insulated, his worldview shaped by years of isolation. Ali, on the other hand, had spent enough time in Lebanon to recognize opportunity when he saw it. Darii had ambitions. He needed capable outsiders. And for reasons of his own, he distrusted his inner circle. Bedrain didn't question why. Some doors were better left unopened. How vulnerable are these people really? Darii finally asked, fingers still tangled in his beard. The stubble on the man's face showed he hadn't touched a razor in a full day. "Extremely competent," Bedrain answered, detecting something peculiar in the question and mentally bookmarking it. "You. Law enforcement operates with impressive efficiency. America's crime issues stem not from policing, but from what happens after arrests are made. As for their commander-in-chief," Ali stretched backward in his chair, "he'll have an elite security detail crack shots, fiercely loyal, and highly disciplined." Bedrain watched carefully as he dropped this into conversation, observing whether his companion's expression shifted. Darii looked exhausted, and sure enough, something flickered behind his eyes. "Protection details follow standard protocols anyway. You don't require my expertise on that front. What about America's weak spots?" "Glaring," Bedrain replied. "Their leadership is in complete disarray. But you're already aware of that." Darii rubbed his temple. "Americans. They're hard to pin down. Their military strength is unmatched, but their political resolve? Unpredictable. Someone we both learned that the hard way. Never underestimate them. Think of America as a slumbering beast. powerful, dangerous, and deserving of caution. How do you bring down such a creature? The question caught Bedrain off guard. A memory surfaced years ago in Tanzania, advising officials on counterinsurgency tactics. He'd spent a day in the bush with an intelligence colonel, riding in a battered Soviet jeep when they spotted an aging lion feeding on a fresh kill. Then came the hyenas. The colonel had stopped the vehicle, handed him binoculars, and told him to watch closely. There was a lesson here about insurgents. The lion, though past its prime, still radiated raw power, its mane thick, muscles coiled. The hyenas circled, yipping like deranged dogs. One would dart in, snapping at the lion's hind legs, forcing it to whirl and snarl, only for another to strike from behind. Alone, any hyena would have been torn apart, but together? The lion couldn't defend itself. Within minutes, it was hobbling, humiliated, dragging its hindquarters across the dirt before finally slinking away. The hyenas claimed their prize, howling with grotesque laughter. Bedrain met Derrier's gaze. It's possible. The East Room buzzed with 30 new appointees, all men, Jack noted with mild surprise in their spouses. As he entered, his eyes flicked across the crowd. Some faces reassured him. Others didn't. The nervous ones. He understood them. It was the beaming, self-assured grins that set his teeth on edge. Arnie had no clear answer for how to handle them, despite considering multiple strategies. Should he assert dominance and scare them into line? Ryan knew that approach would backfire. The next day's headlines would paint him as some power-hungry tyrant. Mull play it soft. Then he'd be labeled a pushover, unfit to lead. The media had become a minefield. Back when he was just another cog in the machine, they barely noticed him. Even as Durling's national security advisor, he'd been dismissed as little more than a puppet. But now, every word out of his mouth was a weapon waiting to be turned against him. Washington had abandoned facts long ago. Here, politics wasn't about solutions, it was about scoring points, where ideology trumped reality and personal grudges masqueraded as principles. Where had these people learned that truth was negotiable? Ryan didn't operate on dogma. He cared about what worked, policies that delivered results, no matter which side of the aisle they came from. Good ideas could be unconventional. Bad ones could sound perfectly reasonable yet fail spectacularly. But in this town, ideology was gospel. If a policy aligned with their beliefs, failure was ignored. If it succeeded despite their opposition, well, admitting they were wrong was worse than any scandal. They'd cling to their delusions like lifelines, even as the real world paid the price. Jack scanned the room, studying the faces of the incoming senators. What biases had they packed along with their designer suits? Maybe it was a flaw that he couldn't play their game, but his life had been shaped by consequences, real ones, where mistakes cost lives. For him, the stakes had names. For Kathy, they were patients whose eyes she'd fought to save. For these politicians, just abstract casualties in a war of egos. Feels like we're on display, Kathy murmured beside him, her smile flawless. She'd barely made it back in time, still adjusting the gold necklace he'd given her, the same one she'd been wearing the night terrorists nearly killed them on the Annapolis Bridge. Gilded cage, Jack replied, forcing a grin. So what's our role tonight? Power couple or lab rats? Depends who's watching, he said, squeezing her hand as they stepped toward the microphone. The applause was automatic. Another quirk of the job, people clapped for the president like he'd just invented oxygen. He pulled out the note cards Callie had prepared, the bold print sparing him his reading glasses. Still, he braced for the familiar throb in his temples. These days, headaches were as constant as the stack of briefing folders waiting on his desk. Our nation faces urgent challenges, ones that can't wait. Like me? You've been called to step up unexpectedly, taking on roles you might not have chosen or even imagined. The flattery in the room was thinly veiled, but it played well for the cameras discreetly positioned in the corners. Most of the attendees were seasoned politicians, with only a handful of outsiders, including a governor, who'd navigated a political shuffle to replace a senator from the opposing party. That twist had barely made headlines, yet it was already shifting the Senate's balance after the tragic plane crash exposed the misalignment between state leadership and Congress. Jack Ryan leaned into the moment. History honors those who serve, like Cincinnatus the Roman, who left his plow to lead, then returned to his fields. We even named a city after him, he added, glancing at the new senator from Ohio. Dayton wasn't Cincinnati, but the sentiment held. You wouldn't be here if you didn't grasp the stakes. But today's message is simple. We must unite. There's no time for petty squabbles. The obligatory applause interrupted him, and he forced a polite smile before continuing. I'm here to work with you, no hidden agendas, no closed doors. Call me, walk in, debate anything. My only rule is the Constitution I swore to uphold. His tone sharpened. The people beyond the Beltway didn't send us here to campaign. They sent us to act. Duty isn't just a word, it's our mandate. None of us won an election for this. That makes our responsibility heavier, not lighter. The room erupted again, but Ryan pressed on. We're not aristocrats. We're temporary stewards of something far bigger, an idea. Clay, Webster, Lincoln, they knew the Union wasn't just land. It's a promise, etched in parchment and upheld by every citizen. 7-0, 7-du verlepen. Leave it stronger than we found it. The weight of his words hung in the air, a challenge disguised as a speech. For a moment, even the cameras seemed to hold their breath. Ryan turned to face Chief Judge William Staunton of the U. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, the most respected appellate judge in the country, who had traveled from Richmond for the occasion. Now it's your turn to join us, Ryan said with a nod. The judge stepped up to the microphone as the room fell silent. Each newly appointed senator stood beside their spouse, who held a Bible ready for the swearing-in. Left hands rested on the holy book, while right hands rose in unison. I state your name. The words echoed through the chamber as the oaths were administered. Some kissed the Bible, whether out of genuine faith or for the cameras was anyone's guess, before turning to embrace their beaming partners. A collective sigh filled the air as the freshman senators exchanged glances, realizing the weight of their new roles. The moment the cameras stopped rolling, White House staffers swept in with trays of drinks. The real work was about to begin. Ryan grabbed a Perrier, his smile masking both exhaustion and his usual discomfort with political theater. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, chaos unfolded with eerie precision. Security at Khartoum Airport remained laughably lax as 3 American intelligence operatives snapped photos of the arrivals. It was almost shocking that no journalists had caught wind of the story yet. A fleet of government vehicles, likely every decent car in the impoverished nation, whisked the visitors away. Once the last passenger disembarked, the 737 took off again, and the agents retreated to the embassy. 2 more operatives were already staking out the residences assigned to the Iraqi generals, thanks to a tip from the station chief's contact in Sudan's foreign ministry. The photos were developed, enlarged, and transmitted via satellite to Langley, where Bert Vasco pored over them with a team of analysts. That's the entire military command, the State Department officer confirmed. But not a single Ba'ath Party civilian in sight. Ed Foley, the incoming CIA director, let out a dry chuckle. So we've got our sacrificial lambs. Exactly, Mary Pat agreed, shaking her head. Now the survivors get to arrest them, process them, and pledge loyalty to the new regime. Damn, this is moving too fast. Her station chief in Riyadh had prepped for nothing, just like the Saudi diplomats who'd scrambled to draft financial incentives for a new Iraqi government that wouldn't need them. Foley rubbed his temples, equal parts impressed and unsettled. I knew they were ruthless, but this? Luring the entire leadership out so smoothly, who could have predicted that? Beats me, Vasco admitted. Someone brokered this deal. The question is who? Foley smirked at his team. All right, get to work. I want every scrap of intel yesterday. Back in the lab, the scene was anything but political. The mixture in the trays looked grotesque dark. Human blood swirled with the pulpy remains of monkey kidneys, stewing under dim, UV-shielded lights. There was little to do now but wait and monitor the conditions with old-school analog instruments. Modi and the director, clad in protective gear, inspected the sealed chambers. 2/3 of Jean-Baptiste's blood was stored in deep freeze as a backup in case their Ebola Mayinga replication failed. They double-checked the ventilation system, a necessary precaution, given that the building had effectively become a death factory. The stakes couldn't have been higher. Inside the sterile lab, scientists worked to create the perfect environment for the virus to thrive. While just beyond the sealed doors, military medics doused every surface with disinfectant, forcing the team to shield their deadly experiment from the very measures meant to protect them. The air pumped into the culture chambers passed through multiple filters, a necessary precaution to prevent their own survival efforts from destroying what could, in another scenario, wipe them all out. You're convinced this strain is airborne? The senior virologist adjusted his goggles. Remember how the Mayinga strain got its name? A nurse infected despite full protective gear. Our second case was an experienced Ebola nurse who never administered injections. If she didn't know how she was exposed, he trailed off, the unspoken conclusion hanging between them. The lab director's murmur was almost lost beneath the hum of ventilation. This could be useful. Modi caught the words, their implications roaring in his skull. Useful. The older man suggested testing the theory, and Modi clenched his gloved hands. At least the director wouldn't have to remember the victims' faces. Had patient 2 slipped up? No, he and Sister Mary Magdalene had scoured her body for needle marks. She wouldn't have been reckless enough to touch contaminated fluids. Which left one terrifying possibility. The virus lingered in the air, invisible and lethal. A weapon that replicated itself. Worse than nukes, worse than sarin gas. A plague carried by its own victims, jumping from person to person until it burned through populations like wildfire. Except wildfires eventually died. Wolastu Owo. In rural Africa, outbreaks collapsed under their own brutality. Poor roads trapped the dying before they could spread it far. But here, picture a 747 landing at JFK. One coughing passenger boards a connecting flight to Chicago. Another heads for Miami. 3 days later, feverish travelers crisscross the country, mistaking early symptoms for the flu. By the time hospitals noticed the pattern, it'd be too late. Modi's fingers twitched toward his face, halted by the mask as rigid plastic. No models accounted for this, a virus with a 3-day incubation, riding the veins of a hyper-connected society. How fast would it spread? 1 city? Figures 10. Would it gut the country before containment began? America wasn't some isolated village. Every handshake, every subway ride, every airport lounge became a potential kill zone. The math was clear. Speed plus mobility equaled catastrophe. And they were standing in the lab that might unleash it. The recent Ebola outbreak in Kikwit, Democratic Republic of Congo, had taken fewer than 300 lives, but it began with a single woodcutter before spreading to his family and neighbors. To trigger a far more devastating epidemic, The key would be multiplying the initial cases. Imagine hundreds or even thousands of infected individuals instead of just one. The resulting explosion of Ebola Zaire in America would overwhelm standard containment efforts, spreading exponentially. By the time authorities recognized the threat, the virus could leap from thousands to hundreds of thousands, then millions, collapsing healthcare systems entirely. The true impact of a deliberate, large-scale infection in a fast-moving society remained unknown, but the global consequences could be catastrophic, or so it seemed. Modi stared through the thick glass at the culture trays, his masked face expressionless. The first generation of this strain had emerged from an unknown host, killing a child. The second had claimed only one life, thanks to luck and his own medical skill. Now the third generation multiplied before his eyes. How far would it go? The real devastation would come in generations, 4, 5, and beyond, enough to cripple an entire nation, one that happened to oppose his own. He no longer hesitated. Jean-Baptiste had been a person, someone he knew, but that mistake wouldn't be repeated. The woman had been an infidel, yet virtuous in her own way, and he'd prayed for her soul, trusting in Allah's mercy. Most Americans, though, despised his faith in his homeland. They were faceless, distant, just images on a screen he could turn off with a click. Yes, Modi murmured. Detecting it won't be difficult. Meanwhile, across the ocean, George Winston leaned in, addressing a trio of fresh-faced senators. If the government built cars, a Chevy would cost 80 grand and guzzle gas every 10 blocks. You know business, so do I. We can fix this. The senior senator from Connecticut frowned. Is it really that bad? Winston smirked. Check the numbers. If Detroit ran like this, we'd all be driving Toyotas. He made a mental note to stash his Mercedes for a while. Nearby, Tony Britano gestured emphatically at a group that included 2 Californians. It's like patrolling all of East L. with one squad car. Right now, we can barely handle one major conflict, let alone 2+ peacekeeping ops. Defense needs a total overhaul, prioritize combat readiness, not paperwork. Lawyers and accountants. We've got plenty. I need more boots on the ground. The junior senator from Colorado raised an eyebrow. And how do we fund that? His senior colleague had skipped the meeting for a fundraiser in Golden. Bertano didn't blink. The Pentagon's not a jobs program. Let's not forget that. Next week, I'll present a complete breakdown of our requirements before heading to Capitol Hill. We'll collaborate to find the most cost-effective solution. Told you so, Arnie Van Dam murmured, slipping past Ryan with a knowing glance. Let them take the lead, just keep it cordial. You were spot on, mister. President, the freshman senator from Ohio chimed in, swirling his bourbon now that the press had cleared out. Reminds me of a paper I wrote in college about Cincinnatus, how stepping back can sometimes move things forward. Jack nodded. As long as we keep the nation's interests first, the rest falls into place. The wife of Wisconsin's senior senator leaned in, curiosity flickering in her eyes. How do you balance the presidency with, well, everything else? I heard you still perform surgeries. Surgeries, lectures, the whole routine, Kathy confirmed, though her mind drifted to the stack of patient files waiting upstairs. At least tomorrow's helicopter ride would offer a brief escape. I won't stop operating. Restoring someone's sight? There's nothing like it. The moment those bandages come off, pure joy. It's the greatest reward. Jack grinned, pulling her close. Better than me, huh? She smirked. Don't push your luck. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, the colonel tasked with guarding the 5 Iranian clerics found himself in an unexpected moment of reflection. Inside the mosque, Moved by the solemnity of the prayers, he joined them in worship. Afterward, the eldest mullah spoke softly, quoting a passage from the Quran that resonated deeply echoes of the colonel's own childhood, his father's quiet devotion. The mullah, a seasoned spiritual guide, knew how to bridge divides. What began as cautious dialogue soon became something more. The colonel, a man bound by duty, felt the weight of his past actions, the battles fought, the lines blurred. War had stripped away distinctions, leaving only obedience. "It must have been difficult," the mullah said gently, steering the conversation toward shared history between their nations. The colonel's voice wavered. "I never enjoyed it. But I stopped questioning." "Allah's mercy is greater than our mistakes," the mullah replied, resting a hand on his arm. "Let us pray together. There is still time for redemption." By the time news arrived that the generals had fled, the colonel's choice was clear. Survival and faith aligned. He would not die for a crumbling regime. Some loyalties, once unshakable, could be reshaped by truth. And in that quiet mosque, truth had spoken louder than orders. To show his unwavering loyalty, he gathered 2 full companies of troops to receive instructions from the religious leaders. For the soldiers, obedience came naturally. Questioning orders wasn't even a fleeting thought. As dawn broke over Baghdad, squads stormed into dozens of upscale homes, splintering doors off their hinges. Inside, some residents were already awake, others slumped in drunken stupors, and a handful frantically packed bags, desperate for an escape route they'd never find. In a city where hesitation meant the difference between survival and slaughter, realization came too late for most. Resistance was rare, and the lone man who tried paid the price, his body torn apart by automatic gunfire alongside his wife. The rest shuffled barefoot into military trucks, heads bowed, their fates sealed before they even reached the sidewalk. The unencrypted radio chatter crackled over via frequencies picked up by surveillance teams at Stormtrack just outside Baghdad. Names repeated like grim echoes as units checked in with command, making it effortless for intelligence operatives near the border and at King Khalid Military City to track the operation. Supervisors were summoned, and urgent satellite transmissions rocketed across the globe. Meanwhile, President Ryan had just bid farewell to the last senator when Andrea Price approached. "'Tis heels are murder." Kathy started to complain before stopping mid-sentence. "Flash traffic just came in, sir." "You're Kevin?" Jack asked, already knowing the answer. With a quick kiss, he assured his wife he'd join her soon, though both understood the night's plans were over. The kids, homework finished possibly with a nudge from their Secret Service detail, were already asleep upstairs. Jack moved swiftly, weaving through the White House corridors until he reached the Situation Room. "What do we have?" he demanded. On the screen, Ed Foley's grim expression said it all. "Oh, it's begun." Iraqi state TV heralded the new dawn with a fervent prayer. More intense than ever before. "Nothing like a dose of holy zeal to start the day," muttered the Chief Master Sergeant Hipombo, watching the broadcast ripple out from Basra's transmitters. He gestured to Major Saba, who nodded grimly. The Kuwaiti officer had seen this coming. His superiors, tangled in politics, hadn't grasped the urgency. Now, with the regime's takeover announced as a revolutionary justice, arrests rolled out under the vague banner of crimes against the people. The broadcast urged calm, declaring a national holiday for prayer and unity. To the world, the new leadership extended hollow promises of peace, while the streets told a different story. The world would spend the day grappling with the implications, but Daria had already turned it over in his mind countless times. He'd slept only 3 fitful hours before rising for dawn prayers, a habit that required less rest as he grew older, as if his body knew time was running short. Sleep might be scarce, but dreams still came, and this morning they had been filled with lions. not living ones, but corpses. The lion, once the emblem of the Shah's fallen regime, lingered in his thoughts. Badrain had been right, lions could be killed. The real beasts had once roamed Persia, now Iran, before hunters wiped them out centuries ago. The symbolic lions, the Pahlavi dynasty, had met the same fate through calculated force. He'd played his part in that purge, though not all of it sat easily with him. There had been moments of brutality, like the firebombing of that theater packed with those who'd traded faith for Western indulgence. Hundreds had burned, and while he still prayed for their souls, he never doubted the necessity. The Quran itself spoke of war in defense of the faith, and he was merely its instrument. Chess, another Persian gift to the world, had taught him patience. As a boy, he'd learned that victory came not from reacting but from planning moves ahead. Shamat, the king is dead. Life, like the game, demanded foresight. A skilled opponent might predict the next move, but 4 steps ahead? That was where true power lay. Iraq's collapse had been proof his adversaries, outmaneuvered, had fled rather than faced defeat. The sweetest victories, though, came when escape wasn't an option. But winning mattered more than gloating. Speed, surprise, forcing hesitation time was the ultimate weapon. Even lions, for all their strength, could fall to lesser creatures with the right strategy. Fresh from prayers, he summoned Badrain. The man had a sharp mind for tactics and intelligence, though he lacked the broader vision. With guidance, he'd be invaluable. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the President had reached the same conclusion as his advisors after an hour of debate. There was nothing to do but wait. The experts could analyze faster than most, but in the end, they were just watching the clock. Ryan stepped outside, the covered walkway shielding him from the icy March rain lashing the south lawn. The month had roared in like the proverbial lion, but soon enough it would fade into the gentleness of a lamb. Or so the saying went. The wind howled as if mocking the illusion of control. The dreary weather outside seemed fitting for the lingering remnants of winter, though the steady rain would help wash away the last stubborn patches of snow. Andrea Price found herself speaking without thinking, her voice cutting through the quiet. This should take care of the rest of it. Ryan turned, offering an amused smile. You put in more hours than I do, Agent Price, and you're still just a woman? She finished dryly, too exhausted to muster real irritation. He winced. My outdated attitude's showing. Forgive me, old habits. Truth is, I could use a smoke. Quit ages ago, when Kathy badgered me into it. Repeatedly. His chuckle held no bitterness, just the easy acceptance of a man who'd long since made peace with his wife's persistence. Price understood devotion. Her career had cost her 2 relationships, proof that society still struggled with women who prioritized duty over domesticity. The irony wasn't lost on her. Here she stood beside the most powerful man in the country, yet neither had answers to life's bigger questions. Why do we do this, Andrea? Ryan mused. She had no response. The president was supposed to be the guiding figure, the one with wisdom, but years on his detail had stripped away that illusion. Her own father had seemed infallible once, before adulthood and the Secret Service's ruthless climb taught her how little anyone truly knew. Ryan's sudden laugh broke her thoughts. Christ, I spent today trying to sweet-talk 30 freshman senators. Like some smooth-talking charmer, which I've never been. He caught himself shaking his head. Apologies. That slipped out. Now Price shrugged. I've heard worse, sir. Even from commanders-in-chief. Who do you confide in? He asked abruptly. Used to be my dad, my priest, James Greer. Moo was to sick cry man. Everyone looks to me. His voice dropped. They warned us at Quantico Command would be lonely. Understatement of the century. Price glanced at him. You've got Dr. Ryan, sir. Yeah, and she's swamped saving lives while I'm stuck playing politician. He rubbed his temples. Supposed to be someone smarter to turn to. Now that's me, and God help us all. She couldn't help but smirk. That was pretty chauvinistic, boss. Ryan feigned outrage. Ms. Price, I'll deny that under oath. The mock sternness dissolved into laughter. Keep that between us. Sir, I don't even confirm your shoe size to the press. A yawn overtook him. What's tomorrow's disaster? Your schedule's packed. Iraq's going to derail breakfast. I'll be out early security sweep for the school visits. We're debating how to get surgeon to the hospital without the chopper. Ryan snorted. First lady with the scalpel. The system never saw that coming. Real job. Shio turns you, sir. Has for a decade. His grin was proud, tired. Best damn surgeon in D. Media's too busy speculating about her wardrobe to notice. His words trailed off, thoughts unraveling with exhaustion. Price recognized the signs even presidents hit their limits. Presidents weren't immune to life's curveballs either, which was precisely why she'd been assigned to the detail. Roy mentioned all her patients adore her. Standard procedure, sir. I'll be reviewing the security plans for your kids today. Agent Rahman's getting promoted to primary protection duty. He's shown real promise. Special Agent Price briefed. Jack raised an eyebrow. The same guy who tossed me that firefighter jacket as a disguise that first night? Price blinked. You caught that. The president paused at the White House entrance, fatigue etched in his grin, but his eyes alive with amusement. Andrea, give me some credit. She exhaled, realizing for the 100th time that having a shrewd leader in the Oval Office wasn't necessarily a comfort. Patrick O'Day's world had shattered during what should have been his happiest chapter. His wife, Deborah, a brilliant forensic specialist from the lab division, had been returning from a Colorado Springs assignment, her first field deployment after maternity leave, when her plane inexplicably nosedived. Their daughter Megan was just 14 weeks old. Now, at 2.5, she had her mother's smile, but no memory of her. O'Day agonized over how to bridge that gap. Would showing Megan videos of Deborah make her think love was something that only existed on screens? The irony wasn't lost on him. A man who'd cracked 6 high-profile kidnapping cases yet couldn't solve the mystery of explaining loss to a toddler. At 6'4", with a frame like coiled wire, O'Day had traded his rugged mustache for bureau polish, but nothing softened him like Megan's morning ritual. He'd brush her wispy blonde hair until it shone, tie her tiny sneakers, and endure her theatrical bear hugs. Oof, you're squishing me. He'd protest, and she'd gasp, Did I break you? Their private joke. By 6:30 a.m., they were in his pickup, her lunchbox and tattered blankie wedged between them as he merged onto Ritchie Highway. The new daycare, Giant Steps, came recommended by neighbors, though O'Day's gut still twisted every time he glanced at Megan's car seat and saw Deborah's ghost in her features. The daycare director, Marlene Daggett, burst outside like a sunrise at dawn. Mr. The ton, Wane, Bintevenen. And this must be Megan. C trilled. Megan clung to her father's leg until another little girl darted forward, a carbon copy in pigtails. Look, Daddy, Megan whispered, pointing. She's got my name, too. O'Day's throat tightened. Somewhere above them, he imagined Deborah laughing at the cosmic joke. 2 Megans, one beginning where the other story had ended. He grabbed his coffee from the 7-Eleven across the street, the bitterness on his tongue nothing compared to the ache in his chest. The little girl's face lit up as she spotted her beloved teddy bear. She's been waiting for you all day, Mrs. Daggett said with a knowing smile. Megan immediately scooped up the plush brown companion, squeezing it tightly against her chest without even noticing the name tag dangling from its paw. The FBI agent watched the familiar scene unfold. This comforting ritual never failed to ease the transition. "Got your security blanket?" Mrs. Daggett asked, already extending her hand for the paperwork. Agent O'Day handed over the forms he'd filled out the previous night, routine details about Megan's health, emergency contacts, and authorization for medical care if needed. Everything was in order, just like always. Giant Steps daycare ran like clockwork, though O'Day suspected there were layers to its efficiency he wasn't privy to. Unbeknownst to him, his own background was being quietly vetted by higher authorities. "All right, Miss Megan, let's go make some new friends, Mrs." Daggett said cheerfully, giving O'Day a reassuring nod. He forced a smile, but the familiar pang of separation hit him as he walked back to his truck. No matter how many times he dropped her off, it never got easier. Stopping at the 7-Eleven across the street, he grabbed his usual black coffee before heading toward FBI headquarters. The morning would be packed a 9 a.m. briefing to finalize details on the crash investigation, followed by the usual bureaucratic drudgery. At least, nothing would interfere with picking Megan up on time. Pulling into his reserved parking spot at 10th and Pennsylvania, he decided to make a quick detour to the indoor range. A lifelong marksman since his Boy Scout days, O'Day had trained countless agents as a firearms instructor. Even though most would never fire their weapon in the line of duty, staying sharp was non-negotiable. The range was nearly empty at this hour. He loaded his Smith & Wesson 1076 with Federal 10mm hollow points, clipped up a standard Q target, and set it for 30 feet. As the silhouette glided downrange, his mind wandered briefly to baseball spring training had just begun, and he wondered how the Orioles would shape up this season. Then, in an instant, his focus sharpened. The target spun sideways, disappearing into the backdrop. His fingers adjusted the timer randomly, his stance relaxed but ready. Now, it wasn't just practice. In his mind, a scenario unfolded: a hardened criminal, desperate, with nothing left to lose. A hostage, maybe even a child caught in the crossfire. The kind of situation where hesitation meant disaster. O'Day had heard the usual bravado before: "I'll never go back alive." But when faced with real consequences, most criminals crumbled. Not this one. This time, the threat was real. The gun pressed against an innocent head, maybe even Megan's. His jaw tightened. Hollywood would have him drop his weapon, but real life wasn't that simple. Survival meant staying calm, talking the suspect down, waiting for that split-second opening. And when it came, he'd be ready. The seconds stretched like hours, but eventually clicked. The timer signaled, and the target card swung around. O'Day's hand flashed to his sidearm, drawing the pistol with practiced ease. His right foot slid back as his body twisted into a slight crouch, both hands locking onto the textured grip before the barrel even cleared the holster. His gaze snapped to the sights, lining them up with the silhouette's forehead in one fluid motion. 2 quick pulls of the trigger sent bullets flying so fast, the spent casings hung mid-air together, a perfect double tap, honed through years of repetition. The sharp cracks of gunfire still echoed off the steel backstop when the brass clattered against the concrete, leaving 2 neat holes just above where the target's eyes would be. The cardboard figure spun sideways, mimicking a body collapsing to the ground. "Looks like you put him down clean, cowboy." A familiar voice cut through O'Day's focus. "Morning, Director." O'Day turned, surprised. "Pat." Murray stifled a yawn, ear protection swinging from his fingers. Still quick on the draw. That's drill?" "Always train for the worst," O'Day replied. Murray nodded knowingly. "They all did. You had to picture someone worth saving." "Well, you nailed it." "Run it again." The second attempt left a single ragged hole dead center in the target's forehead. Even Murray, who prided himself on his shooting, felt a twinge of intimidation. Guess I need more range time. O'Day eased up after that. If you could pull it off cold and he'd just done it 4 times straight, you still had the touch. 20 rounds later, the target's head was more whole than paper. Nearby, Murray worked through the classic Cooper drill. 2 rapid body shots followed by a deliberate headshot. Once both men were satisfied with their handiwork, conversation turned to business. Anything breaking? Murray asked. Just more follow-ups on the Yale case. Nothing earth-shattering. What about Keelty? O'Day shrugged. Officially, he couldn't interfere with Opera's investigation, but daily briefings kept him in the loop. Too many people in and out of Hanson's office. If that letter existed, anyone could have walked off with it. Probably blow over, Murray mused. Good morning, Mr. President. Another day, another routine. The kids were gone, Kathy was out, and Jack Ryan stepped into the hallway suit pressed, tie knotted, shoes polished, to a mirror shine by the residence staff. He still couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't home, just an upscale hotel with better service and fancier drapes. Your ramen? Ryan asked. Yes, sir. Special Agent Arif Rahman stood tall, 6 feet of solid muscle, more powerlifter than sprinter, though the bulky vest might have exaggerated his frame. Ryan pegged him as mid-30s, with sharp Mediterranean features, a quiet confidence, and eyes as startlingly blue as a surgeon's scrubs. The agent spoke into his mic. Swordsman is en route to the office. Jack, heading toward the elevator, asked, Rahman, where's your family from? My mom's Lebanese. Dad's Iranian. They moved here in '79 during the Shah's downfall. Dad had ties to the old regime. The president raised an eyebrow. What's your take on Iraq? Rahman chuckled. Sir, I barely remember the language. But if you want my under-bracket predictions, I'm your guy. Kentucky's got it, Ryan declared. The White House elevator creaked with age, its worn black buttons off limits to the president. Rahman pressed them instead. Oregon's taking it all. I've nailed the last 3 office pools. Nobody dares bet against me now. Duke's my alma mater, but Oregon's unstoppable unless Maceo Rawlings goes off. Ryan smirked. What you study at Duke? Pre-law, till I realized I'd rather lock up crooks than defend them. Joined the service instead. Triva tu que pestis. Raymond shook his head. Haven't met the right one. My parents were Muslim, but after seeing how much drama religion stirred, I traded it for basketball. Never miss a Duke game, though Oregon's killing me this year. The president laughed as the doors opened. Rahman stepped out first, shielding Ryan from view. Uniformed agents nodded as they passed the hallway leading to the bowling alley. Easy day ahead, Ryan remarked, though Rahman already knew his schedule better than he did. Easy for you, maybe, Rahman muttered. Inside the Oval Office, the Foleys, Bert Vasco, Scott Adler, and Ben Goodley stood. Goodley grinned. Mr. President. Ben's got the morning brief, Ed Foley said. Rahman lingered, scanning the room. Even without weapons, a determined attacker could be deadly, which was why agents carried collapsible batons alongside their sidearms. As Goodley distributed files, Rahman noted the eyes-only president label. He smirked inwardly. The detail heard everything, even if they pretended otherwise. Cops weren't paid to forget. In that moment, he realized he was the ultimate fly on the wall, a spy in plain sight. Trained as a federal law enforcement officer through rigorous programs, he distinguished himself in high-stakes counterfeit investigations. His sharp mind and precision shooting skills traced back to his academic excellence, graduating top of his class at Duke University with a flawless academic record while competing as a Division I wrestler. What truly set him apart was his uncanny memory, almost photographic in accuracy, a skill that caught the attention of Secret Service leadership during his early field assignments. Agents protecting the commander-in-chief needed to instantly recognize potential threats from hundreds of surveillance photos. And he never missed a face. During a presidential fundraiser under the Fowler administration, while temporarily assigned from the St. Louis field office, he'd quietly intercepted a suspected stalker carrying a concealed .92 pistol, an operation so smooth it never leaked to the press, exactly as the service preferred. His seamless performance earned him a permanent spot on the Presidential Protective Division shortly after Roger Durling took office. Starting as a junior agent, he endured endless protective details and motorcade runs, quickly rising through the ranks. The grueling hours never fazed him. He often remarked that, as an immigrant, serving America meant as much to him as the ancient Persian immortals serving their king. Americans, for all their contradictions, had a soft spot for immigrants, a cultural blind spot that sometimes worked in his favor. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, intelligence reports painted a grim picture. No viable assets left in country, Mary Pat noted. But the intercepts are solid, Goodley added. NEFA's delivering the entire Ba'athist leadership is locked up, and they won't be walking out anytime soon. Ryan frowned. So Iraq's effectively leaderless. A military council's running things now, Bert Vasco confirmed. They've already been seen cozying up to an Iranian cleric on state TV, no coincidence. Best case, we see a détente with Tehran. Worst case? Full merger. The Saudis were panicking. Prince Ali called me an hour ago, Ed Foley said. They threw together an aid package big enough to erase our national debt, trying to buy influence with the new regime, but no one's picking up the phone in Baghdad. That's unheard of. Ryan understood the deeper unease. The Gulf states were traders at heart, their mercantile culture older than Islam itself. Like Americans, they thrived on deals and compromises. A regime that refused to negotiate? That terrified them more than any ideology. Iran had transformed dramatically under Ayatollah Khomeini's rule, shifting from the Shah's regime into a strict theocracy. For neighboring Gulf states, the unsettling realization wasn't just that Iran was different, it was that those differences had deepened into something unrecognizable. The old channels of dialogue, once reliable despite political tensions, now seemed to vanish overnight. What's Tehran saying? Jack pressed. Ben Goodley fielded the question with the diplomat's caution. Publicly, they're all about peace and brotherhood standard rhetoric. But behind the scenes, intercepts show Baghdad's officials scrambling for orders, and Tehran's clerics calling the shots. Right now, they're playing it cool, letting things unfold. But once the revolutionary courts kick in, the sermons about love and freedom won't mean much when the executions begin. Vasco tossed a stack of intelligence reports onto the table. Iran's either taking over or turning Iraq into a puppet. Goodley's not wrong, this intel's darker than I expected. The Neo frowned. You're saying it's worse than we thought? Vasco didn't even glance up. Yay. This is bad. Secretary Adler cut in, pragmatic as ever. The Saudis will want reassurance by sundown. What's our answer? Jack's response came without hesitation. We stand with them. No conditions, no wavering. The words left his mouth before he fully processed their weight, America's promise, locked in with 2 sentences. Adler smoothed it over. Agreed. Ali can relay the message, they'll know. We're serious. Had Foley shifted gears. Bertano needs a heads up. He's sharp, listens more than he talks. Jack shook his head. No cabinet meeting. We play it calm, just observing with interest. Scott, keep the press briefings vague. Ben's promotion came up, and Foley joked about losing his best analyst. Sorry, Ed. Ben's mine now, Jack said. He's earned the Neo spot. Foley feigned offense. At least send me a decent replacement. Laughter lightened the room, but the tension lingered. In the corner, Arif Ramon watched, silent and alert. Trust wasn't in his vocabulary, not for these men. Not for anyone, except maybe the first family. Yet here he was, surrounded by people who relied on him precisely because he'd been trained never to rely on them. The irony wasn't lost on him. Patience, he reminded himself. The right moment would come. Events unfolding across the world were accelerating the inevitable. Behind his unreadable gaze, Raman wrestled with doubt. Perhaps divine guidance was necessary after all. What had begun as a vague obligation 2 decades ago had sharpened into something far more precise. Killing was easy. Any determined person could take a life. But orchestrating the perfect assassination, eliminating the right target at the exact moment, to serve a grander purpose that required mastery. The irony wasn't lost on him. Though his mission was divinely ordained, every tool, every opportunity had been handed to him by the very enemy he despised. One man's death, perfectly timed, would serve Allah best. Timing, though, that was the challenge. After years of patience, Raman accepted that breaking cover might be unavoidable. A calculated risk, but one he could manage. Bedrain kept his voice steady, though inside his thoughts raced. Your ambition is. Sixtura for C, remarkable. The sheer scale of it left him breathless. Derrier, for the first time, had laid bare his life's work to someone outside his inner circle. The timid never reshape the world, Derrier replied, his tone measured, as if discussing a hand of cards rather than a plan to redraw the map of nations. For him, this was the culmination of decades, a dream so vast it might eclipse even the Prophet's legacy. The unification of Islam under a single banner, a new empire rising from the ashes of old conflicts. Bedrain saw it differently. Power, pure and simple. A superstate anchored in the Persian Gulf, rich in oil and ambition, swallowing weaker neighbors whole. Religion, just the flag under which they marched. He'd flirted with Marxism once, found it lacking. This was the game that mattered. The moment is ripe, he conceded. America stumbles. The Soviet carcass is picked clean, its southern republics desperate for direction. They need faith, or at least someone to feed them. It was true. The so-called independent republics dangled like loose threads, still tethered to Moscow's corpse. They hungered for identity, for an escape from economic ruin. And what better glue than religion, long suppressed by their atheist masters? They'd trade land, resources, loyalty for survival. The obstacle, of course, is America, Bedrain mused, stating the obvious. Too vast to crush. Darier's lips curled. I've met this Ryan. The name hung between them, a puzzle yet to be solved. First, give me your honest opinion of him. Bedrain considered his words carefully. He's sharp, certainly no coward. The man has proven his courage in dangerous situations and knows intelligence work, inside out. Highly educated too, both the Saudis and Israelis trust him, which says something. Those alliances carried weight right now, as did another key relationship. The Russians hold him in high regard as well. What else should I know? Never underestimate him, or America for that matter. We've both witnessed the consequences when people make that mistake, Bedrain warned. But what about America's current situation? From what I've observed, President Ryan is scrambling to rebuild his government. It's a massive undertaking, but the country itself remains stable at its core. And the succession issue? That's where I'm in the dark, Bedrain admitted. The news hasn't given me enough to piece it together. Daryei leaned forward, finally sharing his own take. I've met Ryan. He's nothing more than an assistant puts on a strong front. But it's an act. If he had real strength, he'd confront Keelty directly. The man's committing treason, isn't he? But that's beside the point. Ryan is just one man, and America is just one country. Both can be hit from multiple angles at once. Lion and hyenas, Bedrain mused, then elaborated before Daryei could bristle at the comparison. The cleric actually seemed amused by the metaphor. Not one massive strike, but dozens of smaller ones? It's worked before. What if we went bigger? Hit America and Ryan simultaneously. And if Ryan were to fall, what then? Chaos would follow, at least within their system. But I'd advise caution and allies. The more hyenas, the better. As for targeting Ryan personally, Bedrain hesitated, unsure why his host kept circling back to this. Would agree, self-restraint too. President isn't an easy mark. He's guarded, well-informed. So I've heard, Daryei replied, his expression unreadable. Any other potential allies you'd suggest? Have you followed the tensions between Japan and America? Bedrain countered. Ever notice how some of the biggest dogs stay silent? There was something unsettling about those quiet, watchful predators, always hungry. And yet Daryei kept fixating on Ryan's security. One dog in particular was starving. It could make for a dangerous pack. Maybe it just failed. The Gulfstream team sat across from Swiss aviation officials and the flight operations chief of the jet's owner. Maintenance records showed everything had been up to standard-approved parts, certified contractors with a decade of flawless service. But the flight recorder hadn't been recovered. Us Radford's search had turned up nothing, no pings, no debris. And with Libya blocking access to their waters, the investigation hit a wall. Wouldn't be the first time a black box didn't survive, the Gulfstream rep conceded. Crashes were unpredictable. Without the data, theories were all they had. Pilot reported engine failure. Could have been bad fuel, maintenance error, objection. The maintenance contractor cut in. Or pilot mistake, the rep finished. But without evidence, we're stuck. The pilot had 4,000 hours in that model, the operations chief pointed out, frustration creeping into his voice. A seasoned professional, unlikely to make a rookie error. Yet here they were, with nothing but questions. The co-pilot had logged over 2,000 flight hours, the company rep repeated, his voice edged with frustration. Around the conference table, the unspoken tension was palpable. The aircraft manufacturer prided itself on an impeccable safety record, something they fiercely protected. With only a handful of major players in the business jet market, reputation was everything. Corporate clients had deep pockets and long memories. A single unexplained crash could tarnish a brand for years. The maintenance crew wasn't eager to take the fall. Either Switzerland's strict aviation regulations meant even a minor slip could cost them contracts. And the jet's owner? Pride alone kept him from accepting blame without concrete evidence. Without the flight recorder, they were stuck in a loop of speculation. The government inspector had already rubber-stamped the paperwork, leaving them with little to go on. Contacting the engine manufacturer was straightforward, but testing the fuel? That was another story. In the end, the fallout would be minimal. Gulfstream might lose a sale or two, the maintenance team would endure extra audits, and the corporation would simply order another G-class jet from the same contractor. Business as usual, with even Swiss regulators nodding in approval. Pat O'Day preferred field work to desk duty, but today was another marathon of reports. Junior agents handled the cross-checking, though he still scribbled notes on his yellow legal pad. Old habits died hard. Real agents didn't type, or so he'd been told at Quantico. Wrapping up early at Buzzard's Point, he decided the Hoover building could survive without him. The case had hit a wall, just rehashed interviews and redundant paperwork. Worst part of the job, muttered addict Tony Caruso. The evidence was airtight, but lawyers always wanted more, as if drowning a jury in paperwork guaranteed a conviction. Nothing left to find. This one's wrapped up. Day grinned. Time for something fresh. Megan started at a new daycare, Giant Steps, off Ritchie Highway. Caruso raised an eyebrow. Same place the Ryan kids went. Back when the UA hit it. O'Day paused. Guess the owner wouldn't bring that up. Not with Secret Service babysitting the place, Caruso said dryly. Bet they've got agents finger painting with the toddlers. O'Day chuckled, then glanced out the window. A new clerk was working the 7-Eleven across the street. Small details always caught his eye. As he sipped his coffee earlier that morning, he couldn't help but notice how unusually polished the barista looked for such an ungodly hour. Tomorrow, he'd return the favor by sizing the guy up for hidden weapons, just as the clerk had probably already done to him. Out of professional courtesy, he'd flash his badge with a knowing smirk. Definitely overqualified, Caruso admitted with a chuckle. But hey, can't complain about extra security where your kid's concerned. You got that right, Tony, O'Day replied, standing up. Think I'll head out and grab her now. The assistant director of the Washington field office scoffed. Headquarters guys clocking out after 8 hours, like it's nothing. Should have stayed in the field if you wanted the real action, Don Antonio. Stepping outside always felt like a breath of fresh air, literally. The grime of the city somehow smelled less oppressive on the way out. His truck sat untouched, a small victory he credited to its perpetually muddy exterior. Shedding his suit jacket, O'Day never bothered with a coat. He swapped it for his trusty decade-old leather flight jacket, worn soft from years of use. The tie came off next, tossed carelessly onto the passenger seat. 10 minutes later, he was cruising down Route 50 toward Annapolis, beating the usual government worker rush. The radio hummed with classic country tunes, and for once, traffic was on his side. Pulling into the Giant Steps parking lot, he scanned for the telltale signs of official vehicles. The Secret Service had gotten smarter over the years, no more obvious, boxy sedans with bland paint jobs. Still, he spotted 2 likely candidates and confirmed his hunch by peeking inside one to spot the radio setup. For a moment, he wondered if his own disguise would hold up, then laughed at himself. If they were even halfway decent at their jobs, they'd already run his ID through the system after he handed over his paperwork to Mrs. Daggett that morning. The rivalry between the FBI and Secret Service was legendary, ironic, since the Bureau had started with a handful of service agents. But the FBI had grown bigger, sharper, with decades of hard-earned investigative experience. Not that the service wasn't good, just painfully uptight, as Caruso had bluntly put it. Then again, they were the best damn babysitters in the world. Zipping up his jacket, O'Day crossed the lot and spotted a burly figure lingering near the entrance. Would they stay undercover? He breezed right past, playing the part of just another dad picking up his kid. Inside, it didn't take long to spot the agent's 2 women in long smocks, their earpieces barely visible, hands subtly resting near their concealed sig-saulers. Daddy. Megan's voice rang out as she sprang up from her seat, a little girl with striking resemblance beside her. O'Day crouched to admire the day's artwork. only to feel a light but firm pressure against his side. Someone had just checked for his weapon. "You know who I am," he said without turning. "Oh, I do now," came the familiar reply. He straightened to face Andrea Price. "Westereus Demon?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. The two female agents nearby had already shifted focus, their hands subtly moving away from the crayons and toward their holsters. Not bad they'd spotted the slight bulge under his jacket. "Just a routine sweep," Price explained, making sure everything's set for all the kids. Megan tugged at his sleeve. "Daddy, this is Katie." O'Day crouched again, offering a warm smile. "Nice to meet you, Katie." Standing, he shot Price a questioning glance. "Spanvux," she confirmed quietly. "First toddler of the United States." "And the team across the street?" "Two agents rotating shifts." O'Day glanced back at the little girl. "She's got her mother's eyes." Price flashed his badge toward Agent Marcella Hilton with a casual flick of his wrist, more out of courtesy than necessity. "Maybe ease up on the pop quizzes next time," he suggested, raising an eyebrow. "Your guy at the entrance recognized me the second I walked in, Don Russell, right?" "Man's got the look of someone who's seen it all." Inspector O'Day chuckled, nodding. "No such thing as too careful, right? Gotta admit, I was curious how sharp your team really is. Especially with my kid in the mix now makes this place a bullseye." He bit back the curse on the tip of his tongue. "So, did we make the cut?" Liz Trice pressed. O'Day scanned the room, mentally tallying the hidden security. "One sniper across the street, 3 visible here. Bet you've got another 3 tucked away within spitting distance. Should I hunt for the Suburban and the rifles?" "Knock yourself out," Price replied smoothly, not bothering to mention the 4th operative O'Day had missed, tucked in the building's blind spot. The inspector let out an impressed whistle, spotting the freshly installed surveillance cameras. "The faint scent of paint," explained the pristine walls, "no toddler fingerprints here. The whole place was rigged tighter than a Vegas casino. Gotta hand it to you, your team's slick." "What's the latest on the crash investigation?" Price shook his head. "Nothing solid. DUFO reviewed more statements today, but the inconsistencies are negligible. The Mounties and Japanese investigators have been thorough. They even dug up Sato's kindergarten teacher and 2 flight attendants he was seeing on the side. Case is practically wrapped." "Andrea," she corrected when he used her last name. "Pat," he shot back, both of them grinning. "What's your sidearm?" "We Egghasgduft. Smith, 1076. Beats the pea shooters you bureau folks carry." There was a hint of swagger in his voice. O'Day believed in stopping power, even if he'd only ever used it on paper targets. The Secret Service had their protocols, but he'd trust the Bureau's judgment on firepower any day. Price didn't rise to the bait. "Next time, just show your ID at the door." Might not be the same agent. She didn't demand he surrender at professional courtesy, he noted with relief. "How's Swordsman holding up?" O'Day asked. "Director Murray swears by him. They go way back, same as me and Dan. Tough job, but Murray's not wrong. Guy's sharper than he lets on. Listens well, too," Price added. "Better yet, he asks the right questions." Their conversation paused as a child's shout drew their attention. Both agents instinctively swept the room before refocusing on their daughters, now swapping crayons like seasoned artists. "Seems like our girls get along," Price remarked. "Zishu Everett." The word stuck with O'Day. Russell, the seasoned vet at the door, was clearly running the show. The younger female agents inside were good, just not Russell good. But ours said everything. Like lions guarding their cub. He wondered how he'd handle the monotony of a post like that. Boredom was the real enemy. His cop's eye picked out the subtle differences between Price's team and the actual preschool staff. Andrea, your crew's sharp. Why the heavy numbers? She tilted her head. That hand, overkill. Maybe. But after the hit we took on the hill, I'm not taking chances. Press can scream all they want, ain't happening again. Her tone was pure street cop, no nonsense. Day smirked. Works for me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a date with a box of mac and cheese. He glanced down, already mentally clocking out. Megan was putting the final touches on her project, studying the two nearly identical girls with a trained eye. To an outsider, they'd appear indistinguishable, a fact that unsettled her, though it was precisely why her team had been assigned this detail. Where do you train? The question didn't need clarification. We've got a private facility in the old post office, she replied. Convenient location, weekly drills. Nobody on my team scores below expert level in Dawn. I'd stack him against any shooter alive. O'Day's grin widened. We should test that theory. Price matched his playful tone. Name the time and place. The direct line buzzed Sergei Golovko calling, no doubt eager to flaunt his access. Jack answered with practiced calm. Yes, Sergei. Da Reinduid, Tuden too. I'm aware, the president cut in. The Russian pressed for details, already packed for his return flight. We'll have confirmation within 2 weeks. Then we cooperate, Golovko declared, making it sound routine. Jack exhaled. This uneasy partnership kept deepening useful, but never simple. I'll consult Ed Foley. When's your flight? Fatapé tomorrow. Call me from Moscow. Hanging up, Ryan marveled at how effortlessly he negotiated with a former adversary. If only Congress could be that efficient. Stepping into the outer office, he gestured toward the break room. Any snacks before my Mr. Bid, President? Price intercepted him. Got a second. He waved her in as an aide phoned the kitchen. Andrea briefed him on the upgraded security for his kids, a thorough, suffocating web of protection. His expression remained neutral, but she caught the tension in his jaw. Congratulations, your family's in a gilded cage. What a time to be alive. Meanwhile, Agent Rahman clocked out after his pre-dawn shift, flashing credentials at the reinforced gate. Its massive posts could probably withstand a tank. He navigated the maze of concrete barriers lining Pennsylvania Avenue, once open to traffic, now a fortress perimeter. Instead of heading straight to his Georgetown loft, he detoured to Wisconsin Avenue, parking outside an unassuming rug shop. The irony amused him. Another Iranian immigrant, another stereotype, this one, peddling carpets instead of plotting mayhem. The shopkeeper's walls told curated stories, a framed photo of a son lost in war. Rehearsed tales of regime hatred. A perfect cover. No mosque attendance, no political ties, just a quiet businessman invisible to scrutiny. When Rahman entered, the merchant assumed his usual role until the agent bypassed the rugs entirely. Your boy? Rahman nodded at the photo. He looks like you. The older man's grief seemed genuine. Healed in the war. So many did. Was he devout? The merchant's eyes glistened. Does faith matter when you're dead? Rahman shrugged with practiced ease. It always matters, he said, his tone deliberately offhand. The two men moved toward one of the stacked rug displays, where the dealer casually lifted a few edges as if inspecting the merchandise. I'm ready. Just need the green light on timing. Rahman operated without a code name, and the passphrase he'd used was known only to a select few. The dealer's role was simple: relay the exact 9-word message, await a response, and deliver it verbatim. Mind filling out a client card for our records? Raman obliged, scribbling down real details, a name plucked from a cross-reference directory in the White House, no less. He'd chosen an address with a phone number just 1 digit off his own, a subtle trick marked by a tiny dash over the 6th digit. The dealer would know to adjust it by adding 3, completing the sequence. It was flawless tradecraft, a technique passed down from an Israeli operative to his Savic trainer decades ago, and neither man, both hailing from Cham's sacred streets, had forgotten a single detail. Meanwhile, the world's sprawling time zones turned intelligence into a logistical nightmare. While America dozed, other regions stirred awake, already shaping decisions that would force global reactions. The CIA, despite its reputation, had shockingly few boots on the ground to anticipate these moves. That left Stormtrack and Palm Bull scrambling to piece together news from local broadcasts, hardly real-time intel. By the time the President woke, the reports on his desk were a day stale, their accuracy dubious at best. Even Washington's top spies weren't night owls. They had families, golf games, and preferred daylight hours for their high-stakes debates. So critical updates stalled further, tangled in bureaucracy, while adversaries sprinted ahead. Moscow fared slightly better, its clocks nearly synced with Tehran and Baghdad. But the RVs the KGB's air faced the same hollowed-out networks as the CIA, its assets obliterated in both countries. For Sergei Golovko, landing at Sheremetyevo, the real headache would be damage control. Then came Iraq's morning broadcast. The new Baghdad regime welcomed UN inspectors with open arms, pledging unfettered access and speedy cooperation to revive international trade. Iran, playing the gracious neighbor, began rolling food convoys across the border, invoking ancient Islamic charity. Palm Bull's footage showed trucks laden with wheat snaking down the Shahabad highway, dust swirling as they crossed into Iraq beneath the jagged mountain divide. A picture-perfect display of goodwill or a masterclass in misdirection. Either way, the clock was ticking, and the West was already playing catch-up. Additional images revealed Iraqi border guards, dismantling barriers and ushering trucks forward, while Iranian security personnel calmly observed from their side without visible weapons. Analysts at Langley crunched numbers on the convoy size, cargo weight, and potential bread output, realizing it would take entire fleets of grain shipments to make more than a token impact. Yet symbols carried weight, and satellite intel confirmed vessels were already being prepped for departure. Over in Geneva, UN officials, barely 3 hours behind the latest developments, welcomed Baghdad's requests with enthusiasm. Inspection teams found themselves greeted by polished Mercedes sedans, whisked through checkpoints with blaring police escorts, and trailed by eager camera crews. Facility staff played their parts perfectly, feigning relief as they walked inspectors through the dismantling of a chemical weapons site cleverly disguised as a pesticide factory. Meanwhile, Iran pushed for an emergency Security Council session to lift remaining trade restrictions, a move as inevitable as dawn breaking over Washington. Within days, Iraqis would see their daily caloric intake spike by 500. But the real game-changer was the psychological shift. The nation once at war with Iraq now led its revival, all while framing the aid as a divine mandate. "By tomorrow," Major Sabah remarked dryly, "we'll see mosque courtyards packed with free bread baskets." He considered quoting the accompanying Quranic verses but doubted his American counterparts would catch the dark humor. "Your assessment?" pressed the senior U. "The bait is stove, forsen." "Unification," Sabah stated, "and faster than anyone expects. The exposed weapons sites? Mere theater. Iran had already secured what it needed. Magic, of course, doesn't exist. It's just a label for sleight of hand so deft that observers miss the mechanics. Nations operate the same way. While the world fixated on wheat shipments and diplomatic summits, Tehran's real play unfolded after dark. Badrein's network hummed with activity, and where his reach ended, Ayatollah Dariai's began. A corporate-styled jet departed Mehrabad, arcing eastward over Afghanistan and Pakistan before touching down near the remote outpost of Rutog, nestled in China's Kunlun Mountains. The dusty border town boasted a secluded airstrip, a squadron of knockoff MiGs, and a population of Muslim minorities, a discreet hub just 600 miles from New Delhi. 3 planes arrived at twilight, disgorging passengers into military transports. Dariai, accustomed to pristine quarters, wrinkled his nose at the lingering scent of roast pork, wafting from the base cafeteria. He swallowed his distaste. Some sacrifices, after all, were necessary. The gathering wasn't unusual for those accustomed to navigating the delicate dance between faith and diplomacy. The Indian Prime Minister greeted Dariai with polite professionalism, recalling their previous encounter at a trade summit where he'd been just as reserved and distant. His demeanor hadn't shifted much since then. Zheng Hun-san arrived last, his cheerful exterior masking the sharp calculation behind every word. Though his official role remained ambiguous, his presence carried weight. His nation's influence ensured no one questioned his authority, even as a minister without portfolio. The meeting unfolded in English, though Zhang briefly slipped into Mandarin to dismiss an aide. "My apologies for the delayed welcome," he offered smoothly. "Unfortunate lapses in protocol are never intentional." Tea and light refreshments were served, no time for a full meal, but the real feast was the unspoken tension simmering beneath the surface. Dariai, ever the diplomat, brushed off the informality. "Efficiency sometimes sacrifices comfort," he said. "Still, I appreciate your willingness to convene under these circumstances." His gaze shifted to the Prime Minister. "And your presence honors us. May this meeting bear fruit." Zhang, ever the observer, tipped his hand with a calculated compliment. "Your recent success in Iraq must be gratifying after years of conflict." The Prime Minister sipped her tea, hiding a smirk. "How convenient," she thought, "that your enemy's demise aligns so perfectly with your ambitions." "How may we assist?" she asked, subtly ceding the floor to Dariai, a move that didn't escape Zhang's notice. Dariai wasted no time. "You've met Ryan recently. What are your impressions?" "Small man, oversized role," she replied without hesitation. "His funeral speech. More fitting for a private gathering than a statesman. At the reception, he seemed out of his depth, his wife even worse. Physicians, you know. They carry that arrogance." Dariai nodded. "I found him unchanged from our last meeting years ago." "And yet," Zhang mused, "he leads a powerful nation." "Does he?" Dariai countered. "Greatness stems from leadership. Where is America's now?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Ryan exhaled, rubbing his temples. The Oval Office felt cavernous tonight, its grandeur doing little to ease the isolation pressing down on him. The headaches had become relentless, Kathy insisted. It was just eye strain, but no amount of reading glasses dulled the throbbing. Maybe it was stress. Or maybe it was the absurdity of his situation. The political staff's latest memo sat before him, a masterpiece of vague suggestions. They were floundering, unsure how to advise a president who'd never pledged allegiance to a party. Ryan had always checked independent on voter forms, avoiding the endless fundraising pleas, though he and Kathy still tossed their symbolic dollar into the political fund on tax day. Now, as the de facto leader of a decapitated party, he couldn't help but laugh. The entire system was in shambles, and here he was, expected to navigate the wreckage. Just stress, he told himself, and maybe the weight of a fractured nation. The two chairmen sat frozen, utterly clueless about their next move. For days, everyone had mistakenly believed Ryan belonged to Roger Durling's party, until the press uncovered the truth, sending Washington into collective panic. To the city's political purists, it was like asking for a simple math answer and getting neon green instead. His policy document was a mess, cobbled together by rival analysts, each pushing their own agenda. Even his intelligence team could have done better, Jack thought, tossing the paper aside and craving a cigarette stress talking. Sure, but the urge was real. Now he had to hit the campaign trail, whatever that meant. The document's advice was about as clear as mud. After already stepping on the abortion landmine, aim higher next time. Arnie had quipped Ryan, now faced a gauntlet of issues. Affirmative action, welfare, taxes, the environment, and who knew what else. Once he figured out where he stood, Callie Weston would draft speeches for him to deliver from coast to coast. Alaska and Hawaii. Wonders, forget it. Too small, too polarizing. The document deemed them distractions. Why can't I just stay here and do my job? Ryan groaned as Arnie walked in. Because the job is out there, mister. President, Arnie replied, settling in for another lesson in Politics 101. Leadership means showing up. Or did you forget your own motto? Jack rubbed his eyes under his glasses, another thing he despised. You enjoying this? He muttered. About as much as you are, Arnie shot back. Most presidents loved escaping the White House bubble, but not Ryan. To him, it already felt like a gilded cage. Only when I'm awake, he grumbled. Arnie shrugged. Get out there. Hey, talk to people. Maybe they'll listen. Maybe you'll learn something. Either way, you don't get to skip it. Jack waved the document. You read this? Arnie nodded. It's a train wreck. That's politics for you, Arnie said. Since when does it make sense? The pros eat this stuff for breakfast, probably because they were all bottle-fed as kids. Jack blinked. What? Maurice Bowl Cathy. Some new age theory about politicians craving approval because their moms didn't breastfeed them. Explains why they'll say anything to get love from strangers. He smirked. Or in Keelty's case, just chasing the next fling. Well-raised kids can grow up to be doctors, lawyers, or even rabbis, but apparently, nobody warned them about the circus of politics. What the hell? The president barked, eyes snapping open as his chief of staff smirked. Got you good, didn't I? Arnie Van Dam leaned back, clearly enjoying himself. You know what this administration's missing. A court jester, full cabinet position. Picture it, some poor guy with a height disadvantage squeezed into rainbow tights, jingling hat and all, perched on a stool in the Oval Office. Every 15 minutes, he'd hop onto your desk, shake a rattle in your face, and remind you that even presidents need bathroom breaks. Get it yet, Jack? The president sighed. No. You're hopeless. Arnie threw up his hands. This job's supposed to be fun. Meeting people, hearing what they care about, that's the adrenaline rush. They want to love you. You're the first president in decades who actually feels like one of them. So quit sulking, call up Air Force One, and get in the damn game. The unspoken truth hung between them. The schedule was locked in. No backing out now. Jack crossed his arms. Not everyone's gonna like what I say. I won't lie just to win votes. Arnie rolled his eyes. You think you need 100% approval? Most presidents pray for 51. Hell, some scrape by with less. Remember your abortion speech disaster. That mess wasn't policy, it was delivery. Jack opened his mouth, but Arnie cut him off. You interrupting class again. Here's Politics 101. 40% vote Democrat. 40% vote Republican. They'd vote for a ham sandwich if it wore their party's tie. The rest, that 20% swing vote, they don't give a damn about your stance on tax codes. He paused, grinning. Here's the kicker, they care about you. Not your policies. You, Freakitant foreign. And buddy, you've got more integrity than this town's seen in years. That's our play. Jack scowled at the word play, but stayed silent. Keep it simple. Keep it honest. That 20%, they just want to believe you mean what you say. Arnie leaned in. So say it like you do. Jack leaned back in his chair, considering the question. Do you respect someone who stands by their convictions, even when you don't share them? Absolutely. That's the whole point of being a man of principle, Arnie finished for him. And that's exactly why the 20% will back you, even when they don't agree. They'll trust you because your word means something. When everything falls apart, people need a leader who'll at least try to do what's right, not just what's convenient. Jack exhaled. Got it. Then there's presentation, don't underestimate that. There's no shame in being smart about how you deliver your message. In Fighting Sailor, you didn't just throw words on the page. You crafted them. Same goes for policy. These ideas matter more than any book, so you'd better package them with twice the care. Arnie watched as the lesson sank in. The president was catching on. Now, how many of your policies do I actually support? Hitdedebury smirked. Not all of them. Take Sherbinen stem. I'm pro-choice. Affirmative action? We'd probably argue for hours. But here's the thing, I've never questioned your integrity. Not once. I don't have to believe what you believe. I just need to know you'll listen. Arnie's voice softened. This country saved my family. We fled Holland when I was 3. My father was resistance, and a traitor nearly got him killed. We barely made it out. The rest of our family wasn't so lucky. Jack blinked. Caparis, Chuen. No, but my father knew what happened to those who stayed. He brought us here because America was different. The Constitution, that's what holds it together. Governments shift, people change, but those principles stay. You swore an oath to protect them. So did I. Mine just wasn't official. Arnie leaned forward. My job isn't to agree with you on everything. It's to make sure you can do yours. That means listening, making tough calls, and playing by the rules even when you hate them. Jack rubbed his temples. So how am I doing? Not terrible, Arnie admitted. But guilty's still lurking. You need to step up, look presidential. And when reporters ask about re-election. Jack groaned. I don't even want this job. Then you lose, Arnie cut in. No one takes a lame duck seriously. Congress ignores you. Foreign leaders walk all over you. So what's your answer? Jack sighed. I haven't decided yet. Exactly. You're rebuilding the government. That question can wait. I'll discreetly let it slip that you're considering staying on that. Your first loyalty is to the nation. When reporters press you, just stick to your original stance. Foreign governments will pick up on that signal and take it seriously, while the American people will see it as a mark of integrity. Realistically, the primaries won't favor fringe candidates who barely survive the Hill. They'll lean toward uncommitted delegates. We might even want you to address that directly. I'll discuss it with Callie. He didn't mention how much the media would salivate over the idea. 2 wide-open, brokered conventions? That was the kind of political drama journalists fantasized about. Arnie kept it straightforward. No matter what stance Ryan took, at least 40% of the public would oppose it, probably more. The irony of that stubborn 20% he kept mentioning was how they spanned the political spectrum, valuing character over ideology, just like him. Some would protest loudly, blending in with whichever ideological faction disagreed. But in the end, they'd vote for the man. They always did, putting country before bias, even if the system often rewarded leaders who didn't deserve their voters' trust. Ryan hadn't fully grasped the power he held, and maybe that was for the best. Overthinking it would only tempt him to control the narrative, something he'd never master. Even decent men made mistakes, and Ryan was no exception. That's why people like Arnold Van Damme existed to guide from both inside and outside the system. Watching the president wrestle with new ideas, Arnie noted the confusion, but also the focus. Ryan was a quick study, absorbing information like a sponge. But he wouldn't connect all the dots. Only Arnie and maybe Callie Weston could see far enough ahead. These past weeks had convinced Van Damme that Ryan had the makings of a true leader. So it's to Joff now? Making sure Jack stayed right where he was. We can't do that, the Indian Prime Minister argued, reluctantly adding, the U. Navy already taught us a hard lesson. A harsh one, John conceded, but no lasting damage. Your ships will be fully repaired in 2 weeks. That caught India off guard. She'd only just learned that detail herself. The repairs were draining a significant chunk of the Navy's annual budget, her main concern. It wasn't every day a former adversary revealed how deeply they'd infiltrated your government. America's a facade, Derrier cut in. A giant with a failing heart and a wounded mind. You said it yourself. Ryan's a small man in an oversized role. If we make that role even harder, America loses its ability to meddle long enough for us to succeed. Their government is paralyzed, and it'll stay that way for weeks. All we need is to deepen the chaos. And how do you propose we do that? Zolti occurs, India challenged. By stretching their commitments while shaking their stability. For you, demonstrations will suffice. The rest, that's my problem to solve. Zhang felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Perhaps ignorance is preferable, he replied, forcing his breath to remain steady. Meeting someone even more ruthless than himself was rare, and he had no desire to uncover the depths of Daryai's plans. Let another nation bear the burden of aggression. With deliberate calm, he reached for a cigarette inside his jacket. Continue, he urged. Daryai's gaze was unflinching. Our nations, China, India, the United Islamic Republic, each possess strength and hunger in equal measure. China requires space and resources for its vast population. Soon, I will command both wealth and the means to distribute it. The West's dominance over the East must end. His voice sharpened as he turned to Zhang. To your north lies a decaying empire, ripe with resources and millions of the faithful awaiting liberation. I offer it to you in exchange for the lands of my people. Then shifting to the Indian Prime Minister, he added, to your south, an entire continent lies open, rich with what you lack. With our alliance, the Tarmalier in China will shield you. All I ask is silent cooperation, no direct risk. India suppressed a bitter laugh. She'd heard promises like this before, yet her desperation remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Zhang's mind raced. This so-called United Islamic Republic was Iran rebranded, wasn't it? Clever. Let them shoulder the danger while China observed from a safe distance. He'd verify the balance of power once back in Beijing. Commitments can wait, Daryai said smoothly. But consider my proposal carefully. Pakistan, the Indian Prime Minister blurted, revealing her hand too soon. Zhang nearly sighed at her lack of subtlety. Islamabad is an American puppet, Daryai countered without hesitation. Trusting them would be foolish. He hid his satisfaction. India's eagerness was unexpected, but useful. Her hatred for America ran deep, deeper than even his intelligence had suggested. How predictable, he mused. That pride would blind her. Weakness disguised as strength. Zhang seized the moment. Our dealings with Pakistan are purely economic, flexible, if necessary. He couldn't help but relish India's misstep. She'd gambled on Japan's failed strike against America, while China had emerged unscathed. Now history repeated itself. Others would take the risks. India would follow timidly, and China? It merely had to recycle an old strategy, one that conveniently tested the new American president. Taiwan still lingered as an irritant, but that was a problem for another day. What fascinated Zhang was the contrast. Iran, driven by zealotry, India by wounded pride and greed. China alone played the long game, detached, calculating. If Daryai wanted to gamble on war, why not let him? But no commitments, not yet. Eagerness was a weakness he couldn't afford. India was so desperate for an advantage that it ignored the glaring risk. If Daryai succeeded, Pakistan might reconcile with the newly formed Chur, possibly even merge with it, leaving India dangerously exposed. Playing the subordinate was risky enough, but worse when you lacked the power to rise above it. Choosing allies required caution. National gratitude was as fragile as a flower in the desert, withering the moment reality set in. The Prime Minister gave a silent nod, savoring her triumph over Pakistan before dismissing the meeting. "Thank you all for your time," she said smoothly, rising from her seat. The others followed suit, exchanging stiff handshakes before filing out. Moments later, Daryai's jet rumbled down the uneven runway, lifting into the night. The mullah eyed the half-empty coffee pot but resisted sleep called, though morning prayers loomed. Still, he couldn't resist one last remark. "Your analysis was flawless." Bedrain smirked. "The Soviets called it objective conditions. Unbelievers, yes, but their methods had a certain brutal logic. Which is why I trust your research," Daryai replied. "Now draft the next phase of operations." With that, he leaned back, shutting his eyes, half expecting the ghosts of fallen kings to haunt his dreams. Meanwhile, Pierre Alexandre trudged through the hospital corridors, the weight of 3 terminal AIDS cases pressing on him. All young men, all with months left, none deserving such an end, regardless of his personal views. Medicine wasn't about judgment. It was about fighting battles you knew you'd lose. Like Baton, he mused, firing every round, knowing reinforcements would never come. He dictated notes into his recorder, forcing detachment. These patients would still be there tomorrow, their faces etched with exhaustion. But tonight, his duty lay elsewhere in the lab, hunting the microscopic killers ravaging them. His secretary intercepted him with a tired smile. "Doctor, Lorenz in Atlanta finally called back. Let's aid again." Alexandra sighed, dialing from memory. "Gus, Alex, we've been playing phone tag all week." Lorenz's laughter crackled through the line. "Tell me about it. How's Baltimore treating you?" "Too busy for fishing, thanks to Ralph." "Speaking of, what's this about Ebola research?" "Would be moving forward if someone hadn't stolen my damn monkeys," Lorenz grumbled. "Animal rights activists." "Probably. One of these days, some idiot's gonna walk off with a monkey and find out it's carrying something worse than fleas." The frustration was palpable. How were doctors supposed to research this deadly virus without animal testing? Who decided a monkey's life mattered more than a human's? In America, where people clung to all sorts of wild beliefs, even the dumbest opinions had constitutional protection. That's why places like the CDC and Johns Hopkins had armed guards posted around monkey cages, even rat enclosures, which made Alex scoff. They were smuggled out of Africa, he muttered. Now someone else is messing with them. Whatever, it just sets me back a week. After 15 years staring at this nightmare, what's another few days? The samples fresh? From the first confirmed case, Ebola Zaire, Mayinga strain. We had another from the second patient, but that one vanished. Vanished. Alex's pulse spiked. Plane crash over the Atlantic. They were transporting her to Paris for Rousseau to examine. No new cases, though. For once, we got lucky. Lorenz sounded relieved. Alex figured a quick death and a crash beat bleeding out from that microscopic monster. Old habits died hard, he still thought like a soldier. Curses and all. All right, so why'd you call? Polynomials, Alex said. Lorenz hesitated. Zir plane. Mapping the structure mathematically. I've been toying with the idea too, but right now I'm focused on the replication cycle. Exactly, Alex cut in. The numbers behind the interaction. I was talking to an ophthalmologist up here of all people, and she dropped something interesting. If amino acids have quantifiable values, their behavior with other codon strings might reveal patterns. A match crackled over the line, Gus lighting his pipe, no doubt. Go on. I'm still piecing it together, but what if it's all one big equation? The trick is solving it. Ralph mentioned your time cycle study. You're onto something. If we map the virus RNA and the host DNA, then the interactions reveal the polynomial's variables. Lorenz finished. And that could show us how this bastard replicates, maybe even how to stop it. A slow exhale. Alex, that's sharp. You're the one running the lab. Just thought I'd throw it out there. Something's missing, though. A breach always, is there? Give me a day to chew on it. Good thinking, kid. Alex hung up, satisfied he'd at least nudged science forward. Not bad for a day's work, even if the idea wasn't fully baked. Meanwhile, President Ryan was knee-deep in political logistics. Another batch of new senators needed briefings. Some states had dragged their feet, forming committees to vet replacements instead of rubber-stamping them. Turns out his speech had actually made a dent. 8 governors had broken tradition, earning praise from local papers, if not the usual D. Vic Hauer players. Jack's first trip was a test run. Up before dawn, he kissed his family goodbye and headed for the south lawn where the chopper waited. Blades already spinning. 10 minutes later, Jack Ryan stepped out of the motorcade and climbed the stairs into Air Force One, the heavily modified Boeing 747 that served as the president's airborne command center. The aircraft hummed with quiet efficiency as he entered, just in time to catch the pilot, a seasoned Air Force colonel delivering the standard pre-flight briefing. Glancing toward the rear, Ryan saw the press corps settling into their plush seats, a few of them already ignoring the seatbelt signs, confident in the plane's famously smooth ride. As he turned toward the forward cabin, a sarcastic voice called out, "And this is a non-smoking flight." Ryan paused, raising an eyebrow. Who was that? Oh, pre-shelved. Andrea Price, his lead Secret Service agent, smirked. Tom Donner, the NBC anchor, thinks he owns the place. Arnie Van Dam chuckled. In his mind, he does. Remember, these people shape how the country sees you. Callie Weston, Ryan's sharp-tongued communications director, added, that man uses enough hairspray to deplete the ozone layer, and half of it's holding on a wig. The president's private cabin, located at the front of the main deck. was outfitted with luxurious seating and convertible beds for long hauls. Andrea watched as Ryan buckled in, no exceptions for the commander-in-chief, even if the press could get away with bending the rules. With a nod to an Air Force crewman, she signaled the all clear, and moments later, the engines roared to life. Ryan had mostly conquered his fear of flying, but takeoff still made him uneasy. He closed his eyes, silently offering a quick prayer, not just for himself, but for everyone on board. The plane accelerated faster than a typical 747. Its light load making it feel nimble rather than lumbering. As the nose lifted, Arnie leaned over. "Relax, Jack. Today's just Indianapolis, Oklahoma City, and home by dinner. Crowds will be friendly, maybe even agree with you for once." Andrea, seated nearby, suppressed a frown. Van Damme never fully grasped the security nightmare of moving the president. A few feet behind her, Agent Rahman kept watch, scanning for any unexpected threats among the press pool. 6 more agents were scattered throughout the plane, with dozens more waiting at each stop. Even the fuel truck at Tinker Air Force Base was under armed guard, no chances taken with the president's safety. Ryan, meanwhile, was reviewing his speech notes, his brow slightly furrowed. Andrea smirked to herself. He wasn't worried about the message. Callie's words were always flawless, but about stumbling over the delivery. Typical Ryan, she thought. Worries about the wrong things. Still, he'd get better. And if not, at least the speeches were good enough to carry him. The flight attendant leaned in as the plane steadied at cruising altitude. "Care for breakfast, mister?" To Crescent, President." Ryan waved her off with a tired smile. "Appreciate it, but I'll pass." His chief of staff, Arnie Van Damme, overruled him. "Bring him scrambled eggs, wheat toast, and decaf. Nobody delivers a national address running on fumes." Press Secretary Callie Weston nodded in agreement. "Skip the caffeine, you don't want shaky hands when 40 million people are watching." Arnie launched into his trademark coaching while stirring artificial sweetener into his coffee. May's tone. Think suburban dad helping his buddy fix a lawnmower. Casual, approachable, "Hey Jim, ever considered trying synthetic oil?" Callie pantomimed, adjusting invisible glasses. Or your pediatrician suggesting less fast food and more bike rides. Make policy sound like common sense. Ryan smirked at his speech draft. So just casually reshape federal education reform, while cameras from every network zoom in on my nose hairs. The team exchanged glances. "Kin's carrying it live," Callie admitted. "First domestic policy speech since inauguration. They'll dissect your tie color by noon." A sudden thought made Ryan glance toward the galley. Any chance of? He trailed off, but the Air Force stewardess caught his meaning instantly. "Virginia Slim's okay, sir." The president's guilty nod earned him a discreet light and a conspiratorial wink. "This stays between us," he muttered, exhaling smoke toward the overhead vents. Meanwhile, in a biosafety lab halfway across the world, a petri dish swirled with ominous crimson fluid. Electron microscopes revealed the grotesque ballet, within Ebola viruses swarming monkey kidney cells like locusts descending on wheat fields. The pathogens lacked consciousness, yet their efficiency was terrifying. They hijacked cellular machinery with robotic precision, converting living tissue into viral factories, until nothing remained but dormant strands awaiting new hosts. Researchers Mowdy and his partner observed coldly. Unlike sensationalized media portrayals, the virus held no malice. It simply followed its programming with horrifying effectiveness. Like a supercomputer executing flawless code, Ebola's exponential replication outpaced immune defenses, reducing the body's intricate systems to ravaged wasteland. The real horror wasn't in imagined cruelty, but in nature's indifferent arithmetic. One cell infected became thousands within hours, then millions, a mathematical inevitability as relentless as it was mindless. Ebola's greatest historical flaw was its own brutal efficiency. The virus worked too well, killing its human hosts with terrifying speed before they could spread the infection widely. It had evolved to thrive in a very specific jungle environment, withering quickly outside those conditions. Since it typically burned through victims in under 10 days, the virus never developed the ability to transmit through the air, or so the scientific community believed. Maudie couldn't help thinking they'd all been clinging to wishful thinking. An airborne Ebola variant would be an apocalyptic nightmare, and now they might be staring at exactly that possibility. The Mainga strain under their microscopes had shown disturbing characteristics, suggesting aerosol transmission, a theory they were about to test. Unlike human cells, which ruptured when frozen by liquid nitrogen, Ebola remained eerily resilient in the cold. Heat, UV light, or chemical shifts could destroy it, but left undisturbed in darkness, the virus slept like a patient predator. Their workspace was a sealed glove box, its thick Lexan walls bulletproof, with heavy rubber gloves protruding from two sides. Modi carefully drew 10 cc of the virus-laden fluid into a small container, the thick gloves making the process frustratingly slow. Once sealed, it passed through a disinfectant-filled airlock, where phenol spray drenched everything for 3 minutes. Even then, neither scientist dared touch it without full protective gear. The director carried the container to a work table, where a repurposed insect spray canister waited crude but effective. After meticulous sterilization, it had been reassembled, its plastic components posing an earlier challenge now solved. The real hazard was the liquid nitrogen, capable of freezing gloves into brittle shards if spilled. Modi poured just enough around the pressure vessel, then injected the Ebola sample into the steel core. As the nitrogen evaporated, the virus would soon thaw. The two men had just enough time to strip off their gear and grab dinner before the real experiment began. The director gave a satisfied nod. "We're ready." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. The colonel expertly guided the aircraft to a smooth landing, his focus sharp. This was his first time flying the president, and he wanted to make an impression. The rollout was flawless, reverse thrusters easing the massive jet to a controlled stop before it pivoted left. Through the windows, Ryan saw a sea of people, thousands, not just hundreds, waving American flags in a synchronized swell as the plane came to rest. The mobile stairs rolled into place, and the door swung open, revealing the no-nonsense flight attendant who'd offered him a cigarette earlier. "Need another smoke?" she murmured with a smirk. Ryan chuckled. "Maybe after the circus." "Thanks, Sarge." She shot back. "Don't trip on your way down, mister." "President," earning a grin before he stepped into the doorway. The Midwest sun blazed as Ryan paused, taking in the roaring crowd, strangers who barely knew him yet cheered like he was a hometown hero. His suit was pressed, his hair stubbornly tamed despite his protests, and as he descended the stairs, he felt more like an imposter than a leader. At the base, an Air Force chief snapped a crisp salute, which Ryan returned instinctively, drawing another eruption of applause. Secret Service agents fanned out, vigilant, while the governor of Indiana bounded forward, gripping Ryan's hand with enthusiasm. "Welcome to the Hoosier State, sir. We're thrilled to have you." A National Guard unit stood at attention, their regimental flag dipping in respect, though Old Glory never would as the band launched into hail to the chief. Ryan's gut twisted. The weight of command settled on him. These young soldiers, sharp in their uniforms, were now his responsibility. He owed them more than a wave. As the governor steered him toward the crowd, Andrea Price's voice crackled over the radios. "Heads up. We're diving into handshake hell." The detail tensed, eyes scanning for threats behind mirrored shades. Ryan moved forward, shaking hands with strangers who'd never voted for him, who, weeks ago, hadn't known his name. Yet here they were, eager, hopeful. He swallowed the irony. Leadership wasn't about the title, it was about the faces in front of him, the trust he had to earn. No turning back now, he thought, stepping into the fray. The scene was overwhelming. State employees might have gotten a half-day off, but the parents clutching their children hadn't, and the raw emotion in their eyes left the president stunned. He'd never faced anything like this before. Desperate hands reached for him, and he shook as many as he could while shuffling down the line, straining to pick out voices from the deafening cheers. "Welcome to Indiana. How's it going, sir? Beware travel, President Ryan. We believe in you. Shavalabatuku's concerned." The sheer intensity of their support left him speechless, managing little more than a breathless thank you over and over. The warmth radiating from the crowd was staggering, all of it aimed at him, so much so that he barely noticed the throbbing in his hand. Eventually, he had to step back, waving as the crowd erupted again. The irony wasn't lost on him. If they only knew the truth, if they realized he was just faking his way through this, what then? The doubt gnawed at him as he ducked into the waiting limo. Meanwhile, deep in the basement of an unremarkable building, 10 men waited in grim silence. Only one was a political prisoner, convicted of apostasy. The rest were society's worst killers, a rapist, child predators, and repeat thieves who, under their country's strict laws, were set to lose their hands. Shackled to their beds in a sterile, climate-controlled room, they had been fed barely enough to keep them weak and sluggish. One man prodded his bleeding gums absently before the door swung open. A stranger in a blue hazmat suit entered, placed a canister on the floor, and triggered it before rushing out. A hiss filled the air as mist billowed upward. Panic flared. One prisoner yanked his sheet over his face, convinced it was poison, but when the closest man didn't drop dead, curiosity replaced fear. Within minutes, the incident faded into the monotony of their captivity. The lights clicked off, and they slept, unaware of the ticking clock. Back in the States, Ryan found himself perched on an uncomfortable folding chair, the kind that left your backside numb after 5 minutes. The stage was decked out in patriotic bunting, hiding the bulletproof steel beneath. Even the podium was reinforced Kevlar and steel, lighter but tougher, designed to shield everything below his shoulders. The university's fieldhouse, not their main basketball arena but still massive, was packed beyond capacity. Reporters would no doubt call it "filled to the rafters," the go-to phrase for a standing room-only crowd. For all the glitz and security, the moment felt strangely ordinary, just a man, a chair, and a sea of expectant faces. The auditorium buzzed with energy, packed mostly with college students, though the blinding stage lights made it impossible for Ryan to tell. He'd been ushered through a dim, sweat-stained locker room, the president's shortcut, before emerging into the spotlight. The motorcade had cruised down the interstate, but once they hit downtown, crowds lined the sidewalks, waving as the governor rambled about Indiana's charm. Jack briefly considered asking where the term Hoosier even came from, but the governor's droning praise drowned out his curiosity. One after another, local dignitaries took the mic, a nervous student, the university president, then the mayor, each delivering nearly identical speeches that felt more like flattery than facts. Jack half listened, amused by how they described some idealized version of a president, not him. Maybe their speechwriters only knew how to spin local politics. Then came the moment. "My great honor to introduce the President of the United States." Ryan stood, shook hands, and adjusted his notes, squinting against the glare. The front rows were packed with donors, probably hedging their bets by funding both parties, as usual. He could practically see them calculating their next campaign contribution. "Thank you, Governor," Ryan began, nodding to the lineup behind him, reciting names from memory like a seasoned politician. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time in Indiana, but after this reception, I doubt it'll be my last." The crowd erupted as if on cue, cheering even the most predictable line. And that's when it hit him. The roar of applause, the sea of hopeful faces, it was intoxicating. For the first time, he understood why people chased this job. They weren't just applauding him, they were applauding the idea of him, the symbol he represented. To them, he wasn't just Jack Ryan, he was America itself, a walking, talking embodiment of their dreams. The power was staggering. He could have said anything and they'd have cheered. No wonder politicians got addicted to this. But beneath the rush, a nagging thought lingered. Why me? What do they think they see? The crowd's adoration felt surreal, like standing in the eye of a storm where everyone worshipped a version of him that didn't quite exist. Ryan's rise to the presidency wasn't some grand destiny, it was pure luck. The crowd had chosen him, lifting him onto that stage, turning an ordinary man into something they believed was extraordinary. But was he really? Deep down, nothing had changed. He hadn't suddenly gained wisdom or insight. The same person stood behind that bulletproof podium, just with a new title and a swarm of security. The adoration washing over him wasn't something he'd asked for. He was still just a guy shaped by his parents, his childhood, his education, no different from anyone else in that room. They saw greatness in him, but that was their illusion, not the truth. Far off the reality. His palms were slick with sweat as he gripped the edges of the podium. The words scrolling on the teleprompter weren't even his. He felt like an imposter, no matter how warm the applause. What now? He wondered, the cheers fading around him. He'd never live up to their expectations. A decent man, sure, but not some legendary leader. The presidency was just a job, one with rules written centuries ago by James Madison. Life was a series of transitions, and this was just another one. The past couldn't be rewritten. The future was a blur. All he had was this moment, and he had to make it count. Love wasn't enough. He had to earn it. The power they'd handed him came with responsibility, and their devotion demanded his in return. Steeling himself, Jack glanced at the teleprompter, drew a breath, and began speaking in the same steady tone he'd once used lecturing history students at the Naval Academy. Today, I stand before you to talk about America. Below him, 5 Secret Service agents stood rigid, sunglasses masking their watchful eyes. Their hands were clasped, earpieces buzzing with updates as they scanned the crowd. At the back of the field house, more agents swept binoculars across the audience, knowing not everyone here was a friend. Some might even want him dead. That's why metal detectors lined every entrance, why bomb-sniffing dogs had combed the building. They watched like soldiers in a war zone, every shadow a potential threat. America's strength doesn't come from Washington. The president's voice echoed through the shaky sound system Cheap setup. The agents grumbled internally. It comes from Indiana, from New Mexico, from every town where people work and raise their families. You are America. We serve you. The crowd erupted again. Cameras feeding the moment to satellites. Reporters scribbling notes. Despite having the speech pre-released, the president's address tonight, the news would call it. But they knew the truth. Callie Weston had crafted those words. The press watched the crowd, gauging reactions, free from the blinding stage lights. And as Jack spoke, the weight of it all settled on him. This wasn't just a speech. It was a test. This isn't just an opportunity, it's a responsibility we all carry. If America truly belongs to every one of us, then the work of shaping our nation begins right here, not just in the halls of Washington. The crowd erupted in applause. "Solid speech," Tom Donner remarked to his analyst, John Plummer. His delivery wasn't bad either. Plummer nodded. "I heard from the Naval Academy superintendent apparently. He was a standout teacher back in the day." Donner glanced at his watch. Perfect crowd for him, mostly young faces. "And he's keeping it light, no heavy policy talk." "Just easing into it," John agreed. "You've got the team covering the other segment tonight." Donner confirmed with a quick nod. They should be on site by now. Meanwhile, in her cramped office overlooking downtown Baltimore, Dr. Kathy Ryan faced the glare of camera lights. "So, Dr. Prudd. Ryan, how's life as First Lady treating you?" Kristen Matthews asked warmly. Kathy adjusted her starched lab coat, still adjusting to the spotlight. "I'm learning as I go," she admitted. The space, barely big enough for her desk and 3 chairs, felt even smaller with the crew crammed inside. "Or toe in a bowl. I miss cooking for my family." Matthews raised an eyebrow. "You're a top surgeon, and your husband still expects you to handle dinner." Kathy laughed. "No, it's my choice. Cooking helps me unwind." She didn't mention how it beats zoning out in front of the TV. "Besides, I'm not half bad at it," she added with a grin. Matthews leaned in. "So, what's the president's favorite meal?" Kathy's smile softened. "Easy grilled steak, loaded baked potato, fresh corn, and my spinach salad. Though my doctor's side nags him about the cholesterol." Her tone turned playful. "Jack's actually handy around the house, even mows the lawn without complaining." The mood shifted when Matthews brought up the night their son was born, the same night terrorists attacked. Kathy's voice grew quiet. "I haven't forgotten." Matthews pressed further. "Your husband has taken lives. As a healer, how does that sit with you?" Kathy's gaze steadied. "Jack and our friend Robbie Admiral Jackson now did what they had to. Without them, we wouldn't be here." She paused, thinking of last week's trauma case, a bar fight victim who lost an eye. "Violence isn't my world, but what Jack did was different. He protected us." "Do you ever regret being a doctor?" Matthews asked. "Never," Kathy said firmly. "This isn't just a job, it's who I am. My patients need me, and honestly, I need them too." Matthews smirked. "But most first ladies," Kathy cut her off. "I'm not most first ladies. I'm a surgeon, a researcher. And right now, there are people waiting for me downstairs." Matthews couldn't resist one last dig. "So, no downsides to this life?" Kathy's eyes sparkled. "Do I really have to answer that?" The interview wrapped with Matthews circling back. "What kind of man is your husband?" Kathy exhaled, smiling. "Biased as I am, he's the kind who'll wake up at 3 a.m. to stare at the bay, thinking no one notices. He's stubborn, brilliant, and yes, he worries too much." She hesitated when Matthews probed about his CIA days. Kathy raised a hand. "No clearance, no comment. Some things are better left unknown. The same rules apply to me. I can't share any private patient details with Jack or anyone outside our medical team," she explained firmly. Flotus cut off the next question with a sharp shake of her head. "This isn't a film set, it's a hospital. My patients don't see me as the First Lady. To them, I'm Dr. Ryan, their surgeon and professor. That's who I am here." Matthews couldn't resist adding, "And from what we hear, one of the top in your field." A brief smile flickered across her face. "Sure, the Lasker Award matters, but what really stays with me? Those quiet moments after surgery when the bandages come off. The lights come up slowly, and suddenly they can see again. That look on their face? That's why I do this. Nobody at Johns Hopkins is here for a paycheck. We're here to heal. When you restore someone's sight, it's like... She paused, searching for the right words. Like getting a nod from the universe itself. Kathy knew the cameras would eat this up, but part of her hoped some kid watching might feel that spark, the one that pulls you toward medicine. Meanwhile, Air Force One cut through the sky, leaving Indiana behind at 70 miles. Jack sagged into his seat, the adrenaline of the speech finally draining away. So, teacher vibes or presidential material? He asked, watching the patchwork of farms blur past. Callie grinned. Definitely professor mode today. Arnie, ever the realist, chimed in. Next time, we'll need more fire. The briefing for Oklahoma was already underway. Swap basketball for football. Keep the tornado jokes, and don't forget the Tinker Air Force Base jobs announcement. Their congressman survived the last election somehow, Van Dam noted dryly. Jack raised an eyebrow. Beer in pure luck. More like bad timing for his opponents, came the reply. Back in D. Ben Goodley sorted through classified files, wondering if his new title came with actual influence or just fancier paperwork. At Langley, he'd earned his stripes by cutting through bureaucratic noise. Now he just had to prove that skill translated to the West Wing. The president didn't need hand-holding, but Ben could already tell. In this job, knowing what not to say mattered as much as the advice itself. Working directly for President Ryan was something Ben Goodley truly valued. He appreciated the president's straightforwardness, Jack, as he still thought of them privately because Ryan never held back his thoughts, even when they were blunt. For Goodley, who aspired to one day earn the role of Director of Central Intelligence on his own merits rather than political maneuvering, every interaction was a lesson in leadership. On the wall across from his desk hung a world sun clock, a purchase he'd made on his first day in the White House. To his amazement, it had arrived the next morning, bypassing the usual bureaucratic delays. It was a small but telling sign that, contrary to his initial skepticism, some parts of the government actually functioned efficiently. The clock wasn't just decorative, it was practical. A quick glance told him where daylight fell across the globe, making it easier to assess whether an event was unfolding at an unusual hour. That kind of detail often spoke volumes, sometimes as much as the classified intelligence reports that landed on his desk, like the one that had just come through his secure fax line. The NSA's latest summary, stamped with urgency, had caught his attention immediately. The agency's watch center, run by seasoned military officers, didn't waste time on trivialities. When the Air Force colonel overseeing the afternoon shift put his name on a report, it meant something. And this one marked flash-concerned Iraq. Goodley checked the wall clock again. Evening in Baghdad. A time when some were winding down, while others were just getting started. The kind of operations that unfolded under cover of darkness tended to reshape the next day entirely. He exhaled sharply. Oh boy. After a second read, he spun his chair and hit speed dial. Director's office, came the crisp reply from a woman who sounded like she'd been handling crises since before he was born. A Goodley for Foley. A brief pause, then the DCI's voice. Wheezes Tyke Ben. Director, Goodley replied, keeping it formal. He wasn't about to slip into first-name basis with the CIA's top official, not when he hoped to return to Langley in a more senior role soon. You've seen the report? Iraq, Missouri. Exactly. Foley chuckled dryly. You must have read it twice already. I just told Bert Vasco to get up here pronto. Goodley agreed State's Iraq expert was sharp. Far better than their own analysts. This looked serious. No argument here, Foley said, his tone shifting. They're moving faster than we expected. Give me an hour to pull things together. The president needs to be briefed, Goodley pressed, masking his urgency. Foley's response was measured. Des. But right now, we don't have enough to give him. Ben, what to wo estor? Jack won't fault you for patience. Right now, all we can do is watch. He doesn't need raw data, he needs clarity. That's your job. Foley paused. It'll take time to learn the balance. Goodley nodded to himself. The clock on the wall ticked softly, a reminder that time, like intelligence, was always moving. Ben Goodley felt the weight of the moment press down on him as the DCI's call ended abruptly, a not-so-subtle reminder of his junior status. He barely had time to skim the NSA bulletin again before the phone rang once more. Dr. Goodley, he answered, only to hear the crisp voice of one of the president's senior secretaries. Doctor, this is the president's office. I have Mr. Golovko on the private line. Can you take the call? His stomach twisted. Yes, he managed, bracing himself. The line clicked, and suddenly he was face to face, or rather voice to voice, with one of the most formidable minds in Russian intelligence. Golovko didn't waste time. This is Golovko. Wester for you. Goodley straightened in his chair. Acting National Security Advisor to the President. And trust me, I know exactly who you are. Ah, Goodley, Golovko mused, the amusement in his tone unmistakable. The fresh-faced intelligence officer who just graduated from shaving cream to razors. Congratulations on your sudden rise must be quite the adjustment. The jab was calculated, but Goodley wasn't naive enough to think the Russian didn't already have a dossier on him thicker than a D. The killer phone book. Someone's got to answer the phones, Minister, he shot back, emphasizing the unofficial title just enough to remind Golovko he wasn't dealing with a complete amateur. It wasn't much, but it was something. Golovko cut to the chase. You're aware of my arrangement with President Ryan? Yes, sir. Good. Then inform him a new nation is forming the United Islamic Republic. Iran and Iraq for starters. And knowing history, they won't stop there. Goodley's grip tightened on the receiver. How solid is this intel, sir? He kept his tone respectful, playing the deferential junior flattery went further than defiance with men like Golovko. The Russian scoffed. Young man, I don't waste your president's time with rumors. The source is reliable, though the details aren't your concern. Do you have anything to corroborate? The question hit like a gut punch. No guidance, no playbook, just him, a phone, and a split-second decision. If he hesitated, he'd look weak. If he lied, the fallout could be worse. His mind raced. Ryan trusts Golovko. Foley's on board. One to Vit will play the hand. Actually, Minister, we do. Director Foley and I were just reviewing similar reports. Your timing's impeccable. Golovko chuckled. Ah, your signal's intelligence always efficient. Shame your human assets can't keep up. The barb stung, mostly because it was true. Goodley bit back a retort, remembering Ryan's grudging respect for the man. Welcome to the Major's rookie. No room for mistakes. I'll brief President Ryan within the hour, he said smoothly. Appreciate the heads up. As the line went dead, Goodley stared at the words scrawled on his notepad, United Islamic Republic. The name echoed history, the failed United Arab Republic, a doomed alliance built on hatred rather than unity. And now, history seemed poised to repeat itself. He exhaled, rubbing his temples. Time to earn that title, Doctor. The concept of a United Islamic Republic wasn't just a political maneuver, It was a bold religious declaration. Unlike Iraq, Iran wasn't an Arab nation, but an Aryan one, with distinct ethnic and linguistic roots. Islam stood apart as the only major faith explicitly denouncing racism in its scriptures, affirming equality before God regardless of skin color, a truth often ignored in the West. This religion was meant to unify, and the proposed country's very name leaned into that ideal. Golovko didn't need to spell it out. The implication was clear, and his unspoken understanding with Ryan spoke volumes. Goodley glanced at the clock. Moscow was deep into the night, though for a high-ranking official like Golovko, late hours were nothing new. Ben picked up the phone and dialed the familiar extension. In under a minute, he relayed the Moscow call's essence. "We can trust him on this one. Sergey's an old pro, probably gave you a little grief, didn't he?" The DCI remarked. "Just a bit of posturing," Goodley admitted. Foley chuckled. "Classic power play. Best to let it slide, no point firing back." Then came the real concern. "He's worried about the Stan Republics," Goodley said, the words tumbling out before he could filter them. "Agreed," cut in another voice, Vasco, who just entered. Goodley repeated the update, aware that Mary Pat was likely listening too. Together, the two were a force of nature, their combined intellect sharper than any weapon. "This could be serious," Goodley noted. "Very," Vasco agreed over the speaker. "Give us 20 to sort it out." A background noise interrupted Ed's voice, dry with irony. "Guess who else is calling? Avi Ben Jacob. Must be a rough day for everyone." The absurdity wasn't lost on them. Russia reaching out first, bypassing usual channels, while Israel scrambled. The humor faded fast. If Moscow was having a bad day, Israel's was worse, and America was along for the ride. Denying them prayer would have been barbaric. Despite their crimes, each man was granted a final moment with a mullah, who spoke firmly but not unkindly of fate, scripture, and reconciliation with Allah. Whether they truly believed didn't matter. Judgment was beyond human hands. Then, one by one, they were led to the yard. The process ran like clockwork. 3 minutes for the firing squad, 15 for prayer. The general of the 41st Armored Division was no exception, though his faith ran deeper than most. Bound in his cell before his imam, he insisted on the Arabic title. He was escorted by soldiers who, just days prior, would have snapped to attention at his mere presence. Now, they marched him to his end without a flicker of hesitation. The general had made peace with his fate, refusing to grant his Persian adversaries from the border skirmishes even a shred of satisfaction. Inside, though, he seethed at the spineless commanders who'd fled the country, abandoning him to this end. As the cuffs tightened around his wrists, a bitter thought crossed his mind. Had he acted sooner, he might have seized power himself instead of standing here now. His eyes flicked to the pockmarked wall behind him, calculating the firing squad's accuracy with grim amusement. A few extra seconds of agony. Granin Septipol. Trained by the Russians, he'd prided himself on being a soldier of discipline, no politics. Just orders followed without hesitation. Yet that very loyalty had made him an outsider among the scheming politicians. And now here he was, rewarded with a bullet. When the captain approached with a blindfold, the general smirked. "A cigarette, if you don't mind. You'll need that blindfold more than I will tonight." The captain, his face blank from the morning's executions, obliged, lighting the cigarette with a steady hand. "Salam alaikum," he muttered out of habit. The general exhaled slowly, savoring the smoke. His doctor's warnings about lung damage seemed laughable now. He'd survived worse, like the American airstrikes that had nearly wiped out his division years ago. Death had chased him before, but this time, the race was over. The cigarette tasted familiar, Winston, of all things. How would a lowly captain get his hands on these? The rifles lifted in unison, their barrels steady. No fear, no hesitation, just another day's work. When the shots rang out, the general's body jerked forward, held up only by the cuffs. The captain stepped in, pistol drawn, and delivered the final mercy shot. The soldiers moved efficiently, cutting the rope, dragging the body away, raking dirt over the blood. No use slipping on it later. The next prisoner would be some sniveling politician, begging for a blindfold. Soldiers died with dignity. Dullers, civilians. Not so much. Meanwhile, in another part of town, the remaining generals huddled in scattered safe houses, their paranoia growing. Separated, they were easier targets ripe for arrest or worse. Their bodyguards were useless against anything more than panhandlers. They argued endlessly, stick together for safety or scatter to the winds. Some insisted pooling resources to buy land and build a fortified compound. Others scoffed. Trust was thin and time thinner. The former Iraqi officials made no secret of their relief at finally leaving their homeland behind, though a couple still clung to delusions of someday returning as conquering heroes. An idea everyone else dismissed as pure fantasy. Freed from the constraints of their old positions, long-simmering personal animosity surfaced openly now that diplomatic pretenses no longer mattered. Each possessed staggering personal wealth. The poorest among them controlled at least $40 million, while one general had quietly stashed nearly $300 million across Swiss bank accounts. This fortune guaranteed comfortable exile anywhere, with most opting for Switzerland's discreet luxury, though a handful considered opportunities further east. Brunei's sultan sought military consultants to modernize his forces, attracting interest from 3 Iraqi officers, while Sudanese officials quietly explored hiring others as counterinsurgency advisors against southern rebel groups. After all, who better understood suppressing ethnic minorities than men who'd spent decades battling Kurdish factions? Yet their concerns extended beyond career prospects. Entire households had fled with them, wives, children, and, inevitably, mistresses now awkwardly installed in their benefactors' homes, ignored as thoroughly as they'd been in Baghdad's palatial residences. This uneasy domestic equilibrium wouldn't last. Sudan's arid landscape, once governed under British rule, featured a capital hospital staffed by English-speaking idealists, fresh-faced doctors who'd arrived dreaming of noble service, only to confront Africa's harsh realities. Dr. Nand. Ian McGregor, a compact 28-year-old with thinning blonde hair, typified these overworked physicians when 2 patients arrived within an hour. First came a 4-year-old Iraqi girl, her anxious mother insisting the child's mild asthma shouldn't flare in Khartoum's dry climate. McGregor, who cared more about symptoms than geopolitics, noted an unremarkable 100. Far fit for effort or fever, in a city where afternoon temperatures routinely exceeded that. Normal vitals, slight lethargy. Probably just travel fatigue, he reassured, snapping on gloves more from Edinburgh-trained habit than necessity. The girl's puffy eyes and mildly irritated throat warranted only aspirin and rest. She's resilient. He smiled, already mentally shifting to his tea break as they left. Outside, the desert wind carried whispers of coming storms nobody yet detected. On his way to the doctor's lounge, McGregor peeled off the latex gloves that had protected him and tossed them into the biohazard bin. Half an hour later, another patient arrived, a rough-looking man in his 30s with a distrustful glare for the African staff, but an oddly polite demeanor toward the European doctors. McGregor sized him up instantly, a man familiar with the continent, likely an Arab trader with connections. "Do you travel often?" he asked, jotting notes. "Recently?" With 3 plus stits and nod. "Could be the water," Stick to bottled, your stomach will thank you. The man left with aspirin and antacids, and soon after, McGregor wrapped up another uneventful shift. Meanwhile, aboard Air Force One, President Jack Ryan was interrupted by a sergeant. Mr. Ports the Prime. President Ben Goodley on the secure line. She guided him through the aircraft's communication setup. Ryan grabbed the receiver. What's the situation, Ben? Reports are flooding and high-ranking Iraqis being executed. The Russians and Israelis both confirm. I'm sending the details now. Right on schedule. An Air Force aide handed Ryan a classified document stamped Top Secret President. Sets eyes only, though half the communications team had already seen it. The plane dipped through cloud cover as Ryan skimmed the pages, then reread them carefully. Who's left standing? Vasco says no one of consequence, Goodley replied. This wipes out the BAF leadership and top military brass. The real concern comes from Palmbol, who's Major Saba. Ryan cut in. Kuwaiti intelligence. Sharp operator, according to our sources. Vasco backs his intel. Things are moving faster than we anticipated. Ryan clenched his jaw as turbulence rattled the cabin. Any word from the Saudis? Still deliberating. Keep me updated. Ryan hung up, his expression darkening. Bad news. Arnie Van Dam asked. Ice unraveling. They're cleaning house at gunpoint. Ryan passed the documents to his chief of staff. The absurdity of it all struck him, lives ending halfway across the world while he prepared for a speech in Oklahoma. It was like hearing a play-by-play of a massacre. The disconnect gnawed at him. 100 men dead, and here he was, debating whether to grab a sandwich before landing. Van Dam studied him. What's on your mind? I should be in D. Ryan muttered. This needs hands-on attention. Wrong, Van Dam snapped, jabbing a finger. You're not the advisor anymore. You're the president. Your job isn't micromanaging, it's leading. If you hole up in the Oval Office, the country sees a man who's lost control. And that's the last thing we need. Jimmy Carter could tell you all about the joys of a second term, or rather, the lack of them. But honestly, that's not the pressing issue here. It might be, Jack argued as the plane's wheels hit the runway. Right now, what matters is your speech for Oklahoma. Remember, charity starts at home, and so does political influence. It all begins right out there. He gestured toward the window as the Sooner State came into view. Ryan glanced outside, but his mind flashed to the fractured landscape of the United Islamic Republic instead. Back in the day, crossing into the Soviet Union was no easy feat. The Chief Border Guard's Directorate, a sprawling arm of the KGB, had once patrolled fences, minefields, and even full-blown fortifications, all to keep people in as much as out. But those days were long gone. Now, the border checkpoint served a different purpose, a fresh batch of guards pocketing bribes from smugglers rolling in with truckloads of goods. The iron grip of Moscow had loosened, leaving behind a patchwork of semi-independent republics scrambling to survive on their own economically, politically, and every other way. Stalin's grand plan had backfired spectacularly. He'd spread factories and resources across the empire, ensuring each region relied on the others. But when the whole system collapsed, those dependencies turned into liabilities. If you couldn't get what you needed from one place, you had to find it somewhere else, legally or not. Smuggling, once tightly controlled, had become a thriving industry. And with goods came ideas, impossible to stop and even harder to tax. There was no red carpet waiting at the border, just a quiet exchange under cover of darkness. The guards weren't greedy. They took only what they could stash in their car trunks. A few stamps later, the truck rumbled down the only decent road in the area. An hour's drive brought it to a dusty town that had once thrived on the caravan trade. The passenger, just a man with a small bag, stepped out and slipped into a waiting car. The so-called president of this republic was a master of reinvention. A former party loyalist who'd spent years denying God for career advancement, he'd suddenly discovered Islam when the political winds shifted. His faith was as shallow as his morals, a performance for power. The Quran had plenty to say about men like him, none of it kind. He lived in luxury, drowning in liquor and indulgence, ruling with a mix of cruelty and apathy from a palace that had once housed Soviet elites. Some things never change. The leader held an iron grip on the regional economy. His rigid communist background left him utterly clueless about managing it effectively, while foolishly believing that permitting Islamic practices would create a false sense of freedom among his people. He failed to grasp the true essence of the faith he claimed to follow, not realizing that Islamic law governed both earthly and spiritual matters. Like every leader before him, he assumed his people adored him, a delusion the visiting representative recognized as the mark of a fool. The representative soon found himself at the humble home of a trusted ally to the local imam, a man of deep faith and quiet dignity. Well into his 50s, he had endured persecution under the previous regime without ever compromising his beliefs. Respected by all, even those who didn't share his convictions, he carried a gentle wisdom, though his rare anger was always rooted in principles even skeptics could understand. Surrounded by his closest advisors, the group exchanged greetings before settling in with tea. "It pains me to see the faithful living in such hardship," the representative remarked. "Poverty is nothing new," the imam replied calmly. "But now, at least, we worship freely. Our mosques are restored and more souls return to the faith each day. What are worldly possessions compared to divine grace?" "A fair point," the representative conceded. "Yet doesn't Allah wish prosperity for his followers?" Nods filled the room. These were scholars, after all, and none preferred destitution over comfort. "What my people need most are proper schools," the imam continued. "Clinics, too. I'm tired of comforting grieving parents when their children die from preventable illnesses. We lack so much, and I won't pretend otherwise." "All of that is possible with money," the representative countered. "But this land has always been poor. We have resources, yet they've never been used wisely. Now, with the government abandoning us, we're free to shape our own future, while that drunken fool in the palace humiliates himself with scandals. If only he were just, if only he were faithful, we might actually thrive." His tone was more sorrowful than bitter. That, and a bit of outside investment, one of the more financially savvy advisors added softly. Islam had never shunned commerce, while the West remembered its conquests. Its traders had spread eastward, just as Christianity had grown through the devotion of its followers. "In Tehran, we believe the time has come for the faithful to act as the Prophet commanded," the representative said, sipping his tea. "We've made the same mistake as unbelievers, thinking in terms of national greed rather than universal need. My teacher, Mahmoud Haji Derrier, has long preached a return to the roots of our faith. He spoke with quiet authority, saving his passion for public speeches. Here, among equals, reason ruled. Allah has blessed us with wealth beyond measure. Wealth only he could have ordained. And now the moment is ours. You men kept the faith under persecution while others prospered. It's our duty to repay that loyalty, to welcome you back, to share what we have. This is my teacher's vision." "It's heartening to hear," the imam replied cautiously. "A man of God, yes, but not a naive one. He kept his thoughts carefully guarded years under communist rule, had ingrained that habit, yet his intentions were unmistakable. Our vision is to unite all Muslims under a single banner, as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, envisioned. Though we differ in language, homeland, even appearance, our faith binds us as one. We are Allah's chosen. The visitor from Iran leaned forward, his voice steady. We invite your republic to join ours, so we may stand united. We will provide schools, medical care, and the means to reclaim your land. What we offer will multiply, and together we will fulfill Allah's will as true brothers. To an outsider, these men might have seemed unrefined, their modest attire, their plain speech, even the way they sat cross-legged on the floor. But appearances deceived. The Iranian's proposal was as jarring as if an envoy from another world had arrived. Centuries of conflict, cultural divides, and deep-seated distrust separated their nations, despite the Quran's warnings against strife among believers. Yet beneath it all lay a single, unshakable truth. Russia, first under the Tsars, then under Soviet rule, had stripped them of everything: culture, history, even their identity, leaving only their faith untouched. The Soviets had tried to erase it, but their efforts only strengthened the resolve of the faithful. Now, with the Soviet Union gone and its remnants weak, they saw this moment as divine providence. Allah had cleared the path, washing away old grievances so they could unite as He intended. And if material prosperity came with it, all the better. Charity was a pillar of Islam, long neglected by those who claimed piety. There was just one obstacle. He was an unbeliever, and Allah's judgment would be delivered through their hands. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Jack Ryan flashed a grin at the University of Oklahoma's football team. Now, I won't lie, I wasn't thrilled with how you handled my Boston College Eagles last fall, he joked, drying laughter. But your legacy of greatness is woven into America's spirit. The crowd erupted in applause, still buzzing from Oklahoma's crushing 35-10 Orange Bowl victory over Florida. Ryan, caught up in the moment, nearly forgot the speech wasn't entirely his own. His smile crooked teeth, and all lit up the arena as he waved confidently. A far cry from his earlier hesitation. The C-SPAN cameras captured every shift in his demeanor. Ed Keelty watched with detached approval. He's a quick study, he remarked. And for once, he wasn't being sarcastic. Behind the polished public image, politicians operate with ruthless pragmatism, especially when it comes to strategy. Don't forget, he's had top-tier coaching, the former vice president's chief of staff muttered to his boss. Arnie Van Dam doesn't miss a trick. Our opening move rattled them. Ed and Van Dam must have lit a fire under Ryan immediately. He didn't need to spell out how their gambit had fizzled just as quickly. The press had fired off their usual critical editorials at first, but then almost reluctantly pulled back. Not in print, since admitting mistakes wasn't their style, but the White House press corps stopped peppering their coverage with the usual loaded terms: indecisive, chaotic, amateurish. With Van Dam running the show, disorganization was impossible, and every power player in D. Success B. Cammed discrefer. Ryan's cabinet picks had sent shockwaves through the establishment, but then something unexpected happened. They started delivering. Adler, a seasoned insider, had spent years briefing foreign correspondents, and now he never missed a chance to highlight Ryan's foreign policy chops. George Winston, the brash Wall Street billionaire, launched a discreet but sweeping review of his department, while personally consulting financial editors from London to Hong Kong. Then there was Tony Bretano at the Pentagon, a loudmouth reformer who'd spent a decade railing against waste, now vowing to gut the procurement system or die trying. These weren't the usual smooth-talking D. Operators, yet somehow they were winning over the press not with flashy speeches, but by quietly getting things done. The real gut punch came when Keelty's mole at the Washington Post tipped him off. Bob Holtzman, the ultimate insider journalist, was working on a glowing multi-part series about Ryan's CIA days. If that piece ran, and it would, because Holtzman's byline guaranteed national pickup, KLT's allies in the media would vanish overnight. Editorials would urge him to step aside for the country's sake, and his career would implode in a way even his past scandals hadn't managed. Historians wouldn't just dismiss his missteps. They'd rewrite his entire legacy, painting every achievement as a fluke. This wasn't just political death, it was damnation. "You forgot Callie," Ed snapped, eyes glued to Ryan's speech. The delivery was textbook academic, tailored for a crowd of cheering students who treated him like some kind of rock star. One of her rants could make a clown seem statesmanlike, the chief of staff agreed. And that was the real nightmare. Ryan didn't need to be presidential, he just had to look it. Which, Keelty reminded himself bitterly, he absolutely wasn't. Never said he was dumb, Keelty conceded through gritted teeth. But this wasn't a game anymore. The stakes were existential, and the clock was ticking. The stakes were higher than mere survival. "It's got to be soon, Ed," Keelty muttered, though he knew the response before it came. "I know." But he needed something grander to aim for, a curious thought, for a man who'd spent his political career pushing for stricter gun laws. The farm came with an old barn, now mostly used as a garage. Ernie Brown had made his fortune in construction, starting as a union plumber in the late 70s before riding California's building boom in the 80s with his own company. A couple of divorces had drained his bank account, but selling the business at the right moment gave him enough to escape buying a sprawling piece of land far from the Hollywood crowd, where property values hadn't yet skyrocketed. The result was nearly a full square mile of solitude, made even more isolated by the frozen pastures and empty neighboring ranches. Out here in Big Sky Country, days could pass without spotting another car unless you counted school buses, which they didn't. The previous owners had thrown in a 5-ton flatbed truck, a diesel with a buried fuel tank beside the barn. They'd had no idea they were handing over the keys to a bomb factory. Ernie and Pete's first task was getting the truck running, no small feat with a dead battery and stubborn engine. But Pete was a decent mechanic, and after 40 minutes of tinkering, the engine roared to life, loud and unapologetic. Unlicensed? Sure, but that wasn't unusual in these parts. Their 40-mile drive north to the farm supply store went smoothly. The first big sale of the season for the place. Wheat farmers would soon need fertilizer, and the two men bought 4 tons of it, paid in cash, and left with a friendly wave. "Back-breaking work ahead," Pete remarked on the return trip. "Yep, and we're doing it alone," Ernie shot back. "Unless you want to risk bringing in a snitch." Pete nodded as a state trooper cruised past without a second glance still. The sight sent a chill down their spines. "One more load," Ernie said, though he'd done the math a dozen times. "Wish this stuff wasn't so damn bulky." Tomorrow, they'd hit another store 30 miles southwest. Tonight, unloading all of it into the barn. At least the oil company would handle refilling the fuel tank. Small mercies. Meanwhile, on the frigid Chinese coast, satellites picked up thermal blooms at 2 naval bases technically belonging to the People's Liberation Army Navy, though Western forces still called it the Chinese Navy out of habit. The images were logged and relayed to the Pentagon, where the watch officer turned to his intel specialist, already piecing together the implications. The intelligence team huddled around the surveillance photos, their coffee going cold. "Are the Chinese running drills today?" one analyst asked, squinting at the grainy images. The naval officer beside him shook his head. "No scheduled exercises on our radar." The photos revealed an unusual sight: 12 ships docked with engines humming instead of drawing power from shore, while 6 tugboats crisscrossed the harbor like worker ants. An Army specialist flagged down a Navy commander. "They're prepping to sail," he said, tapping the photo. The commander frowned. Could just be maintenance checks. The specialist scoffed. Maintenance doesn't need tugboats. When's the next satellite pass? The timestamp showed the intel was already half an hour old. 50 minutes, the specialist replied. If we see 3 or 4 ships leaving both bases, then it's confirmed they're gearing up for something big. The senior watch officer scanned recent reports. Any political fireworks? He asked. Nothing, the commander answered. Must be a fleet X. Maybe someone's testing their response time. They'd have to wait for Beijing's official statement, but in their line of work, 30 minutes was an eternity. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the director knelt on his prayer mat, his devotion as precise as his scientific methods. A former physician turned virologist, he operated in a country where faith and politics were inseparable. He demanded the same punctuality from his staff, bending rules when necessary, but never doubting his righteousness. After all, wasn't he serving a higher purpose? The prisoners' thieves, apostates the condemned, were hardly men in his eyes. Even the petty criminals had broken sacred laws repeatedly. They went through the motions of prayer, but their hollow gestures betrayed them. One, a Baha'i, was worse than the rest. His heresy deserved no mercy. Ironically, it was this man who first showed signs of the experiment's success. The prisoners, weakened by poor diets and brutal discipline, barely reacted when flu symptoms set in. The medics, clad in protective suits, drew blood without resistance. Fear had broken them long before the virus could. The meticulously labeled test tubes matched the numbered beds as the medical team stepped back. Inside the sterile lab, patient 3's blood sample took priority under the microscope. Given the antibody test's tendency for false positives, accuracy was non-negotiable. Glass slides were prepped and slid beneath the electron microscopes, the initial sweep set at 20,000x magnification. The delicate gears hummed as the slide shifted methodically left, right, up, down, until the director's quiet exclamation broke the silence. With a flick, he locked the target into view, cranking the magnification to 112,000x. The grainy black and white image on the monitor revealed the culprit, a sinuous rena strand, its hooked base and looping protein crown, uncannily resembling a shepherd's crook. The director smirked. These enigmatic loops, the supposed viral linchpin, remained a puzzle exactly how he liked it. Maudie, he called, not turning from the screen. The younger doctor crossed the room, his expression unreadable. Confirmed, Modi murmured, watching the antibody test his color shift decisively. No room for doubt, now Ebola Zaya Mainga swam in the apostate's veins. Airborne transmission, the director stated. Agreed. Modi's voice was flat. We'll wait 48 hours for Phase 2. As the director reached for his report, an unspoken tension crackled between them. This wasn't just science anymore. Half a world away, the U. Embassy in Beijing scrambled. China's terse naval exercise announcement, buried in bureaucratic jargon, set off alarms. Live missile drills in the Taiwan Strait. Notices to air and sea traffic. Zero mention of Taiwan's government, not a condemnation, not a reassurance. Just cold, calculated silence. The deputy chief of mission rubbed his temples as his team exchanged grim looks. By midnight, the alert would snake its way to the Pentagon's muck, State Department corridors, and Langley's warren of analysts. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit study, Dariai's fingers traced the faded edges of a memory. Arif Rahman, the name conjured Akram, schoolboy, not the shadowy operative now signaling from foreign soil. That bright-eyed child whose faith never faltered, even when the Shah's bullets turned a random protest into his parents' funeral pyre. Duryea remembered the small hand clutching his during prayers. The lesson seared into them both. Trust no throne, only the divine. The teacup in his hand had gone cold. Some lessons, he mused, didn't need teaching twice. Rahman had always been deeply devout, and his sister's relationship with an American officer had filled him with shame, tarnishing both his family's honor and his own. When she vanished during the revolution, condemned by an Islamic court for her supposed sins, only her son remained. That boy could have been used in countless ways, but Darii had his own plans. The child was whisked away by an elderly couple posing as family, who fled with the Rahman fortune first to Europe, then swiftly to America. There, they lived in quiet obscurity, so much so that Darii assumed they had long since faded into nothingness. The boy, however, had been carefully chosen for his fluency in English. He excelled in his studies, entered government service, and performed with the same ruthless efficiency he'd shown in the revolution's early days when he'd executed 2 high-ranking officers from the Shah's Air Force as they sipped whiskey in a dimly lit hotel bar. Since then, his orders had been simple. Stay hidden, blend in, and wait. No mistakes, no distractions. Just patience. And now, after all these years, Darier's faith in him was rewarded. The mission was nearly complete. The very word assassin carried history, rooted in hashash, Arabic for the narcotic hashish once used by the Nizari sect to fuel their murderous zeal with visions of paradise. To Darier, they were nothing but heretics, weak, drug-addled tools of men like Hassan and Rashid ad-Din, puppets who served power rather than faith. Yet, despite their flaws, their strategy had been brilliant. Infiltrate the enemy, wait then strike. Darier had refined it, removing the need for drugs, for weakness. His agent was pure, disciplined, trained by the very nation he would soon betray. And now, after years of silence, the pieces were in place. The Americans, so confident in their security, would never suspect a man who had spent years proving his loyalty. The phone's sharp ring cut through his thoughts. The private line. Manners. Good news, the director said. From the monkey farm. Meanwhile, Jack strode through the White House breezeway, a rare lightness in his step. You were right, Arnie, he admitted. Getting out of here was exactly what I needed. The chief of staff noticed the change, but kept his reaction measured. Some victories were best enjoyed in silence. The president returned home on Air Force One, just in time for a rare family dinner, a welcome break from the usual marathon of campaign speeches, donor schmoozing and sleepless nights, spent either in the air or rushing straight into another grueling workday. It struck him how absurd the job could be. The actual responsibilities of leading the nation often took a back seat to the never-ending performance of looking presidential. Democracy demanded visibility, but sometimes he wondered if anyone cared about the work behind the scenes. You nailed it, Van Damme said, flipping through news clips. The TV coverage was solid, and NBC's piece with your wife went over well. Ryan chuckled. She wasn't thrilled, thought they cut her best line. Could have been worse, Arnie mused, relieved they'd dodged any abortion questions. He'd cashed in favors to ensure Tom Donner got VIP treatment on the flight, even scoring an exclusive mid-air interview. Next week, Donner would sit down with Ryan in the residence, no topic off limits, which meant hours of prep to avoid disaster. For now, though, the chief of staff let the president savor the small victory. The Midwest trip had been a success, not just for shaking off Washington's bubble, but for making Ryan seem presidential and further sidelining Keelty. Even the Secret Service agents mirrored his mood, offering cheerful greetings as he strode to the Oval Office. Morning, Ben, Ryan said, sinking into his chair. What's the world up to? Card Sharp, the newly code-named acting NSA, didn't mince words. The Chinese Navy's mobilizing. Live fire drills, major exercise. Taipei's staying quiet. Ryan's jaw tightened. They've got elections coming up. Not for a year, Goodley replied. They're lobbying quietly at the UN, but nothing out of the ordinary. Trade with the mainland's steady. No clear reason for this. Ryan rubbed his temples. Our assets nearby. One sub in the Formosa Strait. Tracking a Chinese Sen. Carriers are all in the Indian Ocean or stuck in Pearl Harbor for repairs. The president exhaled, reaching for his decaf. The game was on, and the deck was stacked. During his recent speaking tour, he noticed his stomach actually improved when he avoided certain foods, something Kathy had predicted with a knowing grin. All right, Ben, give me your thoughts, he prompted. Goodley leaned forward, adjusting his glasses. I consulted some China experts at State and the agency. One theory is their military might be flexing muscle internally, reminding Beijing's leadership they are a force to reckon with. Beyond that, it's guesswork, and you've warned me against that, sir. Ryan chuckled dryly. Don't know means don't know, right? It was a mantra he drilled into his team. Goodley nodded, his expression uncharacteristically grim. You also taught me to distrust unexplained moves. They know we'll notice this. They know you're new in office. So why poke the bear? The room fell silent until Ryan turned to Andrea Price. Where's the nearest smoker? He asked, unabashed. Price arched an eyebrow but vanished into the adjacent office, returning with a cigarette, a match, and a ceramic ashtray, her disapproval palpable. Ryan took a long drag, the smoke curling as he pondered. China had played the shadow game in the tensions with Japan conflict, he corrected himself, still avoiding the word war. The pieces fit, but without hard evidence, it was just a hunch. Snatching the phone, he barked, "Get me Murray." The magic of the presidency meant instant connection. Within seconds, the FBI director's voice crackled through. Dan, the Japanese Inspector Tanaka. Is he reliable? Solid as they come, Murray confirmed. Good. I need ears on Yamata's China contacts. Yesterday. Hanging up, Ryan exhaled. Let's unravel this. Goodley scribbled notes. Anything else? The rock irrepetre de sol. Same old bloodshed. Russia's United Islamic Republic intel checks out, but no movement yet. Outside, rain tapped the windows, a detail Ryan hadn't noticed before. The weather matched the mood, uneasy with storms brewing. Tony Bertano leaned forward in his chair, fingers drumming impatiently on the polished conference table. All right, walk me through the plan. Robbie Jackson, the freshly minted J3, suppressed a sigh. Improvising wasn't his style, but in his new role as director of operations, adaptability came with the territory. Over the past week, he'd developed a grudging respect for the newly appointed Secretary of Defense. Bertano might have looked like a bulldog with his perpetual scowl, but beneath that gruff exterior was a razor-sharp mind, one that asked the right questions and admitted when it didn't have answers. We've got the USS Pasadena already in the Taiwan Strait running routine surveillance, Robbie began. We'll pull her off trailing that Chinese sub and redirect her northwest. Then we'll deploy 2 or 3 more fast attacks to monitor the area, each assigned their own sector. Taipei's been cooperative in the past. We'll tap their intel network for additional eyes on the ground. Normally, we'd position a carrier group closer, but right now, the nearest one's halfway across the Pacific. Unless Beijing starts rattling sabers at Taiwan, moving it in would look like overkill. Instead, we'll deploy Olintbirds out of Guam's Andersen Air Force Base. Only problem? We're stretched thin without a nearby staging area. Bertano arched an eyebrow. So, we're just collecting intel without actually doing anything. Intel is doing something, sir, Robbie countered, though he couldn't suppress a wry grin. But yeah, pretty much. The sec-def chuckled. What you've all to become the sir? I built half those satellites you'll be using. What'll they tell us? Mostly noise enough Mandarin chatter to drown Fort Meade's linguists, without giving us the big picture. But the tactical data, that'll be gold. If I know Admiral Mancuso over at Subpac, he'll have a boat or two skirting the edges, testing Chinese detection capabilities. Nothing blatant, just enough to keep them guessing. Britano frowned. Guessing how? Ever seen a naval officer sweat? There's nothing like the moment they realize there's a sub lurking nearby one that pops up, unannounced, then vanishes before they can lock on. It's psychological warfare, and Mancuso's the best at it. The man's a legend. We wouldn't have dominated the Pacific in '45 without minds like his. That good, huh? Britano mused. To him, Mancuso was just another name in a sea of brass. Top of his class. Same goes for Simpac's Dave Seaton. When they talk, you listen. A flicker of amusement crossed Britano's face. Admiral DeMarco mentioned sir. Permission to speak freely. Robbie interjected. In this room. Massus de Tiveler. DeMarco got promoted to vice chief for a reason. Britano caught on instantly. Nenditcher, mea bledes. To keep him away from anything that might actually matter. Robbie's silence was answer enough. Noted, Britano said dryly. Then, studying Jackson's stiff posture, his tone shifted. You okay, Robbie? Zeiters arstridus. Nelsix, the tophopathet bad. Jackson shrugged, forcing a grin. West'd be worse. At least it won't wreck my golf swing, not that flag officers get much time on the greens anyway. Britano eyed him. You're not exactly clawing for that next star, are you? Jackson met his gaze, unflinching. I signed up to fly, sir. That ship sailed. But if you take one thing from today, listen to Seaton and Mancuso. They're the real deal. For a long moment, the sec-def said nothing. Then, with the ghost of a smile, he reached for his pen. Mr. Prigan. Secretary, I grew up as a preacher's kid down in Mississippi. Managed to get into Annapolis, spent 2 decades flying fighter jets, and somehow lived to tell the tale. Robbie Jackson couldn't help but think of the friends who hadn't been so lucky. Their absence weighed on him daily. I could retire tomorrow and land a cushy job without breaking a sweat. By all accounts, I've beaten the odds. But this country's given me more than I deserved, and it's time I paid that back. My debt. Telling the truth, giving it everything I've got, and damn the fallout. Britano raised an eyebrow, amused by Jackson's bluntness. The man spoke with the precision of an engineer, though his file didn't mention a technical degree. You're definitely not some paper pusher, Britano observed. Jackson grinned. Sir, I'd rather tickle the ivories in a brothel. At least that's honest work. Britano chuckled. Robbie, we're going to work just fine. Draft me a plan and keep your eyes on China. Jackson hesitated. My role's advisory. I'm not then sync up with Seaton. Something tells me he listens when you talk. Meanwhile, the UN inspection teams were so used to hitting brick walls that genuine cooperation left them baffled. Facility staffs handed over stacks of documents, photos, and video footage, practically ushering inspectors through their sites while cheerfully explaining, even demonstrating how to dismantle the most concerning equipment. Of course, the line between a chemical weapons plant and a pesticide factory was razor thin. Nerve agents, after all, had been discovered by accident during research on killing insects. The real difference lay in the chemical precursors. But any nation with oil refineries and a petrochemical industry could whip up toxic substances in their sleep. Still, the rules of the game demanded trust, and suddenly, Iraq was the world's newest model citizen. At the Security Council meeting, Iraq's ambassador stood before the circular table, charts in hand, detailing the sites now open to inspectors. "My people have suffered under lies for too long," he declared, his tone dripping with newfound sincerity. The room full of diplomats nodded along, most of them, lied so reflexively they wouldn't recognize truth if it bit them. Given Iraq's full compliance with UN resolutions, the ambassador continued, "We humbly request the food embargo be lifted immediately to ease our citizens' suffering." Even his delivery had transformed, smooth as a seasoned politician's. The Chinese chair recognized Iran's ambassador next. "No nation here has more reason to distrust Iraq," he began. "Their chemical weapons slaughtered our people. Yet we must acknowledge this. Unexpected change." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Iran will support suspending the embargo conditionally, and will send emergency food aid. But let's be clear, one misstep and it's back to sanctions." He slid draft resolution 3659 across the table. In the back, Scott Adler adjusted his tie, settling into the U. Lightabular. The game was far from over. The U, for Stan. Ambassador to the United Nations, was a seasoned diplomat. But sometimes being so close to Washington's influence made things more complicated than they needed to be. And this was definitely one of those moments. Adler sighed inwardly. The Secretary of State had no leverage left, no moves to make. Sometimes, the smartest diplomatic play was simply giving your opponent exactly what they wanted. He remembered the lessons of 1991, when Iraq could have walked away from Kuwait, leaving the U and its allies with no justification for action, while keeping Saddam's military intact. Thankfully, they hadn't been that shrewd, but someone had taken notes. When you threatened consequences unless demands were met, and then those demands were fulfilled, what could you do? The game was over. Adler had been thoroughly briefed, not that it mattered now. It was like holding a strong poker hand, only to realize your opponent had an unbeatable one. Good intel didn't always change the outcome. The only thing slowing things down was the UN's usual bureaucratic crawl, though even that wouldn't last once diplomats got impatient. He could have pushed for a delay to verify Iraqi compliance, but Iran had already outmaneuvered him with a resolution that made the embargo suspension temporary and conditional. And, of course, they'd already started shipping food by truck, as if blatantly breaking the rules somehow made it acceptable. Glancing at his old friend, the American ambassador, Adler caught a dry, knowing look. The British envoy was doodling on a notepad. The Russian was buried in dispatches. Nobody was paying attention, not really. Why would they? In 2 hours, Iran's resolution would pass without a hitch. At least there was one silver lining, a chance to corner the Chinese ambassador afterward and ask about those suspicious naval drills. Not that he'd get a straight answer. Truth or lies, it wouldn't matter. Adler almost laughed. Here he was, Secretary of State of the most powerful nation on Earth, reduced to a spectator. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Dr. McGregor found himself staring down at a frail little girl named Sohaila. Few things twisted the heart like a sick child. Her father, a rough-looking man with surprising tenderness, carried her in while her mother hovered close behind. 2 other men bodyguards, McGregor assumed, lingered outside. "Hello there, sweetheart," he said softly, pressing a hand to her forehead. She was burning up 103 degrees at least. After washing up and snapping on gloves, he checked her temperature properly. 103. Her pulse was quick but not alarming for a child. A stethoscope confirmed steady heartbeats and clear lungs, though her breathing was shallow. So far, just a fever, common enough for kids adjusting to new places. But something in the father's tense posture told him there was more to it. The father spoke up first when the doctor asked about his daughter's condition. She can't keep anything down, and she's having issues at the other end, too. Doctor. McGregor barely glanced up from examining her eyes, which showed no obvious abnormalities. Vomiting and diarrhea. He confirmed. The father nodded. Yes, doctor. McGregor paused, sensing hesitation when he asked if they were new to the area. I need the truth, he pressed. We just arrived from Iraq a few days ago, the father admitted. The doctor ran through the basics, no prior health issues beyond mild asthma, all vaccinations up to date. The mother stayed silent, letting her husband take charge, probably trying to assert some control in an unfamiliar place. McGregor didn't mind. Has she eaten anything unusual since arriving? He asked. Travel can wreak havoc on the system, especially for kids. Could even be the water. The mother finally spoke up. I gave her medicine, but she only got worse. The father shook his head. Our house has a private well. The water's clean. Right on cue, Sohaila twisted with a groan, retching onto the floor. The vomit wasn't normal streaks of red and black. You press blood and old. This wasn't jet lag or contaminated water. An ulcer. The poor fooding and... McGregor's training kicked in, gloves on, hands steady. He barely stopped the mother from wiping it up. Don't touch that. A quick blood pressure check confirmed his suspicion. Too low. Internal bleeding. Sohaila, he said gently, you'll need to stay overnight so we can help you. Experience in Africa had taught him to assume the worst, while hoping for the best. But deep down, he doubted it was anything too serious. Meanwhile, Mancuso found himself reflecting on how things had changed, though not entirely for the worse. He'd had a good run during the conflict, if you could call it that. His submarines had performed flawlessly, executing every mission with precision. After the early losses of Asheville and Charlotte before the official start of hostilities, his fleet hadn't taken another hit. They'd ambushed enemy subs, supported covert ops, launched strategic strikes, and gathered intel like pros. His boldest move? Bringing the old boomers out of retirement. They weren't sleek or fast, but damn if they hadn't delivered. Now they sat docked near headquarters, their crews strutting around town like conquering heroes, brooms still lashed to their sails as a badge of honor. Sure, he wasn't some legendary admiral from the history books, but he'd done his job, and now he had another. Leaning back in his chair, he turned to Admiral Seaton. So what's their game this time? Seaton, who preferred being anywhere but his office, shrugged. Could be a routine exercise. Or maybe the new president wants to test the waters. Military men hated these political power plays. They were the ones who paid the price if things went south. Mancuso's expression darkened. I know this guy, sir. Not well, but you remember Red October. Seaton chuckled. Bart, if you ever tell me that story, one of us isn't walking out of here alive and I've got the advantage. The incident remained one of the Navy's best-kept secrets, though rumors swirled endlessly. Mancuso leaned in. You need to know, Admiral. You need to understand what kind of man we're dealing with at the top. I served aboard the same sub with him, Mancuso said, watching Sinpak's eyebrows shoot up in disbelief. You're joking. Ryan was on that boomer before I even stepped foot on deck. Hell, he took down an enemy operative in the missile compartment, put a bullet in him before I joined the crew. When we tangled with that Alpha-class sub, he was the one at the helm, scared out of his mind but holding it together. This isn't some desk jockey we're talking about. The man's got steel in his spine, Dave. You wouldn't guess it from his press conferences, but I'd follow him straight into hell if he gave the order. The word surprised even Mancuso as he said them. He'd never fully admitted it to himself until now. Seaton nodded slowly. Good intel. So what's the play here? Subpac leaned forward. J3 wants eyes on the situation. You know Jackson better than I do. What's our leash? If it's just a Fleet X, we watch and stay quiet. If things escalate, we make sure they know we're there. You're calling the shots, Bart. My options are slim right now. A glance out the window said it all Enterprise and John Stennis were both in dry dock, gutted for repairs. Singpac didn't have a single carrier to send and wouldn't for months. The Chinese had timed this perfectly, testing America's resolve when its usual show of force, a carrier strike group, was out of reach. Mancuso smirked. You gonna smooth things over with DeMarco for me? Seaton frowned. Meningus diet. Bruno's old school. Thinks getting detected is a failure. Bull for Bintav. Sometimes you want the other guy to hear you coming. If we're gonna rattle China's cage, they better hear the bars clanging. Seaton chuckled. I'll draft the orders. How you execute is your call. But if some sub-captain starts bragging about his shore leave conquests, I want that recording for my personal collection. Now that's an order I can get behind, Mancuso grinned. Might even get you her number, sir. Across town, Cliff Rutledge tossed his folder onto the table. Trefter bottom line. We're stuck. Scott Adler sighed. Yeah, and Cliff, I kind of pieced that one together myself. The unspoken rule was that staffers were supposed to bring solutions, not just restate the obvious. So far, they dodged a media frenzy junior officials were too shell-shocked to leak, and Ryan's hand-picked senior team was weirdly loyal for a bunch of political outsiders. But that luck wouldn't hold, not with a story this explosive. Two old enemies merging into a new nation, both with American blood on their hands. Rutledge leaned back, feigning indifference. We could always just do nothing. The room went still. There was a difference between choosing inaction and being powerless and nuance. Washington's bureaucracy loved to dissect. Another aide scowled. Sitting back just invites more problems. Rutledge shot back, and announcing we've got no moves left is better. The tension hung thick, no one willing to say what they were all thinking. They were playing a weak hand, and everyone knew it. Adler couldn't help but roll his eyes at Rutledge's polished but empty rhetoric. The man had climbed the State Department ladder by never making waves, which, in Adler's book, meant he'd never taken a real stand on anything. Sure, he had connections, but that didn't make up for his fatal flaw, treating every issue like a bargaining chip. To Adler, diplomacy wasn't about endless compromise. Some things demanded a firm stance, or else you'd find yourself playing defense on someone else's terms. Preventing war meant knowing when to hold the line, not just shuffling through an endless diplomatic waltz with no real leadership. The room buzzed with cautious agreement as Rutledge laid out his case. Why draw a line in the sand now? He argued smoothly. Let's be practical. If Iran and Iraq merge, it'll take them years to sort out the mess. In the meantime, internal pressures in Iran could weaken the regime we've been butting heads with. This isn't just a loss, it's an opening. We engage, we negotiate, we turn this into a dialogue. Adler clenched his jaw. The man had a gift for wrapping surrender in pretty words. Opportunity. Dialogue. The usual buzzwords that meant doing nothing. Then Vasco, the junior diplomat, cut in with a dry laugh. Yeah, I'm sure the Saudis will love that approach. His tone was sharper than usual, maybe. The Oval Office summons had given him a backbone. Rutledge, you're missing the bigger picture. Iran didn't just stumble into this. They orchestrated assassinations, wiped out opposition, and now they're pushing a religious revival. That's not moderation, that's a power play. Derrier's not some frail old man. He's ruthless, patient, and playing the long game. Rutledge's ally scoffed. The guy's in his 70s. Vasco shot back, and in better shape than half this room. He doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, and every intel tape shows him moving like a man with years left. You really think he's done plotting? Adler leaned back, watching the debate unfold. At least someone in the room had the guts to call it like it was. Underestimating this man would be repeating a costly error we've already committed, one official muttered. Another added, he's completely disconnected from the citizens he's supposed to represent. Vasco leaned back in his chair, offering his take. He might not even realize it when you're riding high. Everyone wants to be on your side. The tension broke momentarily when someone teased Bert. Worried about getting booted from your fancy office when the year gets formed? The jab, delivered by a senior colleague to a junior one, drew scattered laughter that quickly died down. The uncomfortable silence that followed signaled to the Secretary of State that the room was aligning against his position. Time to steer the conversation back. Adler cleared his throat. Let's shift gears. The FBI returns tomorrow to discuss the stolen document, and yes, they're bringing the box again. A collective groan filled the room, though nobody caught Rutledge's subtle reaction. Adler forced a smile. Consider it a harmless security drill. We've all been through worse. Cliff, voicing the group's frustration, snapped, either you trust us or you don't. I've lost enough time to those interrogations. Another chimed in. You know, Nixon's resignation letter also conveniently vanished. Maybe Kissinger pocketed it as a souvenir. Adler ignored the quips. 10A. Sharp. And yes, that includes me. Privately, he agreed this was a pointless exercise. His pale complexion, steel-gray eyes, and faintly reddish hair hinted at some long-forgotten British ancestor, or so the family liked to joke. That ambiguous look served him well. He could blend into any crowd, a skill honed by years of meticulous caution. On the rare occasions he operated in public, he darkened his hair, wore tinted glasses, and grew out his jet-black beard, earning playful taunts from his peers. Look who thinks he's a celebrity. Most of those jokers were gone now. He wasn't. The Israelis probably had a file on him. They were thorough, after all. But they weren't the sharing type, not even with their American allies. No point dwelling on hypotheticals. After landing at Dulles from Frankfurt, he played the part of the weary executive, hauling 2 sleek suitcases and declaring nothing but a bottle of duty-free scotch. Business or pleasure? The customs agent asked. A bit of both, he replied smoothly. Mes D. Shafoff Agowanake. Saw the news, horrible stuff. Reassured, he collected his rental car and checked into a discreet hotel. Dinner arrived with the evening paper. Then, after a quick news scan, he plugged his laptop into the room's data port and sent Bedrain a coded message, reconnaissance underway. Encryption turned his words into digital static. Welcome. William Clark. John stood at the front of the room, dressed sharper than usual tailored suit, crisp shirt, striped tie. First impressions mattered. The 15 recruits, all cops with degrees and spotless records, watched him closely. The CIA's reputation meant no shortage of applicants. Sifting through them for Plan Blue had been easier than expected. For now, the group was all male, a shortcoming he'd address later. 7 white, 2 black, 1 Asian, mostly from major urban departments, all fluent in at least 2 languages. Field intelligence, he continued, isn't about Hollywood theatrics. It's about precision. The real test would come soon enough. John Clark stood before the group of officers with the weary confidence of a man who'd seen it all. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not some flashy agent or operative. I'm an officer, and this isn't a Hollywood gig. I've got a wife, kids, and a career built on keeping things boring, because boring means we're doing it right. He scanned the room, his gaze sharp. If you signed up expecting glamour, walk out now. This job? It's about stopping disasters before they happen. We gather intel from people, some decent, some rotten. Doesn't matter. You've handled snitches before. These are just fancier versions, and just as likely to need saving. You're throttling. A dark chuckle escaped him. Screw up and people die. Not just your asset, their family, too. Ever seen a dictatorship's idea of justice on the news? That's your new workplace. No backup, no badge to flash. Just your brain and a prayer. Behind him, Ding Chavez bit his lip. The man was laying it on thick, but every word was true. Then Clark's tone shifted, almost cheerful. But here's the kicker when we win. Wars get canceled. No parades, no medals. Just a world that never knows how close it came to hell. He clapped his hands. Class starts at 8:30. Don't be late. Outside, Ding grinned. Sign me up, boss. Sig Clark groaned. Foley's pushing recruits through before Senate confirmation. Nah. Risky. Ding shrugged. Junior spook here. What do I know? Meanwhile, in D. Jack Ryan scowled at a dossier. Jung Han-san mid-50s, forgettable as a grocery clerk. Except he ghosted Yamata when the guy begged for extraction. Dan Murray smirked. Played dumb like a pro. Deal. What deal? Mary Pat Foley arched a brow. Beijing's cutting losses. Yamada's just the first. The calls stopped coming through entirely after that incident, and their Japanese contact took it as a deep personal slight. Seems like he's spilling everything now, Ed Foley remarked with a dry chuckle. Doesn't that seem a little too convenient? Jack Ryan shook his head. It's cake, not really. Back in World War II, the Japanese prisoners we captured talked more than expected. Murray nodded in agreement. Visig. Exactly. I checked with Tanaka on that. He says it's cultural. Yamada wants to end things the honorable way, but they've got him under tight watch, no shoelaces, no sharp objects. The shame of it all has left him with zero reason to hold back. Brutal but effective. Now, John claims to be a diplomat. Yamata mentioned he was part of a trade delegation, but State Department has no record of him. No diplomatic listings either. That screams spook to me. He glanced at the Foleys. Mary Pat shrugged. I ran the name nothing. Could be an alias. Ed added, even if it's real, we barely know they're intel operatives. My guess, he's political. He brokered a major deal under the radar, and their military's still on high alert because of it. That's why the Russians are twitchy. Whoever Zhang is, he's a heavyweight. Murray leaned in. Any way to dig deeper? Mary Pat sighed. No assets in position for this. We've got a solid team in Hong Kong building a network, a few contacts in Shanghai, and some low-level sources in Beijing's defense ministry, but they're long-term plays. Using them now would just burn them. Dan, China's government is a maze. We know the Politburo members, or think we do. One might already be dead, and we've been chasing that rumor for weeks. Even the Russians give us a heads up when they bury someone. She took a sip of wine. Ryan had started inviting his inner circle for drinks after hours, not realizing he was extending their workday or sidelining his own national security advisor. Ben Goodley was sharp, but Ryan preferred hearing things unfiltered. Ed picked up the thread. We know the big names, but the deputies. No clue. Think about it. These leaders are elderly, need people to handle the legwork. Over time, those assistants gain real power. Who's really in charge? No idea. Without IDs, we're blind. Murray grunted, reaching for his beer. Back in my organized crime days, we'd ID mafia bosses by who opened car doors for whom. Classy system. The Foleys exchanged a glance, rare praise from the FBI. Security's not rocket science if you pay attention. Ryan smirked. Makes Plan Blue sound even better. The DCI nodded. First 15 are already in motion. John probably gave them the welcome speech by now. Ryan had reviewed Foley's plan to slash CIA's budget by $500 million over 5 years while expanding field operations. A brutal but necessary pivot. The news would certainly please those on Capitol Hill, though with so much of the CIA's actual budget buried in classified federal spending, most would never grasp the full picture. Or maybe they would, Jack mused. These things had a way of slipping out. Leaks he'd spent his entire career despising them. Yet now they'd become just another tool in the political playbook, hadn't they? The president frowned. Was he really supposed to accept leaks as acceptable just because he was the one authorizing them? That wasn't how integrity worked. What was left to cling to when even principles seemed negotiable? Saleh, the bodyguard, was a man built for toughness. His job demanded it. He wasn't the type to acknowledge weakness, let alone illness. Men like him didn't complain. But when the pain in his gut refused to fade, when the doctor's reassurances rang hollow, and especially when he saw the blood that was different. Blood belonged on the battlefield or from a careless razor, not where it had no business being. Even the strongest men falter at such signs. He tried to convince himself it was temporary, that like a passing fever, it would burn itself out. But the pain only deepened, gnawing at him until fear won out. Before sunrise, he slipped out of the villa, gripping the steering wheel as his body betrayed him. He barely made it to the roadside before retching, refusing to glance at what he'd left behind. By the time he reached the hospital, each step felt like a marathon. The sterile stench of the place hit him like a warning sharp, chemical, the scent of suffering. A nurse finally called his name, and he straightened, summoning what dignity remained before stepping into the same exam room he'd hoped never to see again. The second group of prisoners wasn't much different from the first, though this batch lacked the condemned apostate. Modi studied their sunken faces, their shifty eyes that never quite met his. They had the look of cornered animals, always scheming, always hunting for an escape. Fear and cruelty lingered in their expressions, marking them as something less than men, or so he told himself, though the thought felt childish. Still, it made it easier. You're here to tend to the sick, he announced. Do it well, and you'll train as prison medics. Fail, and it's back to your cells. Step out of line, and the consequences will be swift. They nodded, of course they did. Iranian jails weren't known for their hospitality. Their pallid skin and hollow stares spoke of poor rations and worse treatment. Did they deserve sympathy? Modi's medical training insisted they did, but his disgust ran deeper. Thieves, predators, violators of divine law, they'd chosen their paths. And in a land where justice was harsh but fair, pity was a luxury he couldn't afford. The conditions these prisoners faced might seem severe to Western sensibilities. Americans and Europeans clung to peculiar notions about human rights, never considering the rights of those harmed by such criminals. But Modi dismissed the thought, hardening himself against the men before him. Amnesty International had long ago given up protesting his nation's prisons. Maybe they should focus their energy elsewhere, like the persecution of the faithful in foreign lands. None of these men were Sister Jean-Baptiste, and she was gone now, her fate sealed. The question remained whether these men's destinies had been inscribed by the same hand in life's ledger. With a curt nod to the head guard, Moody signaled for the new assistants to be brought forward. Even their posture reeked of defiance, he noticed. Well, they'd learn soon enough. They'd already been prepped, stripped, scrubbed, shaved, and disinfected before being dressed in surgical scrubs, each marked with a single-digit number on the back. Cloth slippers muffled their steps as armed guards escorted them toward the airlock doors. Inside, Army medics in full protective gear waited, along with a lone armed guard who kept his distance, pistol gripped in gloved hands. Moody retreated to the security room, eyes fixed on the grainy black and white monitors. The prisoners shuffled down the corridor, their darting eyes betraying both curiosity and desperation, no doubt searching for an escape. Every gaze flickered toward the guard, who never strayed closer than 12 feet. Each man was handed a numbered plastic bucket filled with rudimentary tools. The sight of the suited medics had startled them at first, but they had complied until they reached the treatment room's entrance. Something the smell, the sight made them freeze. One man, slower than the rest, finally grasped the horror of what awaited. On the screen, Moody watched as a medic gestured sharply at the hesitant figure. The prisoner hesitated, then began shouting, hurling his bucket to the floor and raising a clenched fist. The others watched, waiting to see what would happen. Then the guard stepped into frame, arm outstretched, pistol steady. At point-blank range, he fired odd to witness the recoil without hearing the shot, straight into the man's face. The body crumpled, dark spatter staining the wall behind. A medic pointed to another prisoner, who wordlessly picked up the fallen bucket and entered the room. Discipline had been restored. Moody switched to the next monitor, this one in color with pan and zoom capabilities. He directed the camera toward the corner bed, patient 1. The new assistant, marked with the number 1, stood frozen at the foot of the bed, bucket dangling from his fingers, staring at the chained figure. The room had a sound feed, but the security team had muted it long ago. The moans, whimpers, and pleas of dying men were too much to bear. The apostate was the worst, murmuring prayers and even trying to comfort the others, though his words were hollow to men who had long abandoned faith. Aide 1 remained motionless for a full minute, eyes locked on patient 1, a convicted murderer shackled to the bed. Moody zoomed in, noting the raw, bloody rings around the man's ankles, the crimson stains seeping into the mattress. The prisoner writhed weakly, and then, as if snapping back to reality, Aide Fern remembered his instructions. He pulled on the disposable gloves, dampened the sponge, and began wiping the patient's fevered brow. Moody adjusted the camera angle, stepping back as the rest of the medical team followed suit, their movements efficient but detached. The Army medics retreated without ceremony. There was no need for intensive care now. These patients had served their purpose, proving the manga strain could spread through the air. The next phase was simple. Confirm the virus hadn't weakened through transmission and that it could still infect new hosts the same way. Most of the new attendants worked mechanically, their sponge strokes rough and indifferent. A handful, though, showed unexpected tenderness. Maybe God would remember their kindness when the end came, less than 10 days away. Meanwhile, Jack walked into the bedroom to find Kathy holding a stack of papers. "Report cards," she announced. "Good news or bad?" he asked, bracing himself. She shrugged. "There's Kelmy." Taking them, he scanned the grades. Not terrible, actually. The teacher's notes mentioned improved homework lately. The Secret Service must be helping, he realized. Part of him found it funny, another part twisted with guilt. Strangers were stepping into his role as a father. "Sally needs to focus more on science if she wants Johns Hopkins," Kathy remarked. She's just a kid, Jack protested, still picturing his little girl. Not anymore, Kathy shot back. She's got a crush on some soccer player named Kenny. Apparently, he's way cool and his hair's longer than mine. Jack groaned. "Whoa, damn. I started dating at her age. Spare me the details," Kathy cut in, though her smirk softened the edge. "You turned out all right. Married me, didn't you?" They paused. Then mischief flickered in her eyes. "Mr. President, it's been a while." Jack raised an eyebrow as she gestured toward the hall. "Any chance we can sneak into the Lincoln bedroom?" He glanced at the glass on her nightstand. She'd had a drink or two. "You know Lincoln never slept there, right? It's just the painting." "Deiner did dufter paper." "I like the bed," she said, setting her notes aside and stretching her arms up like a child asking to be held. "Never made love to the most powerful man in the world before. At least not this week." Jack hesitated. What about timing? Kathy had always been clockwork regular, never needing the pill. "What about it?" She countered. "You're 40, he pointed out. She rolled her eyes. "Thanks for the reminder. Not exactly breaking records here. What's the worry?" He exhaled. "Nothing, I guess. Never got around to that vasectomy, did I?" "Nope," she said, grinning. "And if you do it now, it'll be front-page news. Arnie might spin it as a pro-2 population control move. Though the national security implications, what? If the president gets neutered, who'll respect America?" Jack bit back a laugh, mindful of the agents outside. "Where's this coming from?" Kathy's smile turned sly. "Maybe I'm finally adjusting. Or maybe I just want you." Her tone shifted, playful but deliberate, leaving no room for doubt. The bedside phone shattered the quiet, and Kathy's expression twisted in silent frustration as she grabbed the receiver. "Hello?" "Yes, Dr. Pugh." "Sabo." "Mrs. Emery again?" Her tone sharpened. "No, absolutely not. I don't care how restless she is. Keep the bandages on until I clear it, and note that in her chart. She's persistent, but sedation will have to do for tonight." She slammed the phone down with a muttered curse. "My lens patient from yesterday." "If we remove the coverings prematurely," Jack cut in. "Wait, he called here directly?" Kathy shrugged. "Wilmer has our number. Our private line. That bypassed even signals, though like every White House connection, it was undoubtedly monitored. Not that Jack wanted confirmation. They had it from my teaching days," Kathy said, rolling her eyes. "Surgeon, professor, eternal on-call duty especially for the difficult ones." Jack settled beside her. "You're not seriously considering another baby, are you?" She traced his jawline, her smile softening. "Right now, I just want my husband. Timing's never perfect." His kiss was tender. "Has it really been that rough?" "Yes, but you're trying. Like a very determined resident, just older." She laughed. "If it happens, it happens. I enjoy being a woman." "I enjoy that about you too," he murmured. Meanwhile, Andrea Price observed the first couple's rare moment of ease as Kathy strode toward her helicopter, Jack escorting her with an uncharacteristic handhold. The detail exchanged glances trained to read subtleties approving, except for Rahman, whose rigid professionalism bordered on robotic. Price pictured him nightly, glued to a spun, mastering his DVR like it was a tactical operation. Different strokes. "Schedule update?" the president asked as the Black Hawk ascended. "Surgeons en route," Andrea's earpiece crackled. Overwatch teams perched on surrounding rooftops confirmed a clean perimeter after their dawn sweep. The usual crowd loitered beyond the gates. The regulars, White House groupies who treated the residents like a reality show. To the snipers scanning through high-powered scopes, each face was logged, each name memorized. Plainclothes agents blended into the sidewalks, having long since traced these spectators to their apartments, running quiet background checks. Because in their world, familiarity wasn't comfort, it was a threat waiting to ignite. The security team had a system for profiling anyone who stood out. Those with quirks or unusual behaviors were flagged for closer inspection. Detail members working the perimeter would conduct thorough scans for concealed weapons, sometimes employing creative tactics like a staged collision with a jogger who'd expertly pat them down under the guise of helping them up. But for now, that threat had passed. Price, momentarily distracted from her duties, asked, "Didn't you check your schedule last night?" Swordsman shrugged, keeping his expression neutral. "Nah, figured I'd unwind with some TV." He delivered the lie smoothly, unaware they'd already caught it. Price didn't react after all. Even the president deserved the illusion of privacy. "Here's my copy," she said, handing him the schedule. Ryan skimmed the first page, which covered his morning up to lunch. Citrus is coming in for breakfast right after card sharp. As they walked into the West Wing, Jack asked, "What's George's code name?" Andrea smirked. "Traitor. He's fond of it, just don't butcher the pronunciation." Not bad for 7:50 a.m., POTUS thought, though he wondered if the detail's laughter was genuine or just professional courtesy. "Good morning, Mr. President," Goodley greeted, standing as Ryan entered the Oval Office. "Morning, Ben." Ryan tossed the schedule onto his desk, quickly scanned for urgent documents, and took his seat. Go ahead." "You stole my thunder with the crew last night," Goodley said. "Still, nothing solid on Zhang. I could drag it out, but I'm guessing you've already heard the rundown." Ryan motioned for him to continue. "Updates on the Taiwan Strait. The PRE has 15 ships deployed, 2 formations, 6 and 9 vessels each. Standard destroyers and frigates, per the Pentagon. We've got an EC-135 monitoring comms, plus the USS Pasadena positioned between the groups. 2 more subs are en route from the Central Pacific, ETA 36 and 50 hours. Singpac's Admiral Seaton is coordinating full surveillance parameters are on Britanno's desk. He's sharp, knows what he's doing. Politically, Taiwan's playing it cool. Official statement downplaying the exercise, but their military's in touch with ours through Sinpac. We'll have eyes in their listening posts soon, if not already. State's not alarmed, but they're keeping tabs." Ryan leaned back. "Big picture. Could be routine, but the timing's suspicious. They're not overtly provoking yet. Then neither do we. No press releases, no media briefings. If asked, we play it down." Goodley nodded. "Exactly the plan, sir. Next, Iraq still sparse on direct intel. Local TV's gone full religious fervor, all Shia propaganda. Iranian clerics are dominating airtime, and the news is wall-to-wall sermons. The executions are over, body counts past 100. Ba'ath leadership's wiped out, lower-tier figures are in custody. The provisional government's spinning it as mercy for lesser criminals, direct quote. Some are suddenly finding Allah, sitting with imams to repent on live TV. Meanwhile, Iranian military activities ramping up. Troop movements, training exercises. We're intercepting tactical radio chatter routine, but the volume's notable. The team pulled an all-night marathon at Foggy Bottom, dissecting every detail under the watchful eye of Undersecretary Rutledge, who pushed the Intelligence and Research Division to their limits. Though State's I&R office was the underfunded underdog compared to the broader intelligence apparatus, it housed a few sharp analysts whose diplomatic lens often caught what others overlooked. So, what's the verdict from the late-night session? Jack pressed. Nothing concrete, Goodley replied, biting back the obvious. I'll circle back with them shortly. Jack didn't need to finish his thought. Goodley already knew. Keep an ear out for Bert Vasco. That guy's got guts, even if the higher-ups are making his life miserable. He's sticking his neck out with a 48-hour prediction, and nobody's buying it, not CIA, not state. But here's the thing, I'm not betting against him. Goodley hesitated, aware he was breaking from the usual detached nail tone. Vasco's instincts are solid, and he's not afraid to call it like he sees it. We'd be fools to ignore him. Jack leaned back, considering. Victory to Brace. Make sure Adler hears him out. And tell Scott I want Vasco shielded, no fallout, regardless of how this shakes out. Goodley scribbled a note, nodding. Protecting him sends a message. Might even encourage others to trust their gut once in a while. The conversation pivoted to the Saudis. Radio silence, Goodley reported. They're frozen, like they're waiting for disaster before asking for help. Jack's response was immediate. Get Ali on the line. I want his take. And make it clear, day or night, my door's open for him. As Goodley stood to leave, he couldn't resist a jab. Who came up with the codename Card Sharp, anyway? Andrea Price chimed in from across the room, adjusting her earpiece. You did. Rumor has it you cleaned up at poker back in your frat days. Goodley smirked. I won't ask what else made it into my file. The mood shifted as Ryan turned to his schedule, pausing when Price announced Treasury Secretary Winston's arrival. Winston strode in, crisp in a tailored suit, clutching a folder. Unlike Ryan, who shed his jacket, Winston looked at home in his. Over coffee, Winston didn't mince words. If I ran my old firm like Treasury's being managed, I'd be out of a job or worse. I'm importing my own team from New York. Half these people are too busy admiring their own titles to make a decision. At Columbus Group, we debate, but we act before the window slams shut. Ryan exhaled, stirring his coffee. Sounds like we've got some house cleaning to do. The office was buzzing with tension when George hesitated mid-sentence. There are just too many people, mister. Call me Jack in here, George, the president interrupted, but before he could finish, the door swung open. The photographer, silent as always, slipped in with his Nikon and started capturing the moment without a word. It was an unspoken rule. Everyone acted like he wasn't even there. Ryan couldn't help but think the guy would have made a great spy. All right, Jack, George pressed on. How much leeway do I really have? You know the answer, Ryan replied, stirring his coffee. Run your department, but keep me in the loop. George didn't hesitate. Then I'm cutting staff, restructuring like a business, and rewriting the tax code. You wouldn't believe the mess it's in. I had a team of lawyers break it down, and it's a disaster. Ryan held up a hand. Revenue neutral, George. We can't risk the budget until the House is back in session. The photographer left just as Winston, the Treasury Secretary, chuckled, snapping a croissant in half. Playmate of the month, he joked, nodding at the president's posed hands over the coffee tray. George leaned in. We've crunched the numbers. Revenue stays flat, but efficiency jumps. Mark Gant, my new assistant, is a wizard with models. He's already dissected decades of tax data. You want a report from 1952? He'll have it on your desk in 30 minutes. He took a bite, then added, Wall Street runs on simpler systems, and they work. That's what I'm telling the Senate today, if you're good with it. Ryan studied him. You're sure about this? The weight of the presidency pressed down. He couldn't micromanage, but the buck stopped with him. George met his gaze. I'd stake my investors' money on it. The unspoken trust between them was palpable. Winston had built his fortune on integrity, and Ryan knew that meant something. After a beat, the president nodded. Then go for it. But George's confidence wavered. He glanced down, voice quieter now. Politically, though, Ryan cut him off. Is it good for the country? George straightened. Yes, sir. His nod was firm, but the doubt lingered in the air like the scent of freshly brewed coffee. Outside, the hum of the White House carried on, oblivious to the quiet storm brewing in that room. Don't chicken out on me now, the Secretary of the Treasury muttered, dabbing his mouth with an embroidered linen napkin before locking eyes with Ryan. Once this mess is behind us, we should figure out how to team up permanently. Men like us are rare in this town. The president leaned back, considering his response. That's where you're wrong. There are plenty of people like us. The real issue? They're too busy actually doing the work to waste time in Washington. Kathy taught me that. One wrong move in her operating room, and someone loses their sight, or worse. She doesn't get the luxury of second-guessing. Neither do cops, soldiers, or air docs. The best people. They go where they're needed, not where the power is. Ryan's tone shifted, a wry edge creeping in. But let's be honest, most of them wouldn't last 5 minutes here. Too much bureaucracy, not enough action. Sure, you get exceptions, Adler at State, that sharp guy Vasco, but the system chews them up. They're the ones keeping the wheels turning, while the rest of us argue over budget lines. He exhaled, tapping the table. What I'd give to rebuild the whole damn machine. Find the ones who actually care, shield them from the nonsense. But try telling a surgeon to trade her scalpel for a desk job. Kathy had her shot at running UVA's med school, turned it down flat. And when Hopkins comes calling, Piven de Taftedis. Some people just want to do the work. Winston chuckled, pushing back his chair. Dream big, Jack. Cleveland tried fixing the civil service a century ago, and we're still a mess. Doesn't mean we stopped trying, Ryan shot back. Enemies. They're inevitable. Even the Messiah had critics. Meanwhile, across town, a man known as Movie Star adjusted his Frankfurt-accented German, smoothing the creases from his tailored suit. Recon was his game, charm his weapon. Every detail from the leather wallet to the rental car's dashboard maps was meticulously staged, courtesy of Bedrain's shadowy backers. The mission. Simple. Watch, listen, and vanish. This spared him the tedious task of memorizing every route, saving both time and his sharp photographic memory. His first destination was St. Mary's School, a Roman Catholic institution just outside Annapolis, serving students from pre-K through 12th grade. With nearly 600 kids, it was right on the edge of economic viability. The school occupied what used to be a sprawling farm, donated by some wealthy family to the church years ago. Only one road led in and out, winding past a quiet residential neighborhood before ending at the water's edge, where a river flowed beyond the athletic fields. The campus itself was a mix of clustered and scattered buildings, 11 in total, but Movie Star already had a good idea where his targets would be based on their ages. The tactical setup wasn't ideal, and it got worse when he noticed the security detail. 3 black Chevy Suburbans sat conspicuously in the lot, each likely carrying at least 4 armed guards. Armored, no doubt, with heavy firepower ready. One road in, one road out, and almost a full mile to the nearest main street. Then there was the water, just his luck. A Coast Guard cutter anchored nearby, small but equipped with comms that made it a serious obstacle. He pulled over near a house with a for sale sign, grabbing the morning paper's cover while he scanned the area. No time to linger, security would be alert, even if they couldn't check every passerby. The more he observed, the less he liked it. Too many students, too much open space, and guards spread thin but disciplined. depth was the real problem. A well-organized defense meant time wasn't on his side. 5 seconds was all it took for trained personnel to react, and 5 minutes? Game over. Local cops, maybe even choppers, would swarm in. Tossing the paper back into the car, he drove off, eyes flicking to parked vans. None suspicious. No telltale darkened windows hiding surveillance. This place was a no-go. If he wanted these targets, he'd have to hit them on the move. But even then, it wouldn't be easy. Reinforced vehicles, bulletproof glass, helicopters overhead, whoever these people were, they weren't taking chances. The security presence was overwhelming, not just marked patrol cars, but unmarked units and backup officers ready to roll at a moment's notice. Movie star mentally noted the location. Giant Steps Day Care Center on Ritchie Highway, just past Joyce Lane. A single target, but a high-value one, and with any luck, the layout would work in his favor. Winston had spent 2 decades mastering the art of persuasion, selling not just ideas but himself. He understood performance, and today, the nerves weren't just his, they filled the room. The Senate committee was stacked with newcomers, save one seasoned member from the minority party. The political landscape had shifted after the 747 disaster, tilting in Winston's ideological favor. As he settled into his seat, arranging his notes, half a dozen aides nearby struggled under the weight of thick, leather-bound volumes. Winston paid them no mind, but the C-SPAN cameras sure did. Then came the moment he'd orchestrated. While the secretary-designate exchanged quiet words with Mark Gant, the overloaded table beside them buckled with a thunderous crash, sending books cascading across the floor. The room erupted in gasps. Winston turned, feigning surprise, but inwardly thrilled his team had followed instructions perfectly, stacking the entire U. Tax code dead center instead of spreading the weight. "Oh, damn, George," Gant muttered, biting back laughter. "Maybe the universe really is rooting for us." He sprang up to check for injuries, but the oak table's warning groan had given everyone enough time to scramble clear. Security rushed in, only to find nothing but scattered books and a few startled faces. Winston leaned into the mic. "Mr. Chairman, my apologies for the interruption. No harm done, shall we proceed?" The chairman banged his gavel, eyes still fixed on the mess, and within minutes, Winston was sworn in. "Any opening remarks, Mr. Winston?" He exhaled, barely suppressing a grin. "Well, sir, I did have one prepared, but after that little stunt, I suppose I owe this committee an explanation." He straightened his tie, composing himself. "Gentlemen, my name is George Winston. President Ryan called me away from the private sector to serve as Treasury Secretary. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to start by addressing the elephant, or rather, the ton of tax code in the room." Across town, Keelty scowled at his aide's briefing. "So, what's the verdict on this guy?" "That he, mitentat ate his resilient, scrupulously honest, and filthy rich makes you look like small change, sir." The aide left that last part hanging. "Ever been under investigation?" Not even a whisper, his chief of staff confirmed. Closest thing was a rogue trader a decade back. Winston testified against him, covered the losses out of pocket $40 million, and the guy still did 5 years. Wall Street loves him. Ryan picked a winner. Keelty rubbed his temples. The mastic. Back in the hearing room, Winston gestured to the wreckage. "Mr. Pabble. Chairman, that pile of books? That's our tax system. We hold citizens accountable for knowing laws too complex for any one person to grasp. That's not justice, it's a trap. And it's time we fixed it." His tone shifted, dry humor giving way to steel. The IS shouldn't be a maze designed to trip people up. Let's start by burning this mess down and building something that actually makes sense. Let's be clear, Congress passes the laws, but the reality is my department drafts the initial regulations, Congress tweaks them, and then we're left to enforce the final product. The real kicker? The interpretation of those laws often falls to my team. And as anyone in this room knows, how a rule is interpreted can matter just as much as the rule itself. We've got tax courts to settle disputes, but at the end of the day, we're left with that mountain of paperwork over there, a tangled mess so convoluted even the sharpest legal minds can't fully grasp it. Here's the absurd part. If a taxpayer walks into an IRS office seeking help and an agent gives them bad advice, guess who's on the hook? Not the government, the citizen. Back when I was in finance, if I steered a client wrong, I owned that mistake. But somehow, when it comes to taxes, accountability vanishes. The whole point of taxation is to fund the government so it can serve the people. Yet we've built an entire industry around deciphering a code so bloated and confusing that even the enforcers can't confidently explain it. And let's not forget the billions wasted just trying to navigate this mess, money that could be going toward actual productivity instead of bureaucratic wheel spinning. Now, if confirmed, here's what I plan to do. First, I want to tear up this tax code and start fresh, something straightforward, fair, and free of loopholes. No more carve-outs for special interests. No more favoring one group over another. I'll draft a proposal, and I'm asking this committee to work with me to turn it into law. And let me be crystal clear, my door won't be open to lobbyists. Not corporate, not special interest, not anyone. Because the second we start tweaking the rules for every group with a sob story, we end up right back where we are, with a broken system that benefits no one but the accountants and lawyers profiting off the chaos. Second, I'm going to run this department like a business. Efficiency isn't exactly Washington's strong suit, but I've spent years managing organizations that serve millions. I know how to trim waste, streamline processes, and deliver results. In the coming months, I'll submit a treasury budget with zero fat, no unnecessary positions, no bloat. Now, I get it. You've heard promises like this before. But I'm not here to make empty pledges. I'm here to get things done. And that's exactly what I intend to do. President Ryan practically had to drag me kicking and screaming to Washington. Let's be clear, the city isn't my idea of a good time, Winston declared to the committee, his bluntness cutting through the usual political theater. He leaned forward, locking eyes with the panel. I'm here to do a job, not soak up the ambiance. And mark my words, it'll get done assuming you get out of my way. That's all I've got to say. The seasoned reporters in the second row, veterans of countless hearings, froze mid-scribble. Behind them, Winston's family sat stone-faced. This wasn't the script. Cabinet nominees were supposed to gush about duty and privilege, not act like they'd been sentenced to community service. One journalist even dropped his pen, exchanging a wide-eyed glance with his colleague. Meanwhile, across town, the man they called movie star surveyed his target with clinical precision. The daycare center sat like an island in a sea of predictable security. A 4-lane highway snaked past it, offering endless escape routes, while a dense thicket of trees at its back ruled out hidden reinforcements. Almost too easy. His gaze zeroed in on a nearby house with an oddly positioned garage, 2 cars conspicuously left outside. Bingo. Surreal. The Secret Service had clearly cut a deal with the owners. 50 yards from the playground. Perfect sightline, standard procedure. Rigid as concrete. Brotevered predictable. He checked his watch, then crossed to the convenience store opposite giant steps. Inside, he played the befuddled tourist, knocking over a display of snacks for good measure. Need help finding something? The clerk, a woman in her mid-20s with a smile too polished for minimum wage, was definitely Secret Service. He'd trained enough female operatives to spot the tells: the youthful haircut, the deliberate lack of makeup. Maps, he muttered, feigning frustration. She pointed to a rack under the counter, her eyes tracking his every move. Flipping through a county atlas, he kept one eye on the playground. 4 adults herded children outside overkill for a normal day. Then he spotted him, a hulking figure lurking in the shadows, motionless. Casual clothes, military bearing. 3 more would be inside that house, eyes glued to the playground. Not ideal, but now he knew the board. $5.95 plus tax, the clerk chirped. He fumbled with change, leaning into his accent. I teach German, he offered, pocketing the map. Just scouting neighborhoods. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Game on. I have a lot to handle. With a stiff European nod, he ended the conversation and walked away, without glancing back. A cold shiver ran down movie star's spine, the clerk had cop written all over her. She was probably watching him right now, jotting down his license plate. But even if she did, and the Secret Service ran the number, they'd only find Dieter Kolb, an English teacher from Frankfurt, currently abroad. Unless they dug deeper, the alias would hold. He drove north on Ritchie Highway, turning right at the first chance. Nearby, a community college sat on a hill, and in America, those always had parking lots. He just needed the right spot. This one was perfect. Soon the spring foliage would thicken, obscuring any view of giant Stets from here. The house behind the preschool had a garage likely hiding the Chevy Suburban support vehicle, and its rear windows, mostly curtained, faced this direction. The school itself had the same setup. Movie star, or rather Kolb, raised a pair of compact binoculars and scanned the area. The dense tree trunks made it tricky, but even the Secret Service wasn't flawless. Nobody was. Giant Steps wasn't exactly the ideal spot to house such a high-profile child, but then again, the Ryan family had sent all their kids here. The teachers were probably top-notch, and Ryan and his doctor wife likely knew them well, maybe even shared coffee and small talk. The news clips he'd saved online stressed how the Ryans wanted to keep their family life normal. Admirable. And naive. Through the binoculars, he watched the kids bundled in puffy coats, mid-40s, he guessed, scampering across the wood-chip playground. Some clambered on monkey bars, others swung wildly, a few just dug in the dirt. Their clothes screamed well cared for, typical American kids. Except one. From this distance, he couldn't pick which they'd need photos later, but that one wasn't just a child. That one was a message waiting to be delivered. Who'd deliver it, and why didn't matter to him. He'd stay perched here for hours, indifferent to the fallout. Or lack of it. Kolb had stopped caring years ago. What began as fiery devotion to his people's cause had dulled into just another job. If things worked out politically, great. But they never did, despite all the speeches and sacrifices. The true believers. Most were dead, burned out by their own zeal. The irony almost made him smirk. The ones keeping the flame alive were the ones who didn't even care anymore. Was that how it worked? Meanwhile, in some distant hearing room, a senator droned on. Many will oppose your tax plan. Real fairness means progressivity. Of course he was a survivor, not some fresh-faced idealist. Isn't this too heavy on working Americans? Winston took a sip of water, unshaken. Senator, with respect, what exactly do you mean by working Americans? I built my business from nothing. That's work. Kathy Ryan, the First Lady, earns around $400,000 annually, significantly more than her husband, the president. But does that mean she doesn't work? Dutch trader late tiden. She's a skilled surgeon, and anyone familiar with the medical profession knows the grueling hours and intense dedication it demands. Sure, her salary dwarfs the average American's, but that's the market's way of valuing expertise. If you're losing your eyesight, a factory worker or attorney won't save your vision, a surgeon will. That higher paycheck reflects years of training, rare skill, and the weight of responsibility. Take professional athletes, for example. Nobody bats an eye at the millions Ken Griffey Jr. earns because he's one of the greatest baseball players alive. Why? Talent like his is scarce. The same logic applies to innovators, executives, or even a brilliant software engineer who revolutionizes an industry. Success isn't about collars blue or white, it's about delivering value. If you're exceptional at what you do, the rewards follow. Now let's talk taxes. The government's role isn't to create jobs, it's to keep the playing field fair. Companies like Microsoft or Boeing drive employment by producing goods people want. Taxes fund essential services, but they shouldn't strangle growth. Lowering capital gains taxes, for instance, isn't a handout to the wealthy, it's an incentive. When people invest, businesses expand, jobs are created, and the economy thrives. Senator, let's be honest, Winston cut in, his tone sharpening. Claiming tax cuts only help the rich is disingenuous. If I earn $1,000 after bills, maybe I invest the leftovers in a startup. That capital could fund breakthroughs, jobs, even entire industries. Punishing success. That's not governance, that's envy. He paused, then added dryly, unless you'd prefer we all stop swinging for the fences. XYZ invests my money by hiring employees who contribute to the company, just as I contribute to my own work. Their efforts create products people want, generating profits that the company shares with me, profits taxed as regular income. Later, I sell those shares and reinvest in another business, allowing them to hire more workers. The profit from selling those shares, that's capital gains. Nobody stuffs cash under their mattress these days, and we shouldn't want them to. We should encourage investment in America, in our neighbors. Here's the thing, I already paid taxes on the money I invested. Now, because of that investment, someone gets a job, creates something useful, and I earn a reasonable return. That's a win for the worker, a win for consumers, and a win for the economy. So why punish me for it? Shouldn't we be rewarding this kind of cycle instead? And let's not forget that money has been taxed multiple times before it even gets here. But no, we've built a system so convoluted it costs billions just to manage it. We've turned taxation into a full-time job for bureaucrats, accountants, and lawyers, all while the average taxpayer drowns in paperwork. America wasn't built on envy or class warfare. Look around this room, farmers' kids, teachers' kids, truckers' kids, immigrants' kids. If we were truly divided by class, half of us wouldn't be here. Yet here we are, making it harder for the next generation to do what we did. The senator pipes up about fair share, but what does that even mean? 10% is 10%, whether you earn 50 grand or $1 million. But somehow, fair now means squeezing the successful dry, only for them to hire armies of lobbyists carving out loopholes. The result? A bloated system that serves lawyers and politicians, not the people. Winston leans in, voice sharp. Fair should mean simplicity. Fair should mean opportunity. Right now, we've got a maze designed to keep people out. Let's fix that. Fairness, to me, means everyone carries an equal share of responsibility, no exceptions. It's about a system that doesn't just permit, but actively invites participation, where rules are clear enough for people to navigate without confusion. A level playing field where opportunity isn't handed out selectively, where talent like Ken Griffey's isn't penalized but celebrated. We cheer his home runs, strive to match his skill, and step aside to let greatness shine. Let them eat cake, the chief of staff quipped. Akeelty chuckled. Hot dogs would have been more fitting, but we can't say that, can we? His grin widened. We will late in 5. At last, an aide echoed. The FBI polygraph results were inconclusive, no surprise after an all-night interrogation. The examiner knew the drill. Exhausted subjects, shaky readings, and the unspoken weight of classified intel, likely tied to the Iran-Iraq conflict. Even basic questions like names and job titles had triggered erratic spikes. A waste of time, probably. Did I pass? Rutledge asked, peeling off the arm cuff like a man familiar with the routine. You know how this works. It's not pass or fail, the undersecretary cut in, rubbing his temples. Tell that to the guys who lost security clearances over a bad reading. I've always hated these things. The agent suppressed a sigh. Polygraphs were as reliable as a dentist's drill, unpleasant and often pointless. Today's session had yielded nothing useful. About last night classified, Rutledge snapped. I meant, is this chaos normal here? Discur, for now, yes. You know why. A shared nod. Long hours, short tempers, and enough coffee to fuel a small army. My team meets in 10. Anything else? Nothing, sir. Thanks for the thrill, Rutledge deadpanned, striding out. The trick was simple, keep everyone on edge. Polygraphs thrived on tension, and the Iranians had already done half the work. All he had to do was fan the flames. Smirking, he pushed into the executive washroom. Meanwhile, Movie Star checked his watch. 2 men exited the house, their alert gazes betraying them as security. A Chevy Suburban rolled from the garage. Clever, but not clever enough. Children emerged, flanked by adults, one a hulking figure who'd lingered in the shadows earlier. The convoy moved out, a police cruiser trailing discreetly. A challenging job, but not impossible. And with multiple acceptable outcomes, sentimentality wasn't an option. Children were just variables in the equation. He'd learned that lesson long ago. Movie Star had long accepted that morality was a luxury in his line of work. The child, escorted by the hulking bodyguard, wasn't his concern, just another pawn in someone else's political game. No faith on earth justified harming the innocent, but faith had little to do with the realities of power. Bedrain's boss might preach otherwise, but Movie Star knew better. Religion belonged in a perfect world, and this world was anything but. Sometimes you had to bend the rules to serve a higher purpose, or at least that's what he told himself. He didn't dwell on the details. Survival demanded pragmatism, not piety, and that's why he was still breathing when so many others weren't. If his instincts were right, more would join them soon. Politicians hated surprises, unless they were the ones delivering them. A well-timed scandal, a public ambush, those were the tools of the trade in places where politics was still a civilized sport. But Turkmenistan played by different rules. The premier, a man who preferred grand titles over humble ones, reveled in the perks of his position. Gone were the days of answering to Moscow like some obedient lapdog. Now he was the one holding the leash. A robust man in his late 50s. He fancied himself a man of the people, especially when the people happened to be a pretty young clerk who'd spent the evening laughing at his jokes and swaying to traditional music. The ride back to his residence was smooth, the night sky clear. Slouched in the passenger seat of his smuggled Mercedes, He wore the smug grin of a man who just reaffirmed his vitality. Maybe he'd reward the girl with a promotion. Eventually, power had its privileges, and he indulged them without guilt. The cameras loved him, gripping shoulders, shaking hands, playing the humble leader. A cult of personality? Absolutely. And why not? Politics was theater, and he was the star. He didn't notice the police car until it was too late. No escort tonight. Why bother when the people adored him? The flashing lights at the intersection barely registered before his driver cursed and hit the brakes. A cop stood in the road, radio in hand, barely glancing their way. The premier barely had time to frown before the roar of an engine tore through the night. The truck slammed into them at full speed, metal screaming, glass shattering. The last thing he saw was the starry sky spinning wildly before everything went black. The reinforced steel bumper slammed into the side of the official sedan just below the window, sending the vehicle careening sideways before it smashed into the concrete facade of a government building. 3 officers emerged from the darkness, one taking the lead as they approached the wreck. The driver's neck was clearly snapped, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, confirmed when one cop reached through the broken glass to give it a rough shake. But the premier, despite his battered state, was still groaning, his body slack from alcohol. The senior officer didn't hesitate. He grabbed a tire iron from the truck's toolbox, strode back, and delivered a single brutal strike to the man's temple. Job done, he tossed the tool back to the driver. Just like that, Turkmenistan's leader was declared a casualty of a tragic car crash. Now, the country would need elections, an unprecedented move, and a leader the people actually trusted. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Tony Bertano leaned back in his chair after a grueling day. Senator, it's been a long couple of weeks getting up to speed, but let's be honest, management is management, and the Pentagon's been running on autopilot for way too long. Take procurement, for example. The system's so bogged down in red tape that if you shopped for groceries the same way, you'd collapse in the cereal aisle before deciding between Cheerios and Frosted Flakes. Trow knows engineering, and we'd never survive if we operated like this. My investors would string me up. The senator sighed. Bo Kai Mr. 2. Secretary-designate, how much longer do we have to keep doing this? We just won a war. Winning doesn't mean settling, Bertano cut in. America's got the best hospitals, but people still die. Best isn't always enough. Here's the thing we can do better without spending more. I'm not asking for a bigger budget. Acquisition costs. Sure, those go up. Minalexi, fine clue. Absolutely. But the real waste is in personnel. We've got too many people in the wrong jobs, and that's burning taxpayer dollars, my dollars included. If we streamline, I can promise savings of at least 2, maybe 3%. More if we fix procurement. Right now, it takes a decade just to field a new jet. We study everything to death, spending more on reports than actual development. Enough reinventing the wheel. The people funding this deserve smarter spending. He paused, then drove the point home. Most importantly, when we send troops into danger, they deserve the best training, the best gear, the best support. And here's the kicker, we can give them that while cutting waste. Efficiency shouldn't be a dirty word in government. Bertano smirked inwardly. The new senators didn't know what impossible meant, and that was his advantage. A year ago, this speech would have been laughed out of the room. But times were changing. Working at the place that printed money certainly had its perks, but so did devouring eclairs until your arteries staged a rebellion. If America's heart truly resided in its government, the nation would have flatlined long ago. Thankfully, the country's pulse beat elsewhere, sustained by something far more nourishing. Bertano barely let the senator finish his thought. But why do we need so much defense before cutting him off? It was a bad habit, one he needed to kick. But some arguments were just too absurd to entertain. Senator, have you glanced at the building across the street recently? The man's startled reaction was almost comical, mirrored by the aide beside Bertano, who nearly jumped out of his seat. That senator held influence, both in committee and on the Senate floor, now back in session after the smoke had cleared. The message landed with most of the room, and the Secretary of Defense counted that as a win. Soon after, the chairman banged his gavel, adjourning the session and scheduling a vote for the next morning. The senators had already tipped their hands with effusive praise for Bertano's blunt yet optimistic remarks, pledging cooperation in terms almost as idealistic as his own. Another day, wrapped up in one corner of the world, while a new chapter was about to unfold elsewhere. The moment the UN resolution passed, ships were already steaming toward the Iraqi port of Bushehr, where massive vacuum-like cranes swung into action. Within hours, the first shipments were unloaded, and for the first time in years, breakfast tables across Iraq would have enough bread for everyone. Morning news broadcasts showcased the jubilant scenes, long lines at bakeries, smiling families clutching fresh loaves before shifting to updates on the new government's emergency meetings. Palm Bowl and Storm Track dutifully logged the reports, but the real headline came from a different source entirely. Golovko wasn't buying the accidental death narrative surrounding the Turkoman premier. The man's reckless habits were no secret to Russian intelligence, and fatal car crashes weren't exactly rare in that part of the world, especially when alcohol was involved. But Golovko had zero faith in coincidences, particularly ones that popped up at the worst possible moment for his country. Worse, his network confirmed the truth. The premier was gone. Elections would follow, and the outcome was predictable. The late leader had been ruthlessly efficient at silencing rivals. Now, adding to the chaos, Iranian troops were mobilizing westward. Two neighboring leaders dead in rapid succession, both near Iran's borders. Even if it had been chance, Golovko wouldn't have believed it. Without hesitation, he switched gears, as the Americans like to say, and reached for the phone. Meanwhile, the USS Pasadena lurked between two Chinese naval groups, barely 9 miles apart. Armed to the teeth, the sub's crew still felt like a lone cop in Times Square on New Year's Eve, overwhelmed and outnumbered. A full arsenal meant little when you were drowning in data. Every few minutes, the ESM mast scanned for electronic chatter, while sonar operators fed updates to the tracking team crammed around the chart table. It was chaos, but controlled chaos, the kind that kept you sharp when the stakes were this high. The captain commanded his submarine to descend to 300 feet, slipping just beneath the thermal layer to buy himself a moment to study the tactical display. The situation had grown too intricate to hold in his mind alone. Once the vessel stabilized at its new depth, he moved aft to examine the plot. This wasn't a standard fleet X usually. Opposing forces squared off as clear adversaries, their formations revealing their roles. But today, both groups were aligned eastward, along what the crew called the threat axis, the expected direction of enemy engagement. Beyond that lay Taiwan, a focal point of rising tensions. The senior chief operations specialist adjusted the acetate overlay, sharpening the picture. Then the sonar room crackled to life. Con, sonar 2 new submerged contacts, Sierra 20 and 21. The captain grabbed the mic. Classify them. The sonar chief's voice tightened. Sierra 20 is a Han-class Sen, bearing 325, faint but clear on the 50 Hz line. Sierra 21's a Sha boomer, sir. A ballistic missile submarine in a Fleet X. The senior chief frowned. How solid's the Sha signature? Improving, Captain. Plant noise confirms it. The Han's moving south at 18 knots. The operations chief sketched a quick projection, both subs trailing the northern surface group. The captain exhaled. Anything else? The sonar room buzzed with overlapping reports. 6 merchants to the east, nothing from Taiwan yet. That won't last, the captain muttered. Half a world away, General Bondarenko studied his own map, his expression grim. Southern Russia held no nostalgia for him, not after Afghanistan, not after Tajikistan. In theory, cutting ties with the volatile southern republics might simplify things. Reality, however, was never so neat. What's your assessment? Chairman Golovko pressed. Bondarenko's finger traced the borders. Iran's making a play for dominance. Uniting with Iraq gives them a 40% boost in oil reserves and direct access to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Conquer those, and their wealth doubles overnight. The smaller states wouldn't stand a chance. His tone was clinical, but the implications were stark. Their combined population outnumbers the region 5-1. Even without nukes, their advantage is overwhelming. Golovko's silence spoke volumes. Some chessboards, it seemed, had no safe moves. The emergence of this united Islamic Republic would wield staggering economic influence, granting it the power to sever energy supplies to Western Europe and Asia whenever it chose. Now consider Turkmenistan, he continued, tracing the map with his finger. If this isn't just coincidence, Iran's ambitions stretch northward, absorbing Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and likely chunks of Kazakhstan. That would triple their population, bolster their resource base, and soon after, they'd set their sights on Afghanistan and Pakistan. Suddenly, we're looking at a superstate stretching from the Red Sea to China's doorstep, effectively surrounding our southern border with hostile nations. He exhaled sharply. This is far graver than I anticipated, Sergei Nikolaevich. China already eyes our eastern territories. Now this new entity threatens our Transcaucasian oil fields, a border I can't possibly defend. Compared to this, fighting Hitler was a walk in the park. Golovko stood across the map table, having summoned Bondarenko for good reason. The old guard of their military leadership, relics of a bygone era, were fading away. Gennady Zyasfovich represented the new breed hardened in Afghanistan, seasoned enough to understand war's brutality, yet unburdened by outdated ideology. His recent month-long tour with NATO forces, particularly the Americans, had sharpened his perspective. But now, staring at the map, his usual optimism faltered. How soon could this happen? He asked. Golovko shrugged. The best case. 5 years. The worst. Maybe 2. Bondarenko clenched his jaw. With 5 years and proper funding, we might know. He cut himself off. Even then, I can't promise anything. The government won't allocate the resources. We're broke. And the alternative? Golovko pressed. Bondarenko met his gaze. Frankly, I'd rather be planning operations for the other side. The eastern mountains offer some defense, but our supply lines are a joke. If they swallow Kazakhstan whole, he jabbed the map. They're practically at Moscow's doorstep. And what if they ally with Ukraine? The entire Middle East will bend to their will. Nukes? Empty threats. China could lose 500 million people and still outnumber us. Their economy thrives while ours rots. They'll buy or build Western weapons, leaving us outgunned, outmanned, and outmaneuvered. Cutting global oil supplies seals our fate. Who'd help us then? His calm delivery made it all the more chilling. This wasn't panic, it was cold, hard reality. So how do we stop it? Losing the southern republics is unacceptable, but holding them? Impossible. Should we invade Turkmenistan? The prospect of waging a guerrilla war was daunting. Their forces were in no condition to fight that kind of battle, let alone multiple fronts at once. Bondarenko's predecessor had been dismissed after the Russian military old habits died hard, failed to contain the Chechen uprising. What should have been a straightforward operation exposed the world to a weakened Russian army. A far cry from its Soviet-era might. The Soviet system had thrived on fear. Fear of the KGB kept dissent in check, and fear of the Red Army's brutal efficiency discouraged large-scale rebellion. But what happened when that fear vanished? The Soviet defeat in Afghanistan, despite ruthless tactics, had sent a clear message to the Muslim republics: their fear was unfounded. Now, with the Soviet Union gone, what remained was a hollow shell, vulnerable to the rising influence from the south. Golovko could see the grim realization on his visitor's face. Russia lacked the strength it needed. Sure, the West still flinched at the memory of the Warsaw Pact and the specter of Soviet tanks rolling toward the Atlantic. But those who had truly suffered under Soviet rule knew better. They recognized the moment the iron grip loosened and what it meant. "What do you need?" Golovko asked. "Time. Funding. Political backing to rebuild our forces. Western assistance." The general stared at the map, feeling like the heir to a bankrupt empire. He'd returned from America hopeful, convinced he'd found the path forward: a professional army, built on pride and discipline, defenders of a free nation, much like the Red Army in its prime. But that vision would take years to realize. Right now, if Golovko's intelligence was accurate, their best hope was a desperate repeat of 1941 trading land for time, clawing back inch by inch. But history rarely repeats itself. Luck had saved them from the Nazis, but luck was no strategy. Their enemies were cunning, unpredictable. They could study the same maps, weigh the odds, and know the real threat lay halfway across the world. The old playbook said to break the strong first, then crush the weak. Bondarenko knew the truth: he was the weak. His nation had no allies, only the enemies it had spent decades making. Meanwhile, Sala arrived in pain unlike anything he'd ever experienced. As a former security officer, he'd inflicted suffering, but this was retribution in its purest form. Every muscle, every fiber of his body screamed in protest. He shifted slightly, but the pain only relocated, refusing to fade. His strength, once unshakable, now meant nothing. The agony was overwhelming, eclipsing even the terror that should have accompanied it, but not for the doctor. Ian McGregor stood in full surgical attire, his face masked, hands gloved, his focus the only thing steadying them. Drawing blood had never required such precision, not even with high-risk AIDS patients. Two orderlies held the man's arm, still as McGregor collected the samples, his mind racing. Hemorrhagic fever had been nothing more than a footnote in his medical training, a distant threat discussed in journals like The Lancet. But now it was real, immediate, and terrifyingly present. "Zachary?" McGregor asked, his voice calm but urgent. The response came as a strained whisper. "Yes." The doctor leaned closer. "How did you get here? I need to know to help you." There was no hesitation, just exhaustion. "From Baghdad." "By plane," the man added, though it was obvious. "Africa, have you been there recently?" The patient barely moved his head, eyes clenched shut. "Never before." First time." McGregor pressed on, his tone clinical but not unkind. "Any sexual contact in the past week?" The question felt cruel but necessary. Transmission was possible that way, maybe a local encounter gone wrong. Or was there another case being covered up? The man took a moment to process, then shook his head weakly. "No women, Sefri bad. Not for a long time." His expression said it all. That part of my life is over. Have you received any blood transfusions? Another shake. No. Been near anyone who traveled? Only Baghdad. I was a security guard and never left my general's side. McGregor nodded. We'll ease your pain, give you blood, and cool you down. I'll be back soon. As he stepped out, clutching the vials, he muttered, "Bloody hell." His next steps were methodical. He split the samples, one for the Pasteur Institute in Paris, another for the CDC in Atlanta, both to be rushed by air. The rest went to his lead technician, a sharp Sudanese professional, while McGregor drafted a terse fax. Possible hemorrhagic fever case. But first, he had to make a call. The government health official sounded skeptical. Here, in Khartoum. You're certain? Where's he from? Iraq, McGregor confirmed. Yundul IK. The man scoffed. Why would the disease come from there? Have you run antibody tests? They're starting now, McGregor replied, jaw tight. How long? Bees an hour. Don't notify anyone until I get there, the official ordered, meaning he wanted to control the narrative. McGregor clenched the phone, fighting frustration. This so-called doctor was a political appointee, the son of some minister, more bureaucrat than healer. The kind who sat in a plush office while real medicine happened elsewhere. It was the same across Africa governments, more concerned with image than outbreaks, even in Sudan, where tourism barely existed beyond a few archaeologists digging near the Ethiopian border. The absurdity of it all nearly made him laugh. But this wasn't just bureaucracy, it was lives at stake. And right now, he was the only one treating it like an emergency. The health authorities continued to deny the severity of the crisis, a key reason why AIDS spread unchecked across Central Africa. Despite mounting evidence, officials refused to acknowledge the problem, leaving countless lives at risk. Fear of being labeled racist kept critics silent, and the cycle of denial persisted. How many would perish before action was taken? 1 or 10%. Half the population. Doctor. McGregor pressed his case, but the response was dismissive. It can wait until I come over, the official said, his tone indifferent. McGregor knew the drill delays were the norm, and pushing back only risked his visa and his patient's care. He swallowed his frustration. Very well, but please come as soon as possible, he urged, knowing full well soon could mean days. The call had barely ended when another came, a nurse, summoning him to room 24. He arrived in minutes to find Sohaila, an Iraqi refugee, vomiting blood. His stomach twisted. Not her too. Meanwhile, across the continent, a different kind of surrender was unfolding. The Revolutionary Council's promises of safety rang hollow to the Iraqi officers seated before them. These men had once fought Iran as junior officers. Now, their former enemies held their lives in their hands. Swear loyalty, keep your ranks, the mullahs offered, their smiles serene. But the unspoken threat was clear. One misstep and a bullet would follow. The officers exchanged glances. Their troops had already chosen sides, either with the people or their own commanders. The old regime was gone, its grip shattered. The men in this room were relics, their authority meaningless without Iranian backing. The council's leader nodded first, the others quickly following. With that, their nation's fate was sealed. A few phone calls later, and it was done. Back in the hospital, McGregor stared at the bloodied tray, his hands clenched. The system was broken, but walking away wasn't an option. Someone had to stay and fight, even if the battle felt hopeless. The lack of live television coverage was the only unexpected twist. For once, the intelligence hubs at Stormtrack and Palmball were outpaced by outside analysts. Though cameras stood ready, his footage would later prove the initial movements unfolded under satellite surveillance. Iranian mechanized units rolled across the border in daylight, maintaining radio silence as they raced down highways. Above them, two Catch-11 satellites locked onto the scene, beaming data through relay satellites to monitoring stations. The closest to Washington? There's Fort Belvoir. Jack Ryan's phone buzzed in the quiet of his bedroom. He grabbed it, hearing Ben Goodley's tense update. "Mister? President, it's happening now. Iranian forces are crossing uncontested." Ryan glanced at the clock. "Any official statement?" "Not yet. They're securing ground first." With a measured breath, he decided, "We'll address it at the morning briefing." No point losing sleep over it. His team would handle the overnight watch. He'd pulled enough all-nighters himself to know the drill. As he drifted back to sleep, a dry thought crossed his mind. Maybe he'd take up crisis golf. Now that would be presidential. Meanwhile, in a sterile, grim facility, the virus didn't discriminate. The latest victim? A young man, barely in his 20s, tasked with tending to a murderer. He'd been diligent, gloves on, surfaces scrubbed, but the absence of masks was no oversight. Modi watched the feed closely as the caregiver's symptoms emerged. Flushed skin, sluggish movements, the telltale glassy eyes. A medic confirmed it, 39. Degree C is fever, aching limbs. No one shed tears for these subjects, not like they had for Sister Jean-Baptiste. These men were criminals, their suffering a means to an end. Modi allowed himself a sliver of satisfaction. The Mayinga strain was airborne. If half the second group fell ill, they'd be relocated, their predecessors euthanized. The director would be thrilled. Humanity had never held a weapon quite like this. How marvelous, Modi mused, the irony bitter even to him. Somewhere else, a plane climbed into the sky, the one place where the weight of it all briefly lifted. Movie star breezed through airport security, pausing only briefly when the beep of the metal detector forced a TISA agent to wave the wand over him. The usual fuss over his fancy gold pen was more annoying than embarrassing this time. He didn't bother scanning the terminal for cops if they were waiting for him. They'd have made their move already. His carry-on held a sleek leather clipboard, but he kept it tucked away for now. When his flight was announced, he strolled down the jetway and settled into his spacious first-class seat. The plane was barely half full, giving him plenty of room to spread out. The moment they hit cruising altitude, he pulled out his notepad and began scribbling down everything he'd kept locked in his head until now. His near-photographic memory made the task easy, and he wrote non-stop for 3 hours straight. Somewhere over the Atlantic, exhaustion finally caught up with him. He drifted off, knowing correctly that he'd need the rest. Meanwhile, Kealty was playing his last desperate hand. The irony of his mental gun metaphors was lost on him as he scrambled to rally his dwindling press allies. Most reporters still took his calls, though some kept their distance. A late-night meeting with his most reliable contacts had been easy to arrange, just a few well-placed buzzwords to pique their interest. Off the record, not for attribution, he reminded them before dropping his bombshell. The FBI just polygraphed the entire top floor of the State Department. And that's just the start. Britanno's gutting procurement oversight. Winston's rewriting the tax code to screw the middle class, and Ryan. He's turning the CIA into some Cold War relic. The New York Times reporter frowned. "You're sure about state?" Kealty scoffed. 100%. You telling me you haven't heard? What? Is everyone asleep at the wheel here? His chief of staff chimed in. And now the Post's about to run a love letter to Ryan. The Post reporter bristled. That's Holtzman's piece, not mine. I told my editor it was a bad move. Kealty leaned in. So who's feeding Holtzman? No idea. You know he never reveals sources. Shaking his head, Keelty pressed on. Ryan's tripling the spy budget, rolling back taxes for the rich. What's next? Duck and cover drills. When do you people start asking the real questions? Who's holding him accountable? The room fell silent. Finally, the Times reporter spoke. What exactly are you suggesting, Ed? The frustration in his gesture was masterfully executed. I'm digging my own political grave right now. There's nothing in this for me, yet I can't stay silent. Even with Ryan wielding the full force of the government, I refuse to let him and his inner circle consolidate power, expand surveillance, rig taxes to favor those who've dodged their responsibilities, or shower favors on defense contractors. What's next? Dismantling civil rights. His wife gets helicoptered to work daily, and nobody bats an eye. This isn't just an imperial presidency, it's something LJ wouldn't have dared attempt, with Congress too paralyzed to act. Know what we're witnessing. Keelty paused for effect. King Jack I. And nobody seems to care. Why is that? The Boston Globe reporter cut in. What about Holtzman's article? Ryan's got blood on his hands from his CIA days, Keelty shot back. Like James Bond. His chief of staff quipped on cue. The Post reporter bristled. Holtzman never claimed that. If you're referring to the terrorist incident, no, not that. The Moscow operation. Ryan didn't orchestrate it, Judge Arthur Moore did back when he was DCI. Ryan was just the face of it. And let's be real, meddling in Soviet affairs while they had 10,000 nukes aimed at us? That's an act of war. All to save some KGB thug from a purge so we could bust a spy ring. Betty left that part out when talking to Holtzman. The Post reporter shifted uncomfortably. I haven't seen the story yet. Keelty smirked. His sources were better. Then let's talk facts. The Columbia bombings 4 years ago. That was CIA. Ryan was on the ground there, another act of war. 2 confirmed. And now, he's alienated half of Langley with his reforms. Early retirements, shrunken fiefdoms, plenty of people with axes to grind. Convenient, isn't it? How solid is your intel? The Globe pressed. Check the timeline. Admiral Greer died Ryan's mentor. Operation was likely planned from his deathbed. Ryan skipped the funeral. He was in Columbia. And James Cutter's accidental jog into a bus? 7 Taven. Or guilt over his role in Ryan's mess. The Times reporter frowned. Officially, it was an accident. Sure. Just like this administration's version of transparency. Keelty's tone turned icy. Cutter knew too much. Ryan's playing a dangerous game, and the stakes just got higher. Jack Ryan had slipped away unnoticed, leaving Keelty to stew in his own frustration. I'll admit it, I misjudged Ryan, Keelty muttered, rubbing his temples. He's as sharp as they come, maybe even on par with legends like Alan Dulles or Bill Donovan. But those days are over. We don't need a bloated CIA, another defense spending spree, or tax breaks for the wealthy elite Ryan pals around with. And we sure as hell don't need a president who's stuck in some nostalgic fantasy of the 1950s. He's pushing policies that could wreck this country, and I won't stand for it. His voice dropped, weary but resolute. Maybe I'm the only one willing to call him out. I know my past isn't exactly spotless. I've made mistakes, big ones. But when I took that oath, first as a congressman, then as a senator, and later as vice president, I meant it. The people trusted me, flaws and all. And if that means I'm the one who has to stand up now, so be it. He scoffed, shaking his head. Ryan's not even the real president. He's just grabbing power, twisting arms at state, meddling with abortion rights, letting his billionaire buddy Winston rewrite the tax code. What's next? Crowning himself king. The sarcasm dripped from his words. Tell me, who's actually looking out for the people anymore? The reporter from the Globe shifted uncomfortably. I don't see him that way, Ed. He's conservative, sure, but he seems genuine. The Times journalist smirked. First rule of politics, nobody's that genuine. If these rumors about Russia and Colombia are true, we're back to Cold War antics, pulling strings in foreign governments like it's 1955. The chief of staff slid cassette tapes across the table. This stays off the record. But everything here checks out. The San Francisco Examiner tapped the tape against his palm, already calculating his lead. The race was on every reporter in the room, itching to break the story first. The shortest commute meant the earliest scoop. Guilty exhaled. This isn't about me. It's about the country. Do your jobs fairly, carefully. The Times checked his watch, nearly 3 a.m. He'd be working straight through to meet the evening deadline, fighting for the front page. West Coast papers had the time zone edge, but he had tricks to beat them. Coffee cups clinked as the journalist stood, tucking recorders in the pockets, cassettes in one hand, keys in the other. 4 hours later, Jack's voice cut through the tension. Talk to me, Ben. The local news stations hadn't picked up anything yet, but intelligence had intercepted microwave transmissions meant for delayed broadcasts. Goodley hesitated as President Ryan settled into his chair. The video quality's garbage, but we've got the audio. They spent the day tightening their grip tomorrow. They'll make it official. By now, word's probably spreading through back channels, but the formal announcement is for global consumption. Ryan gave a dry chuckle. You atreved him. Goodley nodded. Here's another curveball. Turkmenistan's premier just died in what's being called a car crash. Golovko rang me up around 5, probably to tip us off. He's not exactly thrilled. His theory: Iraq and Turkmenistan are pieces of the same game. Ryan adjusted his tie, already regretting his next question. Any proof? Goodley snorted. You kidding? We've got nothing, not even satellite coverage this time. Ryan exhaled, staring at his desk. Funny how people think the CIA's all-seeing. I work there, remember? Thank God for cable news. At least the Russians are sharing scraps. They're rattled, Ryan muttered. Big time, Goodley agreed. So Iran's swallowing Iraq. Turkmenistan's leader is dead, thoughts? Zresbiz you havernust. I'm with Golovko on this one. He's got boots on the ground, but he's just as stuck as we are watching, sweating, no moves to make. Could be a coincidence, but since when do spies buy that? Sergei sure doesn't. He's convinced it's connected. Vasco's team is piecing together something ugly, too. Expect calls from the Saudis soon. Ryan didn't need reminding. Israel wouldn't stay silent long. China? He asked, hoping for better news. No such luck. Massive naval drills, subs, destroyers, no air yet, but their bases are prepping fighters. Ryan cut in. Hold on, exactly. If this was scheduled, why the scramble? Pentagon briefing at 8:30. Our ambassador got brushed off foreign ministry claims. It's routine. They didn't even know about it. Total crap, Ryan muttered. Maybe. Taiwan's staying cool, but they're deploying ships tonight. They're cooperating fully with our intel teams. Soon, they'll ask what we'll do if things escalate. Pentagon's stance. China lacks the muscle for an invasion, same as 96. Taiwan's air force is stronger now. Odds are this fizzles out. Or they're testing your reaction. Sue Adler's take. Ignore it. Taiwan's playing it smart, we should too. Move subs quietly. Let SyncPack handle it. Ryan nodded. Durot sec def. Men drief te schuldersna. Is board tet. Same for our hemisphere, Africa. If China's just flexing, the real headache's the Gulf. We've told the Saudis we're not backing down. That message will get through. Maybe give the other side pause. Iran's a house of cards once people taste freedom. The whole regime's on borrowed time. Ryan leaned back in his chair, swirling his decaf with a smirk. We'll weather this storm just fine. You're sounding awfully sure of yourself, Doctor. Goodly, he remarked, watching his analyst straighten a stack of files. That's what you keep me around for, thinking ahead. Might as well share what's rattling around up here, sir. Ryan chuckled. Distal de tate sit deprayed. Keep at it and update me. Meanwhile, I've got a Supreme Court to reassemble before lunch. He took a slow sip, the warmth of the coffee grounding him. The job wasn't so bad when you had sharp minds backing you up. Across town, Clark stood in front of a fresh batch of recruits, their eager eyes fixed on him. He caught Ding's amused smirk from the back row and suppressed a sigh. The training reel had just wrapped up 6 declassified operations, 2 of which he'd lived through. One agent had met his end in a KGB basement, betrayed from within. Another was still hiding in rural New Hampshire, forever exiled from the country he'd once called home. Clark flipped a page in his notes. This job. It's all about seduction, he began, watching a few brows raise. You'll find people with grievances, insecurities, voids to fill. You don't have to like them, just understand them. He paced, voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. Ever played along with a clueless boss? Nodded when you wanted to roll your eyes? That's the game. They'll talk about honor, about injustice, but 9 times out of 10, they just want cash. And that's fine. Hook them first, negotiate later. A recruit near the front shifted, and Clark zeroed in. Once they cross that line, there's no going back. Even the true believers, they'll get a thrill from the secrets. Then comes the guilt, the drinking, the reckless choices. Some start breaking rules just because they can. His tone hardened. Your job is to rein them in. Be their anchor. The idealists, they'll burn out fast. The money guys, they're predictable right up until they demand an exit plan. Clark paused, scanning the room. There's no playbook here. You'll learn by doing. But remember, empathy isn't optional. Even when you'd rather walk away. You probably won't enjoy most of this, he warned them, his tone grim. That footage you just watched wasn't dramatized. Every incident actually happened. 3 agents and 1 officer lost their lives in those operations. Let that sink in. Clark gathered his materials as the recruit sat in stunned silence, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. Take 10, he added, nodding toward the door. Mr. Revel will take over for the next session. As he moved toward the back of the classroom, one trainee couldn't resist breaking the tension. So, Mr. Does this mean seduction's fair game if the mission calls for it? Ding quipped with a smirk. Clark didn't miss a beat. Only if you're drawing a paycheck for it, Domingo, he shot back, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, every member of Group 2 had fallen ill almost simultaneously, as if they'd all been exposed to the same invisible timer. Within hours, each complained of raging fevers and body aches, classic flu symptoms at first glance. Modi noted with clinical detachment how some volunteers still tended to their assigned patients, despite their own worsening conditions, while others simply collapsed in corners, paralyzed by the dawning realization of what was happening to them. The combination of poor nutrition and prior confinement made them perfect test subjects, hungry, Weakened bodies always succumb faster than healthy ones. The original group was deteriorating right on schedule, their suffering so intense that even the slightest movement became agony. One subject appeared near death, and Modi found himself wondering if this particular strain of Ebola Mayinga had an unexpected effect on cardiac tissue, a macabre scientific curiosity overshadowed by the brutal reality unfolding before him. "We're wasting time with this phase," the director remarked, watching the monitors with detached interest. "Proceed to the next stage." With a curt nod, Modi picked up the phone and issued brief orders. 15 minutes later, medics escorted all 9 members of the second group to an adjacent chamber where they were sedated and placed under observation. Returning to the original subjects, the team worked with chilling efficiency, administering lethal injections to those still conscious, then loading the lifeless bodies onto gurneys for immediate cremation. Every contaminated surface was doused in corrosive chemicals, the room sealed like a tomb. Soon, all attention would shift to Group 2, whose suffering would confirm a terrifying hypothesis: airborne transmission of Ebola Zaire, Mayinga. "Half a world away, Doctor." McGregor tapped his fingers impatiently as he waited for the health official, who'd taken an entire day to respond, likely delayed by bureaucratic nonsense. An indulgent meal and whatever evening entertainment helped him forget his responsibilities. When the man finally arrived, he hovered near the doorway like the room itself might infect him, squinting through the dim light at Salah's discolored skin from what he clearly considered a safe distance. The overhead lights had been dimmed to ease the patient's discomfort, but nothing could soften the grim reality written across his deteriorating body. The sight of 2 suspended blood bags marked Type O and the steady morphine drip revealed the grim reality, confirmed by the medical chart clutched in the gloved, unsteady hands of the government official. "What about the antibody results?" he asked, forcing his voice to remain steady despite the weight of the situation. McGregor met his gaze. Positive." This was the first confirmed Ebola case, though no one could say how long the virus had lurked in the shadows, how many remote villages it might have wiped out decades ago. The nearest hospital had already been ravaged, its staff fleeing in terror, ironically hastening the outbreak's end by leaving the infected to die alone. Now, African medical teams knew better masks, gloves, and strict sterilization were non-negotiable. Even the most careless among them had learned that lesson the hard way. But none of it mattered for this patient. The chart said it all. Did he come from Iraq? The official pressed. McGregor nodded. That's what he claimed. The official straightened, authority settling over him like armor. "I'll need to verify that with the proper channels." McGregor stepped forward. "We should issue a report this could be the start of something bigger." The official cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. "Subsidiary? Not yet. We need facts before we spread panic." His grip on the chart steadied now that he'd asserted control. "Does he have family? Someone who can give us details?" McGregor shrugged. "No idea." The official exhaled. "I'll handle it. Have your team copy all records and send them to me immediately." With that, he strode out, duty fulfilled in his mind, leaving McGregor seething. Moments like this made McGregor despise the place. Over a century of European presence, and what did they have to show for it? A Scottish fool named Gordon had wandered into Sudan, fallen for its illusion, and died right here. What madness. Then came the British, raising regiments, fighting wars, only to abandon the country too soon, leaving behind a fractured land. The same story played out across the continent, and now Africans paid the price. But say that aloud? Unthinkable. They'd brand him a racist, never mind that he'd chosen to be here. 2 hours later, the official was gone, obediently following disinfection protocols under the watchful eye of the head nurse. Meanwhile, Pat Martin entered with a bulging briefcase, spreading 14 folders across the coffee table labeled A through M, just as President Ryan had requested. "You know," Martin muttered, avoiding eye contact, "I'd sleep easier if you hadn't handed me this much authority." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Why's that?" Martin sighed. "I'm just a prosecutor, Mr. President. A decent one, sure, but this." Ryan's voice sharpened before softening again. "You think I don't feel the same way?" Martin leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Nobody since George Washington's time has had to deal with this mess. And honestly, I'm winging it here. I'm not some legal scholar who can rattle off case law like it's the alphabet." He gave a tired smirk. "Yeah, I walked right into that one." President Ryan had laid out strict guidelines, 14 federal appellate judges, each with at least a decade on the bench, and 50 major rulings under their belt, none overturned by the Supreme Court unless later vindicated. The stack of folders spanned from Boston to Seattle, a cross-section of America's legal minds. "Solid choices," Martin admitted, flipping through the files. "The death penalty?" Ryan pressed. Martin didn't hesitate. Fifth Amendment due process covers it. You get one shot at a trial, but if the system works, the sentence stands. These judges have all upheld that standard, with rare exceptions. Take Judge D throughout a Mississippi conviction because the defendant wasn't mentally competent. Brutal crime, but the right call. Supreme Court backed it without a word. He exhaled sharply. The real issue. Laws built on edge cases. Ever hear the saying, hard cases make bad law? Like that British trial where 2 8-year-olds killed a toddler. How do you rule on that? You hope someone else has to. Ryan studied him. You pick tough judges. But were they fair? Martin's jaw tightened. You think I wanted this responsibility? Judge E overturned one of our best cases on a technicality entrapment. We were furious. But he was right, and now that ruling's part of FBI protocol. Ryan sifted through the folders. A week's worth of reading. Arnie had warned him the most consequential decision of his presidency. No leader since Washington had faced appointing an entire Supreme Court, let alone in an era where cruel and unusual punishment had morphed from burning at the stake to prison overcrowding complaints. Ryan's grip tightened. So, we're supposed to let violent criminals loose because cells are cramped. Now that was something he could change. Ryan knew exactly the kind of judges he wanted, ones who saw crime the same way he did, shaped by his father's furious tirades about lenient sentences, and out-of-touch judges who'd never stood in a victim's shoes. For him, it wasn't just policy, it was personal. He'd stared down the barrel of death himself, watched his wife and kids targeted, lived through the sickening realization that some people treated murder like picking up a pack of gum at a convenience store. Predators who saw others as nothing more than prey. He'd locked eyes with Sean Miller more than once and seen nothing, no remorse, no humanity, just a hollow void where a soul should have been. Then came that moment, the weight of the Browning in his hand, his pulse roaring in his ears, while his fingers stayed unnervingly steady. One squeeze, and he could have erased the man who tried to destroy his family. For a heartbeat, he'd even seen fear flicker in Miller's eyes, cracking through that inhuman shell. But the hammer hadn't been cocked. The shot never came. And later, in the quiet, Ryan had thanked God for that small mercy. He'd killed before the London terrorist, the intruder at his home, the submarine cook. Columbia still haunted his dreams. But Miller, that would have been different. Not survival. Not duty. Just vengeance, raw and unchecked. And that was the line he couldn't cross. The law had to be cold, deliberate, bigger than one man's rage. That's why choosing the right judges mattered. Their decisions shaped justice for everyone, not just a father's fury. Martin caught the look on his face. "Hughes stuff, huh?" Ryan pushed back from his desk and stepped into the outer office. "Who's got a cigarette?" Ellen Sumter, one of the secretaries, didn't hesitate, just handed him a Virginia Slim and a lighter. Like she'd read his mind. She even chased him down with an ashtray before he could shut the door. Sinking into his chair, Ryan took a slow drag, staring at the presidential seal woven into the carpet beneath his feet. How the hell did we decide one person should have this kind of power? He muttered. Martin smirked. Feeling like Madison drafting the Constitution? You're picking the people who'll define it for a generation. Ryan exhaled smoke. At least I'm not playing identity politics. No quotas. Just the right minds for the job. I put together a solid selection for you, diverse backgrounds, thoughtful perspectives. All the key details, though, the names have been removed for confidentiality. Unless you're deep into legal circles, the identities won't mean much anyway. Trust me, these are top-tier candidates. I didn't just throw this list together overnight. Your criteria shaped it, and they were solid guidelines. Every person here aligns with your principles. However, hungry types, they unsettle me. The best judges weigh every decision carefully. You can see it in their rulings. Some of these opinions kept me up at night just trying to grasp the nuances. He exhaled, tapping the stack of files. Law isn't my forte, but I know enough to say you shouldn't break it. Martin chuckled. Not the worst philosophy, honestly. The unspoken truth hung between them. Not every leader in this room had shared that basic respect for the law. Ryan's expression darkened as he leaned forward. I know what I dislike. I know what needs fixing. But damn it, his voice tightened. Who am I to play God with these appointments? The attorney didn't blink. That's exactly your role, mister. Cite in hand. The Senate's there to rein you in if needed. These judges, vetted by the FBI. Sharp, ethical, none of them schemed for a Supreme Court seat. If none click, we'll dig deeper. Better you choose than some committee. The Civil Rights Division heads another sharp mind, leans left, but actually thinks before he acts. Wastes pevas done. Jack rubbed his temple. How was he supposed to navigate that minefield? When did personal bias start masquerading as policy? He crushed his cigarette, the familiar head rush hitting him. Guess I've got my homework. Wish I could help, but this is your call. Outside influence, mine included, just muddies the water. Ryan eyed the towering files. Guess we all just do our best. Across town, the Civil Rights Division chief straightened his tie. A Fowler-era appointee, he traded academia for lobbying years ago. The paycheck and proximity to power were too tempting. Never elected, yet he'd carved out a fiefdom, his ideology hardening with each promotion. The game was simple. Clients paid his bills, but his real loyalty was to the cause. Or at least, that's what he told himself during late-night strategy sessions over bourbon. Government service, to him, was just another kind of deal-making one where the stakes were higher, and the paychecks came from taxpayers. Though he never realized it, he had essentially embodied Ben Johnson's idea of speaking in contradictions while still adhering to the law. His dedication to civil rights never wavered, and he never advocated for anything that went against that fundamental belief, though realistically, no one since the 1960s had openly campaigned against civil rights. Still, he convinced himself that distinction mattered. As a white man with roots stretching back before the American Revolution, he was a fixture at all the right political gatherings, earning the respect of those who shared his views. That respect translated into influence, and it was impossible to say whether his legal career shaped his political standing or the other way around. His early work at the Justice Department caught the eye of powerful figures, and his competence led a top-tier law firm to recruit him. Transitioning from government to private practice, he leveraged his political connections to sharpen his legal edge, and that success only deepened his credibility in political circles, a cycle so seamless he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Over time, the cases he argued became his identity, the shift so gradual he barely noticed it happening. He was the positions he'd defended for decades, and that was the heart of the issue now. Patrick Martin was a capable lawyer, no doubt sharp in the courtroom, with an unbeaten trial record and a knack for mentoring young prosecutors. But he lacked political instincts. Never a attorney, just one of the career attorneys who did the heavy lifting while political appointees chased headlines in higher office. Martin was brilliant at legal strategy, but the civil rights chief saw him as dangerously naive about the bigger picture. Judges weren't just there to interpret the law, they were supposed to fix it, to correct injustices. Martin didn't see it that way. Their lunch debates had always been lively, but never changed either man's mind. Now, with the list in hand, 14 names, unredacted, handed to him by a loyal subordinate who knew the game, the chief's frustration sharpened. That judge in Richmond had dismantled affirmative action, with an argument so compelling it swayed the Supreme Court, if only by a thread. Another in New York had upheld the government's stance, but narrowed its reach, leaving a flawed precedent in place. These weren't just disagreements, they were roadblocks. Martin might call it judicial restraint, but the chief saw it as cowardice. And letting Martin advise the president, that was a mistake waiting to happen. Martin was a stubbornly persuasive man, the kind who could argue a point into the ground, whether he was right or wrong. That tenacity made him an effective prosecutor, but it also meant he lacked the vision to see how things should truly function. His judicial picks reflected that same rigidity choices the Senate, in its short-sightedness, had rubber-stamped. But this level of influence demanded people who understood power, who wielded it with precision. There was no other option. He folded the list into an envelope, slipped it into his jacket, and dialed a familiar number to arrange lunch. Meanwhile, the morning news blared with the kind of manufactured spectacle only television could deliver. Reality wasn't just reported, it was scripted, packaged, and sold. The anchor stood before a new flag, its green field and twin gold stars unmistakably symbolic. A verse from the Quran opened the broadcast before diving into the real announcement. Iran and Iraq had merged into the United Islamic Republic. Promises of peace, brotherhood, and an elected parliament called a majlis flowed smoothly. Never mind that Iran's population advantage meant they'd dominate the interim council. The anchor assured the world there was nothing to fear, though the Gulf states, all Muslim themselves, had never exactly been on friendly terms with either nation. Weapons facilities would be dismantled, political prisoners released, making room for the next batch, Major Saba muttered dryly at Palm Bowl. The celebrations on screen were a little too perfect, crowds spilling from mosques, faces alight with joy. Jack had seen it coming. He'd pored over Martin's files late into the night, nursing the headache that always seemed to materialize the moment he stepped into the Oval Office. The Saudis had delayed their call, maybe hoping the problem would vanish, a futile optimism hardly unique to the region. "Yes, I'm watching," Jack said as the NSA's real-time translation scrolled across the screen. Adler, Vasco, and Goodley had rushed in, sparing him from more paperwork but not the throbbing behind his temples. Unsettling, if not unexpected, the prince admitted over the secure line. "I know how it looks," Jack replied, exhaustion creeping in. Coffee would have helped, but sleep was a higher priority. He'd already ordered heightened military readiness. "Anything you need from us?" Just your continued support. You have it, Jack said. That hasn't changed. Our commitment to protecting the kingdom hasn't changed. If there's a specific action you'd like us to take to reinforce that, we're prepared to consider reasonable measures. Do you? Not at this moment, Mr. President. No official requests from our side. The response carried a weight that made Jack glance away from the speakerphone toward his guests. In that case, why don't we have our teams explore possibilities together? Discretion is critical. My government doesn't want to escalate tensions. We'll handle it carefully. Reach out to Admiral Jackson, he oversees operations, at the We've met before, at the White House. My staff will coordinate with him by the end of the day. Good. Ali, my line's always open if you need me. Appreciated, Jack. Rest well tonight. You'll need it. We all will. The call ended abruptly, and Ryan double-checked the disconnect. Thoughts? Ali's pushing for action, but the king hasn't signed off, Adler observed. They'll likely probe for back-channel talks with the Vasco jumped in. Their initial move will be diplomacy, testing the waters. The Saudis will spearhead it. Kuwait and the smaller Gulf states will hang back, but won't stay silent for long. Expect quiet outreach soon. How's our ambassador in Kuwait? The president asked. Will Bach, Adler replied without hesitation. Seasoned foreign service officer. Steady, fluent in the language, well connected with their royals. Great at bridging our business interests with their policies. Strong support team too, Vasco added. Top-tier attachés, all sharp intel operatives. Ryan removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. Walk me through the next steps. The entire Gulf's rattled. This is their worst-case scenario playing out in real time. The president nodded, then turned. Ben, get me CIA's read on the year's endgame, and loop in Robbie for military options. Bring Tony Bertano up to speed. He wanted defense for a reason. Time to strategize beyond paperwork. Langley's flying blind, Adler interjected. Not their fault, but intel's thin. Which meant the CIA's report would span everything from limited strikes to apocalyptic scenarios, each with enough jargon to absolve everyone but the president if things went south. We cham you her tafter. Scott, let's quietly open our own lines to the Play nice first? Exactly, Ryan confirmed. You all think they'll bunker down before making a move? Most nodded except Vasco. Prusta Kristova. President. Go ahead, Bert. And solid foresight earlier. Timing was off, but you nailed the big picture. Appreciate that. About consolidation, it's a numbers game, right? Meaning? Ryan prompted. Iraq's population dwarfs the Gulf states. Saudi Arabia's huge, but its people could fit in Philly's suburbs. Distance is one thing, manpower's another. Adler shook his head. They won't act immediately. Vasco's smirk was razor-thin. Don't bet on it. The room's tension spiked like someone had just turned the thermostat to uncomfortable. That depends on your definition of right away, mister. Secretary, Vasco countered, cutting off Goodley before he could finish his point about Iran's internal struggles. The National Security Advisor had grown accustomed to the president's ear and wasn't about to surrender the spotlight. You're missing the religious element, he pressed, his voice sharpening. That's the glue holding them together strong enough to paper over any domestic cracks. Just look at their flag. Listen to their country's name. People gravitate toward victory, and right now Daryai's wearing that crown, isn't he? He paused, studying the screen where the Iranian banner fluttered behind the news anchor. Notice something about those two stars. When Adler prompted him, Vasco's reply carried an edge. plenty of blank space for additions. For Daria, this was the moment he'd envisioned for decades, except reality outshone imagination. The cheers weren't echoes in his mind, but thunderous waves crashing against his ears as he strode through Tehran at dawn. Before sunrise, he'd entered the Grand Mosque, performing the ritual ablutions with deliberate care, scrubbing his weathered hands like a penitent. Today, the call to prayer didn't fade into indifference. The streets swelled with worshippers, their fervor so palpable it tightened his throat. He took no privileged position among them, yet the singularity of the moment overwhelmed him, tears carving paths through his beard as he knelt. This was the Prophet's will made manifest, the first fracture mended in the fractured Ummah. When prayers ended, he stepped into the morning light, and the gasps began. Ignoring his security team's alarm, he walked unguarded through the gathering crowd, returning nods to faces frozen first in shock, then delirious recognition. No cameras intruded. This was between him and his people. Their hands reached out, not in anger, but reverence as self-appointed protectors cleared a path for his slow progress. His eyes, calm as still water, scanned for threats but found only an answering joy. He raised a hand in blessing, not as a conqueror, but as a patriarch, his silence speaking louder than any speech. Greater trials lay ahead, but today, the tide was his. Half a world away, movie star lit another cigarette in his Beirut safehouse, the chants from the streets below seeping through the curtains. So who is this guy, really? He asked Bedrain, who'd been tracking Dariai's rise for years. The Lebanese operative exhaled slowly. A man who understands power, he said, listening to the cries for unity. After 8 years of war, after cities reduced to rubble and a generation of boys fed into the meat grinder, this wasn't just politics. This was redemption. Perhaps it was divine law at work, operating on a different plane than human rules. That intoxicating rush of emotion was something he'd experienced before. But experience had taught him the truth. Such feelings were merely tools in the grand game of power. Outside, the restless crowds who'd once grumbled about their circumstances, who dared to question their leaders' decisions, who'd silently resented their lack of liberty in this rigidly controlled society, that discontent had vanished. And it wouldn't return anytime soon. The real question was how long this silence would last, which was precisely why these moments had to be seized. Darai understood this better than anyone. Bedrain muted the distant chants of the devoted and turned to him. So, what did you discover? The most revealing insights came from their television broadcasts, Darai replied. President Ryan maintains strong approval, but he's facing challenges. Their government isn't fully operational, yet the lower legislative chamber still hasn't been reconstituted, with elections set to begin next month. Americans adore their polls, he added with a smirk. They call random citizens, sometimes just a few thousand, and pretend that speaks for the entire nation. And the results? Bedrain pressed. Most support him, but he hasn't done much beyond maintaining the status quo. He hasn't even named a vice president. Bedrain already knew that much, but not the reason. Why? Wiston traded to Nor Fosdi. Daria chuckled. I wondered the same. Their full legislature must confirm the appointment, and it hasn't been fully restored. Plus, there's the issue of Keelty, the former VP, still claiming the presidency. Ryan hasn't even locked him up. Their legal system fumbles when it comes to treason. And if we eliminated Ryan? Nearly impossible, Daria admitted. I spent an afternoon scouting Washington. The White House has locked down no public access, snipers on every rooftop. An official trip might offer a slim chance, but planning that would take more time than we have. Which leaves us with his family, Bedrain finished. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan rubbed his tired eyes as the elevator doors opened. Lured, night. Again. Jeff Rahman walked beside him, scanning the quiet hallway. Dinner with Kathy and the kids had been rushed, and now the house felt hollow, no scattered toys, no half-empty glasses by the TV, just sterile perfection. 3 agents stood watch, along with the warrant officer guarding the nuclear briefcase. The silence was eerie, more suited to a high-end morgue than a family home. Rahman exchanged nods with the other agents, all clear. No armed intruders tonight. Wonderful. Jack turned toward Katie's room first. Peeking inside, he saw his youngest curled up, her tiny feet still tucked into footy pajamas, a worn teddy bear beside her. The sight tugged at him. Sally had looked just like that years ago. A small, sleepy bundle of innocence. Now, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, these quiet moments were all he had left of normalcy. Sally couldn't wait to shop at Victoria's Secret someday, while Jack, who'd recently decided he was too grown up for the nickname Little Jack, only wanted boxer shorts, the latest trend for boys his age. And of course, they had to sag just enough to flirt with disaster, because apparently nearly losing your pants was the height of cool. Some things never changed. He was still a kid at heart. Jack paused by Katie's bed, taking in the scene. The room was unsettlingly pristine, like something out of an old Hollywood film. Every sock folded, every tiny sneaker lined up just so. It felt more like a museum display than a child's bedroom. Did people actually live like this? Not regular folks, maybe, but presidents. He chuckled to himself and stepped out, only for Agent Rahman to close the door behind him, because apparently even that was above the president's pay grade. Somewhere, a security log probably lit up with swordsmen tucked in sandbox, because nothing in this place went unnoticed. A quick peek into Sally's room revealed her fast asleep, likely dreaming about some boy Kenny, who was, in her eyes, the epitome of cool. Meanwhile, Jack's room had at least one sign of rebellion, a lone comic book on the floor. But even there, his shirt was pressed, his shoes polished. Another perfectly controlled day in the White House circus. "Night, Jeff," Ryan muttered as he turned toward his own room. "Good night, sir," Rahman replied, waiting until the door clicked shut before scanning the hallway. His fingers brushed the grip of his pistol, a silent reminder of what could have been. No word yet, but patience was key. Downstairs, the night was quiet, except for the distant hum of protesters in Lafayette Park, huddled together, passing something suspicious between them. Rahman smirked. Chishish, maybe. Wouldn't that be ironic? The guards chatted about sports, eyes scanning for threats in all the wrong places. Back inside, a different conversation unfolded. Can we take them? The older two. Too risky. But the youngest? Possible. Dangerous, though. Movie star's warning hung in the air. Bedrain studied the blueprints. Darrier had the right men for the job, brutally efficient, as Iraq had proven. Outside, the crowd roared, "Death to America," a familiar chant rehearsed to perfection. His intelligence officer returned, silent, but knowing. The game was in motion. Movie star leaned forward, his piercing gaze locked on Ali. "Break it down for me. What's the real objective here?" Ali didn't hesitate. "To stop America from meddling in our affairs." Bedrain glanced up, knowing full well that our affairs now meant whatever Darrier decided they meant. Modi's hands trembled as he reviewed the results. 9 subjects, every single one infected. He triple-checked the antibody tests himself, and the outcome was undeniable. To keep them compliant, they were pumped full of morphine, left in a haze while the virus took hold. First Benedict Mekusa, then Sister Jean-Baptiste, then 10 convicts, and now these 9. 22 lives, if you counted Sister Maria Magdalena. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Was Jean-Baptiste still praying for him from the other side? He shook it off. Meanwhile, Dr. McGregor studied Sohaila's chart. Her fever had dropped, and she was lucid in brief flashes. At first, he'd chalked it up to jet lag until the blood appeared. Food poisoning seemed plausible, but something nagged at him. She was Iraqi, just like patient Salah, whose tests had confirmed Ebola. The bodyguard was barely hanging on, his immune system losing the fight. Then it hit him, kids. Their immune systems were relentless. A child could spike a fever one day and bounce back the next, while an adult might be crippled by the same virus. Mumps could sterilize a grown man. Chickenpox, a mild nuisance for kids, could kill adults. Vaccines weren't just about protecting the masses, they saved the few, whose bodies couldn't handle the onslaught. His mind raced. Saleh had Ebola. Sohaila had flu-like symptoms, or was it something worse? Ebola's early stages mimicked the flu. The pieces clicked into place. My God, McGregor whispered, the weight of realization crashing down. Doctor. McGregor pushed back from his cluttered desk, gathering his notes before heading toward the patient's room. He grabbed a syringe and a set of sterile vials on the way, steeling himself for the inevitable protest. The little girl predictably whined at the sight of the needle, but McGregor's steady hands made quick work of the blood draw so quick, in fact, that her tears hadn't even started before he was done. He left the comforting to her mother, who'd spent the night in the hospital chair, then cursed himself silently. Why hadn't he ordered this test sooner? Meanwhile, across town, a tense conversation unfolded in a dimly lit government office. They don't exist on paper, the foreign ministry official stated flatly, fingers drumming on his desk. The health official frowned. Then what's the issue? He paused. The patient likely has Ebola. That got a reaction sharp, disbelieving. You're sure? The Sudanese doctor nodded. The lab results don't lie. Doctor. McGregor, the attending physician, is one of the British consultants. He's competent. You else knows. No one. No need for panic. Strict isolation protocols are in place. The hospital staff is trained. We just need to follow procedure and alert the WHO. Hold on. Is there any risk of an outbreak? None. The patient's contained. Ebola's deadly, but we know how to handle it. Then why involve the WHO? They'd send a team to trace the infection's origin, advise on, did this Salah catch it here? Impossible. We'd know. The official exhaled, gaze drifting to the window. The presence of certain Iraqi guests was a state secret, and leaks were unacceptable. He turned back, voice firm. No WHO notification. If this gets out, it's a diplomatic disaster. The doctor hesitated. McGregor might push back. He's principled. Then make him understand. If he resists, I'll send someone who will get through to him. The unspoken threat hung in the air. You had dude, understood. Will Salah live? Doubtful. Fatality rate's 80% and he's deteriorating fast. How'd he get it? No idea. Claims he's never been to Africa, but who knows? I'll question him again. The Taft-Ri-Ati. Elsewhere, pre-dawn Washington hummed with quiet urgency. President eyes conservatives for the Supreme Court, blared the Post headline. While the city slept, White House staffers scoured newspapers, clipping, pasting, and photocopying for the early bird, the insider's cheat sheet, on what the press thought was happening. Big leak, muttered one aide, slicing out the article with surgical precision. Yep. And it's spreading, her colleague agreed, scanning the Times. The leaked Justice Department list revealed 9 ultra-conservative appellate judges under consideration for the Supreme Court. a roster guaranteed to ignite fireworks. Somewhere in the chaos, a coffee machine gurgled. The game, as always, was already in motion. The judicial roster contained no nominees from Presidents Fowler or Durling, an unusual break from tradition. Typically, candidates undergo vetting by the American Bar Association, but this time, the Justice Department's senior officials, led by Criminal Division Chief Patrick J. Martin, handpicked the list internally. Media backlash was immediate. "The press isn't thrilled," someone muttered. Another voice chimed in. "That's nothing, wait till you see the editorial." They didn't waste any time tearing into this. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit barn, sweat dripped down Ernie Brown's forehead as he and Pete labored over their makeshift foundry. 16-hour shifts had become the norm, with no time for anything but work-quick meals. No beer, just the crackle of a radio turned up loud to drown out fatigue. The setup was simple. A propane burner roared beneath a pot of molten lead, its flame licking the metal like an inverted rocket. With practiced hands, Pete dipped a ladle into the searing liquid, filling bullet molds designed for 58 caliber muzzleloaders, the kind frontiersmen once carried westward. 10 molds, 4 cavities each, churned out projectiles that clattered into an oil drum when cooled. Ernie scooped stray lead shavings off the floor, tossing them back into the pot. Waste wasn't an option. The tedious rhythm of the work kept their minds sharp, though Pete had joked earlier. Jim Bridger didn't exactly Uber his way across the Rockies. No, the old mountain men had done things the hard way, horse by horse, mile by grueling mile. And so would they. The cement truck had been their only real hurdle, but a local auction solved that. A barely used Mac, just over 70,000 miles, now sat in the barn like a silent accomplice, its headlights casting long shadows. As Ernie stirred the lead, his gaze drifted to the map of Washington tacked to the wall. The Secret Service had sealed off Pennsylvania Avenue, smug in their belief they'd outsmarted any threat. But they'd missed one detail one Ernie knew all too well. Elsewhere, Dr. 3. McGregor clenched his fists. "Protocol demands it," he insisted. The health official shook his head. "Too airplay, Mausememic said. The index patient brought this in. Your containment measures are solid, your team's well-trained." He softened his tone. "My government can't afford the panic. The foreign ministry agrees. This stays quiet." McGregor felt the heat rise in his cheeks as the official delivered his ultimatum. His fair Scottish skin betrayed every flicker of anger and frustration. One phone call from this smug bureaucrat, and he'd find himself escorted by local authorities, though they bore little resemblance to the professional officers back home, straight to the airport with his belongings. He'd seen it happen before when a British doctor spoke too bluntly about public health risks. The thought of abandoning his patients twisted his gut. These people relied on him, and competent physicians were scarce here. "Patient Salah's condition?" the official asked mechanically. "He won't make it," McGregor replied flatly. "A shame, but unavoidable. And he leads on his exposure." "That's the problem, we don't know." McGregor snapped. The official barely reacted, already planning to interrogate the dying man from a safe distance. Ridiculous. But McGregor's mind raced elsewhere. Sohaila, the little girl who had somehow beaten the virus. Her fever had dropped, her bleeding stopped, her liver nearly normal. She'd survive, but why? Saleh, a healthy man, was slipping away while this child thrived. It made no sense. Had they been exposed differently? Iraq had no history of Ebola outbreaks, and with the country in chaos, any major bio-incident would have leaked. He wasn't some investigator with a lab in Paris or Atlanta, just a doctor trying to keep his patients alive. But he'd already sent samples to the experts. This bureaucrat didn't know that. For now, he had to play along. Of course, McGregor said through clenched teeth. Protocol will be followed. Meanwhile, President Ryan endured another morning under the makeup artist's hands. You'd think the leader of the free world could at least get a proper barber chair, he muttered as Mrs. V. Chester Abbott worked. The revelation that his predecessor had gotten haircuts right in the Oval Office still amused him. Jack couldn't help but wonder how thrilled the Secret Service agents must be, watching some guy hover scissors and a razor way too close to the president's jugular. "All right, Arnie, how should I handle Donner?" he asked, while Mary Abbott put the finishing touches on his haircut. The chief of staff didn't miss a beat. First rule, he gets to ask whatever he wants, which means you actually have to think before answering. Ryan shot back dryly, "Gee, thanks, I hadn't considered that." Von Dam leaned in. "Play up the fact you're just a regular citizen, not some polished politician. Donner might not care, but the folks watching at home will eat it up." Then came the warning. "And brace yourself, he's definitely bringing up the court decision." Jack's temper flared. Who the hell leaked that? The chief of staff just shrugged. Doesn't matter. Chasing leaks makes you look paranoid, and nobody wants another Nixon. Ryan groaned, rubbing his temples. "No matter what I do, someone's gonna—" He cut himself off, remembering his own words to George Winston. Arnie smirked. "Welcome to politics. Help an old lady cross the street. Feminists call you patronizing. Walk past her? Erp accuses you of hating seniors. Every group's got an agenda, and none of them care about you." Jack's eyes lit up with mischief. "So if I piss everyone off equally, they'll all love me." Van Dam wasn't amused. "Try that, and every joke you crack will offend someone. Humor's a minefield. Some people just live to be outraged." "Let me guess," Ryan muttered. "They need a villain, and I'm the shiny new target." Arnie gave a grim nod. "Now you're getting it." Meanwhile, over at the Pentagon, Admiral Jackson was pointing at a map of Diego Garcia. "We've got pre-positioned ships loaded for Bear," he told Secretary Britanno. General Moore, a Gulf War vet, jumped in. "Enough gear for a full heavy brigade, M1A2s, Bradleys, the works. Saudis helped bankroll it, so some gear's technically theirs, but our boys maintain it. Just add soldiers, and boom, instant armored fist." Britanno frowned. "Who rolls out first if things go south?" Jackson tapped the map. "Depends. Probably the 10th Cav from the Negev. We can airlift them in 24 hours. For drills, we'd pull from Texas or Louisiana." Moore added, "An armored cavalry regiment hits hard and fast. Scares the hell out of anyone dumb enough to pick a fight. But they'll need backup for a long-haul supply trucks, mechanics, the boring stuff that wins wars." Jackson kept going. "Oh, and there's a carrier group in the Indian Ocean, letting sailors blow off steam on Diego. Softball, a couple beers keeps him from going stir-crazy." He smirked. "Plus, we've got F-16s parked in Israel, training their pilots. Good deal keeps our guys sharp, and the IDF happy." Britanno raised an eyebrow. "So soldiers actually enjoy this?" Moore grinned. "Sir, they live for it." Somewhere in the back of Jack's mind, a traitorous thought whispered, "At least the Pentagon's problems make sense." General Moore nodded in agreement. They'd choose that option over anything else. Britanno leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "I should really get out there and see some of this firsthand once I sort through the budget mess. At least the initial part. It doesn't sound like much, gentlemen." Jackson didn't hesitate. "It isn't, sir. Not enough to wage a full-scale war, but maybe just enough to keep one from starting in the first place." Tom Donner shifted gears abruptly. Do you think we're headed for another conflict in the Persian Gulf? The president kept his tone measured, though the effort was exhausting. The truth was murky, but optimism was expected. I don't see any signs pointing that way, he replied. Spin was an art form, twisting words to shape perception, a dance between honesty and necessity. Churchill had it right. Lies shielded the truth in wartime. But what about now? Our history with Iran and Iraq hasn't been smooth, but that doesn't mean we can't move forward. Why should we remain enemies? Donner pressed further. Will there be talks with the United Islamic Republic? The president's response was diplomatic. We're always open to dialogue, especially when it promotes stability. The Gulf matters to the entire world. After decades of war, 8 brutal years between Iran and Iraq, not to mention the tensions with Israel, it's time for peace. This new nation has challenges, but also resources. If we can help, we will. America has never hesitated to offer friendship. A brief pause signaled a commercial break before the interview aired that night. Then, Donner turned to John Plummer, who took over with a lighter question. So, how's the job treating you? Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. Some days it feels less like an election win and more like a prison sentence. The hours. Brutal, kistritil. The work. Relentless. But I've got an incredible team. Arnie Van Dam is a miracle worker, and the White House staff is second to none. And the letters, thousands from everyday Americans, they keep me going. Plummer didn't let up. What changes are you pushing for? Ryan's smile faded slightly. Depends on what you mean by change. Right now, my focus is restoring function, not reinventing it. Without a fully seated Congress, we can't even submit a budget. My priority is putting the right people in place to run things efficiently. When Plummer brought up Treasury Secretary George Winston's controversial tax reforms, Ryan didn't waver. I back Winston completely. The current system is a maze, unfair and inefficient. His plan won't lose revenue. In fact, cutting the red tape might actually increase it. Plummer started to argue, but Ryan cut in. Hold on, John. Let's not twist terms. Treating everyone equally isn't regressive, it's fair. Jack leaned forward, his voice sharpening as he addressed the plumber. Calling it progressive is just political spin. It's the opposite of progress when the system squeezes those who can least afford it. I won't play that game. Words matter, and twisting them to justify unfairness is how people get misled. John shrugged. That's the term everyone uses, though. Yeah, and that's the problem, Jack shot back. Just because something's been broken for years doesn't mean we should pretend it works. A flat tax is fair, same rules for everyone. No loopholes, no fancy accounting tricks. Meanwhile, guys like you and Tom, you've got teams finding every deduction, every offshore shell game. Who do you think lobbied for those loopholes in the first place? The same folks who profit from them. He exhaled, shaking his head. It's a rigged system, John. Politicians pass laws pretending to tax the rich more, but the rich just hire smarter lawyers. The rates look good on paper, but the money never shows up. And who picks up the tab? Ordinary people who don't have a team of accountants hiding their income in Bermuda. John smirked. Sounds like you've got a real grudge against the game. Damn right I do, Jack said, his tone shifting from frustration to something darker. Because it's not just a game, it's theft with a fancy label. The worst part? We all know it's rotten, but we shrug and say, that's politics. Since when did we decide our leaders should be less honest than a used car salesman? Would you let a guy who lies for a living watch your kids? Then why do we let them run the country? For the first time, real fire entered his voice. We accept incompetence and corruption like it's some unavoidable tax on democracy. But here's the truth. It doesn't have to be this way. I didn't take this job to play nice with lobbyists or spin the truth. I'm here because I believe we can do better, demand better. And if that pisses people off, good, Circlet. Maybe they'll finally start paying attention. John studied him, amused. You're not much for compromise, are you? Not when the compromise is between right and wrong, Jack said flatly. This country deserves leaders who don't treat public service like a side hustle. And yeah, that's gonna ruffle feathers. But I didn't sign up to keep the machine greased. I signed up to fix it. My job is to serve every citizen, not just those who shout the loudest or write the biggest checks. The reporter kept his expression neutral despite the president's passionate response. All right, Mr. President, let's start with civil rights. Where do you stand? Ryan didn't hesitate. The Constitution doesn't see skin color, and neither should we. Discrimination based on appearance, accent, religion, or ancestry violates everything this country stands for. Those laws will be upheld, period. The justice system doesn't play favorites, whether you're a law-abiding citizen or someone who's earned a visit from the Dudio. The reporter raised an eyebrow. Sounds noble, but isn't that a bit naive? Ryan shot back. Since when is believing in fairness naive? But let's be real, would it kill us to use some common sense? Instead of every special interest group clawing for their slice of the pie, why can't we act like we're on the same team? Last I checked, we're all Americans first. This country wasn't built for endless infighting. Some argue that's how democracy works. Everyone battles for their peace, the reporter countered. Ryan scoffed, and that's exactly how we've turned politics into a circus. The cameras paused for a tape change, and Ryan rubbed his hands, itching for a cigarette he couldn't have. The weight of finally speaking his mind only made his shoulders feel heavier. When the red light went off, the reporter leaned in. Off the record, do you actually think any of this is possible? Ryan exhaled sharply. If I don't try, what does that say about me? The system's broken. Ignoring it won't fix a damn thing. For a moment, the reporter almost pitied him. Ryan's sincerity was raw, like he'd stitched his heart to his suit sleeve. But good intentions didn't change the fact he was in over his head. Back on air, the questioning shifted. The Supreme Court reports say you're reviewing nominees. What's your criteria? Ryan nodded. I've got a list of seasoned appellate judges from justice. I need justices who respect their role as guardians of the Constitution, not activists rewriting it. Now strict constructionists, then. The reporter pressed. Ryan smirked. The Constitution's pretty clear. Congress writes laws, the president enforces them, and courts interpret them. That's the whole point of checks and balances. But the court has driven major social change, the reporter argued. Ryan's tone turned sharp. And some of those changes were disasters. Dred Scott tore the nation apart. Blessy vo. Kind Ferguson. A stain on our history. Look, I'm not a lawyer, but I know this: the ABBA doesn't get veto power. These judges have already been vetted. And let's be honest, the ABBA's just another lobby with a fancy letterhead. Beat passed. The reporter glanced at his notes, thrown by Ryan's bluntness. The president's hands, still restless, tapped the edge of the desk, a silent tell of the coffee he'd been downing since dawn. Certainly, professional organizations have every right to advocate for their members, but the Supreme Court holds the ultimate responsibility of interpreting the law for the entire nation. Meanwhile, the American Bar Association represents those who practice law for a living. Doesn't that create a troubling dynamic, letting the very people who navigate the legal system also influence who shapes it. In any other profession, that would raise eyebrows, wouldn't it? Not everyone sees it that way, came the response. The president nodded. True. My duty isn't to cater to special interests. It's to uphold the Constitution as faithfully as possible. That's why I'm searching for judges who take their oath seriously, without hidden agendas or political games. Donner turned to the other reporter. John. Plummer leaned forward. You spent years at the CIA. What exactly did you do there? Ryan kept his tone measured. Mostly analytical work in the Directorate of Intelligence, assessing incoming data and briefing decision-makers. Later, I led the Directorate, served as Deputy Director under Fowler, and eventually became National Security Advisor under Durling. Did you ever go into the field? Lavler pressed. Ryan shrugged. I advised arms control talks and attended plenty of conferences. The reporter's eyes narrowed. There are claims you were involved in operations that led to Soviet casualties. A deliberate pause hung in the air before Ryan replied. Our government has a long-standing policy. No comment on intelligence matters. That won't change under my watch. The public deserves to know who's leading them, Plummer countered. Some secrets must stay secret, Ryan said firmly. If journalists expose sources, they lose credibility. If a nation does, lives are at stake. This discussion is over. The finality in his voice left no room for debate, and both reporters stiffened, knowing full well that exchange might never air. Meanwhile, Bedrain faced his own challenge, assembling a team. 30 recruits weren't hard to find in a region overflowing with militants, but intelligence was scarce. Most were young, disillusioned men whose fury only sharpened as their cause crumbled. He needed 20 sharp minds. The rest just needed blind obedience and a willingness to die. Fortunately, volunteers weren't in short supply. Hezbollah still had plenty eager to wear explosives like a second skin. Tradition, or perhaps desperation, drove them, though Bedrain himself wasn't particularly devout. Efficiency had never been the strong suit of his people. But dedication? That they had in spades. For centuries, these people lived as wandering tribes, developing a combat style built around swift raids and hit-and-run tactics, rather than organized warfare, a concept that actually originated with the Greeks, spread to the Romans, and eventually shaped Western military strategy. In their culture, warriors often embraced the idea of a glorious death in battle. The Vikings had their berserkers, while Japan's kamikaze pilots became legendary for their suicidal charges. These fighters believed that taking down enemies in the name of faith would earn them a place in the afterlife. Unfortunately, like many religions, Islam wasn't immune to being twisted by those who claimed to serve it. Bedrain knew this well. He had a list of willing recruits. Men ready to follow orders blindly, convinced they were fulfilling a sacred duty. With a few carefully routed phone calls, he set things in motion. And soon, travelers in Lebanon and beyond began packing their bags. All right, coach, how I do? Jack grinned, leaning back in his chair. Arnie Van Dam exhaled, relief washing over his face. You skated on thin ice, but you didn't fall through. Though you did ruffle some feathers with those interest groups. Jack shrugged. Come on, who doesn't love bashing special interests? It's practically a national pastime. Arnie's expression turned serious. Depends on which ones you target, Mr. President. Some of those lobbyists can smile like saints 1 second and stab you in the back the next. He paused, then added, Still, you kept your cool. Nothing they can twist too badly. Now we wait to see how the networks spin it, and what Donner and Plummer say in their closing remarks. Those last impressions stick. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, a heavily secured container nicknamed the Hatbox for its shape arrived under strict protocols. Designed to withstand extreme conditions, it was layered with biohazard warnings and handled with extreme caution. The FedEx driver who delivered it at 9:14 that morning had no idea what was inside, only that it demanded respect. In the lab, technicians in protective gear sprayed the exterior with disinfectant before carefully opening it under containment. The paperwork warned of possible hemorrhagic fever viruses from Africa, and the team took no chances. After confirming no leaks, a gloved technician transferred the blood samples for antibody testing. The documents made their way to Dr. Lorenz's desk in the Special Pathogens branch. The phone rang. "Gus, it's Alex," came the voice on the line. "Still no time for fishing." Lorenz chuckled. "Maybe this weekend." A buddy in neurosurgery has a boat, and the house is finally in order. He glanced out his Baltimore office window, where the harbor stretched toward the Chesapeake Bay, home to some impressive rockfish if he ever got the chance. "What's up?" Gus asked as his secretary handed him a file. "Just checking in on the Zaire outbreak." "Any updates?" "Nothing, thankfully. It burned out fast." "We got lucky." Lorenz's words trailed off as he scanned the new report. "Wait, Khartoum?" he murmured, brow furrowing. Alexandre stayed silent. Knowing Lorenz never skimmed, he absorbed every word with deliberate care. The older scientist moved with deliberate care, much like Ralph Forster, a trait that made him exceptional in experimental research. Lorenz rarely rushed into anything, preferring to weigh every decision before acting. "We just received 2 samples from Khartoum," he said, scanning the cover sheet. "Sent by a doctor. McGregor at the English hospital, an adult male and a 4-year-old girl, suspected hemorrhagic fever. They're already in the lab. Wav tuma nout. How can't you watch a suit done?" Alex asked, frowning. "That's what it says," Gus confirmed. "Pretty far from the Congo." Lorenz gave a dry chuckle. "Planes exist, Alex. Planes. Nothing unsettled epidemiologists more than the speed of global travel." The cover sheet was sparse, but it listed contact details. "We'll run the tests and see," Lorenz said. "What about the earlier samples?" "Finished sequencing yesterday. Ebola Zaire, Mainga, strain identical to the 1976 outbreak, down to the last nucleotide." Alex exhaled sharply. "The airborne one. The one that killed George Westphal." "That was never confirmed," Lorenz corrected. "You know George was meticulous. You trained him." Alex rubbed his temples, the fluorescent lights worsening his headache. He really needed a better lamp. "Keep me posted on those new samples." "Will do. But don't stress, Sudan's climate is hell for this virus. Hot, dry UV rays everywhere. It wouldn't survive long outside a host. I'll check with my lab chief. Maybe get a micrograph done probably tomorrow." "Got a meeting soon." "Yeah, and I need lunch," Alex muttered, hanging up. Still thinking of himself more as colonel than professor, he headed to the cafeteria. Spotting Kathy Ryan in line with her security detail, he grinned. "Hey, Proffer. How's the germ warfare going?" "Wang," she teased. "Same old grind." "Need a consult doc," he said, grabbing a sandwich. "I don't do viruses. But you deal with AIDS-related eye issues." She turned, plucked his glasses off his face, and held them to the light. "Ever heard of cleaning these? You've got serious astigmatism here. When's the last time you updated your prescription?" She handed them back, eyeing the grime. 3 years. Unacceptable. Have your secretary call mine. We'll fix you up." She gestured to a window table. Roy Altman trailed them, scanning the room like the rest of the detail. "You might be perfect for our new laser procedure," Kathy said. "We can reshape your cornea, get you to 20/20. Alex raised an eyebrow. "Safe. The only danger in my life is my cooking," she shot back. "Noted," he laughed. "So what's new with you?" Tom Donner smirked as he typed. The real magic was in the edit, well, mostly. He'd splice in his own commentary, clarifying what Ryan really meant beneath that earnest facade. Earnest. The word popped into his head unbidden, making him pause. Years in D had sharpened his instincts. His Rolodex was a who's who of power players because a good reporter always stayed connected. In Washington, wielding influence over the media followed a brutal logic: you either cooperated as a source or became their next target. Refuse to play along, and journalists would eagerly amplify your rivals' voices instead. Some might call it coercion, but Donner saw it as the game's unspoken rules. President Ryan, though, defied every expectation. His folksy, down-to-earth persona felt calculated, a throwback to ancient leaders like Caesar who pretended to be just another citizen. But Donner knew better. No ordinary man climbed to the CIA's upper ranks without mastering backroom deals and making enemies. The whispers about Ryan's past were tantalizing. The London incident, the dead terrorist on his doorstep, even rumors of a Soviet submission gone violent. Could he spin those into a bombshell expose? Not in the primetime special, perhaps, but a well-placed teaser might lure viewers away from their usual sitcoms. Of course, attacking a sitting president wasn't a casual move. It required ironclad sources, layers of vetting, and nervous sign-offs from network brass. Yet the thrill of the hunt was irresistible. Ryan's contradictions gnawed at him: the spy who quoted the Constitution, the killer who played the humble patriot. Tax reforms, Supreme Court shakeups, Britanno's aggressive Pentagon overhaul — was this efficiency or ambition masquerading as virtue? Donner scoffed. Opportunism was the only constant in politics, a lesson he'd learned decades ago in Des Moines when he toppled a corrupt commissioner and caught the eye of New York executives. He snatched his phone, flipping through contacts with practiced ease. "Ed, it's Tom. How solid are those leads, and when can I talk to them?" The silence on the line felt like a smirk. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Dr. McGregor watched his patients sit up, a small victory in his endless duel with the unseen. Medicine, he mused, was the ultimate high-stakes profession: no glory, no visible foe, just the quiet, relentless tug-of-war against the inevitable. Every patient carried an invisible adversary within them, lurking in the shadows of their illness, and as a doctor, McGregor's mission was to hunt it down, corner it, and obliterate it. The triumph shone in his patients' eyes, each recovery a hard-won battle. Sohaila, though still fragile, was on the mend. She'd graduated to liquids, holding them down without issue, her fever receding like a tide pulling back from the shore. Her vitals steadied, inching toward normalcy. This was a win. Death wouldn't steal this child. She'd grow up, chase dreams, fall in love, maybe even bring her own children into the world someday. But McGregor couldn't take full credit. His role had been more guardian than miracle worker, keeping her stable while her body fought back. Medicine was a guessing game, after all. Where did nature end and intervention begin? If he hadn't been there, the scorching heat alone might have tipped the scales, or dehydration, or some sneaky infection capitalizing on her weakness. People rarely died from the first blow. It was the domino effect that got them. Still, he'd claimed this victory, especially for a girl whose laughter would soon fill the room again. He checked her pulse, lingering on the steady rhythm beneath his fingers, proof of a future still unfolding. As she drifted into sleep, he turned to her parents, his voice soft but certain. Your daughter's going to be just fine." The mother crumpled into sobs, hands pressed to her face, while the father stood rigid until his shoulders sagged in relief, his grip crushing McGregor's hand. "I won't forget this," the man muttered, voice thick. Then came Saleh. McGregor had put it off, but now there was no avoiding the truth. The disease had clawed its way into the man's mind, leaving only a hollow shell. Restrained, blank-eyed, he stared at the ceiling's cracks like they held secrets. The chart in McGregor's hands offered no hope, just numbers spiraling downward. He upped the morphine. Some battles couldn't be won. One life saved, another slipping away. If he'd had to choose, this was the cruel arithmetic he'd have picked. Saleh had lived his years, while Sohaila had hers ahead. But the questions gnawed at him as he trudged to his office, tea going cold in his hands. Same disease. Same time. Opposite outcomes. Why? Later, gloved hands passed a photograph to Donor. "No copies," the man warned. "Just look." Fingerprints were the least of their worries. Donner studied the glossy black-and-white photo in his hands, its 8x10 surface devoid of any classification markings. He resisted the urge to flip it over, sensing the unspoken warning in the air. "You'd rather stay in the dark, wouldn't you?" The voice beside him pressed half question, half threat. With a slow nod, Donner accepted the implicit bargain. Ignorance might just keep him out of legal trouble regarding those tricky Espionage Act details. The CIA official leaned closer, pointing to the submarine in the image. "That's a Soviet nuke sub, and that's Jack Ryan on the gangway. Notice the Navy uniform? Whole thing was a CIA Navy joint-up." He slid a magnifying glass across the table. "We tricked the Soviets into believing it went down near the Bermuda Triangle. Pretty sure Moscow's still scratching their heads over that one." Donor frowned. "So where's the sub now?" "Scuttled off Puerto Rico 5 miles deep. Perfect spot. Too deep for snooping, close enough for us to monitor." A flash of recognition hit Donner. Wait, this was during that Russian naval exercise. They lost a sub, no, 2 subs. Bingo. A second photo emerged, showing a mangled bow. Red October rammed another Soviet sub near the Carolines. Navy stripped it clean, made it look like salvage work. The Russians never pieced it together. Donner whistled. And this stayed buried all these years? Ryan's good at keeping secrets. A third photo landed with a soft thud, a body bag. That's a Russian sailor. Ryan shot him. Earned his first intelligence star for it. Official report calls it a firefight, but... The official trailed off, letting the implication hang. Donner's skepticism flared. "You're telling me this isn't some elaborate hoax?" "Could be," the man admitted, "but it's not." He tapped the faces in the photo: Admiral Dan Foster, Commander Bart Mancuso, and Captain Marco Ramius, living quietly in Jacksonville as Mark Ramsey. Consultant gig, fat government paycheck. Guy earned it. Donner's eyes locked on a familiar face in the background. No way this was staged. Lies had consequences, especially when the press got hold of them, and journalists had longer memories than any prosecutor. Another folder opened. "Recognize this guy?" the official asked, sliding a new photo forward. Donner squinted. "Gera something. Nikolai Gerasimov." The room tensed. Some truths, once uncovered, couldn't be buried again. The man had once led the Soviet KGB before meeting his end in a tragic aviation accident, years ago. The next photo revealed a more recent image, an older, silver-haired figure looking every bit the successful statesman. "This was taken in Winchester, Virginia, 2 years back," the speaker continued. "Ryan traveled to Moscow under the guise of a START treaty advisor, somehow convincing Gerasimov to defect. Still, nobody knows the full story. His family escaped too, all orchestrated straight from Judge Moore's office. That's how Ryan operated, always outside the system. Let's give credit where it's due. The man's a legend in intelligence circles. Officially part of the Directorate of Intelligence under Jim Greer, but really operating under layers of deception. Flawless record, which says something when you consider the bodies left in his wake. That Russian agent near the Red October incident, the entire Alpha team sunk off Carolina's coast to maintain secrecy. The files suspiciously incomplete about his wife and daughter's extraction, just whispers and speculation. Christ, I could have used this intel earlier, came the frustrated reply. Over the crackling speakerphone, Ed Keelty's voice cut in. He outmaneuvered you too, huh? The CIA official Paul Webb, a high-ranking DI officer facing forced retirement, nodded bitterly. Ryan had charmed his way through the agency like an Olympic skater, beloved on Capitol Hill for his folksy charm that masked a lethal efficiency. Webb's career had plateaued thanks to Ryan monopolizing Greer's attention. Now, smuggling these classified documents might land him in hot water. Or maybe not. Whistleblowers found protection these days, and after decades of service, being rifed left a bitter taste. For a fleeting moment, he considered radical actions before dismissing the thought. The press wasn't the enemy. He lied to himself, ignoring a lifetime of contrary experience. Welcome to the club, Tom, Keelty's voice crackled. The man's playbook has chapters even I don't know. Paul, tell him about Columbia. Webb exhaled. No official records exist, just those sealed files with 2050 expiration dates. Congressional black ops, completely deniable. As Donner leaned in, Webb dangled the bait. Ever wonder how Medellin really collapsed? Those weren't faction bombs. The tape recorder whirred silently as Webb delivered his punchline with theatrical pause. They were agency payloads. The room's temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. The origins of the faction fight remain hazy, but one thing's certain, Ryan was involved. His mentor, James Greer from Langley, was like a father to him. Yet when Greer passed, Ryan was mysteriously absent, not at the funeral, not at home, not even on CIA assignment despite just returning from a NATO meeting in Brussels. He vanished, as he often did. Then came the suspicious death of National Security Advisor Jim Cutter, struck by a D. Transit bus on the George Washington Parkway. The FBI ruled it an accident, but Dan Murray, now the Bureau's director, oversaw the investigation. I saidn't tepla koi you fine. Murray and Ryan go way back. Before his promotion, Murray was the FBI's shadow operative, handling delicate missions for Emil Jacobs and Bill Shaw. His London stint as legal attaché. A front for intelligence networking. Now he's handpicking Pat Martin for Supreme Court advisement. Connect the dots yet? Hold on, someone interjected. Murray's ruthless but straight-laced, then explain Columbia. Webb shot back. Ryan and Murray disappeared simultaneously after bombs ravaged cartel strongholds, collateral damage included. Fowler's outcry about civilian casualties. Conveniently timed. My theory. They went dark to contain the fallout. Cutter's accident. Too tidy. The man lacked the stomach for wet work, Ryan didn't. And the Medellin scumbags. They overplayed their hand during an election year. Someone handed Ryan a free pass, and things escalated. But he cleaned it up. Flawlessly. Donor scoffed. The cartel just regrouped. Webb smirked. And yet no dead you. My official sense. Lesson delivered. Ryan's only misstep? Treating a sovereign nation like a shooting gallery. But legality never slowed him down. Greer's protege could wade through sewage and emerge cologne fresh. So why the grudge? Because brilliance needs boundaries, Webb countered. Ryan's the best since Dulles Red October, exfiltrating the KGB chairman, Columbia's reckoning. But unchecked power. That's how empires fracture. KLT muttered. No one would vote for that. His tone dripped with forced neutrality, as if biting back a louder truth. Just 3 miles away, Webb's chief of staff nearly yanked the phone from his grip. They were this close to getting through to Donner. But Webb kept going, his voice sharp with frustration. Look, the guy did solid work at the agency, no argument there. Even gave decent advice to Durling. But running the country? That's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, he outmaneuvered you, Donner. Maybe he played Durling too, who knows? But here's the kicker. He's reshaping the entire government in his own image. Every single appointment. Either someone he's worked with for years or a hand-picked ally. Dan Murray heading the FBI. Seriously? You want him calling the shots on law enforcement? And now these two get to handpick Supreme Court justices? Where does it end? Webb exhaled, rubbing his temples. I don't like this any more than you do. Ryan's one of ours, but the Oval Office? No. My loyalty's to the country, not to him. He shoved the photos back into their folders, his movements tense. If this leaks, I'm finished. Remember what happened to Cutter. Donner muttered a terse thanks, his mind already racing. His watch read 3:15 decisions had to be made, fast. And nothing fueled a reporter's fury like realizing he'd been played. Meanwhile, the 9 condemned men knew their fate. They had 5 to 8 days left, tops. Their hollow stares locked onto the ceiling cameras, no illusions left. Their deaths would be worse than any court sentence. Or so they believed. This batch was riskier than the last. They understood too much, so the restraints were tighter. Moody observed as medics drew blood, their methods far from sterile. One held a blade to a prisoner's throat, while the other worked efficiency over ethics. Not that it mattered here. Down the hall, the virus thrived. The initial estimates had been laughably off. In the tanks, Ebola devoured monkey tissue with terrifying speed, a seething mass too small to see, but vast enough to turn the solution black. It wasn't science anymore, it was horror. The director peered through the microscope, comparing samples. One from Jean-Baptiste, another fresh from the newest patient. He didn't glance up as Moody approached. Identical, he said flatly. The word hung in the air, heavier than expected. Viruses posed a unique challenge they barely qualified as living organisms, which ironically made them terrible at reproducing properly. The RNA strands lacked any built-in proofreading mechanism, meaning each new generation often strayed from its predecessor. This flaw was a critical weakness in Ebola and similar pathogens, explaining why outbreaks eventually burned out. The virus, poorly adapted to humans, would lose its edge over time. Yet this very trait made it a disturbingly effective bioweapon, deadly enough to wreak havoc but self-limiting enough to avoid uncontrollable spread. Its lethality depended entirely on initial exposure. 3 generations of stability minimum, Moody noted dryly. Realistically, 7 to 9. The project director, despite his warped ethics, played it safe with technical estimates. Privately, Moody would have guessed higher, 9 to 11, but he kept that to himself. Near the far wall, 20 unassuming cans sat lined up, their labels advertising a well-known shaving cream brand. The irony wasn't lost on the team. The European product was actually owned by an American corporation. Purchased individually across 12 cities in 5 countries, these cans had been emptied, modified, and repurposed. Each now held half a liter of diluted viral solution, pressurized with inert nitrogen to prevent reactions, plus a cooling agent to preserve the payload. Tests confirmed the system's efficiency. The virus remained fully viable for 9 hours post-release. After that, degradation followed a predictable curve: 10% loss by 17 hours, 15% by 25, with an additional 5% dying every 8 hours. The math was coldly precise. The plan was equally calculated. Departing from Tehran, carriers would board flights to major European hubs: London, Paris, Frankfurt, timed to avoid customs scrutiny. Their first-class tickets ensured swift baggage retrieval before connecting flights to you. Destinations: New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, even convention hotspots like Las Vegas. By the time the coolant expired, they'd be airborne, their return tickets booked from alternate airports. Within 24 hours, 80% of the viral load would still be active. Beyond that, chaos took over. Modi caught himself. This wasn't his call to make. He wasn't the one playing guard. The director was. And that thought unsettled him more than the science ever could. Modi refused to compromise his faith, no matter the stakes. Even if his nation demanded it, especially a fledgling one still finding its footing, he wouldn't tarnish his devotion by entertaining such thoughts, let alone speaking them aloud. Once, the choice had seemed straightforward, but now? Now it was tangled in memory. Sister Jean-Baptiste, her remains long turned to ash, had left no children, only the cruel imprint of disease. A betrayal so profound, it felt like an affront to God himself. Yet she'd also left something intangible, something that had shaken Modi's convictions. He'd grown up despising the West, taught to see Christians as lesser, their history stained by Crusader blood. But Sister Jean-Baptiste defied that narrative. She'd lived in selfless devotion: no wealth, no love, no freedom, only service to the sick and unwavering faith. Her humility had been real, her sincerity undeniable. And then there was Sister Maria Magdalena, murdered for nothing more than loyalty to her beliefs and her friend. The irony gnawed at him. The Quran condemned neither virtue nor fidelity, yet here he was, wrestling with the legacy of women whose faith he'd once dismissed as misguided. If only he'd worked solely with African pagans, their ignorance of the one true God would have made disdain easy. But fate had forced him to confront the inconvenient truth: devotion wasn't bound by creed. Exhausted, he poured coffee, hoping caffeine would silence the questions haunting him. Sleep might bring clarity, or at least respite. Across the ocean, Arnie Van Dam's patience was fraying. "You're telling me the entire interview tape is ruined?" He snapped into the phone. Tom Donner's apology did little to soften the blow. Metal interference, maybe. The audio's got static, unusable for broadcast. "So fix it," Arnie shot back. Donner hesitated. "We could go live. Better ratings, and Ryan's already prepped." Arnie bit back accusations. This wasn't sweeps week. Sabotage was unlikely. But dealing with the press was like taming lions: one misstep, and the illusion of control vanished. He let the silence stretch, forcing Donner to squirm. "Same questions, same answers," Donner pressed. "Hell, most politicians would kill for a rehearsal." He nailed it this morning. "John shares the same opinion." Van Dam pressed. "Can't you just re-record?" The reporter scoffed. "Arnie, I've got 40 minutes until airtime, and I'm booked solid until 7:30. You expect me to race to the White House, set up, film, and rush the footage back here before 9? Should I borrow one of the president's helicopters?" He paused, then smirked. "Here's a better idea. I'll announce on air that we messed up the tape, and the president kindly agreed to go live. If that's not a prime-time favor, I don't know what is." Van Damme's instincts were screaming, but he had to admit Jack had held his own. Not flawlessly, but well enough, especially with that earnest delivery. Even the touchy subjects Ryan had sounded convinced by his own words. The man took direction like a pro and adapted quickly. Sure, he hadn't seemed entirely at ease, but that actually worked in his favor. Jack wasn't some polished politician, he'd made that clear, so a bit of nerves just made him relatable. Secret focus groups across 7 cities loved him for seeming like an ordinary guy. Ryan had no clue about these behind-the-scenes tests, of course. Van Damme rationalized it as necessary, just another tool to help the president connect with the public and push his agenda. And, let's be honest, no commander-in-chief ever knew half of what got done in their name. The live idea. Where to? Brilliant. More viewers would tune in, and America would get a raw, unfiltered look at Ryan. That was the goal, make people feel like they knew him. All right, Tom, tentative, yes. But I still need to run it by him, Van Damme conceded. Make it quick, Donner shot back. If he backs out, we're scrambling to rearrange the entire network lineup, and my job's on the line. Got it? 5 minutes, Van Damme promised, slamming the phone down mid-conversation and bolting from his office. The Secret Service agents in the hallway barely had time to step aside before he blew past them. Ryan looked up, startled, as his door swung open unannounced. We need to redo the interview, Van Damme blurted, slightly winded. Jack raised an eyebrow. What? Did I forget to zip my pants? Mary Foley checks for that. The tape's ruined, and there's no time to reshoot. Donner wants you live at 9. Same questions, no changes, wait. Arnie backtracked, thinking fast. What if we bring Kathy down too? Jack frowned. She won't like that. Why? All she has to do is sit there and smile. It's good optics, Jack. The First Lady has to make appearances. Easy win. Maybe even bring the kids in at the end. No. Ryan's voice turned icy. My children stay out of the spotlight. That's non-negotiable. Van Damme bit back his argument. Fine, he'd wear him down eventually. You couldn't play the everyman without letting people see your family. But now wasn't the moment to push. At least ask Kathy. Ryan exhaled. Was seine Twend? The great, the kramdats Tekiostur. I'll tell Donner she's maybe blame it on her surgery schedule. Gives him something to chew on, takes some pressure off you. That's her job, remember. You want to be the one to tell her that, Arnie. She's a surgeon. Very precise with a scalpel. Van Damme chuckled. Let's be real, she's tougher than both of us combined. Just ask nicely. Yeah, Jack muttered. Right before dinner. Perfect timing. Okay, he'll do it. Arnie's suggestion to include his wife in the meeting caught everyone off guard. Why bring her into this? The Directives. Annie shrugged. Why not? She's not home from work yet anyway. The casual remark drew chuckles from the reporters, lightening the mood. Donner ended the call with the quick, Thanks, Arnie, I owe you. As the speakerphone clicked off, John Plummer, the seasoned journalist with decades of experience, fixed Donner with a knowing look. You do realize you just lied to the president, right? Plummer wasn't just any reporter, though not quite from the golden age of Edward R. Murrow. He'd cut his teeth covering wars, first Korea, then assignments in London, Paris, Bonn, and finally Moscow, where his sharp reporting got him expelled. Despite his progressive leanings, he'd never softened toward the Soviets. What set him apart was his reverence for the craft. He'd grown up listening to Murrow's commanding voice, a sound that carried the weight of truth. like a preacher delivering a sermon. Back then, a journalist's voice was everything clear, deliberate, unshakable. Murrow had wielded words like a master, something Plummer admired, especially now, surrounded by reporters who barely knew how to string a sentence together. Plummer himself was no slouch, a scholar of Elizabethan literature, who polished his own writing to near perfection. But more than skill, he valued integrity. Murrow had been relentless, sure, but always fair. He never broke the rules, never outright lied. That was the line Plummer refused to cross. You could dance around the truth, sure, but outright deception? Never. And now here was Donner, spinning half-truths like it was nothing. The past 2 hours had been a frenzy, digging through scraps of information. None of it substantial, yet all of it strangely consistent. You think Ryan's in over his head? Plummer mused, rubbing his tired eyes. Probably. But is he trying? Absolutely. And is he honest? As much as any politician can be. Donner, meanwhile, was already picturing ratings soaring, maybe even an Emmy. He was the face of the network now, the one the executives in New York listened to, men who cared more about quarterly profits than journalistic ethics. There is side fortier. Times had changed. Meanwhile, on the South Lawn, the presidential helicopter touched down. The crew chief swung the door open, offering a hand to the First Lady as she stepped onto the grass. Her security detail fell in step behind her as she made her way toward the White House. Agent Altman discreetly pressing the elevator button for her, another small rule in the endless list of protocols. Surgeon is en route to the residence. Agent Rahman radioed upstairs. Copy that, Andrea Price responded, waiting in the quiet of the private quarters. Andrea had already called in the technical security unit to inspect every metal detector the NBC team passed through on their way out. The Sioux chief admitted the equipment sometimes acted up, and those bulky beta tapes the networks relied on could get wrecked easily, though he doubted that was the issue here. When she suggested a power surge might be to blame, he scoffed, pointing out his team monitored even the White House air quality around the clock. Andrea considered taking it up with the chief of staff, but knew it'd be pointless. Reporters were nothing but trouble, the most irritating part of her job. Hey, Andrea, Kathy called as she swept by. Doctor.